Introduction. About the advanced edition of Nezha, The Devil's Child Stirs the Sea. Chapter 1. Underlying Currents of Calm. After enduring a cataclysmic tribulation that nearly disrupted the cosmic order, Chentang Pass gradually returned to its former tranquility. Each day, the sun generously poured its warmth upon this land, where bustling markets thrived with a myriad of visitors, and the air was filled with the lively sounds of bargaining and children's laughter, as if the previous turmoil had merely been a fleeting dream. Early in the morning, Nezha sprang from his bed, brimming with vigor, humming a tuneless melody as he darted into the courtyard. His little companions had long awaited his arrival and quickly surrounded him as he emerged. "Nezha, what shall we play today?" inquired a chubby-cheeked boy, tilting his head upward. With a gleam in his eye, Nezha grinned mischievously. "How about we have a contest to see who is the strongest?" He seized a stone lock from the side and effortlessly hoisted it above his head, deliberately swaying it to elicit gasps of astonishment from his friends. "Wow, Nezha, you're amazing," applauded a little girl with two pigtails. Proudly lowering the stone lock, Nezha patted his chest. "Of course. Just look at who I am. But don't be disheartened if you practice with me. You'll surely become as formidable as I am in the future." Thus, his friends eagerly mimicked him, lifting the stone lock with varying degrees of success, their faces reddening with effort, yet all relishing the joy of play. After some time of frolicking, Nezha glanced at the sky and announced to his companions, "I must go practice martial arts now. Once I finish, we can continue our games." Though his friends felt a twinge of reluctance, they understood the significance of Nezha's training and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Jing happened to pass by the courtyard and, seeing Nezha prepare for the training ground, smiled and said, "Jar, make sure to practice well today and don't slack off." Nezha immediately stood at attention and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, Father, I will practice diligently and aspire to be as formidable as you." Protecting Chentang Pass. Li Jing affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair, saying, "Good, Father believes in you." Upon reaching the training ground, Nezha embarked on a day of rigorous practice. "Hey ha! Hey ha!" he shouted, his voice ringing out as the Hunyuan ruler danced like a nimble fire serpent through the air, generating a gust of wind. The Qianquan circle whirled in his grasp, radiating golden light that illuminated his spirited yet mischievous face. "Jar, your techniques have improved remarkably today." Li Jing, having arrived unnoticed, observed Nezha's dazzling performance with a smile of satisfaction. Hearing his father's praise, Nezha paused, grinning broadly. "Of course, Father. I aim to become a great hero who can protect Chentang Pass and everyone in it." Lady Yin, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with a smile. "Indeed, our Jar will surely succeed." Beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, Nezha is beset by his own troubles. Recently, the power of the magic orb within him has been causing disturbances at intermittent intervals. At this very moment, he suddenly feels a sharp pain coursing through his body, as if countless tiny ants were gnawing at his meridians. He cannot help but furrow his brow, his countenance paling slightly. "Teacher, what troubles you?" Lady Yin, ever observant, immediately detects Nezha's unusual demeanor and inquires with concern. Nezha, enduring the pain, musters a faint smile. "Mother, it's nothing. Perhaps I overexerted myself during practice and am simply a bit fatigued." Li Jing and Lady Yin exchange a glance, worry flickering in their eyes. They are acutely aware that although the magic orb within Nezha has endured the trials of heavenly tribulation, its power remains a latent threat, capable of erupting at any moment. Desiring to alleviate his parents' concerns, Nezha swiftly shifts the topic. "Father, Mother, I feel I have grown considerably stronger recently. Would you like me to demonstrate some newly learned techniques?" Without waiting for a reply, he begins to deftly wield the wind and fire wheels in the universe ring, executing a series of dazzling maneuvers that flow seamlessly like a river. Li Jing and Lady Yin, witnessing Nezha's performance, momentarily set aside their worries, their hearts filled with joy as they applaud enthusiastically. Just then, the previously clear sky darkens ominously. A massive storm cloud, as if emerging from the depths of hell, descends rapidly, enveloping the entire Chentang Pass. Thunder rumbles and lightning flashes across the heavens, sending the townsfolk into a state of panic as they flee in search of shelter from this sudden upheaval. Something is amiss. There is a foul aura. Li Jing's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly draws his sword, vigilantly scanning the sky. Nezha, shedding his playful demeanor, reveals a look of determination and fearlessness, proclaiming loudly, "Father, Mother, No matter what monster approaches, I will not allow it to harm the people of Chentang Pass. With that, he leaps onto his wind and fire wheels, soaring into the air, poised to confront the impending challenge. Li Jing gazes at Nezha's retreating figure, his heart swelling with both pride and anxiety, calling out, "Nezha, be careful." Nezha turns back to shout, "Father, do not worry, I shall be fine." From the depths of a storm cloud descends a colossal creature, its form both peculiar and fearsome. It possesses 3 heads, each adorned with a pair of blood-red eyes that emit a chilling glow. 6 robust arms wield an assortment of weapons. A large blade glimmers with a cold, menacing light. A spiked mace bristles with sharp protrusions, and a long sword slices through the air, unleashing fierce gusts of sword energy, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the world asunder. Ha ha ha. People of Chentang Pass, today marks your doom. The monster's deafening roar echoed, imbued with boundless malevolence and arrogance. Undeterred, Nezha boldly stepped forward and declared, "You, vile creature, dare to boast? Take this, my universe ring." With that, he hurled the universe ring at the monster's head with great force. The ring spun rapidly through the air, transforming into a golden beam of light, infused with formidable power as it surged towards the monster. However, this monster was no ordinary foe. With an air of nonchalance, it deftly swung its large blade, effortlessly deflecting Nezha's universe ring. "Little brat, do you think you can defeat me? What a foolish dream." The monster mocked. Undaunted by the failure of his first strike, Nezha swiftly recalled the universe ring and brandished the magic silk, entangling it around the monster's body. The magic silk coiled like a living fire serpent, quickly ensnaring the monster. "Humph, mere trifles." The monster scoffed, and with a powerful heave of its 6 arms, it broke free from the magic silk. It then swung its spiked club down upon Nezha with great ferocity. Sensing the impending danger, Nezha swiftly activated his wind fire wheels to evade. The club crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Li Jing and Madame Yin quickly joined the fray. Li Jing wielded his precious sword, executing intricate swordplay as he engaged the monster in close combat. Meanwhile, Madame Yin utilized dual swords, her blades flashing as she struck from the side, seeking to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. The 3 of them were locked in a fierce battle with the monster, and for a moment, the air was filled with the glint of weapons and the brilliance of spells, enveloping the entire Chentang Pass in the tumultuous aftermath of the clash. Yet, the monster's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable. Despite their best efforts, Nezha and his companions began to falter. The monster's attacks intensified, each strike imbued with tremendous force that compelled them to respond with all their might. Anxiety surged within Nezha. He sensed the power of the demon pearl within him stirring violently amidst the chaos, a potent darkness threatening to overwhelm his reason and seize control of his body. "No, I cannot succumb to the demon pearl. I must protect Chentang Pass, protect my father and mother." Nezha gritted his teeth, continually motivating himself within, striving to suppress the imminent surge of uncontrollable power. He understood that if he were to be overtaken by the demon pearl, not only would Chentang Pass face dire peril, but he might also commit irrevocable acts. Just as Nezha and his companions found themselves in dire straits, a familiar figure suddenly emerged in the distant sky. Albing, riding an ice dragon, descended like a bolt of lightning. The ice hammer in his hand shimmered with radiant cold light, exuding an aura of immense power. "Nezha, I am here," Albing called out. Upon hearing Aobing's voice, Nezha felt a surge of joy. "Albing, your timing is impeccable." Albing swiftly joined the fray, wielding his ice spear and unleashing powerful ice magic, sending a barrage of ice spikes hurtling towards the monster. Sensing the threat posed by Albing, the monster immediately extended 2 of its arms to counter his assault. With the support of Aobing, the tide of battle was immediately turned. Nezha, Aobing, Li Jing, and Lady Yin collaborated seamlessly, launching a more ferocious onslaught against the monsters. Nezha's magical silk and universe ring resonated with Aobing's ice spear, while Li Jing and Lady Yin provided assistance from the sidelines, seeking out the monster's vulnerabilities. Under their combined assault, the monsters gradually began to exhibit signs of fatigue. "Now is the moment," Nezha exclaimed, seizing the opportunity. He and Aobing simultaneously unleashed their most formidable techniques, transforming the magical silk and ice spear into a powerful beam of light that struck the monsters with tremendous force. Li Jing and Lady Yin, not to be outdone, hurled their swords, which cut through the air with lethal intent, aiming for the monster's critical points. The monsters, sensing impending doom, attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a flash of brilliance, a piercing scream erupted from the monsters as they were overwhelmed by a surge of power. Their forms began to waver, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the ether. Peace returned to Chentang Pass as the townsfolk emerged from their hiding places, rejoicing and expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Nezha and his companions. Nezha and Ao Bing surveyed the surviving Chentang Pass, their hearts finally at ease. Upon landing, Li Jing rushed forward, embracing Nezha with fervor. "Jar, splendid work. You did it." Nezha leaned into Li Jing's embrace, smiling. "Father, I knew we could defeat it." Friends gathered around, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Nezha, you were incredible. That monster was terrifying, yet you showed no fear." Nezha patted his head, grinning. "Fear not, for I am here. I shall grow stronger to protect you all." "Ao Bing, we owe you a great deal this time," Nezha said, clapping Ao Bing on the shoulder. Ao Bing smiled slightly. "We are brothers, there is no need for such words. However, the arrival of this monster is suspicious, and there may be a greater conspiracy at play." Nezha nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Regardless of the conspiracy, we shall not fear, we will face it together." Back home, Nezha lay on his bed, his mind racing. The battle today had profoundly impressed upon him the bonds of fate he shared with Ao Bing, and the challenges ahead might prove more arduous than anticipated. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he was Nezha, the defiant spirit who would never bow to destiny. Outside, the moonlight spilled across the ground, as if whispering that a new story was about to unfold. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Prophecy. The celebration banquet following the defeat of the monsters at Chentang Pass was a scene of exuberance. The streets were adorned with festive decorations, and the laughter and cheers of the townsfolk filled the air. Within the tavern, people gathered around, toasting one another, extolling the heroic deeds of Nezha, Ao Bing, and their companions. Nezha sat at the main table, grasping a large chicken leg, feasting with grease glistening on his lips. As he chewed, he animatedly recounted the details of his battles to his companions, occasionally gesturing to vividly depict the thrilling scenes of his encounters. That monster Spike Club came crashing down, and goodness, it felt like a mountain toppling upon me. Had I not been quick-witted and fleet of foot, I would have been flattened into a pancake. His friends listened in rapt attention, their faces filled with admiration. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly entered the tavern. Dressed in a tattered black robe and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, only his profound eyes were visible. He walked slowly yet with purpose, making his way directly to Nezha's table. The mysterious appearance of the man caused an involuntary hush to fall over the crowd, all eyes turning toward him. Upon reaching the table, the figure slightly lifted his head, scanning the faces before finally resting his gaze on Nezha. "Nezha, I have something of great importance to convey to you," he stated. Nezha put down his chicken leg, regarding him with curiosity. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" The man in black did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and slowly continued. "There are many ears here. May I speak with you privately?" Li Jing rose, watching the black-clad figure with caution. "If you have something to say, it would be best to speak plainly here without any veils." The man chuckled softly. "Generally, this matter concerns not only the fate of Chentang Pass, but the entire realm. If you wish to keep it from prying ears, it would be wise to find a quieter place." At this, the crowd gasped in surprise. Ao Bing also stood, suggesting, "In that case, let us proceed to the general's residence for a thorough discussion." Thus, Nezha, Li Jing, Madame Yin, Ao Bing, and the man in black made their way to the study within the general's estate. Inside the study, the flickering candlelight danced. The man in black removed his hat, revealing a face marked by wrinkles, yet imbued with an air of mystery. He looked at Nezha, his expression grave. "I am but a humble seer, wandering the world in search of the threads of fate. Recently, as I gazed at the celestial signs, I discerned some ominous omens." "What omens? Do tell," Nezha urged eagerly. The seer sighed softly and replied, "The East Sea is on the brink of unleashing tumultuous waves, and a formidable and malevolent force is awakening. Should this power be fully unleashed, all of Chentang Pass and the realm will be engulfed in endless darkness, resulting in untold suffering." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals turned somber. Li Jing furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you suggest we do to confront this impending crisis?" The seer turned his gaze to Nezha and Ao Bing, speaking slowly. "In this catastrophe, both Nezha and Ao Bing will play crucial roles. Your fates have long been intertwined by the threads of destiny. Only by joining forces can you hope to avert this disaster at US." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Nezha scratched his head and declared, "Though Ao Bing and I have vanquished numerous monsters together, hearing the gravity of your words makes me feel an immense pressure. However, as long as I can protect Chentang Pass and everyone here, I, Nezha, shall never retreat." Ao Bing nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "As brothers, I will naturally fight alongside Nezha, confronting this unknown challenge together." The oracle observed them, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes. "Your determination is commendable. Yet, you must understand the path ahead is fraught with peril, where not only formidable foes await, but also inner struggles and choices. Especially you, Nezha, the power of the demon orb within you is both your source of strength and your greatest peril. Whether you can harness this power at a critical moment will determine everything." Nezha clenched his fists and asserted, "I will master the demon orb's power. I shall not allow it to harm anyone, nor will I let it sway my resolve to protect Chentang Pass." Lady Een stepped forward, her eyes filled with maternal concern for Nezha. "Jar, no matter what, your mother will always stand by your side." Li Jing also patted Nezha's shoulder. "Jar, remember, you are not alone in this battle. We will all stand with you, overcoming hardships together." The oracle continued, "Beyond your own efforts, you must seek powerful artifacts and allies to enhance your chances of success. On the distant Kunlun Mountain lies a mysterious treasury containing many ancient artifacts. These relics possess tremendous power and may aid you in combating that malevolent force." "Kunlun Mountain? That is quite far." Nezha furrowed his brow and replied, "But it matters not, I will go regardless. As long as I can find the artifacts and defeat the evil, I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion." Ao Bing added, "I will accompany you. Let's set off immediately." "Wait." The oracle halted them, saying, "The journey to Kunlun Mountain is long and fraught with dangers. If you venture forth recklessly, you may encounter misfortune before you even arrive. Here, I possess a map that marks the safe route to Kunlun Mountain, along with potential dangers and strategies to confront them. You must study it carefully and prepare thoroughly." With that, he produced an ancient map from his robes and handed it to Nezha. Nezha accepted the map, cautiously unfurling it to scrutinize the markings. The oracle added, "Moreover, during your quest for the artifacts, you may encounter like-minded individuals. These individuals will become your allies, fighting alongside you. Remember, the power of unity is boundless." The group deliberated extensively on the oracle's words until deep into the night. Finally, the oracle rose to take his leave. "I must depart. You must hold my words close. Time is fleeting, and all now rests in your hands." With that, he vanished into the night. Upon returning to their chamber, Nezha lay restlessly on his bed, tossing and turning in a futile attempt to find slumber. He gazed at the map in his hands, feeling a blend of anticipation for the uncharted journey ahead and trepidation regarding the imminent perils. "Ao Bing, do you truly believe we can locate the divine artifact and vanquish that malevolent force?" Nezha whispered. Ao Bing, resting on the adjacent bed, replied, "We shall undoubtedly succeed. After all, we are Nezha and Ao Bing. As long as we unite our efforts, no obstacle can hinder our path." Upon hearing Ao Bing's words, a warmth surged within Nezha's heart. He clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Regardless of what awaits us, I shall protect Chentang Pass and safeguard everyone." At dawn the following day, Nezha and Ao Bing commenced packing their belongings, preparing to embark on their expedition to Kunlun Mountain. Li Jing and Madame Een stood at the threshold, their faces etched with concern as they watched them depart. "Jar, please be cautious on your journey and prioritize your safety. If you encounter danger, do not act recklessly. Return promptly," Madame Een urged. Li Jing added, "Ao Bing, ensure you look out for one another. I have faith that you will return safely, bringing hope for the salvation of Chentang Pass." Nezha and Ao Bing nodded in acknowledgement and bid farewell to their parents. Nezha mounted his wind-fire wheels, while Ao Bing stood firmly upon his ice dragon. Together, they ascended into the sky amid the watchful eyes of the townsfolk of Chentang Pass, soaring towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. As they journeyed, they traversed dense forests, crossed tumultuous rivers, and scaled perilous peaks. Within the forest, they encountered a pack of ferocious beasts, yet Nezha and Ao-Bing easily repelled them. Amid the river, they faced a colossal whirlpool, but Ao-Bing employed his ice magic to freeze the vortex, allowing them to pass unhindered. Upon the mountain peaks, a sudden blizzard assailed them, yet Nezha wielded his fire spear to disperse the tempest, clearing a path forward. In the vast expanse of an unending desert, the sun blazed fiercely, the scorching sands burning beneath their feet. As Nezha and Ao-Bing pressed onward, a fierce wind howled, and a towering sandstorm erupted, enveloping them in an instant. Within the obscuring tempest, menacing sand beasts flickered into view, clawing and gnashing towards them. Fearlessly, Nezha bellowed, igniting his fire spear into a raging flame, deftly repelling the approaching sand beasts. Ao-Bing conjured ice walls, erecting barriers against the onslaught of the sandstorm and its monstrous inhabitants. Through their coordinated efforts, and after a fierce struggle, they ultimately broke free from the storm and continued their journey. As they ventured into a dim and profound marshland, they encountered a new predicament. The viscous black sludge churned intermittently, exuding a noxious stench. Emerging from the depths of the swamp, colossal leeches sensed the commotion and thrust their elongated bodies towards Nezha and Ao-Bing in a fierce assault. These leeches, slick and glistening, could also expel a corrosive slime. Nezha, standing upon his wind-fire wheels, nimbly navigated the marsh, using his fiery spear to dispatch the leeches one by one. Meanwhile, Ao-Bing summoned sharp shards of ice from his ice dragon, launching them like daggers at the leeches, systematically slaying them. After a strenuous battle, they finally extricated themselves from the leeches' entanglement and successfully departed the marsh. After several days and nights of flight, they arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Looking up, they beheld the majestic peak, towering into the clouds, its summit adorned with glistening white snow, emanating an aura of mystery and solemnity. "At last we have arrived," exclaimed Nezha, brimming with excitement. Ao-Bing, let us ascend and uncover what treasures lie within that enigmatic vault. Just as they prepared to ascend the mountain, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Following the sound, they beheld a young maiden besieged by a band of mountain bandits. The girl, wielding a long sword, fought valiantly, but the sheer number of bandits began to overwhelm her. Nezha's eyes widened with fury. "How dare you wreak havoc in my territory? I shall teach you a lesson." Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward on his wind-fire wheels like a bolt of lightning. Ao-Bing swiftly followed, conjuring icy shards in his hands, launching them towards the bandits. Nezha plunged into the midst of the bandit horde, his fiery spear dancing through the air, each thrust accompanied by scorching flames that seared any bandit who dared to approach. Ao-Bing provided support from the rear, his ice shards raining down, effectively hampering the bandits' movements. Encouraged by the arrival of aid, the maiden summoned her courage and, with her longsword slicing through the air, joined forces with Nezha and Ao-Bing to encircle the bandits. After an intense skirmish, the bandits suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining few, sensing their defeat, fled in disarray. Once the bandits were driven away, the maiden hurried forward to express her gratitude. She inclined her head slightly, her tone earnest. "Thank you, noble sirs, for your timely assistance. I am profoundly grateful." Nezha waved his hand dismissively, a broad smile gracing his face. "It was but a trifling matter, no need for formalities. What brings a young lady like you to this perilous place?" The maiden sighed softly, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "I am Su Yao, from the Su family stronghold at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. We once lived in peace, but recently, a band of mountain bandits set their sights on us, ruthlessly slaughtering my family and kin. I managed to escape, intending to forage for rare herbs in these mountains, hoping to concoct a poison for vengeance against those who wronged my family. Alas, I never anticipated encountering this band of rogues again." Upon hearing her tale, Nezha was filled with righteous indignation. "These bandits are truly despicable. Fear not, Miss Su, we shall assist you in eradicating them." Ao-Bing nodded in agreement, his expression resolute. "Miss Su, should you ever require aid in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us." With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Yao gazed gratefully at the two gentlemen, saying, "I am profoundly thankful to both of you." Your immense kindness will forever be etched in my memory. Chapter 3. The Crisis and Turning Point of Kunlun Mountain. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao trudged along the rugged paths of Kunlun Mountain. The surrounding peaks towered into the clouds, their pristine white snow reflecting a blinding radiance under the sun's glare. A biting cold wind howled past, seemingly intent on penetrating their very beings. This Kunlun Mountain is truly frigid, far colder than any winter I've experienced in Chentang Pass, Nezha remarked, rubbing his hands together while exhaling warm breath. Despite his thick garments, he still shivered uncontrollably. Ao Bing offered a faint smile, casting an ice spell that enveloped the trio in a delicate layer of frost, shielding them from some of the chill. With this, it should be a bit more bearable, he said. Su Yao gazed at Ao Bing, her eyes brimming with admiration. Young Master Ao Bing, your magic is truly remarkable. Without you, we would be quite uncomfortable in this icy wilderness. Feeling a bit bashful, Ao Bing scratched his head. Miss Su Yao, you flatter me. We are all helping one another. Without Nezha's wind-fire wheels, our journey would not be so effortless. Upon hearing this, Nezha perked up immediately. Indeed, my wind-fire wheels rush through the air with a whoosh, something that many would envy. Once we find the artifact and return, I shall take you both for a delightful ride around Chentang Pass. At that moment, Nezha suddenly clutched his head, a pained expression crossing his face. Jar, what is wrong? Ao Bing and Su Yao inquired with concern. Gritting his teeth, Nezha struggled against the pain. The power of the demon orb within me is causing turmoil again. A flicker of eerie red light flashed in his eyes, and his body began to tremble slightly. Ao Bing's heart sank. He was aware that the demon orb posed a significant threat to Nezha. If not properly controlled, it could unleash unpredictable consequences at any moment. Jar, you must remain calm and try to suppress the power of the demon orb. Remember what we discussed? You are stronger than this force, Ao Bing urged. Nezha took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused intently. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, the red light having vanished. Phew, I'm all right now. That was truly uncomfortable. I almost lost control over that evil energy, Nezha admitted. Su Yao looked at Nezha, her eyes filled with concern. Young Master Nezha, what exactly is this demon orb power? Nezha briefly recounted his background and the origins of the demon orb. Su Yao's mouth fell open in astonishment. So that is how it is. Young Master Nezha, you have truly endured much. However, I believe you can control the power of the demon orb. Just like you did earlier, I am confident you can succeed. Nezha cast a grateful glance at Su Yao. Thank you, Miss Su Yao. I will certainly strive to keep it in check. Each time I feel it slipping out of control, I remind myself that I must protect everyone. And that thought seems to help me wrestle with the demon orb. As the trio continued onward, they suddenly encountered a vast ice cave ahead. The entrance emanated an eerily chilling aura, making the air palpable with dread. This ice cave appears quite unusual. Should we venture inside? Nezha inquired curiously. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, meticulously surveying the icy cavern. I sense a formidable surge of power within, perhaps connected to a divine artifact. Yet, it may also conceal immense peril. I fear that venturing inside could lead us into dire straits. Su Yao pondered for a moment before responding. We have journeyed far to Kunlun Mountain precisely to seek out the artifact, have we not? Since we have uncovered a lead, we cannot afford to overlook it. Should we encounter danger, we shall face it together. Nezha nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Miss Su Yao speaks truth. We have faced countless adversities. What is there to fear from this icy cave? Onward. Exchanging glances, Ao Bing and Nezha acquiesced. Very well, let us venture inside. Everyone, tread carefully. The trio cautiously entered the icy cavern. The interior was spacious and profound, its walls shimmering with translucent ice crystals that emitted an ethereal blue glow. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of ice, exceedingly smooth, requiring them to maintain careful balance as they traversed its surface. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. What was that sound? Nezha queried, gripping his flame sword with vigilance. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal ice bear, towering over them and radiating an aura of chilling coldness, its eyes glinting with ferocity. By the heavens, that bear is enormous, Nezha shouted, charging forward. He swung the flame sword, unleashing a torrent of searing fire upon the ice bear. The creature bellowed in rage as the flames struck. Yet its icy exterior merely melted away a thin layer, sustaining little damage. Observing this, Ao Bing promptly cast an ice spell, sending forth a barrage of ice spikes toward the bear. The beast swatted the spikes aside with its massive paws. Su Yao swiftly joined the fray, her sword etching deep gashes upon the bear's hide, but its formidable defenses rendered her efforts nearly futile. This bear is too powerful. We cannot confront it head-on, Albing declared. Nezha's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he devised a plan. Albing, use your ice magic to make the surface beneath the bear even smoother while I lure it after me. Such a lumbering beast will surely struggle to maintain its footing on the ice. Albing nodded, swiftly forming hand seals, and the ground beneath the bear transformed into a mirror-like sheen. Nezha shouted, "Hey there, big bear. Come chase me if you dare." Provoked, the ice bear lunged toward him. Swinging its paw, Nezha, harnessing the power of the wind-fire wheel, darted nimbly across the slick surface. The bear, unable to find its footing, stumbled repeatedly. Just then, a multitude of ice arrows shot forth from the cavern walls. Nezha and Albing evaded, but Suyao was struck by one, piercing her arm. Suyao. Nezha and Albing cried out in alarm. Gritting her teeth, Suyao pulled the arrow from her arm. "I am fine. You must be cautious. This minor injury is inconsequential." Furious, Nezha glared at the cavern walls. "Who dares to meddle? Show yourself." Slowly, a figure emerged, encased in ice, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. "How dare you trespass in my domain? None shall leave here alive today." The figure intoned icily. "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" Albing inquired. The man let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I am one of the guardians of Kunlun Mountain. However, you outsiders seek to locate the divine artifact and disrupt the balance here. I cannot allow you to succeed." Nezha retorted loudly. "Our quest for the artifact is to save the world and prevent the awakening of evil forces. Should you continue to obstruct us, you will be an enemy of all humanity. The safety of this realm extends far beyond Kunlun Mountain." Yet, the guardian remained unmoved. "Humph. I only safeguard the tranquility of Kunlun Mountain. The rest is of no concern to me." With that, the guardian launched another attack. Countless ice blocks fell from the walls, hurtling toward them. Nezha and Ao Bing struggled to defend themselves, but the relentless onslaught of ice began to overwhelm them. At that moment, the power of the demon orb within Nezha stirred once more. Alarmed, Nezha realized that if the power went out of control, the consequences would be dire. Yet, he understood that this was a critical juncture. Without harnessing the orb's strength, they might all perish here. "Ao Bing, I may need to draw upon the power of the demon orb. Keep an eye on me. If I lose control, stop me. I do not wish to harm you." Nezha said. Ao Bing nodded. "All right, Jar, be careful. I will watch over you, and if anything seems amiss, I will intervene immediately." Nezha took a deep breath, channeling the power of the demon orb. His eyes glowed red once more, and black flames encircled his body. The flame sword, empowered by the orb's energy, became even more intense. Nezha brandished the flame sword and charged at the guardian. Sensing the formidable power emanating from Nezha, the guardian's expression changed slightly. He quickly cast a spell, summoning a massive ice wall. Unfazed, Nezha swung the flame sword at the ice wall, which melted instantaneously under the blade's assault. Seeing this, the guardian turned to flee. Nezha would not let him escape. He leapt onto the wind and fire wheels, swiftly catching up to the guardian and holding the flame sword to his neck. "Now, do you still wish to obstruct us?" Nezha asked coldly. The guardian's face went pale as he shook his head. "I concede. You may go." Nezha retracted the power of the demon orb, and the red glow in his eyes faded. Ao Bing and Su Yao rushed over. "Jar, are you all right?" Ao Bing asked with concern. Nezha smiled. "I am fine. This time, I owe it to the power of the demon orb. It seems to have its uses in critical moments." Su Yao looked at Nezha, her eyes filled with admiration. "Young Master Nezha, you are truly remarkable. That move was simply magnificent." Nezha scratched his head. It was nothing. Let us hasten to find the artifact. Perhaps once we locate it, I will be able to better control the power of the demon orb." The three continued deeper into the ice cave, and at its depths, they discovered a treasure chest radiating a gentle glow. Powerful waves of energy surrounded the chest, resonating faintly with the power of the demon orb within Nezha. "Could this be the artifact we seek?" Nezha exclaimed excitedly, just as he reached out to grasp the chest. A formidable energy barrier suddenly appeared around it, rebuffing him. "What is happening?" Nezha gasped in astonishment. Ao Bing meticulously observed the energy barrier before him. It appeared to be an ancient seal, which could only be unraveled to access the treasure box. "Let us examine it together. We are bound to discover a solution," he proposed. Su Yao leaned in, adding, "Indeed, I noticed some ancient runes beside the treasure box earlier. They might be related to this seal." Nezha immediately perked up. "Runes? Let me take a look. Perhaps I can comprehend them. Master Tai once taught me some peculiar things." The trio began to search for a way to dismantle the barrier. Beside the treasure box, they uncovered a series of ancient runes. After diligent study, they ultimately discerned the method to decipher the runes. As the runes unraveled, the energy barrier gradually dissipated, Nezha cautiously lifted the treasure box, and at that very moment, it emitted a blinding light, enveloping the three of them. When the radiance faded, they found themselves no longer in the icy cavern, but rather in a mysterious realm. This space was suffused with an enigmatic aura, with various strange treasures floating around them. "Where are we?" Su Yao inquired in astonishment. At that instant, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the space. "Welcome to the realm of divine artifacts. The fact that you have arrived here signifies your courage and wisdom. However, to earn the artifact's recognition, you must undergo the final trial." Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao exchanged resolute glances, determination shining in their eyes. Nezha thumped his chest confidently. "No matter the trial, we shall face it together and surely succeed." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can do this." Su Yao smiled. "With both of you by my side, I am filled with confidence." They understood that the true challenge had only just begun. Chapter 4. The Trial of the Divine Artifact and the Approaching Crisis. As Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao stepped into the mysterious space, the sights before them left their hearts profoundly shaken. Nezha's eyes widened in awe as he beheld the glass-like ground beneath his feet, seemingly leading to an endless galaxy. A wave of wonder washed over him. This place was truly extraordinary. It felt as though one misstep could plunge him into that dazzling starry expanse. How delightful it would be to traverse through such a cosmos. Glancing around at the towering, shimmering crystal pillars, he grew excited, rubbing his hands together. These pillars seemed remarkable. They might conceal potent spells. And once I acquire the divine artifact, I might even be able to control them. Ao Bing, however, wore an expression of serious curiosity. Gazing at the vast galaxy beneath the transparent ground, he contemplated the profound power that lay within this mysterious space, suspended above such boundless void. The light emitted by these crystal pillars intertwined to create a dazzling spectacle, undoubtedly governed by some arcane principles. The thought of the impending trial filled him with anticipation, though he also recognized that its challenges might surpass their imagination. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with a mixture of delight and caution. Observing the floating ice spheres radiating a chill and the fiery crystal flames, she felt an irresistible allure. Each of these extraordinary treasures seemed to harbor a tale shrouded in mystery. The runes and patterns adorning their surfaces might very well hold the key to unraveling the secrets of this space. However, she was acutely aware that in such a mysterious place, danger inevitably lurked in the shadows, causing her to grip her longsword tightly. The three stood in this enigmatic realm, surrounded by peculiar treasures that emitted a mystical glow, illuminating their resolute faces. The ethereal voice echoed once more. "The first trial shall be a test of courage. Before you, the manifestations of your deepest fears will emerge. Whether you can conquer your fears lies solely in your hands." Upon hearing this, Nezha instantly perked up, thumping his chest and declaring, "Humph, fear? I, Nezha, know not what fear is. However, should anything terrifying appear, do not be frightened. I am here. As long as I am present, I shall ensure no harm befalls you." Ao Bing smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Jar, I trust you. Together, we shall face whatever comes. We will surely prevail." Su Yao also tightened her grip on the long sword, her gaze unwavering. "With you both by my side, I fear nothing. Let us charge forward." No sooner had she spoken than the scene around them transformed instantaneously. Nezha found himself confronted with the sight of Chentang Pass shrouded in dark forces, the townsfolk wailing in anguish, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. "No," Nezha shouted, clutching his flamed sword tightly. "I will never allow such a thing to occur." He swung his sword, charging towards the illusory darkness as if determined to shatter it. Ao Bing, on the other hand, witnessed the dragon clan forever suppressed beneath the ocean, unable to rise. The despair reflected in his father's and kin's eyes pierced his heart like a dagger. Yet, drawing a deep breath and wielding his ice spear, he resolutely declared, "I shall change all of this, regardless of how many trials lie ahead." Su Yao was haunted by the memory of her village being besieged by monsters in her childhood, where her loved ones suffered tragic fates. Tears brimmed in her eyes. But she swiftly drew her longsword, proclaiming, "I am no longer the feeble child I once was. I shall protect those around me." As they each confronted and triumphed over their inner fears, the illusions surrounding them gradually dissipated. The voice resonated again. "Commendable courage. Next comes the test of wisdom." Before them appeared a colossal labyrinth, constructed upon a floor radiating a ghostly blue light. The walls of the maze were built from stones adorned with flickering, strange runes, each emanating a mysterious power. The runes appeared almost alive, shimmering and flowing as if recounting ancient riddles. "This maze is rather peculiar. We must be cautious," Ao Bing cautioned. Nezha waved dismissively. What is there to fear? No matter how strange the maze, it cannot confound me. Come, let us explore. I believe in both of you. Together we shall surely find the way out. Su Yao nodded cautiously. Yes, let us remain vigilant. We will support each other and surely navigate through this successfully. The trio cautiously entered the labyrinth, but it wasn't long before they noticed the walls around them beginning to shift, altering their path in an instant. Good heavens, this maze moves on its own. Nezha scratched his head in bewilderment. Su Yao scrutinized the runes on the walls, her eyes suddenly brightening. I believe I have discerned a pattern in the changes of these runes. If we follow this pattern, we may find the exit. Ao Bing's eyes sparkled with recognition as he nodded in agreement. Lady Su Yao, your observational skills are truly remarkable. I trust your judgment. This pattern must indeed be pivotal. Let us proceed as you suggested. Nezha, invigorated, responded. All right, Lady Su Yao, rest assured to lead the way. Ao Bing and I shall provide unwavering support. Thus, the trio navigated the labyrinth, following Su Yao's insights. Just as they believed they were on the verge of escaping, 3 identical passages loomed ahead. How do we choose? Nezha furrowed his brow. Ao Bing pondered for a moment and remarked, I sense a distinct aura emanating from the middle passage. Perhaps it is the correct path. Nezha chuckled. All right, Ao Bing, I trust your instincts. Let us proceed forthwith. Su Yao concurred. Ao Bing possesses keen perception. I have faith in your judgment. Let us advance together. Upon entering the central passage, they were unexpectedly met with a sudden collapse of the floor, revealing a bottomless pit. An ominous aura emanated from the abyss, as if it connected to an endless void. Nezha, quick-witted, swiftly cast the universal silk, ensnaring the adjacent wall, allowing the trio to climb up. That was a close call. This trial is indeed cunning, Nezha remarked, still shaken. After a strenuous exploration, they finally discovered the labyrinth's exit. Congratulations on passing the trial of wisdom. The final challenge awaits, the trial of strength. As the voice echoed, a colossal stone figure gradually arose from the ground, wielding a massive stone axe that radiated an overwhelming pressure. The air surrounding the stone giant seemed compressed, resonating with a deep hum. Come forth, let me test your might. Nezha charged first, wielding his flame sword ablaze with fervent fire against the stone giant. The giant swung its stone axe to block, resulting in a thunderous clash, sending sparks flying and leaving Nezha's arm numb. Ao Bing and Su Yao swiftly joined the fray. Ao Bing's ice spear targeted the joints of the stone giant, while Su Yao nimbly maneuvered through the gaps in the giant's attacks, seeking vulnerabilities. Amidst the battle, Nezha shouted, Ao Bing, Su Yao, let us fight side by side. This stone giant shall not be our adversary. I believe in you. Unleash your full potential. Ao Bing responded, Indeed, Jar. Let us together seek its weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Su Yao, provide support from the side. Let us coordinate effectively. Su Yao echoed, Understood. I shall draw its fire. You two seize the opportunity to strike. I believe we shall prevail. Meanwhile, in the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Ao Guang, with a grave expression, summoned the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan. Recently, I have sensed a formidable dark power awakening, one that is intricately linked to our Dragon Clan's fate, declared Ao Guang. Could it be that the seal upon the demon god is loosening? A concerned elder inquired. Ao Guang nodded. It is quite possible. We must prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, Ao Bing and Nezha are in search of the divine artifact. This may be crucial in confronting the impending crisis, and we must closely monitor their movements. At that moment, within the mysterious realm, Nezha and his companions gradually discerned the stone giant's weakness. It turned out that there was a gem on the giant's chest. Emitting a faint glow, attacking this gem would inflict significant damage upon the stone giant. Ao Bing, Su Yao, concentrate your attacks on the gem at its chest. Nezha shouted. The trio exerted their strength simultaneously. Nezha's blazing sword, Ao Bing's icy spear, and Su Yao's long sword struck the gem at once, causing the stone giant to collapse with a resounding crash. You have successfully passed all trials. The artifact shall acknowledge you. As the voice echoed, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth, transforming into a sword radiating a spectrum of colors. The sword floated gently before Nezha, as if awaiting his command. Nezha extended his hand and grasped the sword, an immense power surging into his being. Such formidable strength. Nezha exclaimed with excitement. This sword shall be entrusted to you, Nezha. May you wield it to safeguard the peace of the world, the ethereal voice proclaimed. Just as Nezha and the others prepared to leave the mysterious space, a wave of dark energy suddenly enveloped them. The once bright realm turned dim, the light of the crystal pillars waning, and the floating treasures trembled ominously. This is bad. An evil force is invading. Albing warned cautiously. A group of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, led by the same black-robed man who had previously obstructed them on Kunlun Mountain. I never anticipated you would truly pass the trials and obtain the artifact. However, it shall belong to us today, the black-robed man stated coldly. Nezha glared fiercely at the black-robed man. If you desire the artifact, you must first inquire whether the sword in my hand consents. Instantly, both sides plunged into fierce combat. Nezha wielded the newly acquired sword, dispelling the dark forces in its wake. Albing and Su Yao engaged in a desperate struggle against the cloaked assailants. Sensing the tide of battle turning against him, the black-robed man suddenly unleashed a bizarre spell, sending a beam of black light hurtling toward Nezha. Nezha hurriedly raised the sword to defend, but was forced back by the overwhelming force. Nezha, Albing and Su Yao cried out in alarm. At that moment, the guardian of the mysterious space appeared, a powerful light repelling the black-robed figures. This is not a place for you to wreak havoc. Be gone at once, the guardian bellowed. The black-robed man and his followers, sensing their impending defeat, fled in disarray. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance once more, Nezha and the others expressed gratefully. The guardian regarded them solemnly, saying, be cautious. This dark force will not relent. They have long sought the artifact, aiming to exploit its power to unseal the demon god. Having acquired the artifact, you shall face greater dangers in the days to come. Nezha tightened his grip on the sword, resolutely declaring, no matter the peril, we shall not falter. We will thwart the dark force's sinister schemes. The guardian nodded. Very well. I hope you stay true to your word. Now, you may depart. Nezha, Albing, and Su Yao exited the mysterious space, resuming their descent down the mountain. They were aware that a more daunting challenge awaited them ahead. Meanwhile, in Chentang Pass, a palpable tension hung in the air. The townsfolk were abuzz with speculation, foretelling an imminent calamity. Li Jing and Lady Yin hurried forward to greet Nezha and the others upon their return. At last, you have come back. The people of Chentang Pass have been in a state of unease lately, and we have been quite worried about you, Lady Yin expressed. Nezha recounted his experiences on Kunlun Mountain and the impending crisis to his parents. After listening, Li Jing's expression turned grave. It appears we must brace ourselves to confront this challenge, he declared. At that moment, the Dragon King Ao Guang unexpectedly appeared. Nezha, Ao Bing. We of the Dragon Clan have also sensed the threat posed by the dark forces. We are willing to join hands with Chentang Pass to combat this malevolence, he proclaimed. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us unite our efforts. Thus, preparations commenced in earnest at Chentang Pass alongside the Dragon Clan. They fortified the city walls, trained soldiers, and readied themselves for the approaching storm. Meanwhile, Nezha diligently practiced daily, familiarizing himself with the powers of the newly acquired artifact. He understood the weight of the responsibility he bore in saving the world and knew that he could not afford even the slightest lapse in diligence. In the moonlit training grounds, Nezha wielded his sword, his resolute figure resembling an insurmountable barrier, safeguarding Chentang Pass and the lives of all beings. Chapter 5. The Advent of Darkness and the Light of Hope. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao returned to Chentang Pass, brimming with joy, the artifacts in their possession. They anticipated a brief respite to prepare for the looming crisis. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents were already stirring. Upon stepping into Chentang Pass, Nezha sensed an unusual atmosphere. The once bustling marketplace was now eerily quiet, with scant goods displayed at the stalls. The townsfolk hurried along the streets, their faces etched with worry and fear. A flicker of unease washed over Nezha as he contemplated. Chentang Pass has always been lively. This scene surely indicates trouble. Could it be that the dark forces have already made their move? Pondering this, he scratched his head and remarked with confusion, how strange. What has happened to Chentang Pass? I was looking forward to enjoying some delicacies at the market, and now it seems there is nothing left. Ao Bing, equally perceptive, furrowed his brow, consumed by concern. Given the state of affairs, it seems the dark forces are acting more swiftly than we anticipated. We must ascertain the situation post-haste and prepare ourselves, he suggested. It appears something has transpired. Let us hasten to the general's office. If we delay, the gates might be obstructed by these disturbances. The trio quickened their pace towards the general's office. Li Jing and Lady Yin had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing their return, their faces brightened with relief, though a hint of worry lingered in their smiles. At last, you are back, Lady Yin exclaimed, embracing Nezha tightly. Li Jing approached and patted Nezha on the shoulder, saying, you must have faced many hardships on your journey. However, Chentang Pass has encountered some troubling occurrences of late. Upon hearing this, Nezha immediately inquired, "Father, what has happened? Please tell me. I can hardly wait to deal with those troublemakers." Li Jing sighed and replied, "Recently, strange phenomena have been reported around Chentang Pass. At night, eerie red lights appear in the sky, and shadows of unknown origin wander about. The common folk were filled with trepidation, fearing impending calamity." Upon hearing this, Nezha clenched his fists, a fierce fire igniting within him. It must be the machinations of those nefarious forces. Do they believe they can intimidate us? Not a chance. I shall ensure they understand that Chentang Pass is not to be trifled with, and my fists are not for show. Just then, a soldier hastily entered, reporting, "General, trouble is brewing. A horde of mysterious monsters has appeared outside the city, wreaking havoc upon the villages, causing grave injuries and fatalities among the populace." Upon hearing this, Nezha's fury surged. Images of the suffering citizens flooded his mind. Unable to contain his impulsive spirit any longer, he thought, "How dare these monsters commit atrocities in Chentang Pass? I cannot remain idle." He bellowed, "What? These vile creatures dare to run rampant on my territory. I shall confront them at once. I will make them regret their arrogance." With that, he prepared to charge outside. Ao Bing quickly restrained him, grasping Nezha's arm with both hands, and said, "Jar, do not act rashly. We are unaware of the enemy's true strength. If we recklessly charge in, we may not only fail to save the people, but also jeopardize ourselves. You must not act as a lone hero. It would only lead to greater trouble for me and Su Yao, as we would then have to rescue you." Su Yao stepped forward, echoing, "Ao Bing is right, Nezha. We cannot be so reckless. We must devise a proper plan. If you charge out like this, you might not only fail to strike the monsters, but also find yourself in dire straits." Though Nezha was burning with urgency, his feet restless. He understood their reasoning and suppressed his rage, murmuring, "Very well. I shall heed your counsel and assess the situation first. However, should an opportunity arise, I will not hold back." After deliberating, they resolved to first investigate the situation outside the city. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, hastened towards the outskirts. Upon arriving at the village, the sight before them left them astounded. The once tranquil village lay in ruins, houses collapsed, and flames soaring into the sky. The populace fled in all directions, their cries and wails intermingling. "This is intolerable," Nezha shouted in fury. He brandished his sword and charged at the monstrous beings. These creatures were colossal, exuding a dark mist, their appearances grotesque and terrifying. When Nezha's sword struck them, it merely left a faint mark. How can their defenses be so formidable? Nezha furrowed his brow, perplexed. "My sword possesses considerable power. Ordinary monsters cannot withstand it. What on earth are these creatures? Are they made of iron?" Seeing this, Ao Bing immediately unleashed an ice-based spell, launching numerous ice spikes towards the monsters. The creatures shrieked as they were struck, but soon their wounds healed rapidly. "What is happening?" Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Just as they pondered this, a familiar voice echoed, "Ha ha ha ha! Did you think your attacks could harm my minions?" They looked up to see a figure in a black robe floating in the air, wearing a smug expression. "Once again, it is you." Nezha gritted his teeth and inquired, "Why do you resort to such actions? Why inflict harm upon these innocent citizens?" The figure in the black robe sneered, "To obtain the divine artifact, to fulfill our ambitions. These people's fates are of no concern to me." Infuriated, Nezha charged towards the black-robed man, who, unfazed, conjured a spell that enveloped him in a dark barrier. Nezha's sword clashed against the shield, producing a series of resounding thuds. Yet it failed to shatter the protective barrier. Utterly foolish. The black-robed man scoffed. With a flick of his wrist, the monstrous minions renewed their assault on Nezha and his companions. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao fought valiantly, but the relentless tide of creatures began to overwhelm them. "This won't do. We need a strategy," Ao Bing remarked. "We must discover the weaknesses of these monsters to defeat them." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Nezha's eyes. He twirled the cosmic silk in his hands, contemplating, "If confronting them individually proves difficult, let us gather them together and strike as one. Perhaps, like binding them into a single large dumpling, they will struggle in vain." He then called out to Ao Bing and Su Yao, "Ao Bing, Su Yao, I will ensnare these monsters and draw them close. You must seize the moment to strike with all your might." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Very well. I am ready and awaiting your signal. When the time comes, I shall let these beasts feel the might of my ice trident, making them understand why the flowers bloom so vividly." Su Yao chimed in, "No problem. I will coordinate with all my strength. My sword has long been idle. It's the perfect opportunity to hone my skills on these creatures. Nezha flung the cosmic silk towards the monsters, and it swiftly ensnared several of them. With a powerful tug, he drew them together. Ao Bing, Su Yao, now is the time. Focus your attacks, Nezha shouted. The trio unleashed their combined strength, Nezha's sword, Ao Bing's ice trident, and Su Yao's longsword struck the ensnared monsters simultaneously. A tremendous explosion resonated as multiple creatures were obliterated. It seems their defenses weaken when they are clustered together, Su Yao exclaimed in delight. Nezha chuckled. Indeed, it appears we have uncovered their vulnerability. Their days of torment are numbered. Thus, they employed this tactic repeatedly, gathering the monsters and then launching concentrated assaults. Due to their relentless efforts, the number of monsters gradually dwindled. However, the black-robed man, sensing the tide turning against him, unleashed a potent spell. His staff emitted a dark radiance, and a colossal fissure suddenly split the ground, separating Nezha and his companions from the soldiers. This is bad, Nezha shouted. He attempted to advance, but was thwarted by the black flames erupting from the chasm. Seizing the opportunity, the black-robed man swiftly retreated with the remaining monsters. Nezha and his companions watched in fury and frustration as the black-robed man disappeared from sight. Nezha silently vowed, "This despicable fiend. Should I encounter him again, I shall not let him escape. He will pay dearly for his actions today. Once I capture him, I shall demand an apology from him to the citizens of Chentang Pass, followed by a performance of 100 backflips." Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Nezha and his companions relayed the situation outside to Li Jing and Lady Yin. After listening, Li Jing's expression turned grave. It appears that the dark forces are far more formidable than we had anticipated. We must devise a strategy swiftly, otherwise. Chentang Pass hangs by a thread. The group fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Ao Bing proposed a solution. We could harness the power of the divine artifact to bolster the defenses of Chentang Pass. Perhaps within the artifact lies a potent spell that could aid us in repelling the dark forces' assault. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes brightened, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Ao Bing is right. If the artifact is indeed as powerful as it seems, it might very well help us safeguard Chentang Pass. If only the artifact could envelop Chentang Pass like a colossal shield. He promptly exclaimed, Ao Bing, you are correct. I shall endeavor to try it. Su Yao also approached. Her curiosity piqued. I will assist as well. Perhaps I can uncover something. If we could discover the artifact's hidden capabilities, such as conjuring a plethora of delectable treats, that would be splendid. Thus, Nezha grasped the artifact, closed his eyes, and focused intently, attempting to sense the power within. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. I can feel it. The artifact indeed conceals a formidable defensive spell. With the assistance of Ao Bing and Su Yao, Nezha began to explore how to invoke this defensive spell. After considerable effort, they finally succeeded in manifesting the protective incantation. A transparent barrier instantaneously enveloped the entirety of Chentang Pass, shimmering with enigmatic runes and radiating immense power. With this defensive barrier in place, Chentang Pass was temporarily secure. Nezha exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before they could revel in their success for long, they received even more distressing news. The Dragon King Ao Guang hastily arrived, bearing a shocking revelation. The dark forces of the East Sea are steadily amassing, and an unprecedented catastrophe is imminent. As far as I know, the dark forces are awakening a slumbering demon god. Once this demon god awakens, the entire world will plunge into darkness, Ao Guang expressed with deep concern. Nezha and the others were rendered utterly astonished. A demon god? What is that? Nezha inquired. Ao Guang elucidated. The demon god is an ancient malevolent entity, possessing unparalleled power. In times past, it was sealed beneath the East Sea by the united efforts of the gods. Now, the dark forces seek to unravel the seal and exploit its power to dominate the world. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. We cannot allow the dark forces' nefarious plot to succeed. Nezha declared resolutely, we must find a way to prevent the demon god's awakening. If the demon god awakens, the world will surely descend into chaos. Yet, how to stop the demon god's awakening remained an enigma for the group, just as they found themselves at a loss. Su Yao suddenly recalled something. I once read in an ancient text that to thwart the demon god's awakening, we must locate 3 ancient keys to reinforce the seal. Upon hearing this, Nezha hastily inquired, do you know the whereabouts of the 3 ancient keys? Su Yao shook her head, replying, I do not know. The ancient texts merely state that the 3 keys are concealed in 3 mysterious locations, only to be discovered by those fated to find them. These keys certainly enjoy a game of hide and seek. I wonder when we shall uncover them. Although the precise locations of the ancient keys remained elusive, Nezha and his companions did not yield to despair. They resolved to divide their forces into 3 groups to seek out the ancient keys. Nezha and Ao Bing formed one team, venturing into the depths of the Eastern Sea, while Su Yao embarked alone towards a mysterious island. Before their departure, Li Jing and Lady Ying cautioned Nezha and Ao Bing. Jar, Ao Bing, you must exercise utmost caution. Regardless of the challenges you encounter, return to us safely. Nezha grasped Lady Yin's hand, playfully assuring, Mother, you needn't worry. Ao Bing and I shall return unscathed. We are the most formidable duo, and any adversity will surely avoid our path. At that moment, Ao Bing silently resolved, Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will protect Jar with my very life if necessary. And we shall find the keys to save everyone. Should danger arise, I shall envelop Jar within my ice shield. No one shall harm a single hair on his head. Ao Bing earnestly added, Uncle and aunt, we will take good care of ourselves, and we shall undoubtedly find the keys. Nezha and Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Father, mother, do not fret. We will surely locate the ancient keys and thwart the awakening of the demon god. Thus, Nezha, Ao Bing, and Su Yao embarked on their quest for the ancient keys. They were acutely aware that a multitude of trials and tribulations awaited them, yet they remained undaunted. For they harbored an unwavering conviction to safeguard Chentang Pass and protect the lives of all beings. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, what perils shall Nezha and Ao Bing encounter? What extraordinary experiences await Su Yao on the mysterious island? And what new schemes do the dark forces harbor? Let us await with bated breath. Chapter 6. Perils of the Deep Sea and the Wonders of the Isle. Nezha and Ao Bing, tasked with the vital mission of seeking the ancient keys, plunged into the profound depths of the Eastern Sea. Upon entering the ocean floor, Nezha was astounded by the spectacle before him. The vibrant coral reefs resembled underwater castles, and peculiar fish darted through them, as if painting a living canvas. Wow, Ao Bing, this Eastern Sea is far more lively than I had imagined. Had I known it would be this entertaining, I would have visited much sooner, Nezha exclaimed, exuberantly flailing his arms in the water. Ao Bing regarded Nezha with an amused yet weary smile. Jar, we are not here to play. Do not forget our mission. The ancient keys may very well be hidden in some corner of this ocean floor, and we must search diligently. Nezha patted his head. Look at my forgetfulness. I almost lost sight of our purpose. Come, let us hasten to find the keys. The duo continued their descent into the deep sea, where the light grew dimmer and the pressure intensified. Suddenly, a swarm of sea monsters, resembling gigantic serpents, lunged forth from the shadows. Their bodies emanated an eerie blue glow, their gaping jaws adorned with razor-sharp fangs. Oh my goodness, what in the world are these? Nezha trembled with fear momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. Brandishing his treasured sword and declaring, You have come at the right time. Allow me to hone my skills on you. Ao Bing swiftly entered a battle stance, wielding his ice spear to conjure a formidable ice wall that shielded them from the initial onslaught of the sea monsters. Nezha, these sea creatures are numerous. We must tread carefully, Ao Bing cautioned. Nodding in agreement, Nezha seized the opportunity, leaping into the fray on his wind and fire wheels, his sword dancing with vigor. Taste my blade. Let us see if you dare to be arrogant. With each swing of his sword, sprays of water and the anguished cries of the sea monsters erupted around him. Amidst the fierce combat, a sea monster seized upon a fleeting opening and lunged at Nezha. Caught off guard, he was struck sharply by the creature's tail. Ouch, that hurts terribly, Nezha exclaimed, rubbing his rear indignantly. Ao Bing, fend off the other sea monsters for me. I intend to teach this one a lesson. Ao Bing invoked his magic, temporarily ensnaring the surrounding sea creatures and granting Nezha the chance he needed. With a mighty shout, Nezha channeled his inner strength into his sword, unleashing a powerful sword aura that cleaved the sea monster in two. See how you bully me, Nezha proclaimed triumphantly. After vanquishing the horde, Nezha and Ao Bing pressed onward. Not far into their journey, they stumbled upon a vast underwater cavern, its entrance shimmering with an enigmatic light. Ao Bing, do you think there lies an ancient key within? Nezha asked excitedly. Ao Bing furrowed his brow. It is possible, but the glow is rather peculiar. We should proceed with caution. The two approached the cavern with care, but as they entered, a formidable force began to draw them inward. This is a trap, Ao Bing shouted. They struggled against the overwhelming pull, but the force was too great, and in an instant, they were engulfed by the depths of the cavern. At the cavern's end, they beheld a grand stone pedestal upon which rested a key emanating a soft glow. Could that be the ancient key we seek? Nezha's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before they could advance, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows. It was a gigantic sea turtle, its shell adorned with aquatic plants and shells, eyes gleaming with wisdom. Intruders, why have you entered my domain? The sea turtle inquired. Nezha scratched his head. O wise turtle, we have come in search of the ancient key, rumored to be here. We seek to use it to prevent the awakening of the demon god and to save the world. The sea turtle pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. The ancient key resides here, but it is not easily obtained. You must pass my test to prove your worthiness. Nezha thumped his chest confidently. No problem. Whatever the test. Nezha, fear nothing. The sea turtle chuckled. My test is simple. You must find 3 luminous pearls within this cavern and place them upon the pedestal. And the key shall be yours. But beware, for this cavern is home to many perilous creatures. You must be vigilant. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. The two began their quest to search for the luminous pearls within the dark, damp cavern, where strange sounds echoed ominously. Suddenly, a colossal octopus descended from above, its tentacles ensnaring Nezha like ropes. Alas, how troublesome this octopus is. Nezha struggled, his sword relentlessly slashing at the creature's appendages. Observing the predicament, Ao Bing rushed to assist, thrusting his ice spear towards the octopus's head. Under their combined assault, the octopus finally released Nezha and fled in disgrace. After considerable effort, Nezha and Ao Bing discovered 3 luminous pearls. They placed the pearls upon a stone pedestal, and in an instant, a brilliant light emanated from the key, soaring into Nezha's grasp. Splendid. We have acquired the first key, Nezha exclaimed with joy. The sea turtle looked upon them, nodding in satisfaction. You have passed the trial. May you wield this key wisely to prevent the awakening of the demon god. On a distant, enigmatic island, Suyao embarked on her own adventure. The island was shrouded in dense forest, the air thick with a mysterious aura. Suyao cautiously ventured into the woods, when suddenly, she was startled by an unusual sound. What could that be? Suyao tightened her grip on her sword, only to see a creature resembling a small deer, yet adorned with wings, leaping from the thicket. Its eyes sparkled with curiosity as it regarded Suyao. Greetings, little one. Do you know if there exists an ancient key here? Suyao inquired softly. The creature seemed to comprehend her words, nodding before darting deeper into the forest. After a moment's hesitation, Suyao decided to follow. Along the way, she encountered myriad peculiar beings, some glowing with light, others exhaling colorful smoke. Deeper within the forest, Suyao beheld an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood shut, radiating a powerful magical essence. The creature halted before the castle and gently nudged the door with its head. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air. Stepping inside, Suyao found the interior dim and eerie, adorned with strange portraits lining the walls. In the castle's hall, she discovered a massive treasure chest. With utmost care, she approached and opened it, revealing an ancient key that shimmered with light. At last, I have found it, Suyao exclaimed with excitement. Yet, just as she grasped the key, an alarm blared throughout the castle. A swarm of ghostly apparitions surged forth from all directions, their claws bared as they lunged at Suyao. Oh no, trouble is at hand. Suyao swiftly drew her sword and engaged in combat with the phantoms. Their movements were erratic, making it difficult for her strikes to connect. However, Suyao remained undeterred, keenly observing their patterns, searching for a weakness. Suddenly, she noticed the core of the apparitions flickering with a faint light. An attack there could inflict damage. Seizing the moment, she lunged at one phantom's core with her sword. The apparition let out a wail and vanished instantaneously. Aha, so that's how it is. Watch as I vanquish you all. With renewed vigor, Suyao fought fiercely, battling the specters throughout the castle. After a grueling struggle, she ultimately eradicated every last ghost. At this moment, on the other side of the East Sea, Nezha and Ao Bing pressed onward with the ancient key in their possession, oblivious to the greater dangers that lay ahead. Meanwhile, on the mysterious island, Suyao embarked on her journey home, carrying the second ancient key, ready to reunite with Nezha and Ao Bing. The dark forces had also sensed their movements and were scheming a more formidable conspiracy. What perils await Nezha and Ao Bing? Will they successfully locate the remaining ancient keys? What challenges will Suyao face on her journey? Can the dark forces' sinister plot succeed? Let us await the unfolding of events. Deep within the East Sea, as Nezha and Ao Bing traversed a submerged canyon, they were suddenly caught in a powerful current that tossed them about violently. What is this strange current? Nezha exclaimed. Ao Bing struggled to maintain his balance while surveying their surroundings. Jar, this might be an underwater undertow. We must be cautious not to be swept away. However, the current grew increasingly fierce, and they gradually lost control. Just as they were on the verge of being engulfed by the undertow, Nezha spotted a massive rock formation ahead. "Ayo Bing, let us swim towards that rock," Nezha shouted. Summoning their strength, they swam toward the rock and finally grasped it, temporarily escaping the threat of the current. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a horde of enormous crabs emerged from behind the rock. Their claws were larger than Nezha himself, exuding a menacing aura. Such colossal crabs. Nezha marveled. Before he could react, one crab swung its large claw at him. Nezha swiftly dodged and struck at the crab with his sword. "Huh, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant." A fierce battle ensued between Nezha and the crabs, with Ao Bing aiding him. During the skirmish, Nezha discerned that while the crab's claws were formidable, their underbellies were relatively vulnerable. Ao Bing attacked their underbellies. Nezha commanded. They adjusted their strategy, concentrating their attacks on the crab's softer parts. Indeed, the crab's defenses faltered, and one by one, they fell to the ground. After vanquishing the crabs, Nezha and Ao Bing continued their journey. They soon stumbled upon a mysterious ruin beneath the sea, its walls adorned with ancient runes, seemingly concealing a profound secret. Ao Bing. These runes appear significant. They may pertain to the remaining ancient keys, Nezha remarked. The two began to meticulously examine the runes, seeking clues within. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the mystery of the runes, discovering that the remaining ancient key might be hidden deep within an underwater volcano. An underwater volcano? Isn't that perilous? Nezha scratched his head. Ao Bing nodded. Indeed, it is fraught with danger, but to find the key, we must venture forth. Meanwhile, on the shores of the mysterious island, Su Yao prepared to depart by boat. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and a colossal black sailing ship descended slowly from the darkened heavens. The sailboat was filled with minions of darkness, their objective centered on the ancient key held by Su Yao. Chapter 7. The Crisis and Turning Point of the Mysterious Forest. Nezha and Ao Bing, driven by their mission to seek the divine artifact and save the world, ventured into the enigmatic and eerie forest. As they stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped them. The surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, resembling monstrous creatures with gnarled limbs. Their overlapping branches densely obscuring the sky and shrouding the forest in an impenetrable gloom. This forest appeared more sinister than the depths of my own basement. Nezha furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Ao Bing, equally cautious, held his ice spear firmly and murmured, "Jar, be careful. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us. Perhaps the trees in this forest have come to life and are secretly observing us." The duo advanced cautiously, the rustling leaves beneath their feet creating an unsettling sound in the profound stillness of the woods. Suddenly, a hissing noise echoed from all directions, followed by countless vines emerging from the ground like agile serpents, surging towards them. What on earth is this? Is the forest elder displeased with us and sending these vines to teach us a lesson? Nezha exclaimed, swinging his sword forcefully at the encroaching tendrils. However, these vines seemed to possess a life of their own, rapidly regenerating after being severed, and relentlessly continued their assault. Observing this, Ao Bing unleashed a powerful ice spell, and in an instant, a thick layer of frost enveloped the vines, temporarily freezing them. "We must leave quickly. These vines are rather sinister. They feel like the invincible cockroaches of the forest. If we don't hurry, they will drive me to madness," Ao Bing urged, pulling Nezha as they hastened onward. Yet, they had scarcely moved when a group of colossal tree men appeared ahead, their forms composed of stout trunks, their faces adorned with twisted bark patterns, exuding a chilling malice in their gaze. What are these creatures? Have all the beings in this forest come to life? Surely, these tree men are not the forest's guardians. Mistaking us for intruders and intending to drive us away, Nezha exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The tree men swung their enormous branch-like arms toward them. Nezha, stepping onto his wind and fire wheels, deftly maneuvered through the air to evade their strikes. Seizing the moment, he plunged his sword fiercely into one of the treemen's bodies. "Taste my power," Nezha shouted. However, as the sword penetrated the treeman, it felt as if it had sunk into a quagmire, refusing to be extracted. The treeman abruptly flung its arm, casting Nezha aside. "Jar." Ao Bing rushed to catch Nezha. "I'm fine, Ao Bing, I can still fight. This treeman has some strength." It nearly hurled me into the skies. Nezha sprang from Ao Bing's embrace and charged once more at the treeman. This time, he altered his strategy, opting not to engage in a brute force struggle, but rather to utilize the speed of his wind and fire wheels to dart between the tree men, searching for their vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Ao Bing was not idle. He summoned powerful ice spells, launching a barrage of ice spikes toward the tree men. As the icy spikes struck the tree men, they left behind a trail of frost upon their bodies. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned that the joints of the tree men were their Achilles heel. A targeted assault on these joints would render the tree men sluggish. Ao Bing, strike at their joints. They are as immobile as rusted door hinges when attacked, Nezha exclaimed. The two warriors unleashed their powers simultaneously, with Nezha's sword and Ao Bing's ice spear incessantly assaulting the tree men's joints. In no time, the tree men toppled like timber, collapsing into heaps of wood. Phew, we have finally vanquished these behemoths. Now, we can take this wood back to ignite a fire for roasting meat. Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. However, before they could catch their breath, a swarm of tree sprites surged forth from all directions. These diminutive creatures, nimble in movement, wielded sharp branches, launching a frenzied assault on Nezha and Ao Bing. Alas, these pesky sprites are quite troublesome. Do they perceive us as moving trees, hoping to pierce us with their branches? Nezha shouted while fending off the sprites' attacks. Ao Bing conjured a spell, erecting an ice wall around them to temporarily thwart the sprites' onslaught. Jar, there are too many of these sprites. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely, Ao Bing remarked. Nezha's eyes flickered with inspiration as he suddenly conceived a plan. He flung the Hunyuan silk, which rapidly expanded in midair, enveloping all the nearby sprites. Huh. Let us see how you escape now. You're all wrapped up like dumplings. Soon I shall boil you for a feast, Nezha laughed triumphantly. Yet, at that moment, the Hunyuan silk was abruptly torn apart by a formidable force, and the sprites surged forth once more. What? How is this possible? Have these sprites consumed spinach like Popeye, granting them such strength? Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. From within the throng of sprites emerged a towering figure, exuding an aura of formidable darkness. Foolish humans. Do you truly believe you can defeat us this way? The leader of the sprites said coldly. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a grave glance, recognizing the palpable intensity in each other's eyes. The sprite leader's power was evidently far superior to that of the other sprites. They needed to proceed with caution. No matter how formidable you are, we shall not yield today. I, Nezha, fear neither heaven nor earth. Can your prowess rival the delectable braised pork made by my mother? Nezha declared resolutely. With that, he and Ao Bing charged toward the sprite leader. The sprite leader wielded its branch, engaging them in a fierce clash. During the battle, Nezha and Ao Bing observed that the leader's dark power seemed to be influenced by an external force, distinctly different from the darkness they had previously encountered. Ao Bing, it appears that the sprite leader's dark power is under some form of control, Nezha noted. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I sense it as well. Perhaps we can attempt to purify the darkness enveloping it. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to battle the sprite leader while searching for an opportunity to cleanse it of its dark essence. After a fierce battle, they finally discovered the flaw of the tree demon leader. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha hurled the universe ring, which unleashed a powerful purifying force upon striking the tree demon leader. A cry of anguish escaped the leader as the dark aura surrounding him began to dissipate. With the vanishing of the darkness, clarity returned to the leader's eyes. Thank you for rescuing me and my kin, the tree demon leader expressed gratefully. Nezha and Ao Bing then realized that these tree demons were once benevolent spirits, corrupted by a malevolent force that had twisted them into their current wicked forms. Are you aware of any artifacts hidden within this forest? We seek a legendary artifact said to possess the power to save all living beings, Nezha inquired. The tree demon leader pondered for a moment and replied, I have heard from the elders of my clan that deep within the forest lies a mysterious relic, housing a formidable artifact. However, that relic is fraught with peril, and no one has ever returned alive from it. Regardless of the dangers, we must attempt it. Perhaps those threats will prove as feeble as paper tigers before me, Nezha asserted resolutely. Moved by their courage, the tree demon leader decided to send several of his kin to guide them. Under the guidance of the tree demons, Nezha and Ao Bing ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous hazards, treacherous ground that suddenly caved in, toxic fumes that erupted, and various phantasmal creatures that appeared before them. Yet, with their exceptional martial prowess and cleverness, Nezha and Ao Bing deftly transformed peril into safety time and again. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the enigmatic relic. The grand door stood sealed, adorned with strange runes. Nezha and Ao Bing meticulously examined the runes, striving to uncover the means to unlock the door. Jar, these runes appear to form a riddle, Ao Bing remarked. Nezha nodded. Indeed, if we unravel this riddle, we should be able to open the door. This runic puzzle may have been intentionally set by the relic's master to test our wit. The The two began to earnestly decipher the runic enigma, and after considerable effort, they finally arrived at the solution. With a resounding roar, the door of the relic slowly creaked open, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. At last, we have found it. This door was indeed more challenging to open than my family's safe, Nezha exclaimed in excitement. Just as he and Ao Bing were about to step into the relic, a swarm of dark figures surged forth from within. These shadows moved with incredible speed, swiftly surrounding Nezha and Ao Bing. What are these creatures? Could they be the ghostly guardians of the relic, intent on preventing our entrance? Nezha observed warily. The shadows gradually coalesced into human forms, their bodies emanating a potent dark aura, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Intruders, this is not a place for you. Depart at once, or you shall forfeit your lives. One shadow declared coldly. Nezha scoffed. You think you can make us leave so easily? We have endured great hardships to arrive here, seeking the artifact, and no one shall deter us. Those shadows, if you know what's good for you, step aside quickly, or I'll turn you all into shadow cookies. With that, Nezha and Ao Bing resumed their fierce combat against the shadows. The shadows possessed immense strength, their assaults akin to a violent tempest, leaving Nezha and Ao Bing somewhat overwhelmed. Ao Bing, these shadows are formidable foes. We must devise a strategy. If this continues, I shall be reduced to a sieve, Nezha exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Jar, I have an idea. Observe these shadows. Although their speed is remarkable, their movements seem to be constrained by some unseen force. We can exploit this to identify their vulnerabilities. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing began to scrutinize the shadows' patterns. After careful observation, they discerned that the shadows exhibited a brief pause during their attacks. Though fleeting, this moment of stillness revealed their weakness. Ao Bing, I've discovered it. When they pause to strike, we shall launch our counterattack. Their momentary halt is akin to dozing off in class. Once noticed, they face dire consequences, Nezha declared. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. Seizing the opportune moment, they struck simultaneously as the shadows momentarily halted in their assault. Nezha's sword and Ao Bing's ice spear accurately pierced the shadows' vulnerabilities. The shadows emitted anguished cries before collapsing to the ground. Finally, we've dealt with these nuisances. Now we can safely venture inside to seek the artifact, Nezha sighed with relief. Ao Bing, gazing at the entrance of the ruins, cautioned, Jar, there may be further perils within. We must tread carefully. Who knows what formidable traps await to challenge us? Nezha nodded resolutely. Fear not, Ao Bing. Together we shall confront whatever lies ahead. If necessary, I'll dismantle this ruin to see how it dares to thwart us. With that, the duo cautiously stepped into the enigmatic ruins. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and eerie, with peculiar portraits adorning the walls and ancient relics scattered across the floor. As they advanced along the corridor, they suddenly encountered a vast hall. At the center of the hall stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a magnificent treasure chest emanating a soft, radiant glow. Powerful waves of energy surrounded the chest, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Could that be the artifact we seek? Nezha exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the chest. Ao Bing nodded. It is highly likely. Let us approach it. As the pair neared the treasure chest, it suddenly emitted a brilliant beam of light, enveloping them within its glow. Within the luminous radiance, Nezha and Ao Bing glimpsed a series of vivid images. The scenes depicted a demonic god wreaking havoc upon the world, with countless innocent lives suffering in turmoil. In these visions, they wielded the artifact, engaged in a breathtaking battle against the demon. Is this a glimpse of the future? Could the artifact be projecting a vision to prepare us for what lies ahead? Nezha asked in astonishment. After a moment of reflection, Ao Bing replied. Regardless of whether it is a glimpse of the future, we cannot allow such calamities to unfold. We must secure the artifact and thwart the demon's sinister plot. At that moment, the radiant glow gradually faded, and the treasure box ceased to emit light. Nezha cautiously extended his hand, intending to seize the box. However, the instant his fingers made contact, the box erupted with a powerful tremor, forcefully propelling him away. Nezha, Ao Bing rushed over to help him up. It's all right. Ao Bing, this treasure box seems to possess its own consciousness, unwilling to let us take it. Could it be that it has taken a liking to me, reluctant to let me go, hence this sudden reaction? Nezha pondered. Ao Bing furrowed his brow. It appears that acquiring this treasure box will require considerable effort. As they contemplated their strategy, a multitude of phantom monsters suddenly surged forth from the hall's surroundings. These creatures clawed and howled, lunging at them. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and simultaneously rose to their feet. Come forth. Regardless of what you are, we shall not retreat. Today I, Nezha, will contend with these monsters and see who is superior." Nezha shouted fervently. The two engaged in a fierce battle with the phantom creatures, their figures flickering throughout the hall. The sound of clashing weapons echoing throughout the ruins. Would they emerge victorious in this conflict? Would they successfully obtain the divine artifact? All remained uncertain. Yet the conviction in Nezha and Bing's hearts was unwavering. They were resolute in their mission to save all living beings and thwart the demon god's sinister schemes. Chapter 8. The astonishing secret. In the depths of the ruins, Nezha and Bing were locked in a fierce struggle against the clawing phantom monsters within the grand hall of the ruins. Nezha wielded his sword, leaping and bounding, continuously muttering, "Humph, let us see what you phantoms can do. Today, I shall vanquish you until you are utterly disoriented." Bing, on the other hand, unleashed ice spells, sending shards flying towards the monsters, systematically dismantling their onslaught. Yet, the phantom creatures seemed endless, surging wave after wave. Beads of sweat adorned Nezha's brow, yet his fighting spirit remained undaunted. Bing, these fiends are like those indestructible cockroaches. How can there be so many? While fending off the monsters, Bing replied, "Nezha, do not panic. We will surely find a way to defeat them." Just as they were nearing exhaustion, Nezha suddenly realized that each time he struck the monsters on their heads with his sword, they dissipated at an accelerated rate. Bing, target their heads. That is their weakness," Nezha shouted. The two immediately adjusted their tactics, concentrating their attacks on the monsters' heads. Indeed, the number of phantom creatures gradually dwindled until they ultimately vanished. "Phew, we've finally dealt with those bothersome nuisances," Nezha gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Bing approached and helped him up. "Nezha, we must continue. The divine artifact lies ahead." Nezha rose, brushing the dust off his clothing. "Indeed, let us see what other peculiarities this ruin conceals." The duo ventured deeper along the corridor of the hall. As they proceeded, a colossal stone door loomed ahead, intricately carved with a massive eye, seemingly observing them. Nezha stepped forward, curiously reaching out to touch the eye. "What is this strange thing? It looks quite intimidating." As soon as the words fell, the eyes on the stone door suddenly emitted two beams of intense light, enveloping them within. "This is bad. There's a trap," Bing exclaimed. The two hastily retreated. Yet the blinding light pursued them relentlessly. Suddenly, countless stone hands reached out from the radiance, clawing towards them. Nezha brandished his treasured sword, striking at the stone hands, exclaiming, "Behold my prowess." However, as the stone hands were severed, they swiftly regenerated. Bing furrowed his brow. "Jar, these stone hands pose quite a challenge. We must devise a strategy." Nezha's eyes sparkled as a thought struck him. Bing, you employ ice magic to freeze these hands while I dash forward to see if I can discover a way to deactivate the mechanism. Bing nodded. "Very well. I shall provide cover." With a flourish of his ice magic, a thick layer of frost quickly enveloped the stone hands, temporarily immobilizing them. Nezha, riding on the windfire wheels, surged towards the stone door like a flash of lightning. He meticulously searched around the door and eventually uncovered a hidden groove. Placing the Chentang circle into the recess, the light from the eyes on the stone door gradually faded, and the stone hands ceased their assault. "Haha, success." Nezha triumphantly retrieved the Chentang circle as the stone door slowly opened. A wave of ancient and mysterious energy washed over them, and the two cautiously stepped inside. What awaited them beyond the stone door was an extraordinary mirrored labyrinth. Towering mirrors surrounded them, and as Nezha and Bing stepped into the maze, they were greeted by countless reflections of themselves, a dizzying sight. "Oh dear, what is this place? Why are there so many of me? I can't discern which one is the real me." Nezha exclaimed in bewilderment, scratching his head while attempting to touch his reflection with his sword. However, with a loud clang, the sword struck the mirror, numbing his arm with the impact. Bing cautiously surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "Jar, this labyrinth is rather sinister. We must proceed with caution. Not only can the mirrors reflect us, but they may also deflect enemy attacks." Before he could finish speaking, several beams of dark energy shot from an unseen corner, ricocheting swiftly among the mirrors. Nezha and Bing dodged left and right, grappling with the chaotic onslaught. "Goodness, this is even more challenging than facing the monsters directly," Nezha shouted as he evaded. The two navigated through the labyrinth, utilizing the reflections of the mirrors to track the movements of their adversaries, artfully redirecting the enemy's attacks back at them. After much effort, they finally located the exit and emerged from the mirrored maze. Just as they stepped out, they entered a peculiar space where gravity seemed to be in disarray. "What on earth is happening?" Nezha gasped as he found himself uncontrollably floating upwards. only to plummet down abruptly. Ao Bing struggled similarly against the fluctuating gravity, being alternately drawn to the ceiling and thrown to the ground. Jar, steady yourself. This is a gravity inversion mechanism. We must find a pattern. Ao Bing shouted. In this chaotic gravitational environment, they moved with great difficulty. Suddenly, several large stones fell from above. Nezha quickly shattered them with his fire-pointed spear, but the fragments, under the influence of gravity, flew off in various directions. Alas, this place is nothing short of a grand trap, Nezha lamented. As they dodged the incoming boulders, they searched for clues to unravel the mechanism. At last, Nezha discovered a button on the wall that shimmered with light. Seizing the moment, he pressed the button just as gravity hurled him towards the wall. With a resounding roar, gravity finally normalized. Phew, we've managed to resolve this troublesome mechanism, Nezha sighed in relief. The two continued onward and arrived at a chamber where a colossal elemental wheel adorned the wall. Curiously, Nezha approached and spun the wheel, which pointed to the fire element. In an instant, flames erupted from the ground, causing the temperature in the room to soar. Oh no, we shouldn't spin the wheel recklessly, Nezha exclaimed. Ao Bing observed the wheel and remarked, Jar, this appears to be an elemental wheel mechanism. We must rotate it in a specific sequence to proceed. They began to scrutinize the room closely and uncovered subtle patterns on the walls, seemingly hinting at the order of the wheel's rotation. After much contemplation, they successfully turned the wheel in the sequence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The floor gradually opened, revealing a passage leading downward. As they descended the passage, they arrived at a corridor of memories. The walls of the corridor flickered with a rapid succession of strange patterns and symbols, leaving Nezha and Ao Bing in awe. What is the purpose of this? Nezha inquired, perplexed. Ao Bing explained, this must be a memory mechanism. We need to remember the sequence of these patterns to advance. The two focused intently, striving to memorize each design. However, the patterns flashed at an astonishing speed, overwhelming them. Upon reaching the corridor's end, a vast control panel emerged, displaying various pattern options. Drawing upon their recollections, Nezha and Ao Bing pressed the corresponding patterns in order. Yet, on their first attempt, they failed. And sharp-eyed spikes shot from the walls. That was close. I nearly became a hedgehog, Nezha exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Undeterred, they returned to the corridor to re-memorize the patterns. This time, they successfully pressed the correct sequence, and the door before them slowly opened. Beyond it lay a spacious chamber, at the center of which was a luminous sphere. As Nezha and Ao Bing approached, they triggered a mechanism, and the sphere unleashed a tremendous energy, creating multiple illusory duplicates of them. These phantoms bore an uncanny resemblance to them and possessed similar combat capabilities. What shall we do? With so many of ourselves, we cannot fight or refrain from fighting. Nezha scratched his head in confusion. Observing calmly, Ao Bing noticed the phantoms moved with a slight delay. Jar, the phantoms have weaknesses. If we concentrate our attacks, we can surely defeat them. Joining forces, they utilized their agility to engage in battle with the phantoms. They skillfully evaded the phantoms' attacks while delivering decisive blows. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished all the illusory duplicates. At the end of the room, they discovered a secret chamber. Within it, on a grand crystal pedestal, lay an artifact radiating an overwhelming aura. The artifact resembled a colossal circular ring, adorned with enigmatic runes. Nezha dashed forward with exhilaration, exclaiming, At last, I have found the artifact. Just as he was about to grasp it, a sinister voice echoed through the chamber. If you wish to take the artifact, you must first overcome me. A shadow materialized from the darkness, emanating an overwhelming aura of darkness. It was the black-robed figure who had persistently opposed them. You again, Nezha shouted in fury. Why do you never relent? The black-robed figure sneered. The artifact rightfully belongs to me. No one shall take it today. Ao Bing stood beside Nezha, coldly retorting, If you desire the artifact, you must first consider the weapons we wield. The black-robed figure swung his staff, unleashing a beam of dark light towards them. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly evaded. But the dark light struck the crystal pedestal, shattering it to pieces. Do you really think you can withstand me? The black-robed figure launched another attack, summoning a horde of dark specters that encircled Nezha and Ao Bing. Back to back, they fought valiantly against the black-robed figure and the dark specters. During the struggle, Nezha discerned that the staff was likely the source of the black-robed figure's power. Ao Bing, target his staff, Nezha urged. Both surged towards the black-robed figure, their sword and ice spear aimed at the staff. The black-robed figure dodged hastily, yet Nezha's sword grazed his arm. He cried out in anguish, his dark powers seemingly waning, causing the specter's assault to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and Ao Bing launched a fierce counterattack, obliterating the dark specters. Realizing his peril, the black-robed figure attempted to flee. Nezha would not allow this. He pursued on his wind-fire wheels, declaring, "Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple." With his sword raised, Nezha engaged the black-robed figure in a pursuit through the air. Ultimately, Nezha seized the moment, striking the black-robed figure down to the ground. "You have lost," Nezha declared, pointing his sword at the figure's neck. "We shall take the artifact, so cease your futile struggles." The black-robed figure glared malevolently at Nezha, warning, "Do not rejoice too soon. The awakening of the demon god is inevitable, and you will eventually be consumed by darkness." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Nezha and Ao Bing cautiously retrieved the artifact from the chamber. Upon touching it, an immense surge of power coursed through their bodies. "We did it!" Ao Bing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Nezha clutched the artifact tightly, affirming, "Indeed, with this artifact, we shall surely prevent the awakening of the demon god." Together, they departed the ruins, aware that even greater challenges awaited them, yet unafraid, for they possessed one another and the conviction to save all living beings. Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing entrusted the artifact to Li Jing and Lady Yin, recounting their experiences within the ruins. After listening, Li Jing and Lady Yin felt a swell of pride for their bravery, yet apprehension for the looming crisis. "Nezha, Ao Bing, the awakening of the demon god heralds a great catastrophe. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly," Li Jing stated. Nezha patted his chest and assured, "Father, rest assured. With Ao Bing and me here, the demon god shall not prevail." At that moment, a vast fissure suddenly appeared in the sky, and a formidable dark force surged forth from it. "Oh no, the seal on the demon god has weakened," Ao Bing exclaimed. Clutching his divine artifact tightly, Nezha declared, "Let us go and prevent the awakening of the demon god." With unwavering determination, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the people of Chentang Pass set forth towards the location of the demon god's seal. They understood that this would be a battle for survival, one where victory may not favor them, yet they remained undeterred, for they were the guardians of the world, their names destined to be etched eternally upon this land, embodying everlasting hope in the hearts of the people. Would they triumph in this final confrontation with the demon god? What fate awaited Chentang Pass and all of humanity? Let us await the unfolding of this breathtaking legendary battle. Chapter 9. The Winds of Change with their divine artifacts in hand. Nezha and Ao Bing hastened towards the demon god's seal. Along the way, the ominous fissure in the sky became increasingly pronounced, with dark energies surging forth like a relentless tide, heralding an impending cataclysm. "Ao Bing, the stirrings of the demon god grow ever louder. We must hasten," Nezha urged, his heart racing as the wind-fire wheels beneath him spun faster, creating a gust of wind. Ao Bing, brow furrowed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, at this rate, the demon god may break free from the seal at any moment. As they conversed, an eerie marshland suddenly appeared ahead. The surface bubbled with greenish orbs, emanating a foul stench. "What in the world is that smell? It's worse than my socks after 3 months without a wash," Nezha exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust. Ao Bing surveyed their surroundings cautiously and remarked, "This marsh seems more than it appears. We must tread carefully." No sooner had he spoken than several enormous tentacles surged violently from the marsh, reaching for Nezha and Ao Bing. The tentacles, as thick as barrels and covered in numerous suction cups the size of bowls, exuded a chilling aura. "Good heavens, is this an octopus spirit from the marsh?" Nezha shouted, brandishing his sword at the tentacles. The octopus spirit's tentacles not only possessed astonishing regenerative abilities, but also wielded tremendous strength. After Nezha severed one, a thick inky substance gushed forth from the severed end, and in the blink of an eye, the lost limb rapidly regrew, even more robust than before. Moreover, the octopus spirit could manipulate the muddy waters of the marsh, launching them like projectiles towards Nezha and Ao Bing. In an instant, the entire marsh transformed into a veritable arsenal for the octopus spirit, with mud splattering and tentacles thrashing wildly. Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this octopus spirit cheating? It just keeps regenerating." With that, he hopped onto the wind-fire wheel, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of tentacles and mud, his sword slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, each swing aimed at severing those bothersome appendages once more. However, the octopus spirit's tentacles seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, skillfully evading Nezha's attacks, while occasionally launching surprise assaults. Once, in a moment of distraction, Nezha was struck on the shoulder by a tentacle, nearly sending him tumbling into the swamp. Ao Bing, too, did not dare to slacken his resolve. His brow furrowed with determination as he gripped his ice spear tightly, casting a spell of ice magic. Ice shards shot forth like arrows, instantly enveloping the tentacle in a thick layer of frost. However, the octopus demon seemed to possess an extraordinary resistance to the cold, as cracks soon began to appear in the frost, and the tentacle gradually broke free from its bindings. Moreover, seizing the opportunity during Ao Bing's spellcasting, several tentacles ensnared his ice spear in an attempt to wrest it away. With a mighty tug, Ao Bing's face flushed crimson as he barely managed to retain his weapon. This tentacle was indeed troublesome. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Nezha deftly evaded the tentacle's assault, and as his mind raced, he suddenly thought of the divine artifact. Seizing the moment, he rolled to dodge a sweeping tentacle and brandished the artifact, exclaiming, "O divine artifact, manifest your might and assist us in vanquishing these tentacles." Miraculously, the artifact emitted a radiant light, sweeping forth like a surging tide towards the tentacles. Enveloped in the brilliance, the tentacles were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a charred scent lingering in the air. "Huh, the artifact proves its worth," Nezha exclaimed joyfully, his face beaming with pride. Ao Bing, witnessing the vanishing tentacles, let out a sigh of relief, a smile of contentment gracing his features. It seems this artifact is indeed remarkable. It always comes through in critical moments. The two exchanged glances and continued their journey towards the seal of the demon god. They navigated through the swamp with ease, but after a short distance, they encountered a group of enigmatic figures clad in black. Each of these individuals possessed formidable martial skills and coordinated seamlessly, encircling Nezha and Ao Bing. "Who are you? Why do you impede our path?" Ao Bing inquired coldly. The leader of the black-clad figures sneered. "Humph, you think you can stop the awakening of the demon god with that artifact? You are deluding yourselves. We are loyal followers of the demon god and shall not allow you to succeed." With that, the black-clad figures surged forward, engaging Nezha and Ao Bing in a fierce battle. Undaunted, Nezha and Ao Bing wielded their exceptional martial prowess and the power of the artifact, battling the black-clad figures in a stalemate. During the skirmish, Nezha observed that these individuals seemed to share a special connection. Whenever one was attacked, the others would instantly come to their aid. "Ao Bing, these fellows are like conjoined twins. We must separate them," Nezha shouted. The two promptly altered their strategy, one veering left and the other right to scatter the formation of their adversaries. Then, harnessing the power of the artifact, they systematically dismantled the black-clad figures. After a grueling struggle, they finally triumphed over their foes. Having vanquished the black-clad figures, Nezha and Ao Bing pressed on. Just as they approached the seal of the demon god, a colossal figure suddenly emerged in the sky. The figure radiated black flames, its visage grotesque. It was the demon god's vanguard, the flame demon. "Haha, two little children think they can thwart the awakening of the demon god. Today shall mark your demise." The flame demon laughed maniacally, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of roaring flames. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly evaded, as the ground beneath them was instantly charred wherever the flames touched. This foe appeared formidable indeed. Nezha swallowed hard, gripping his treasured sword tightly. Ao Bing stood ready, the icy spear glinting with a chilling radiance. The flame demon launched another assault, swinging its enormous claws towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Despite their valiant efforts to withstand the onslaught, the overwhelming power of the flame demon began to take its toll. In a critical moment, the artifact shone forth once more, enveloping Nezha and Ao Bing in its luminous embrace, shielding them from the demon's ferocious attack. Simultaneously, the light seemed to harm the flame demon, which roared in agony. "How delightful! It turns out this artifact can counter this beast." Nezha rejoiced, hastily channeling the artifact's power to mount a counteroffensive against the flame demon. Under the might of the artifact, the demon's attacks gradually lost their potency. Ultimately, Nezha seized the opportune moment and forcefully struck the artifact against the flame demon. With a resounding crash, the demon dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing from sight. "Phew, at last, this colossal creature is vanquished." Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. Ao Bing gazed at the sight of the demoness seal and said, "Jar, we have finally arrived. The ultimate confrontation with the demon god awaits us." Upon reaching the demon god's sealing site, they beheld the dark power swirling like tumultuous waves, the seal precariously close to collapse. "This is dire. The demon god is on the verge of breaking free." Anxiously, Nezha and Ao Bing prepared to activate the artifact to reinforce the seal. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Nezha focused and was astonished to find it was his master, Tai Jinren. "Master, what brings you here?" Nezha inquired, astonished. Tai Jinren's expression was grave as he replied, "Disciple, the demon god's power is far too formidable. With merely this artifact, we may not be able to prevent its awakening." Nezha and Ao Bing's hearts sank at his words. "What shall we do, master? Are we to stand idly by and watch the demon god annihilate the world?" Nezha asked, panic-stricken. Tai Jinren pondered for a moment before stating, "There exists another method, but it requires a tremendous sacrifice from you both." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged determined glances and resolutely declared, "Master, we are willing to pay any price to stop the demon god." Tai Jinren nodded, saying, "This demon god was originally an embodiment of malevolence in the world, sealed away by the ancient deities. Now that the seal is weakening, the only way to unleash the artifact's full power and reseal the demon god is to fuse your souls with it. However, this means your souls will be forever trapped within the artifact, unable to reincarnate." Upon hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing felt a pang of conflict in their hearts. They understood that this meant they would eternally forsake their lives, yet for the sake of saving all beings, they had no other choice. "Master, we are willing." Nezha and Ao Bing spoke in unison. Tai Jinren looked at them, pride shining in his eyes. "Well, my disciples, I am proud of you. Now, concentrate and merge your souls with the artifact." Nezha and Ao Bing closed their eyes, concentrating deeply as they gently infused their souls into the sacred artifact. The artifact, sensing their essence, radiated with resplendent light. As their souls merged, the power of the artifact grew exponentially, emanating a formidable aura that countered the dark forces of the demon god. Under the artifact's immense strength, the demon god's malevolent power was gradually subdued, and the seal began to restore itself. Yet, the demon god was unwilling to succumb to such confinement, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free from the seal. The dark forces surged like relentless tides, crashing against the brilliance of the artifact. Nezha and Ao Bing gritted their teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain the artifact's power. "We must hold on, Jar," Ao Bing urged. Nezha nodded resolutely. "Indeed, we cannot allow the demon god to prevail." Just as they felt on the brink of exhaustion, the citizens of Chentang Pass arrived. Witnessing Nezha and Ao Bing battling the demon god, they rallied to cheer for them. "Nezha, Ao Bing, you must triumph. We believe in you." The citizens' fervent cries surged as a powerful force, invigorating Nezha and Ao Bing. They felt the unwavering trust and support of the people, igniting an endless reservoir of strength within them. "For Chentang Pass, for the well-being of all mankind, we must prevail." Nezha and Ao Bing shouted in unison, unleashing the full extent of their inner power. The artifact's brilliance became blinding, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the entire realm. Under the artifact's magnificent light, the dark forces of the demon god were utterly suppressed, and the seal was restored to its original state. The demon god was successfully sealed, and peace returned to the world. Nezha and Ao Bing's souls became eternally intertwined with the artifact, their heroic deeds becoming legendary tales celebrated throughout Chentang Pass and beyond. To honor them, a grand temple was erected in Chentang Pass, enshrining the statues of Nezha and Ao Bing. During festivals, the citizens would visit to pay their respects and seek their blessings. Within the artifact, Nezha and Ao Bing's souls seemed to perceive everything happening in the outside world. They watched as the citizens of Chentang Pass thrived in peace, their hearts swelling with contentment. Although they had lost their lives, they knew their sacrifices were worthwhile, for they had traded their existence for the tranquility of the world. Years later, a young boy played on the streets of Chentang Pass. By chance, he glimpsed the statues of Nezha and Ao Bing in the temple, captivated by their valiant stories. Upon returning home, he implored his grandfather to recount the tales of Nezha and Ao Bing. With a smile, his grandfather settled in the courtyard and began to narrate that thrilling legend. Long ago, there were two brave youths, one named Nezha, the other Ao Bing. The boy listened intently, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, new heroes would emerge to continue safeguarding this beautiful land. Chapter 10. The Light of the Artifact and New Hope. The demon god was successfully sealed, and Nezha and Ao Bing's souls became one with the artifact, their heroic tales echoing throughout Chentang Pass and the entire world. Time flows gently, and people gradually become accustomed to a life of peace. Yet, none could have anticipated that a new upheaval was quietly approaching. In Chentang Pass, there lived a mischievous child named Xiao Hu, who was utterly enchanted by the tales of Nezha and Ao Bing. One day, he stealthily entered the temple dedicated to the deities Nezha and Ao Bing, yearning to intimately experience the aura of heroes. As Xiaohu explored the temple, his attention was suddenly drawn to a divine artifact placed before the statues, which emitted a faint tremor, its glow flickering as if beckoning him. Driven by curiosity, Xiaohu approached and reached out to touch the artifact. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped him, and he felt darkness descend as he lost consciousness. When Xiaohu awoke once more, he found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors. With the faint echoes of Nezha and Ao Bing's voices resonating around him, though indistinct. Where am I? How did I end up here? He cried out in fear. Meanwhile, within the consciousness space of the artifact, Nezha and Ao Bing sensed Xiaohu's presence. How could a child have entered here? Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Bing pondered for a moment and replied, this child may be destined to connect with the artifact. Perhaps it is the hand of fate at work. As Xiaohu navigated this unfamiliar space, he suddenly beheld two luminous figures gradually materializing before him, Nezha and Ao Bing. Wow, you are Nezha and Ao Bing, Xiaohu exclaimed, a mix of shock and delight flooding his voice. I idolize you both. I have heard your stories countless times. Nezha chuckled, affectionately ruffling Xiaohu's hair. Little one, how did you come to be here? Xiaohu recounted his adventure of entering the temple and touching the artifact in vivid detail. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing reflected thoughtfully. It seems that the artifact has undergone some extraordinary transformation upon merging with our souls. This child's arrival might herald the onset of new events. Curious, Xiaohu gazed around and asked, Nezha, Ao Bing, are there any other fascinating things here? Nezha winked and responded, you have asked the right question. Come with me, and I shall reveal to you the wonders of the artifact's realm. With that, the trio traversed through the vibrant light. Not far into their journey, Xiaohu spotted a cluster of lively orbs of light, dancing and flickering, their shapes ever-changing. What are these? He inquired eagerly. Ao Bing explained. These are ethereal entities formed from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth absorbed by the artifact. They embody remarkable powers. Filled with excitement, Xiaohu dashed over to play with the orbs, which whirled around him in joyous leaps, emitting cheerful buzzing sounds, as if engaging in playful banter. In the midst of their frolic, Xiaohu inadvertently activated a concealed mechanism, causing the ground to fissure and reveal a deep passage. Oh no, he gasped. Nezha swiftly grasped him, saying, fear not. We are here. Let us descend and see if a great surprise awaits us. The three ventured down the passage, where ancient murals depicting the legendary adventures of the artifact emerged upon the walls. As Xiaohu delved deeper, the luminous ambience began to take on a sinister quality. The once gentle kaleidoscope of colors gradually yielding to a dark crimson hue. Xiaohu's heartbeat quickened, an unsettling feeling creeping upon him. Suddenly, a group of shadowy figures sprang forth from the darkness, lunging towards Little Tiger with bared fangs and claws. These silhouettes resembled ferocious wolves, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, causing Little Tiger to retreat in terror. Brother Nezha, brother Ao Bing, save me, he cried out in fright. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly shielded Little Tiger behind them, with Nezha brandishing his sword of illusions, proclaiming loudly, you malevolent spirits, dare to harm this child? Witness as I send you fleeing in disarray. Ao Bing also unleashed his ice magic, sending shards of ice hurtling towards the shadows. Upon impact, the shadows emitted piercing shrieks. Yet they quickly reformed. Little Tiger steadied himself and suddenly recalled the small energy fluctuations he had inadvertently triggered while playing with the light orb earlier. Perhaps they could be of use. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, seeking to reawaken that latent power. Just as the shadows lunged at him once more, a golden radiance erupted from his hand, spreading like ripples across a pond. Upon contact with the light, the shadows vanished without a trace. Finally dealt with them. Little Tiger sighed in relief, though remnants of fear lingered on his face. Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at him with pride. You did wonderfully, Little Tiger, Ao Bing praised. At that moment, the power of the artifact began to reveal even more wondrous effects throughout Chentang Pass and the world beyond. The once barren crater of a volcano now sprouted strange, luminescent plants, radiating a gentle glow and capable of healing various ailments. The night sky frequently showcased vibrant auroras, enchanting the populace and drawing them out of their homes to behold the spectacle. In the fields, crops grew at an accelerated rate, their grains plump, heralding an unprecedented harvest for the people. However, just as Little Tiger prepared to seek a way back to the real world alongside Nezha and Ao Bing, the entire peculiar space began to tremble violently. The surrounding walls seemed on the verge of collapse, with massive stones tumbling down. Oh no, this space is about to collapse. Nezha shouted. Little Tiger, frantic with urgency, scanned his surroundings for a solution. Suddenly, he spotted a circular device at the end of the passage, shimmering with silver light and inscribed with strange runes. Without a moment to lose, he dashed towards the device. As he approached, the runes flared to life, and a voice resonated in his mind. To leave, you must infuse it with the power of belief. Little Tiger closed his eyes, recalling the joyful lives of the citizens of Chentang Pass and the heroic deeds of Nezha and Ao Bing, pouring all his unwavering conviction to safeguard them into the device. The device blazed with brilliance, and a massive portal slowly opened. Brother Nezha, Brother Ao Bing, hurry over. Little Tiger called out loudly. As Nezha and Ao Bing stepped through the portal, a flash of light enveloped Little Tiger, and he found himself back in the temple of the real world. The artifact appeared tranquil once more, as if everything that had transpired was merely a dream, yet he knew that it had all indeed occurred. Little Tiger shared his experiences within the artifact's realm with the citizens of Chentang Pass, who were left in awe. The days returned to their former tranquility, and under the protection of the divine artifact, Chentang Pass flourished more than ever. However, this period of calm did not last long. One night, an eerie crimson light suddenly illuminated the sky above Chentang Pass, flickering ominously as if heralding a portent. Xiao Hu and the townspeople looked up, their hearts heavy with unease. Meanwhile, in a distant realm shrouded in darkness, a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes was conducting a nefarious ritual, chanting incantations while their mystical implements glimmered with sinister light. From their conversations, it became evident that they were scheming a plot capable of upending the world, with Chentang Pass's divine artifact as their target. Within a mysterious underground palace, the leader of the black-robed men stood before a colossal magical array, sneering as he proclaimed, "What of Nezha and Ao Bing? No matter how powerful the artifact, it cannot thwart our designs. Once we awaken the demon god, the entire world shall lie beneath our feet." The surrounding figures erupted in chilling laughter, filling the palace with an aura of malevolence. In Chentang Pass, Xiao Hu sensed an unprecedented weight of pressure. He understood that a monumental crisis was imminent. Yet, he remained undaunted, resolved to unite with the townsfolk and once again harness the power of the artifact to safeguard their homeland. Brother Nezha, Brother Ao Bing, I will protect the artifact and defend Chentang Pass. Xiao Hu vowed silently. A new crisis loomed closer with each passing moment. Would Xiao Hu and the people of Chentang Pass once again rely on the artifact's power and their unwavering faith to avert disaster? How would the souls of Nezha and Ao Bing manifest within the artifact to safeguard the populace? All remained uncertain. But the citizens of Chentang Pass would not passively await fate. They would rally together to face the forthcoming challenges and continue weaving their legendary tale. In the days that followed, Xiao Hu dedicated himself to rigorous training, seeking the wisdom of the elders in Chentang Pass regarding ancient spells and combat techniques. The townspeople spontaneously organized to reinforce the city walls and stockpile supplies in preparation for the impending storm. The artifact itself seemed to sense the encroaching danger, occasionally emitting faint tremors, as if to remind everyone of the lurking peril. Chapter 11. The gathering and crisis on the eve of the storm. Since that fateful night, when he beheld the strange crimson light in the sky, Xiao Hu had been like a wound-up clock, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Each morning before dawn, he was already drenched in sweat at the training grounds of Chentang Pass, wielding his wooden sword with fierce vigor, shouting, "Hey ha, watch me vanquish those villains." The elders, observing Xiao Hu's relentless efforts, felt a mixture of pride and concern. "Xiao Hu, do not overexert yourself. Come, drink some water, and let me share the secrets of ancient spells with you." An elderly man with silver hair called to him, holding a ladle of water. Xiao Hu paused in his training, accepted the ladle, and gulped down several large mouthfuls before blinking eagerly at the elder beside him. "Grandfather, please tell me quickly. I can hardly wait." The elder cleared his throat and remarked, "This ancient spell relies on the sincerity of one's heart. You must first calm your mind and attune yourself to the spiritual energy that permeates the surroundings. Then, gather that energy into the palm of your hand." As the elder spoke, he gestured animatedly, while young Tiger listened intently, occasionally mimicking his movements. Meanwhile, on the city walls of Chentang Pass, the townsfolk were bustling with fervor. Some were transporting massive stones to reinforce the walls, while others were sharpening weapons in preparation for the impending battle. "Come on, everyone, let us give it our all. We must not allow those cloaked figures to underestimate us," shouted a strong young man, hoisting a large stone. The crowd rallied in response, and the walls reverberated with determination. As young Tiger immersed himself in his study of the spell, a mysterious visitor approached Chentang Pass. Clad in a gray robe and adorned with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured much of his face, he arrived at the city gate and addressed the guards, saying, "I have heard of the troubles at Chentang Pass and have come to offer my assistance." The guards exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. One bolder guard inquired, "Who are you? How can we trust you?" The enigmatic visitor smiled faintly, reaching into his cloak to produce a jade pendant inscribed with an ancient symbol. Though the guards did not recognize the symbol, the subtle glow emanating from the pendant indicated that this man was no ordinary individual. They hastily reported to young Tiger. Upon receiving the news, he hurried over, scrutinizing the mysterious visitor with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" Young Tiger questioned warily. The visitor removed his hat, revealing a weathered face marked by the passage of time, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I am Qingfeng. Once, I was graced by the kindness of Nezha and Ao Bing. Though they have now merged with the divine artifacts, I cannot forget my duty to protect Chentang Pass." Young Tiger's heart stirred at this revelation. "Is that true? Then please, come in and share your insights on how we might confront those cloaked figures." Qingfeng followed young Tiger into the temple, his eyes filled with reverence as he beheld the artifacts displayed there. Though this artifact possesses immense power, the cloaked figures must have come prepared to seize it. We must uncover their weaknesses to strike decisively. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless and panicked. "It's bad. Young Tiger, we've spotted the cloaked figures outside the city. They seem to be gathering their forces, preparing to attack." Young Tiger and Qingfeng exchanged grave glances, their expressions turning serious. "Let us go see," Young Tiger declared, leading Qingfeng and a group of soldiers up to the city walls. In the distance, on the horizon, a throng of cloaked figures advanced slowly towards Chentang Pass, their silhouettes rendered eerily menacing by the blood-red glow. Among them loomed colossal creatures, their sharp fangs and claws striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. "What are those monstrous beings?" Young Tiger questioned, furrowing his brow. The clear wind wore a somber expression and remarked, "These must be the beasts summoned by the dark-robed figures through malevolent sorcery. They possess immense strength and are impervious to pain, making them exceedingly troublesome." Little Tiger clenched his fists tightly, declaring, "No matter how formidable they may be, we shall not waver. We must protect our homeland and the citizens of Chentang Pass." The people atop the city walls echoed fervently, "Protect our homeland. Defend Chentang Pass." Meanwhile, within the ranks of the dark-robed figures, their leader stood atop a massive war chariot, gazing towards Chentang Pass with a cold smirk. "Humph, Chentang Pass, today marks your demise. Once I obtain the artifact, the entire world shall be under my dominion." A sycophant beside him flattered, "Leader, your wisdom is unsurpassed. That artifact is surely within your grasp." The dark-robed leader cast a glance at him, cautioning, "However, we must not grow complacent. Although Nezha and Ao Bing have fused with the artifact, their powers may still prove pivotal at a critical juncture. We must strike decisively and seize Chentang Pass before they can respond." With a sweeping gesture, the dark-robed leader commanded, "Attack." In an instant, the beasts within the dark-robed ranks roared and charged forth with astonishing speed, reaching the base of the city walls in the blink of an eye. The beasts leaped ferociously, their claws tearing at the walls, causing fissures to appear under their immense strength. "Quick, shoot them with arrows," Little Tiger shouted. The soldiers atop the walls hastily drew their bows and aimed at the beasts. Yet, the creatures' thick hides rendered ordinary arrows ineffective against them. "What shall we do?" a soldier exclaimed anxiously. Observing the beasts, Qingfeng suddenly conceived an idea. "Little Tiger, do you recall what I taught you about harnessing the essence of heaven and earth? Now, try to gather that energy at the arrowhead and then shoot." Little Tiger nodded, closing his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding energy. He discovered that as he focused on the intent to protect Chentang Pass and its people, the energy began to converge around him as if summoned. Little Tiger infused this energy into an arrow, then drew his bow and released it. With a whoosh, the energy-laden arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward a beast. A howl of agony erupted as the beast was struck, engulfed in roaring flames, and collapsed after a brief struggle. "It worked," Little Tiger exclaimed with exhilaration. The soldiers on the walls, witnessing this success, followed suit, channeling energy into their arrows. In a moment, countless arrows imbued with energy soared toward the beasts, toppling them, and successfully repelling the first wave of the dark-robed figure's assault. The dark-robed leader's expression darkened upon witnessing this. "Humph, I did not anticipate Chentang Pass possessing such capability. However, this is merely an appetizer. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true might." He raised his staff once more, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Black bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, striking toward the walls of Chentang Pass. "Take cover," Little Tiger shouted. As the crowd hurriedly sought refuge behind the fortifications of the city wall, a bolt of black lightning struck, igniting a shower of sparks and leaving deep craters in the stone. "How can we withstand this?" a terrified citizen exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Xiaohu gazed at the ominous lightning above. An unexpected surge of strength welled up within him. He recalled the unwavering courage of Nezha and Ao Bing in the face of adversity and resolutely told himself that retreat was not an option. Rising to his feet, he grasped a shield beside the divine artifact and dashed towards the edge of the wall. "Xiaohu, what are you doing? Come back," Qing Feng shouted urgently. Ignoring the call, Xiaohu stood atop the wall, raising the shield high. "O divine artifact, I beseech you to grant me strength to protect Chentang Pass," he cried out. At that moment, the artifact emitted a brilliant light, infusing Xiaohu with its radiance, causing the shield in his hand to glow with an ethereal brilliance. The black lightning struck the shield, but was completely repelled by its luminescent aura. "I did it," Xiaohu exclaimed with exhilaration. Witnessing this spectacle, the citizens atop the wall erupted in cheers. They rose, armed with their weapons, ready to confront the next onslaught from the cloaked figure, the leader of the black-robed assailants. Astonished and furious at the thwarting of his lightning, declared, "Very well, then I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, he soared from his war chariot towards the walls of Chentang Pass, wielding a long black sword that shimmered with an ominous glow. "Everyone, be cautious. That is the black-robed leader," Qing Feng shouted. Gripping his shield tightly, Xiaohu watched the approaching figure with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He understood that the impending battle would determine the fate of Chentang Pass and the entire realm. Would Xiaohu triumph in this ultimate confrontation with the black-robed leader? Could Chentang Pass emerge unscathed from this crisis? All remained uncertain, yet Xiaohu and the people of Chentang Pass had steeled themselves, prepared to defend the land they cherished with their lives and convictions. Chapter 12. The final battle at Chentang Pass. Xiao, who stood atop the city wall, brandishing the radiant shield, confronting the descending black-robed leader. At that moment, the atmosphere around Chentang Pass seemed ignited by palpable tension. The citizens on the wall held their breath, their gazes fixated on the standoff between Xiaohu and the black-robed leader. Within the consciousness space of the divine artifact, Nezha and Ao Bing felt the fervent flames of battle raging outside. Nezha, unable to contain his eagerness, yearned to aid Xiaohu and Chentang Pass. Though trapped within the artifact, Nezha, through a remarkable spiritual resonance with Xiaohu, continually transmitted his strength and fighting spirit to him. "Humph, you naive child. Do you think you can stop me?" The black-robed leader scoffed, his black sword carving an eerie arc through the air, the sword's wind howling, tearing the surrounding atmosphere into dark fissures. Unfazed, Xiaohu boldly retorted, "To protect Chentang Pass, to safeguard everyone, I shall not retreat. You wicked fiend, today marks your end." The dark-cloaked leader struck first, his form appearing before Xiaohu like a specter, wielding a black sword infused with the devouring power of darkness, akin to a serpent poised to strike at Xiaohu's heart. In this critical moment, a vision of Nezha, majestic upon his wind-fire wheels, flashed through Xiaohu's mind. Inspired, a surge of immense strength welled up within him as he channeled this energy into his legs, unleashing an astonishing speed that allowed him to evade the dark leader's assault with agility reminiscent of Nezha's prowess. The very walls beneath him cracked under the pressure of his swift movements, as ethereal phantoms of the wind-fire wheels flickered beneath his feet, enhancing his agility. Remarkable talent, the dark-cloaked leader observed, his brows knitting together in concern. Seizing the fleeting opportunity during the leader's attack, Xiaohu envisioned Nezha wielding the magical silk. Feeling as if Nezha himself had possessed him, he transformed his wooden sword into an imagined celestial ribbon, creating a dazzling display of sword flowers in the air. Each flower seemed to radiate with flames. "Taste my blade," Xiaohu shouted, his voice resonating with the might of Nezha, reverberating through the surrounding air. At that moment, the wooden sword in Xiaohu's grasp was surrounded by the shimmering illusion of the celestial ribbon, casting forth waves of golden light with each flourish. The dark-cloaked leader smirked, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and effortlessly deflected Xiaohu's strike with a casual motion of his sword. Yet, this seemingly effortless block caused a slight tremor in the leader's arm, prompting him to think, "This boy's strength is not to be underestimated. Is this all you've got?" He feigned calmness, tauntingly. Meanwhile, within the consciousness space of the divine artifact, Nezha was frantic, tirelessly imparting his combat experience and skills to Xiaohu. In a moment of profound understanding, Xiaohu grasped the essence of Nezha's teachings. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a voice broke through. Xiaohu. Watch his left hand. He is accumulating dark energy. Alerted, Xiaohu focused intently on the dark leader's left hand, where a swirling orb of black light was rapidly coalescing, imbued with a destructive power that threatened to reduce the world to ash, distorting the surrounding space. Everyone, take cover, Xiaohu warned, his voice booming to the citizens on the wall. Just as the dark leader prepared to unleash his dark energy, an image of Nezha using the universe ring came to Xiaohu's mind. In a moment of inspiration, he hurled his shield towards the dark leader. The shield, infused with Xiaohu's spirit energy, transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The dark leader swiftly dodged, the shield grazing past him and crashing into the wall, creating a massive crater as bricks flew like cannonballs. In that instant, Xiaohu perceived the shadow of Nezha's universe ring assisting the shield's attack. Seizing the fleeting moment when the dark-robed leader momentarily evaded, Little Tiger swiftly drew a specially crafted arrow from his waist, previously imbued with spiritual essence. He knocked the arrow onto his bow, exerting all his strength to draw it taut, silently whispering to himself, "I must hit." Then he released the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a meteor towards the dark-robed leader, engulfed in a blaze of fervent flames, igniting the very air in its wake. The dark-robed leader, taken aback by Little Tiger's sudden counterattack, failed to evade in time and was struck in the right arm by the arrow. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, and his black sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Dark blood gushed from his wound, releasing a repugnant stench. Meet your demise. Taking advantage of the moment, Little Tiger surged forward, his mind flooded with the various techniques employed by Nezha in battle, his movements becoming increasingly fluid, as if Nezha himself were fighting alongside him. With renewed vigor, he swung his wooden sword once more at the dark-robed leader, this strike infused with Nezha's indomitable spirit, a golden halo emerging around the blade. Akin to the sun's radiant glow, Nezha's voice echoed in Little Tiger's ears, "Strike with all your might." Inspired, Little Tiger's swordplay grew ever more fierce. The dark-robed leader, gritting his teeth against the pain, swung his long sword in defense. The clash of their weapons resonated like thunder in the heavens, a blinding flash illuminating the scene, the surrounding air vibrating with visible ripples. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel atop the city walls, each encounter accompanied by thunderous sounds and dazzling light. Stones and bricks from the walls crumbling and scattering like dust in the air. Meanwhile, the townspeople atop the walls were not idle. They armed themselves, hurling their weapons towards the dark-robed assailants. Though the damage inflicted was minimal, it disrupted the rhythm of their assault. "Let us unite. We cannot allow the dark-robed ones to prevail," cried a young soldier. The crowd rallied in response, a cacophony of battle cries erupting. The dark-robed leader, seeing this, became increasingly incensed. Ignoring the wound on his arm, he brandished his staff once more, chanting incantations. The clouds above gathered swiftly like a tide of darkness, forming a colossal vortex. From within this vortex, countless black flames erupted, cascading down towards Chentang Pass. These flames bore the power to corrode all, scorching the air and emitting a noxious odor. "This is bad. It is the abyssal inferno," Qingfeng exclaimed, his face paling. Little Tiger quickly summoned the power of the artifact to resist. Little Tiger gazed at the descending black flames, fear welling within him. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to commune once more with the artifact. "Artifact, I beseech thee, grant me your strength once again. Save Chentang Pass." Little Tiger implored silently. Just as the black flames were about to descend upon Chentang Pass, the artifact suddenly radiated a brilliant light, forming an unyielding barrier that enveloped the stronghold. The black flames descended upon the radiant barrier, emitting a hissing sound akin to the whispers of a myriad of venomous serpents. The flames relentlessly battered the shield, sending ripples cascading across its surface, yet it remained unyielding. "We did it!" Young Tiger exclaimed with elation. The citizens atop the city walls erupted in joyous celebration, fully aware that it was the power of the artifact that had once again delivered them from peril. The leader in the black robe, witnessing his dark inferno thwarted by the artifact's might, was consumed by despair. However, unwilling to succumb to defeat, he resolved to stake everything on one final gamble. "Then let us perish together," he bellowed, channeling all the dark energy within him into the sword he wielded. In an instant, the sword transformed to an inky black, the surrounding air seemingly solidified, creating an ominous aura from which anguished cries emanated. "Everyone, be cautious. He is about to unleash his most devastating blow," Qingfeng warned. Young Tiger took a deep breath, aware that the forthcoming strike would determine the fate of Chentang Pass. At that moment, the voice of Nezha echoed in his mind. "Young tiger, fear not. Stand boldly as I do. I will not allow you to harm Chentang Pass." Once more, young tiger grasped his shield, infusing it with every ounce of his spiritual energy. At that moment, the shield radiated with a blinding brilliance, reminiscent of a sun, casting an illuminating glow that brightened everything around. The black-robed leader swung his sword down towards the walls of Chentang Pass. A streak of black energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning, cleaving the air as it hurtled towards young tiger and the stronghold. This dark energy bore the destructive force to rend the heavens and obliterate the earth, tearing through space itself and leaving gaping black rifts in its wake. Young tiger, undeterred, recalled Nezha's signature combat move, roaring with fervor as he raised his shield and charged towards the encroaching black energy. His roar resonated like the thunderous growl of an ancient beast, causing the ears of those nearby to ring. With a colossal crash, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth, the black energy collided with the shield, generating a formidable shockwave. The force of the impact knocked soldiers and civilians alike to the ground, enveloping all of Chentang Pass in a cloud of dust and debris, interspersed with flickers of black and gold light that collided and shimmered. As the dust settled, young tiger remained steadfast atop the wall, his shield marred with countless fissures, yet still intact. In stark contrast, the black-robed leader appeared pale, blood trickling from his lips, his body swaying precariously. You have withstood my mightiest strike," the leader uttered in disbelief, gazing at young tiger. Breathless, young tiger recalled Nezha's iconic words, declaring, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Chentang Pass, I shall protect." Just then, the artifact erupted in a brilliant light, enveloping the black-robed leader. Within the radiance, he writhed in agony as the artifact gradually siphoned away his dark power. His form contorted grotesquely, filled with anguished wails. "No, please," the leader cried in despair. But his voice diminished, ultimately fading as his body dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the ether. "We have triumphed," young tiger shouted, brimming with exhilaration. The citizens upon the city walls rose in unison, their jubilant cheers echoing through the air. They understood the immense difficulty of this hard-won battle, yet they had triumphed, safeguarding their cherished homeland. The people of Chentang Pass gathered around, hoisting little tiger high into the air. "Little tiger, you are our hero. Thank you." Their jubilant cries surged and ebbed like the waves of the sea. As little tiger gazed upon the faces of his fellow citizens, tears shimmered in his eyes. "This victory is not solely mine. It is a testament to our collective effort, the power of the divine artifact, and the guardianship of my brothers, Nezha and Bing, that has led us to triumph in this battle." Following this fierce confrontation, Chentang Pass emerged more united than ever. Under Little Tiger's leadership, the citizens commenced the reconstruction of their homes, fully aware of the fragility of peace and the necessity to cherish their current lives. The divine artifact remained enshrined in the temple, emanating a gentle radiance. It bore witness to the crisis faced by Chentang Pass, as well as to the bravery and solidarity of Little Tiger and the people. Each night, the artifact's glow illuminated the night sky, bringing hope and warmth to the hearts of the townsfolk. Years later, Little Tiger became the guardian of Chentang Pass. He narrated the tales of Nezha and Bing to every child, instilling in them the understanding of courage and the power of righteousness. Under his watchful care, Chentang Pass sustained its peace and prosperity. In distant lands, the beasts once summoned by the dark-robed figure began to fade away with the demise of their leader. The world returned to its tranquil state, yet the people would forever remember the thrilling battle that transpired at Chentang Pass. Perhaps one day in the future, new crises may arise, but the citizens of Chentang Pass firmly believed that as long as they stood united with the blessing of the divine artifact, they would overcome all adversities and protect the beloved land, ensuring that the spirits of Nezha and Bing would endure through the ages. Chapter 13. A new crisis in the light of hope on the walls of Chentang Pass. The sounds of celebration surged like a mighty tide, wave after wave. Little Tiger was elevated by the townsfolk, his face aglow with the joy of victory, yet a glimmer of concern for the future flickered in his eyes. Having experienced such a harrowing battle, he understood the precious nature of peace and recognized that the evils of the world may never vanish entirely. "You are our great hero of Chentang Pass," exclaimed an elder with silver hair, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Little Tiger, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I cannot claim all the credit. Without the strength bestowed upon me by my brothers Nezha and Bing through the divine artifact, and the unwavering support of everyone. How could I have vanquished that dark-robed leader? Just as the crowd reveled in their victory, a clear chirping of birds pierced the joyful atmosphere. A white dove descended gracefully from the heavens, clutching a mysterious letter in its beak. The dove flew directly to Little Tiger, gently placing the letter into his hand. Confused, Little Tiger opened the letter to find inscribed upon it, "Guardians of Chentang Pass, a far more dreadful crisis is silently approaching. In a distant, shadowy realm, an ancient malevolent force is awakening, with aspirations to seize all artifacts of power, with the treasures of Chentang Pass at the forefront of their ambitions. One must tread with caution and prepare for the impending trials." The letter bore no signature, and upon reading it, Little Tiger's expression turned grave. The Darkland, as whispered in tales, is a cursed expanse, shrouded perpetually in thick, inky clouds, devoid of any sunlight. The ground is scorched by black flames, barren of life, occasionally revealing twisted black rocks, as if they were the tormented souls struggling for freedom. Amidst this desolation stand ominous castles, their halls echoing with eerie sounds. The whispers of malevolent power. "What troubles you, Little Tiger?" Ching Feng inquired, sensing the disturbance as he approached. Little Tiger handed the letter to Ching Feng, his brow furrowed with concern. "It seems that just as we dealt with the Black Robe leader, new troubles have found us." Ching Feng perused the letter, his brow knitting tighter. What could this ancient malevolence be? "It appears we must prepare thoroughly." At that moment, Nezha's voice resonated in Little Tiger's mind. "Do not panic, Little Tiger. Let us devise a plan together." Little Tiger nodded, silently responding, "Brother Nezha, I understand, but this new crisis has struck so suddenly. Where shall we begin our preparations?" After a moment of contemplation, Nezha suggested, "First, we should seek out powerful artifacts. They may lend us assistance. I recall a secluded immortal residing on a celestial mountain to the east, who possesses a treasure known as the Wuxiang Pearl. It may prove useful." Upon hearing this, Little Tiger resolved to embark on the quest for the Wuxiang Pearl. Accompanied by Ching Feng and a few brave soldiers from Chentang Pass, he bid farewell to the reluctant townsfolk and set forth towards the eastern celestial mountain. Their journey was fraught with challenges as they traversed rugged terrain. At one juncture, they encountered a colossal python, which lunged at them with its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs. Unfazed, Little Tiger recalled Nezha's valiant demeanor in battle and seized his weapon. Charging forward, with their collective efforts, they successfully repelled the serpent. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the celestial mountain. Enveloped in swirling mists, exuding an air of mystery, cautiously, they ascended the winding path, only to be met with a massive stone door adorned with strange runes. "How do we enter?" one soldier pondered aloud. Little Tiger stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes. He noticed one rune flickering with a faint light, as if beckoning him. He reached out to touch it, and to his astonishment, the stone door gradually creaked open. "This seems to be a favorable omen," Ching Feng remarked with a smile. The group stepped through the doorway, entering a vast cavern filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center of the luminous display sat an ancient immortal, his hair as white as snow. Opening his eyes, he regarded Little Tiger and the others, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "At last, you have arrived." Little Tiger hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Immortal, we are messengers from Chentang Pass, seeking the Wuxiang Pearl. Currently, Chentang Pass is confronted with a formidable crisis, and we earnestly beseech the Immortal for assistance." The Immortal nodded, acknowledging their intent. The Wuxiang Pearl possesses the power to manipulate all things. Yet it has a temperament of its own. Not everyone can master it. Little Tiger resolutely declared, "Immortal, regardless of the challenges ahead, I am willing to try. As long as I can protect Chentang Pass and everyone here, I fear no trials." The Immortal, observing the determination in Little Tiger's eyes, nodded in approval. With a graceful wave of his hand, a radiant pearl materialized in his grasp. Indeed, it was the Wuxiang Pearl. The Immortal entrusted the pearl to Little Tiger, stating, "This Wuxiang Pearl is now yours, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility." As Little Tiger accepted the pearl, he felt a surge of potent energy coursing through it. Gratefully, he thanked the Immortal and departed the celestial mountain with his companions. On their journey back to Chentang Pass, Little Tiger began to experiment with the Wuxiang Pearl. He discovered that by concentrating his mind and visualizing the object he wished to control, the pearl could unleash extraordinary powers. On one occasion, they encountered a tumultuous river. Holding the Wuxiang Pearl, Little Tiger focused on stilling the waters. Miraculously, the river ceased its flow, allowing them to cross safely. Unbeknownst to them, as they sought the Wuxiang Pearl, an ancient evil force was covertly monitoring their every move. A figure cloaked in black stood atop a dark castle, sneering at the direction from which Little Tiger and his companions had departed, saying, "Humph, the Wuxiang Pearl? Even if you possess it, you cannot thwart our plans." Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Little Tiger relayed the events concerning the Wuxiang Pearl to the townsfolk. The citizens were filled with both excitement and trepidation. They were thrilled by the acquisition of such a potent artifact, yet concerned about the true strength of the ancient evil force. "Little Tiger, what shall we do next?" inquired a soldier. Little Tiger pondered for a moment before responding. "We must fortify the defenses of Chentang Pass and train more soldiers. Brother Nezha has warned that this malevolent force may strike on the night of the full moon. We must be thoroughly prepared." Consequently, the citizens of Chentang Pass busied themselves once more. They labored day and night to reinforce the walls, forge weapons, and train the soldiers. Little Tiger, too, remained diligent, dedicating himself to mastering the Wuxiang Pearl and enhancing his abilities. At last, the night of the full moon arrived. The soldiers atop the walls of Chentang Pass stood ready, the atmosphere charged with tension. Little Tiger, clutching the Wuxiang Pearl tightly, gazed intently into the distance. Suddenly, a dark cloud loomed overhead, swiftly advancing toward Chentang Pass. Beneath this shroud, a throng of shadows descended from the sky, revealing the ancient evil force. "Everyone, be cautious, the battle commences," Little Tiger shouted. The leader of the malevolent force, perched atop a colossal beast, surveyed the walls of Chentang Pass, sneering, "Chentang Pass, today marks your doom." With that, he gestured, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards the fortifications. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xiaohu promptly raised the Wanziang Pearl, his mind intent on conjuring a shimmering water barrier. Before long, a magnificent curtain of water materialized before the city walls, effectively shielding against the encroaching black flames. "Impressive indeed," muttered the leader of the malevolent forces with a disdainful scoff. "Charge forth. Seize the artifact." The soldiers of the dark forces surged toward the walls like a relentless tide, while the defenders of Chentang Pass seized their weapons, bravely resisting the assault. Xiaohu joined the fray, skillfully manipulating the Wanziang Pearl to send surrounding stones soaring towards the enemy. The battle escalated into a fierce clash, with both sides suffering grievous losses. At that moment, Nezha, within the consciousness of the artifact, summoned all his strength, transmitting his vast combat experience and formidable mental willpower unreservedly to Xiaohu. A flash of insight illuminated Xiaohu's mind, as if Nezha were there at his side offering guidance, enabling him to wield the Wanziang Pearl with newfound mastery. "Xiaohu, form a shield with the Wanziang Pearl to protect the citizens of Chentang Pass," Nezha commanded. Without hesitation, Xiaohu complied, and a transparent shield rapidly expanded, enveloping Chentang Pass and successfully repelling wave after wave of enemy attacks. "Brother Nezha, I owe you my gratitude. I feel invigorated," Xiaohu exclaimed inwardly. "Do not relent. Continue the fight," Nezha urged in response. Observing the tide of battle, the leader of the dark forces charged directly at Xiaohu, his black staff radiating an ominous glow. Undeterred, Xiaohu, bolstered by Nezha's spirit, harnessed the Wanziang Pearl to unleash a potent gravitational force, yanking the dark leader towards him with startling ferocity. Caught off guard, the leader nearly tumbled from his monstrous steed. "Everyone, converge. Do not let him escape," Qingfeng shouted, rallying the soldiers to engage in close combat with the malevolent forces. Throughout the skirmish, Xiaohu and Qingfeng exhibited remarkable synergy. Qingfeng parried the enemy's strikes with his sword, while Xiaohu seized the opportunity to manipulate the foe's weapons with the Wanziang Pearl, causing disarray in their ranks. "Huh, you scoundrels, today marks your demise," Xiaohu cried amidst the chaos of battle. Enraged, the leader of the dark forces unleashed all his might, attempting to breach Xiaohu's defenses. Sensing Xiaohu's mounting pressure within the artifact, Nezha exerted his utmost effort to channel his power through the Wanziang Pearl, elevating its strength to unprecedented heights. The Wanziang Pearl blazed with radiant light in Xiaohu's grasp as he concentrated its energy into a golden beam, directing it towards the dark leader. The leader's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to evade, only to find himself utterly immobilized. With a piercing scream, he was struck by the beam, vanishing into the abyss. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining soldiers of the dark forces scattered in disarray. The citizens of Chentang Pass erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating yet another victory over evil. As Xiaohu gazed upon the exultant populace, his heart brimmed with satisfaction, knowing that their triumph was made possible by the guardianship of Nezha and Ao Bing, as well as the united efforts of all. Chapter 14. The Call of the Mysterious Ruins. After enduring that harrowing battle, Chentang Pass emerged rejuvenated, as if a slumbering giant had awakened. radiating newfound vitality. The common folk were diligently repairing the homes ravaged by the ravages of war, and the marketplace once again buzzed with its former lively clamor. Children frolicked joyfully in the streets, while adults engaged in discussions about their future aspirations. Standing atop the city wall, Xiaohu gazed upon this flourishing scene, his heart brimming with contentment. Elder Nezha, brother Ao Bing, do you see this? Chentang Pass has regained its vitality, he silently mused. The voice of Nezha resonated in his mind. Xiaohu, this is the fruit of your and everyone's efforts. Chentang Pass is indeed fortunate to have a guardian like you. Meanwhile, in the consciousness space of the divine artifact, Ao Bing observed Nezha and remarked with a smile, "Sure. This Xiaohu is truly commendable. He embodies our resolve to protect Chentang Pass." Nezha crossed his arms, an expression of pride upon his face. Indeed, I always believed this lad possessed potential. With him here, we can rest assured about the future of Chentang Pass. Ao Bing gently shook his head, his demeanor turning solemn. While that may be true, the evils of this world will not dissipate easily. I fear there will be more trials ahead. Nezha patted Ao Bing on the shoulder. What is there to fear? With us present, with the divine artifact at our side, and with Xiaohu and the people of Chentang Pass, we shall surely turn calamity into fortune. Just then, Qingfeng approached with a smile. Xiaohu, today we are hosting a grand celebration to commemorate our victory. You must showcase your talents. Xiaohu scratched his head, feeling bashful. I have no particular skills. But as long as everyone is happy, that is enough. During the celebration, the people of Chentang Pass sang and danced exuberantly. Performers dazzled the crowd with acrobatics, eliciting rounds of applause. Others sang jubilant songs, immersing everyone in a joyful atmosphere. Xiaohu was drawn into various games by the villagers, and laughter echoed throughout Chentang Pass. However, as everyone reveled in joy, a sudden tremor shattered the blissful ambience. The ground began to shake violently, buildings swayed, and panic ensued among the populace. Everyone, do not panic. First, find a safe place to take cover. Xiaohu shouted. He and Qingfeng quickly organized the villagers to evacuate to an open area. Once the tremors ceased, Xiaohu and Qingfeng resolved to investigate the situation. They ventured outside the city, only to discover a vast fissure had formed in the once level ground, emanating a mysterious glow. What is this place? How could such a chasm appear so suddenly? Qingfeng inquired, puzzled. Xiaohu shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Cautiously, they approached the fissure, discovering what appeared to be an ancient relic at its base. Should we descend and take a look? Xiaohu asked. Qingfeng hesitated, then replied. This relic seems enigmatic. It may harbor dangers, yet it could also yield valuable discoveries. As long as we exercise caution, we should be fine. Thus, the two procured ropes and gradually descended to the bottom of the fissure. An ancient aura permeated the relic, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns and inscriptions. Xiaohu scrutinized the designs, noticing some bore a resemblance to the runes on the divine artifact. Qingfeng, look at these patterns. Could they be related to the divine artifact? Xiaohu pointed at the wall. With a furrowed brow, Qingfeng scrutinized the intricate patterns for a considerable time before speaking. These lines appear remarkably familiar. While they are not identical to the runes on our artifact from Chentang Pass, their style is strikingly similar. Could there be a connection between this relic and the origins of the artifact? Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied. If there is indeed a connection, we might discover a new method to manipulate the artifact or perhaps clues regarding other relics. Qingfeng nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. We must search diligently. As they delved deeper into their examination of the patterns, a sudden, low rumble of a growl interrupted them. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to be a guardian beast. Towering and formidable, the beast was adorned with sharp spines, its eyes glinting with a menacing light. Trouble! It is the guardian beast. We must retreat, Qingfeng shouted. Yet Xiaohu stood his ground, recalling Nezha's bravery in the face of adversity, a surge of courage welling up within him. Fear not, Qingfeng. We shall confront it together, he declared, seizing his weapon and bracing for battle. The guardian beast opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a deafening roar akin to a swirling tempest of darkness that surged towards Xiaohu and Qingfeng. With agility akin to that of a swift cheetah, Xiaohu deftly sidestepped to the left, evading the beast's direct assault. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling the power of the myriad beads to emit a golden light that coiled like a rope around the beast's forelimbs. The beast, powerful and resolute, violently tossed its limbs, shattering the golden light in an instant, showcasing its immense strength. Qingfeng, undeterred, wielded his sword, which shimmered with a blue radiance as he aimed for the beast's legs. Reacting with remarkable speed, the beast kicked back with its hind leg, propelling a massive boulder towards Qingfeng. He evaded the stone with a ghostly agility and once again thrust his sword at the guardian beast. At that moment, within the consciousness space of the artifact, Nezha could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, giant, what is your purpose in guarding this relic? Do you intend to imprison us indefinitely?" The guardian beast paused at Nezha's voice, emitting a low growl in response. "Ignorant youth, this relic is an ancient forbidden ground, not a place for you to trespass at will." A.O. Bing quickly interjected, "Esteemed guardian, we mean no harm. Chentang Pass, and indeed the entire world face a grave crisis, and we seek a means of salvation from this relic." The guardian beast scoffed derisively. "You think you are worthy? Countless fools have attempted to breach this relic in search of power, and you shall be no exception to failure." The battle intensified, the beast relentlessly swinging its enormous claws, each strike conjuring gusts of wind that sent debris scattering. Xiaohu and Qingfeng coordinated their movements meticulously, utilizing the terrain of the relic to evade and counterattack. Seizing an opportune moment, Xiaohu once more concentrated the power of the myriad beads, this time transforming the light into a multitude of sharp energy spikes that rained down upon the guardian beast like a torrential downpour. The beast roared in fury, its spines erecting instantly to form a robust defense, repelling the barrage of light. "This guardian's defenses are formidable," Xiaohu exclaimed. Qingfeng, panting heavily, replied, "Do not lose heart. Continue to search for its vulnerabilities." Nezha once again called out to the guardian beast, "Hey, if you persist in your stubbornness, the moment the malevolent forces arrive, this relic will be lost." The guardian beast, upon hearing this, exhibited a fleeting moment of hesitation, but quickly regained its resolve. "Even so, I cannot permit you reckless individuals to trespass and wreak havoc." A.O. Bing earnestly replied, "Elder, we truly come here for the safety of the world. Little Tiger and the others are filled with righteousness and would never misuse the power within these ruins." The two coordinated seamlessly. Qingfeng drew the guardian beast's attention, while Little Tiger seized the opportunity to strike at the beast's eyes. After a fierce battle, they finally found their moment. Little Tiger concentrated the power of the Wanshang Pearl into a sharp beam of light, which pierced toward the guardian beast's eyes. Roar! The beast let out a pained cry, swaying unsteadily before collapsing onto the ground. Little Tiger and Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and continued their exploration of the relic. Deep within the ruins, they discovered an ancient tome. The book contained a staggering secret. In a distant past, a great calamity befell the world, and only by gathering several powerful artifacts could one save it. Among these artifacts was the one from Chentang Pass. "It seems our mission is far from over," Little Tiger said gravely as he gazed at the book. Qingfeng leaned closer, and after reading, he remarked with a serious expression, "This poses quite a challenge. Gathering several formidable artifacts is no simple task, especially with that malevolent force lurking in the shadows." Little Tiger clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "No matter how difficult it may be, for the sake of saving the world and protecting Chentang Pass, we must seek out the other artifacts." Qingfeng patted Little Tiger's shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, with Nezha and A.O. Bing's strength, alongside the support of the people of Chentang Pass, we shall prevail." As they prepared to leave the relic, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. "At last, you have reached this place, guardians of Chentang Pass. The road ahead will be fraught with challenges, but as long as you stand united, you will triumph over all." Little Tiger and Qingfeng scanned their surroundings, but found no one. "Who are you? Show yourself," Little Tiger shouted. The mysterious voice resonated once more. "I am the guardian of this relic, and I shall aid you in your hour of need. Remember, the power of the artifacts is meant for protection, not for contention." With that, the enigmatic voice faded away. Little Tiger and Qingfeng returned to Chentang Pass, carrying the ancient tome. They shared this secret with the townsfolk, who were astonished yet brimming with determination. "No matter what lies ahead, we shall not retreat," a young soldier declared resolutely. "Yes, we must safeguard Chentang Pass and protect the artifacts." The crowd echoed in agreement. Little Tiger looked upon the unwavering expressions of the people, his heart swelling with gratitude. "With everyone's support, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission," he proclaimed. From that moment on, the citizens of Chentang Pass dedicated themselves to rigorous training, enhancing their abilities. Every day, Xiaohu diligently practiced mastering the power of the myriad spheres and the divine artifacts, fully aware that even more formidable challenges awaited them in the future. In the ensuing days, Xiaohu and Qingfeng embarked on a quest to seek out clues regarding other divine artifacts. They traversed mountains and valleys, enduring countless hardships and obstacles. One day, they found themselves in a mysterious forest, shrouded in an eerie mist that disoriented their senses. This forest is exceedingly strange. We must tread carefully, cautioned Qingfeng. Nodding in agreement, Xiaohu produced the myriad sphere, attempting to disperse the fog. However, the mist proved remarkably obstinate, with the sphere's power merely thinning it temporarily. As they cautiously advanced, a peculiar sound suddenly echoed through the air. A colossal spider monster leapt down from the trees, blocking their path. Haha, two little brats dare to invade my territory. Today marks your demise. The spider monster cackled. Unfazed, Xiaohu retorted with a smile, Big Spider, do not be so arrogant. Encountering us today is your misfortune. With that, Xiaohu and Qingfeng engaged in a fierce battle with the spider monster. The creature unleashed sticky webs, forming a gigantic, white net that descended upon them. Swiftly, Xiaohu commanded the myriad sphere, unleashing an invisible force that shattered the webs, sending fragments cascading like snowflakes. Humph, you possess some skill. Behold my venomous stingers, the spider monster declared, shooting sharp, toxic spikes from its hairy legs, each arcing through the air with a pungent aroma. Qingfeng swiftly wielded his sword, the blade shimmering with a cold light as he deflected the incoming stingers, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohu maneuvered behind the spider monster, channeling the power of the myriad sphere into a golden blade, and struck forcefully at its abdomen. The spider monster reacted swiftly, twisting its body like a spring to evade Xiaohu's attack. It then opened its cavernous maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and lunged at Xiaohu. With a sudden movement, Xiaohu utilized the power of the myriad sphere to perform an aerial flip, narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. In the heat of battle, Xiaohu and Qingfeng gradually discerned the spider monster's attack patterns. They began to synchronize their efforts more effectively. Qingfeng drew the creature's attention from the front, while Xiaohu lurked for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Spotting a gap in the spider monster's offense, Xiaohu once again harnessed the power of the myriad sphere, this time manifesting a powerful shockwave that shot forth like a cannonball. The spider monster staggered under the impact, but quickly regained its footing to launch another assault. After a grueling struggle, Xiaohu and Qingfeng finally identified the spider monster's vulnerability. Xiaohu maximized the power of the myriad sphere, conjuring a massive golden battle axe, which he raised high and brought crashing down upon the creature's head. With a resounding crack, the axe cleaved through the spider monster's cranium, eliciting a chilling scream as it collapsed to the ground. At last, the troublesome foe has been vanquished. Xiaohu wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. Qingfeng, with a smile, remarked, Xiaohu, you are becoming increasingly formidable. In the future, you will undoubtedly emerge as a great hero akin to Nezha and Bing. Xiaohu, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and replied, I still have a long way to go, but I shall strive diligently. During their quest for clues to the artifacts, Xiaohu and Qingfeng befriended many like-minded companions. There was a skilled healer, a master craftsman well-versed in mechanisms, and a mighty strongman. Together, they fought side by side, confronting various adversities and challenges. As time progressed, they drew ever closer to their goal of collecting the artifacts. However, unbeknownst to them, a malevolent force lurked in the shadows, closely monitoring their every move. This sinister entity sought to seize the artifacts and dominate the world. An even more thrilling battle was on the horizon. Within the realm of artifact consciousness, Nezha and Bing remained vigilant regarding Xiaohu and his companion's progress. Bing, his brow furrowed with concern, said Jar, this evil force is formidable. Xiaohu and his friends may be in peril. Nezha, however, laughed nonchalantly. Bing, do not fret too much. Xiaohu is quite clever, and with Qingfeng and their new friends assisting him, they will undoubtedly prevail. If worst comes to worst, we can lend them our strength from within the artifacts. Bing sighed resignedly. Let us hope your optimism proves correct. I can only wish for their success in gathering the artifacts and saving this world. Nezha nodded resolutely. It shall be so. We shall await the moment when Xiaohu showcases his prowess, and then we will celebrate heartily. Chapter 15. A perilous journey. Xiaohu and Qingfeng, elated with the ancient tomes they had discovered in the ruins, returned to Chentang Pass with great joy. Eager to share this astonishing revelation, they soon ignited a fervor among the people of Chentang Pass, who were filled with both anxiety over the daunting challenges ahead and a fiery spirit from their mission to save the world. Xiaohu, this journey to seek out the other artifacts will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Are you confident in your abilities? An elderly man inquired with concern. Xiaohu, his gaze resolute and fists clenched, responded loudly, Grandfather, fear not. With Brother Nezha and Brother Bing by my side, and the support of everyone, I will surely find the other artifacts and save the world. Just as the crowd was deliberating their next course of action, the sky suddenly darkened. A mass of ominous clouds, like a monstrous beast, swiftly enveloped Chentang Pass. From within the clouds, an eerie laughter echoed. "This is bad. It is the evil force," Qingfeng shouted. A swarm of shadowy figures plunged down from the clouds, those nefarious individuals who had long coveted the artifacts. Armed with sharp blades and eyes gleaming with greed and malice, the leader of the black-clad figures bellowed, "Hand over the artifacts, and we may spare your lives." Unfazed, Xiaohu stepped forward, declaring, "In your dreams. The artifacts exist to protect the world. They shall never fall into the hands of scoundrels like you." With that, Xiaohu swiftly commanded the Wanxiang Pearl, conjuring a golden shield that enveloped everyone in an instant. Upon witnessing the situation, the figures in black robes launched their assault, unleashing dark magic that fell like torrential raindrops upon the shield, creating ripples that spread outward. "Humph, with such feeble abilities, do you think you can breach my shield?" Xiaohu scoffed. However, the onslaught of the black-robed attackers intensified, and cracks began to form in the shield. Inside the realm of divine consciousness, Nezha felt a surge of urgency. "Xiaohu, hold on. Ao Bing and I will channel our strength to you." In an instant, Xiaohu felt a powerful force surging within him, causing the shield to radiate with renewed brilliance, repelling all of the black-robed assailants' attacks. The attackers were struck by their own magic, retreating with anguished cries. "Now is the time for a counterattack," Xiaohu shouted. The citizens of Chentang Pass, under Xiaohu's leadership, armed themselves and charged towards the black-robed figures, a cacophony of battle cries echoing through the air. Wielding the Wuxiang Pearl, Xiaohu drove the attackers back relentlessly. After a fierce confrontation, the black-robed figures, sensing defeat, fled in disarray. "Phew, we finally drove them away," Xiaohu said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sigh of relief. "We let them escape this time, but they will undoubtedly return. We must find the other divine artifacts swiftly," Qingfeng remarked. Xiaohu nodded in agreement, embarking on a quest for the artifacts alongside Qingfeng and his newly forged companions. They traversed the vast, boundless desert, where the scorching sun scorched the earth, and the sand beneath their feet seemed eager to engulf them. "This dreadful weather is unbearable," one friend lamented. "Do not lose heart. Perseverance is the key to victory," Xiaohu encouraged. Just as exhaustion began to weigh heavily upon them, a verdant oasis appeared before them, a crystal-clear spring glistening invitingly. The group erupted in joyous excitement, rushing towards the water to quench their thirst. "Everyone, be cautious. This may be a trap," Qingfeng warned, his voice laced with vigilance. The group immediately grew wary, yet it was too late. Suddenly, the spring erupted with a multitude of water serpents, launching an assault upon them. "Ah!" someone cried out, bitten by a water serpent and writhing in pain. Xiaohu swiftly wielded the Wuxiang Pearl, sending the serpents flying. Yet, they continued to surge forth in relentless waves, plunging the group into peril. "What shall we do? There are too many of these serpents," someone shouted in panic. "Fear not, I shall take care of this," Nezha proclaimed from the realm of divine consciousness. With a flash of brilliance from the Wuxiang Pearl in Xiaohu's hand, Nezha summoned the power of the Samadhi True Fire, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the serpents, reducing them to ash amidst a wave of searing heat. "Phew, we have finally dealt with those water serpents," Xiaohu said. The group pressed onward and arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in eerie mist that obscured their path. "This valley feels ominous. We must tread carefully," Qingfeng cautioned. As they cautiously ventured into the valley, a sudden sharp cry pierced the air. A swarm of bats surged forth from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with a menacing red glow. "Everyone, quickly take cover," Xiaohu shouted. The crowd hastily sought refuge behind the stones, as the bats incessantly collided with the rocks, producing a cacophony of thudding sounds. This predicament could not persist. "We must devise a strategy to divert their attention," suggested Little Tiger. At that moment, Ao Bing had a sudden inspiration. "Little Tiger, utilize the cosmic pearl to create a source of light that will captivate the bat's attention, and we shall seize the opportunity to escape." Heeding the advice, Little Tiger conjured a luminous orb with the cosmic pearl. As anticipated, the bats were drawn to the radiant sphere, flocking towards it. "Run!" shouted Little Tiger. The group took advantage of the distraction and dashed out of the valley. However, as they emerged, they were immediately surrounded by a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" Little Tiger demanded loudly. The leader of the soldiers scoffed. "Humph, you audacious fools, daring to seek the artifacts. Today, you shall not leave this place alive." With that, the soldiers raised their weapons and launched an assault. Little Tiger and his companions quickly retaliated, and a fierce battle ensued. During the fray, Little Tiger discerned that the soldier's armor was exceptionally robust, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. "This armor is impenetrable. What shall we do?" Qing Feng inquired anxiously. Nezha pondered for a moment in the artifact's consciousness space and replied, "Little Tiger, harness the power of the cosmic pearl to identify the armor's vulnerabilities. Then concentrate your efforts on those points." Little Tiger closed his eyes, focusing intently as he wielded the cosmic pearl to sense the weaknesses in the armor. Soon, he discovered that the neck was its Achilles heel. "Aim for their necks," Little Tiger commanded. Upon hearing this, the group redirected their attacks toward the soldier's vulnerable spots. Indeed, the soldier's armor was breached, and they fell one by one. After an arduous struggle, Little Tiger and his allies finally repelled the soldiers. They pressed onward and ultimately uncovered a clue leading to the second artifact, pointing to an ancient castle shrouded in an aura of mystery. "This is it. Let us enter," declared Little Tiger. Cautiously, the group stepped into the castle, which was dark and damp, with moss creeping along the walls. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged forth from the shadows. It was a fearsome Cyclops. "Haha, you little insects dare to intrude upon my domain." The Cyclops bellowed with maniacal laughter. Undaunted, Little Tiger responded boldly. "We have come to seek the artifacts. If you know what's good for you, step aside." The Cyclops, now laughing even more heartily, retorted, "Artifacts? Those belong to me, and you shall not take them." With that, the Cyclops swung a massive club towards them. Little Tiger swiftly commanded the cosmic pearl to conjure a barrier that absorbed the brunt of the blow. "Everyone, attack together. Defeat it," Little Tiger urged. The group launched their assault on the Cyclops, yet its immense strength rendered their strikes negligible, akin to mere tickles. "This Cyclops is too formidable. We are no match for it," someone despaired. "Do not lose hope. We will surely find its weakness," Little Tiger encouraged. In the midst of a fierce battle, Xiaohu discovered that although the Cyclopean giant's eye was colossal, it was, in fact, exceedingly fragile. "I found its weakness. Everyone, direct your attacks at its eye," Xiaohu exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the group concentrated their assaults on the Cyclopean giant's eye. The giant, in agony from the onslaught, roared in pain, swinging its massive club and smashing everything around it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohu manipulated the Wanxiang pearl, snatching the club away, and then struck fiercely towards the giant's eye. "Ah!" The Cyclopean giant let out a dreadful scream and collapsed to the ground. "We have succeeded." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Within the castle, Xiaohu and his companions found the second artifact, a jade pendant radiating a mysterious luminescence. As Xiaohu grasped the pendant, he felt a powerful energy surge within him. "Wonderful! We have discovered the second artifact," Xiaohu exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could revel in their triumph for too long, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A group of malevolent forces stormed in, surrounding them completely. "Haha, I never thought you truly found the artifact. Today, it shall belong to us." The leader of the evil faction laughed menacingly. Xiaohu clutched the pendant tightly, declaring, "If you want the artifact, you must first overcome us." Nezha, analyzing the situation in the consciousness space of the artifact, quickly spoke to Ao Bing. "Ao Bing, this group is formidable. We must devise a comprehensive strategy to assist Xiaohu and the others." Ao Bing nodded resolutely. "Indeed, Zhar, let us first observe their formation." Nezha scrutinized the enemy and noted that while they formed a tight circle, there was a slight gap on the eastern side. An idea sparked in his mind as he addressed Ao Bing. "Ao Bing, we should let Xiaohu and the others break through from the east. I will use the illusion of the Huan Tianling to ensnare the others, buying them time." Ao Bing agreed, adding, "I shall create an icy surface beneath their feet to facilitate their swift escape." Nezha immediately communicated the plan through their mental link to Xiaohu. "Xiaohu, there is a flaw in the eastern side of their encirclement. Lead everyone to break through from there. I will ensnare the other enemies with the illusion of the Huan Tianling simultaneously." Ao Bing harnessed his powers to create a slick icy area beneath Xiaohu and his companions. "Xiaohu, use this ice to surge forth unexpectedly," Ao Bing urged. Understanding the signal, Xiaohu shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Charge." The group swiftly glided towards the east, aided by the ice's slickness. Nezha unleashed the power of the Huan Tianling's illusion, golden ribbons extending from the consciousness space of the artifact, wrapping tightly around the enemies in other directions. Although merely an illusion, it momentarily hindered the enemy's escape. The forces of evil were taken aback by Xiaohu's sudden counterattack, causing their formation to falter. However, the evil faction quickly regained their composure. With a wave of his hand, The leader commanded a group of cloaked figures to pursue Xiao Hu and his companions. Observing this, Nezha gathered all his strength in the artifact's consciousness space, channeling it into the Wanxiang Pearl. Xiao Hu, unleash a powerful wind blade with the Wanxiang Pearl to block them. With the manipulation of the cosmic pearl, a wind blade, sharp as a dagger, whistled forth, sending the pursuing figures in black tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Little Tiger and his companions successfully escaped the castle. However, the forces of evil would not relent, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. As the enemy drew nearer, Ao Bing calmly suggested, Nezha, let us have Little Tiger utilize the terrain around us. There lies a grove ahead. Once they enter, they can scatter and conceal themselves. We shall devise a way to distract the adversaries. Nezha nodded and promptly conveyed the plan to Little Tiger. Little Tiger led the group into the woods, swiftly dispersing. Meanwhile, Nezha utilized the cosmic pearl to conjure numerous illusions that darted through the trees, confounding the enemy. The forces of evil were left disoriented by these phantoms, losing their way amidst the grove. Taking advantage of this moment, Little Tiger and his friends stealthily maneuvered to the enemy's rear, preparing for a surprise assault. Ready yourselves. Await my command, Little Tiger whispered. As the adversaries drew closer, he shouted, now? The group surged forth from all directions, launching a fierce attack against the enemy. Nezha unleashed the illusionary might of the fire-tipped spear, manifesting countless fiery spear shadows across the battlefield, perfectly coordinating with their assault, leaving the enemy defenseless. Ao Bing, wielding the power of the ice dragon, summoned a colossal ice dragon from the ground, ensnaring a portion of the foes. Bolstered by their combined strengths, the group's onslaught grew ever more formidable. Through their unified efforts, the forces of evil were once again left in disarray, retreating in chaos. Phew, we have finally shaken them off, Little Tiger gasped, breathless. Qingfeng chuckled, patting Little Tiger on the shoulder. Thanks to Brother Nezha, Brother Ao Bing, and everyone here, we have managed to turn peril into safety time and again. Little Tiger gazed resolutely at the jade pendant in his hand, affirming, indeed, we shall gather all the divine artifacts and triumph over evil. Chapter 16. The Challenge of the Mysterious Maze. Little Tiger and his companions, now in possession of the second divine artifact, continued their quest with unwavering confidence to seek out the remaining artifacts. They traversed dense forests and forded swift rivers, advancing toward the direction rumored to harbor the third artifact. I wonder what strange occurrences await us this time in our quest for the artifact, mused a young man named Chong, scratching his head. Little Tiger smiled and reassured him, no matter what we encounter, we shall face it together and surely find the artifact. Just then, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the path ahead, shrouding it completely in a veil of white, resembling a vast ocean. This fog is rather peculiar, Qingfeng remarked, furrowing his brow with caution. Little Tiger tightened his grip on the cosmic pearl and cautioned, everyone, proceed with care, step by step. As they cautiously entered the dense fog, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. From the once silent forest, strange sounds emerged, whispers reminiscent of human voices mingled with the growls of wild beasts. Oh dear, what is that sound? It's rather frightening, exclaimed a young girl named Amin, clutching Chong's arm tightly. Fear not, I am here, Chong consoled her, patting her hand gently. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged ahead, partially obscured by the thick fog, rendering its features indistinct. Who goes there? Shouted Little Tiger. The figure remained silent, slowly advancing towards them. As it drew nearer, the onlookers finally discerned its form, a giant composed entirely of stone, its eyes gleaming with a menacing red glow. This is bad, it's a stone giant, exclaimed Qingfeng. The stone giant swung its massive stone fist, aiming to strike the group. Little Tiger swiftly wielded the cosmic pearl, summoning a radiant golden barrier to shield them. The stone fist collided with the luminous shield, producing a thunderous sound and sparking a shower of embers. Everyone attack it, called Little Tiger. The group launched their assaults. Yet the stone giant's formidable body withstood their efforts, barely sustaining any damage. What are we to do? Its defenses are impenetrable. Chong voiced his anxiety. Nezha, observing the situation from the artifact's consciousness space, advised, Little Tiger, though the stone giant is resilient, its joints should be its weak points. Focus the power of the cosmic pearl there. Heeding this counsel, Little Tiger concentrated the pearl's energy on the stone giant's joints. A potent beam of light shot towards the giant's knee, instantly forming a fissure in the stone. Now, everyone, strike its knee, shouted Little Tiger. The group responded, directing their attacks at the giant's knee. Under the relentless onslaught, the stone giant finally succumbed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Phew, we've finally dealt with this behemoth, Little Tiger sighed in relief. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as they soon discovered the surrounding fog thickened ominously, obscuring any path to escape. "It seems we are trapped," a Min declared in panic. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed through the mist. "Ha ha! You foolish mortals have wandered into my maze. You shall not escape alive today. Who are you? Have the courage to face us," shouted Little Tiger. The enigmatic voice offered no reply, and then the fog began to twist and morph, conjuring terrifying illusions. One moment, it was a monstrous beast with gnarled claws. The next, a bottomless chasm, leaving the group bewildered and disoriented. "Do not be deceived by the illusions. Focus your minds," A.O. Bing urged from the artifact's consciousness space. Taking a deep breath, Little Tiger closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt the power of the cosmic pearl flowing within him, attempting to dispel the phantoms. Just then, a diminutive figure emerged from the fog. It appeared to be a tiny sprite, radiating a soft blue glow. "Greetings. I am Lingling," the sprite chirped cheerfully. "Lingling, do you know how to escape this maze?" Little Tiger inquired eagerly. Lingling blinked and replied, "I do. But first, you must assist me with a small task." "What task?" "Speak quickly. As long as we can depart from this place, we shall certainly assist you," said Qingfeng. Lingling pointed ahead and replied, "At the heart of the maze lies a wondrous flower known as the Mist Flower. This flower is guarded by a nefarious sorcerer. If you help me retrieve the Mist Flower, I shall reveal to you the means to escape." Xiao Hu and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well, we accept your request," Xiao Hu declared. The group followed Lingling towards the center of the maze. Along the way, they encountered various guardians, including fire-spitting birds, gigantic venomous spiders, and treemen that unleashed bolts of lightning. Yet, through their united efforts, Xiao Hu and his companions vanquished each foe. At last, they arrived at the center of the maze. In a clearing, a flower emanating a kaleidoscope of colors was quietly blooming. This was the Mist Flower. However, beside it stood a sorcerer clad in a long black robe, wielding a wand and casting a frigid gaze upon them. "You little rascals dare to attempt to steal my Mist Flower? How utterly foolish!" The sorcerer sneered. "Hand over the Mist Flower. We wish to avoid conflict," Xiao Hu implored. The sorcerer, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "If you desire the Mist Flower, you must first overcome me." With that, he waved his wand, unleashing a torrent of dark magic towards them. Xiao Hu swiftly manipulated the Wuxiang Pearl, conjuring a shield to deflect the magical assault. "Be cautious. This sorcerer's magic is formidable," Xiao Hu shouted. The sorcerer persisted, launching a barrage of black magic that rained down upon the shield, causing it to crack. "This strategy is not sustainable. We must devise a counterattack," Qingfeng suggested. Nezha pondered for a moment within the realm of the divine artifact and said, "Xiao Hu, use the Wuxiang Pearl to create a vortex, drawing the sorcerer's magic within, then rebound it back at him." Heeding this advice, Xiao Hu commanded the Wuxiang Pearl to form a massive vortex. The sorcerer's magic was drawn into the swirling maelstrom, which then spun violently, sending the magic hurtling back toward the sorcerer. Caught off guard, the sorcerer was struck by his own spell and stumbled back a few paces. You possess some skill," he scoffed, "but that is still far from sufficient." The sorcerer began to chant an incantation, causing the ground to tremble as countless stones erupted from the earth, hurtling towards them. "Quickly, everyone, take cover," Xiao Hu cried out. The group scrambled to evade the falling stones in a frenzy. Just then, A.O. Bing summoned the power of ice within the realm of the divine artifact, encasing them in a thick ice shield that thwarted the onslaught of rocks. "Now is our chance. Attack the sorcerer," Xiao Hu urged. The group launched their offensive. Xiao Hu directed a powerful beam of light from the Wuxiang Pearl at the sorcerer. Qingfeng brandished his longsword, which shimmered with blue luminescence, thrusting it towards the sorcerer, while Chong hefted a massive boulder and hurled it at him. Seeing this, the sorcerer hastily cast a spell to defend himself. However, the ferocity of their assault proved overwhelming, and he gradually found himself unable to withstand their combined might. "Wait for it. I shall not let you escape." The sorcerer, sensing the impending danger, transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. At last, they had managed to drive him away. Little Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Ling joyfully approached them, exclaiming, "Thank you for helping me obtain the Mist Flower. Now, I shall reveal to you the way to exit this maze." With the Mist Flower in hand, Ling waved it a few times before the group. The flower emitted a gentle radiance, dispersing the surrounding mist. It was then that they realized they were situated within a vast circular valley, its walls adorned with peculiar runes. "Behold, these runes are the key to the maze," Ling pointed out. "By touching these runes in a specific sequence, we can unravel the labyrinth." Under Ling Ling's guidance, Little Tiger and the others touched the runes in order. As they did so, the valley trembled, and a beam of light surged from its center, forming a portal. This is the passage to escape the maze. You must enter quickly, Ling Ling urged. Gratefully, Little Tiger and the others looked at Ling Ling and said, "Thank you. Ling Ling, without your assistance, we would have been trapped here indefinitely." Ling Ling smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. I wish you success in finding all the artifacts and saving the world." They stepped through the portal, and in a flash of light, they emerged from the maze. Upon exiting, they found themselves before an ancient castle. The castle's grand door was firmly shut, engraved with a colossal symbol, the very mark of the third artifact they sought. "It seems the third artifact lies within this castle," Little Tiger exclaimed with excitement. Approaching the castle, they pushed against the heavy door, but it would not budge. "Why won't this door open?" Achong asked in confusion. Little Tiger scrutinized the door and noticed a groove that resembled the shape of the jade pendant, the second artifact they held. "I believe I know how to unlock this door," he declared, retrieving the jade pendant and placing it into the groove. As soon as the pendant was set in place, the door creaked open slowly, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura from within the castle. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be danger inside," Little Tiger warned. They cautiously entered the castle, which was dark and damp, with numerous tattered portraits hanging on the walls. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and the figures in the portraits began to animate, leaping out and encircling them. "What is happening?" Amin gasped in terror. "Do not fear. These are mere phantoms. Let us attack them together," Little Tiger shouted. The group launched their assault, but the phantoms appeared insubstantial, their strikes passing through without inflicting any harm. "What are we to do?" "They cannot be defeated," Achong exclaimed anxiously. Nezha, observing the phantoms from within the artifact's consciousness space, noted that their movements seemed to be governed by some unseen force. "Little Tiger, these phantoms are being manipulated by a force residing within the castle. Utilize the cosmic pearl to locate the source of their control and then obliterate it." Little Tiger closed his eyes, focused his mind, and commanded the cosmic pearl to sense the origin of the phantom's manipulation. Soon, he discerned a dark power surging in the castle's basement, the very force governing these apparitions. "I have located the source. It is in the basement. Let us proceed there," shouted Little Tiger. The group made their way to the basement, encountering phantoms attempting to obstruct their path, yet they skillfully evaded each one. At long last, they reached the basement, where a pungent odor pervaded the air. In the center lay a colossal magical array, pulsating with a sinister black light that controlled the phantoms. "This is the place. Let us unite to destroy this magical array," exclaimed Little Tiger. They launched their assaults. Little Tiger directed the cosmic pearl, sending a powerful beam toward the array. Qingfeng wielded his sword, striking at the magical formation. Aqiang lifted a massive stone, hurling it toward the array. Under their relentless attacks, cracks began to appear in the array, and its radiance dimmed. With a resounding crash, the magical array was finally shattered, and the phantoms vanished without a trace. "Phew, we have finally resolved this turmoil," Little Tiger sighed in relief. At that moment, a beam of light emanated from the corner of the basement. Following the light, they discovered a box quietly resting there, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Little Tiger approached cautiously and opened the box, revealing a stone radiating a golden glow, the third artifact they had been seeking. Grasping the artifact, he felt a powerful energy resonating with his own. "We have succeeded. We have found the third artifact," Little Tiger exclaimed with excitement. With the three treasures in hand, Little Tiger and his companions returned to Chentang Pass, aiding Li Jing in safeguarding the first line of defense, ensuring the well-being of the common people. Chapter 1. Disturbance in the East Sea. Nezha and Ao Bing raced toward the East Sea like two meteors streaking across the sky, propelled by wind and fire wheels and cloud-soaked boots, carrying an inexorable momentum. Nezha, with his impetuous nature, was brimming with enthusiasm, chattering incessantly. Ao Bing, look at the commotion stirred up in the East Sea. There must be a formidable presence below preparing for a grand display. It might be even more troublesome than that sea demon we encountered last time, but I am unafraid. It's the perfect opportunity for me to showcase my prowess and stretch my limbs. Ao Bing, observing his excitement, shook his head in resignation and solemnly cautioned, "Nezha, do not underestimate the gravity of this situation. It may be worse than we anticipate. We must remain vigilant and not act recklessly." In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the seashore. The sight before them was utterly astonishing. The East Sea, once as tranquil as blue satin, had transformed into a raging primordial beast. The sea resembled a boiling cauldron of black broth, tumultuously surging and roiling. with waves crashing like towering black mountains, relentlessly assaulting the shore. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the very heavens were on the verge of shattering. The fishermen along the coast turned pale as a sheet. Their fishing gear scattered about, as they fled inland in a frantic panic, their voices hoarse as they cried out, "Heavens! What is happening? Is a sea demon coming ashore to devour us? Help! A sea demon? I suspect something far more formidable is at play." Nezha's eyes widened like bronze bells. His face flushed with excitement, gripping his fiery spear tightly, as if he were poised to charge into battle at any moment. Ao Bing gazed at the tumultuous sea, his brow furrowed, a grave expression upon his face. "Regardless of what it is, we must not underestimate the situation. We must prepare thoroughly." Just then, the Dragon King Ao Guang erupted from the depths of the sea, panic-stricken. The once majestic and imposing king now wore a visage of terror, his dragon whiskers tangled by the sea breeze, devoid of his former grandeur. "Nezha, Ao Bing, this is dire. The seal on the demon's power is inexplicably weakening, and I can distinctly sense the demon's essence growing stronger. It may soon break free. What shall we do?" Ao Guang exclaimed, his voice cracking with fear. Upon hearing this, Nezha's spirit surged. He thumped his chest loudly and declared, "Fear not, Dragon King. With me, Nezha, here, even if the demon escapes, I will make him rue the day." Begging for mercy, Ao Bing nodded resolutely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Rest assured, Father, we shall give our all to thwart the demon's ambitions, even if it costs us our lives. Enough chatter. We must quickly ascertain the state of the seal." Ao Guang, filled with urgency, dove back into the sea. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, followed him beneath the waves. The deeper they descended, the greater the pressure of the water, yet to them, it felt as trivial as a mere tickle. Along the way, they observed fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams frantically darting about, while coral reefs lay shattered, leaving the underwater world in utter disarray, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At last, they reached the site of the demon's seal. What was once a radiant and unyielding barrier now flickered weakly like a candle flame in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. The seal was riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, from which black mist seeped, exuding a nauseating stench, akin to the breath of the underworld. "Who dares to tamper with this seal? I shall drag them out, and make them regret their actions." Nezha fumed, brandishing his spear with fervor, eager to uncover the culprit. Ao Bing meticulously scrutinized the seal, and suddenly his eyes illuminated with realization as he pointed to a corner of the seal, exclaiming, "Look there! A dark mass is moving, as if it is consuming the seal." Ao Guang's complexion turned pale in an instant, and with a voice filled with terror, he exclaimed, "This is the dark power of the demon god. How could it appear here? Is someone truly orchestrating this destruction? What shall we do?" Nezha moved closer, wrinkling his nose in disdain, and remarked, "Oh my! This stench is more unbearable than the pile of socks at my home that have been rotting for a month. Watch me deal with it and make it understand my might." With that, he raised his fiery spear and thrust it forward. The dark mass seemed to come alive, swiftly transforming into a gigantic black claw. The claw shimmered with a sinister black light and emitted a foul odor, hurtling towards Nezha with incredible speed. Nezha reacted with astonishing agility, evading the claw's attack as nimbly as an eel. "Huh! With such feeble skill, do you think you can catch me? You are far from it. I, Nezha, am not so easily subdued." He laughed heartily, hands on his hips, radiating an air of triumph. Observing this, Ao Bing immediately invoked an ice spell. His hands danced swiftly in the air while he chanted, "Ice shards break the enchantment, swift as lightning." Sharp ice shards, resembling arrows, shot forth towards the black claw. Upon impact, the claw's surface instantaneously encased itself in a thick layer of ice. However, before Ao Bing could revel in his success, the claw violently shook, shattering the ice and lunging toward them once more. This creature proves quite resilient. Nevertheless, I shall not concede easily. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing a hint of concern, but predominantly determination. Nezha, unfazed, raised his fiery spear again, declaring, "Behold my prowess. Fiery spear, strike. Watch as I reduce your wretched claw to mere fragments." He summoned all his strength, hurling the fiery spear at the black claw, which struck true, igniting a dazzling blaze. The claw howled in pain, retracting in haste. "Humph, now you understand my might. When I, Nezha, take action, one is worth two." He stood proudly, hands on his hips, exuding a sense of victory over all adversaries. Yet, before they could catch their breath, more black claws emerged from the seal, swarming like a legion of dark octopuses. rapidly filling the entire ocean floor. Ao Bing, we must devise a strategy to divert these claws, otherwise, the seal is doomed. Nezha shouted, brandishing his fiery spear to fend off the claw's onslaught, while anxiously contemplating a solution. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Right, I will draw their attention. You must urgently find a way to restore the seal. Be swift. With that, he wielded his dual hammers, which glimmered with a blue light, charging towards the black claws like a blue comet. The claws, drawn by Ao Bing's formidable presence, altered their course and surged towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha scrutinized the seal and discerned a minuscule glimmer at its core. Though faint, it stood out remarkably amidst the encompassing darkness. Could it be that restoring this core would reinstate the seal's power? I must give it a try? Nezha pondered, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the shimmering point. He hurriedly conveyed his thoughts to Ao Bing and Ao Guang. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Guang, laden with concern, remarked, it is possible. But repairing the core necessitates immense energy. Just the three of us may fall woefully short. What shall we do? Nezha scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. We can enlist the help of the people of Chentang Pass. They trust us implicitly, and with a single call, they will surely come to our aid. The strength of the populace is boundless. Ao Bing, upon hearing this, concurred. Indeed, let us ascend. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly, without delay. The trio swiftly returned to the surface of the sea. Nezha and Ao Bing briefly informed the coastal villagers of their predicament, and upon hearing their plight, the villagers eagerly expressed their willingness to assist. Nezha, Ao Bing, you are our heroes. It is our duty to protect you. We shall do whatever it takes to vanquish the demon god. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, we shall not hesitate. A robust young fisherman proclaimed, his gaze resolute and fearless. Yes, let us unite our efforts. We shall defeat the demon god and safeguard Chentang Pass. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices resonating with such strength that it seemed to shake the heavens, imbued with determination and resolve. Nezha and Ao Bing were moved to tears as they led the villagers to the shore, where they formed a vast circle, with hands placed upon the earth. They concentrated their energies, channeling their beliefs and strength into the sea. The villagers closed their eyes, murmuring incantations as streams of faint light began to rise from their hands, coalescing into a powerful torrent of energy, akin to a luminous river flowing gently into the ocean. With the villagers' assistance, Nezha and Ao Bing once more plunged into the depths of the sea. They bore this formidable energy to the seal, cautiously infusing it into the core. As the energy was bestowed, the seal's brilliance gradually intensified, the previously dim light began to brighten, and the web-like fissures slowly mended, akin to wounds healing over time. Just as the seal was on the verge of being fully restored, an even more potent force of darkness surged forth from within, erupting like a black tsunami, violently casting Nezha and Ao Bing aside. Ha ha ha! Did you truly believe you could thwart me with such trivial efforts? You are woefully naive. I, the demon god, am not so easily vanquished. A chilling and sinister voice echoed through the depths, resembling a roar from the abyss, reverberating painfully in their ears, as if their very souls were on the brink of shattering. Nezha and Ao Bing steadied themselves, witnessing a colossal shadow emerge gradually from the seal. This figure loomed like a mountain, exuding a dense aura of darkness, enveloping everything around it like a shroud of ominous clouds. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered ominously in the darkness, as if capable of piercing through all, sending shivers down one's spine. The demon god, at last, you have revealed yourself. Today marks your demise. Witness as I shatter your very essence. Nezha bellowed, his gaze ablaze with fury, his fiery spear gripped tightly in hand, poised to pierce the fiend in the next heartbeat. The demon god erupted in maniacal laughter. Indeed, it is I. Today signifies your end, and this entire world shall fall into my grasp. Prepare to meet your doom. With that, the demon god launched an assault against Nezha and Ao Bing. His hands moved swiftly before his chest, chanting incantations, as a colossal sphere of dark energy coalesced before him. The orb crackled with black lightning, exuding an aura of annihilation. With a tremendous force, the demon god hurled the energy sphere towards them, carving through the ocean and stirring a black vortex in its wake. The waters instantly turned a murky black, as if drained of all vitality, rendering it lifeless. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately conjured their spells in defense. Nezha swung the universal silk with great vigor, causing it to dance in the air like an agile crimson dragon, forming a formidable barrier that tightly obstructed the dark energy sphere. The brilliance of the silk clashed against the shadowy power of the orb, producing a dazzling light that illuminated the ocean floor. Meanwhile, Ao Bing conjured ice spells, his hands weaving intricate gestures as he recited incantations. Streams of icy blue light shot forth from his hands, swiftly crystallizing into a thick layer of ice around the dark energy sphere, seeking to freeze the demon god's movements and diminish the orb's potency. However, the demon god's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Their attacks merely tickled him. Waves of assault continued unabated from the demon god, showing no signs of relent. Nezha and Ao Bing gradually found themselves beleaguered, their breaths becoming labored, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy. We cannot be vanquished so easily. Ao Bing gasped. Weariness etched upon his face, yet his gaze unwavering. Nezha gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring, "We cannot surrender. We will surely uncover his weakness." I refuse to believe he lacks a flaw. At that moment, Nezha suddenly noticed a faintly glowing mark upon the demon god's head. Ao Bing, look there. Could it be his weakness? Let us test it. Nezha shouted, pointing emphatically. Ao Bing followed Nezha's gesture, his eyes lighting up with realization. It is possible. Let us give it a try. Perhaps that is his Achilles heel. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing focused their energies, preparing to strike at the mark upon the demon god's head. Nezha raised both the fiery spear and the cosmic ring, shouting, "Behold my might. Today, I shall bring this demon god to his knees." The spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the demon god's head, its tip radiating a brilliant light, as if to pierce the very darkness of the ocean depths. The cosmic ring spun rapidly around them, emitting a resonant hum, amplifying the force of their assault. Ao Bing wielded the power of his twin hammers to perfection, raising them high above his head as he shouted, "Ice hammer, break the demon." Waves of ice blue light surged forth like tumultuous ocean swells, directed at the demon god, harmoniously complementing Nezha's assault. Sensing the impending danger, the demon god attempted to evade their onslaught, but it was already too late. The simultaneous strikes from Nezha and Ao Bing struck the mark upon the demon god's head. A piercing scream of agony erupted from him, reverberating throughout the depths of the ocean, as if it would shatter the very seabed. His body began to tremble violently, and the surrounding dark aura became chaotically disordered. "Humph! Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Now you comprehend our might, do you not?" Nezha proclaimed triumphantly, a victorious smile gracing his face. However, the demon god was not utterly vanquished. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he launched another attack. This time, his fury was even more frenzied, and the ocean floor was tossed into disarray by his dark power. Enormous underwater boulders were effortlessly lifted and hurled like cannonballs towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Gigantic whirlpools formed in the water, as if to drag them into an endless abyss. Nezha and Ao Bing continued their battle against the demon god, yet their strength waned, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. Wounds began to appear on their bodies, and blood slowly dispersed in the water, resembling red blossoms in the dark depths, hauntingly beautiful. Just as despair began to envelop them, a brilliant beam of light descended from the surface of the sea. Within this radiant illumination appeared a familiar figure, Tai Jinren. "Disciple, I have come to lend you a hand. Fear not, for your master is here." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing in the depths of the ocean, as if it brought a glimmer of hope to Nezha and Ao Bing. Seeing Tai Jinren, Nezha's heart soared with joy. "Master, your arrival is most fortuitous. Quickly, help us defeat the demon god. This fiend is too formidable. We are struggling to withstand him." Tai Jinren smiled gently, deftly waving his feather duster and intoning, "Heaven and Earth's Tao, subdue the demons and banish the evils. Witness how I shall deal with this demon god today." A powerful surge of celestial energy flowed from his hands, resembling a golden torrent rushing towards the demon god. This force intertwined with Nezha and Ao Bing's might, coalescing into an even more formidable assault, as though it sought to completely engulf the demon god. The demon god, sensing this overwhelming power, was filled with dread. He attempted to flee, but found himself ensnared by this formidable force. "No, this cannot be. I will not be defeated by you. I am the demon god. I am invincible." He howled in madness, yet his voice grew fainter, ultimately silenced by the overpowering force. As the demon god vanished, the ceiling light regained its brilliance, and the ocean gradually calmed. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Tai Jinren successfully repaired the seal, saving the world. The townsfolk by the sea witnessed this scene and erupted in jubilant cheers. They rushed to the shore to greet Nezha, Ao Bing, and Tai Jinren. "Nezha, Ao Bing, you are our great heroes. It is you who have saved us, saved Chentang Pass. Thanks to you, We remain safe and sound. You are our guardians." The cheers of the crowd reverberated along the shore. Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at the jubilant citizens, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Although they had vanquished the demon god this time, they could not afford to let their guard down. The forces of evil in the world will never truly vanish. We must continue to hone our abilities, protect Chentang Pass, and safeguard this realm. Our responsibilities weigh heavily upon us," Nezha declared, his eyes filled with resolve. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us strive together. Only by constantly enhancing our strength can we better protect everyone." Tai Jinren observed them with a smile of approval. "My disciples, you have performed admirably. The road ahead remains long, and I shall always be by your side to support your growth. Remember, justice will ultimately triumph over evil." Yet, Nezha and Ao Bing understood that this was merely a fleeting calm. The shadow of the demon god still loomed over the world. They must remain ever vigilant, prepared to confront unknown challenges. In the days that followed, they continued their training while closely monitoring their surroundings, leaving no stone unturned for any potential clues related to the demon god. They were acutely aware that future battles might be even more arduous, but they felt no fear, for they were the protectors of Chentang Pass, the very embodiment of justice. Chapter 2. The truth begins to unfold after the harrowing battle with the demon god. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily made their way back to Chentang Pass, their bodies weary yet alert. Along the way, Nezha resembled a wind-up toy, incessantly fiddling with the Qianquan circle in his hands, muttering continuously, "Oh dear, this matter regarding the demon god is exceedingly perplexing. The seal was perfectly intact before. How could it suddenly fail? There must be some hidden treachery at play, and I am determined to unearth it." Meanwhile, Ao Bing furrowed his brow, his twin hammers rotating in his hands, occasionally glancing skyward as if the boundless heavens might provide him with answers. Upon entering Chentang Pass, they headed straight for the secret chamber where the divine artifacts were stored. The door to the chamber stood firmly closed, enveloped in an air of mystery. Nezha, burning with urgency, took a swift step forward and forcefully pushed open the door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a soft glow emanating from within. Inside the chamber, a treasure box lay quietly on the central stone pedestal, radiating a faint light as if eagerly beckoning them. "Ao Bing, look! The treasure box seems to be stirring," Nezha exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Ao Bing quickly approached, joining Nezha at the side of the treasure box. Nezha, unable to contain his eagerness, reached out to open the box, and in an instant, a brilliant beam of light burst forth, illuminating the entire chamber. Inside the box, ancient runes flickered with a gentle glow, twisting and turning as if a mischievous troupe of sprites danced, seemingly whispering long-forgotten tales. Ao Bing observed these runes. They must be intricately linked to the matter of the demon god. Perhaps within lies the key to defeating him. Nezha pointed at the runes, his hands trembling with excitement. Ao Bing leaned in for a closer inspection, his gaze fixed intently on the runes, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, these runes appear to be of considerable antiquity, nearly imbued with life. They must conceal significant information. We must study them thoroughly, for they may lead us to a solution." Without hesitation, they commenced a thorough search of the secret chamber, rummaging through various ancient tomes. The room was cluttered with books piled high like small mountains, each covered in a thick layer of dust, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time. Impatient by nature, Nezha flipped through the pages at a whirlwind pace, exclaiming, "What does this even mean? It resembles celestial scripture, so perplexing. I refuse to believe that I, Nezha, cannot decipher it." In contrast, Ao Bing remained composed, meticulously examining each volume, absorbing the contents with great seriousness while occasionally stroking his chin in deep contemplation. After an exhaustive search, their bodies weary and aching, they found themselves empty-handed. Nezha, growing increasingly frustrated, flung the book in his hands and exclaimed, "Alas, this endless search yields no clarity. It truly vexes me." Ao Bing reassured him, "Do not despair, Nezha. Let us search diligently once more. We are bound to uncover something." At that moment, Nezha's eyes sparkled with realization as he stumbled upon a clue within a dilapidated tome, its pages yellowed and fragile, as if they might disintegrate with the slightest touch. "Ao Bing, come quickly and see this," Nezha shouted with enthusiasm. Ao Bing hurried over, their heads nearly touching as they scrutinized the archaic text. It contained ancient legends regarding the demon god, revealing that the power sealing him was not impervious and eternal but, like a deflating balloon, weakened over time. At the critical moment of the seal's loosening, the demon god's cunning consciousness seized the opportunity to escape. wandering like a specter in search of the means to break free from confinement and re-emerge into the world. No wonder strange occurrences have plagued Chentang Pass recently. The demon god has been orchestrating turmoil behind the scenes. That wretched fiend, just wait until I next confront him. Nezha seethed, shaking his fist as the fire-tipped spear struck the ground with a resounding thud. A.O. Bing furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face as he stated, "It seems we must act swiftly. We need to discover a method to eradicate the demon god once and for all, or he will inevitably return. And that would spell great trouble for us." Just as their discussion reached a fervent pitch, the Dragon King A.O. Guang entered the chamber in haste. His expression was as dark as the sky before a storm, clutching information gathered from the depths of the Eastern Sea. "Dear young friends, I bring significant intelligence," A.O. Guang said gravely. "What news do you have, Dragon King?" Nezha inquired eagerly. A.O. Guang cleared his throat and slowly articulated, "To my knowledge, the demon god's power stems from an ancient and malevolent dark magic. This magical force is exceedingly sinister, akin to a lethal poison that corrupts all it encounters, whether it be the most unyielding stone or the most vibrant life. Even more terrifying is its capacity to manipulate the human mind like a puppeteer, turning individuals into mere marionettes." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Dragon King, are you suggesting that those mysterious assailants who attacked us may very well be under the control of the demon god's power? No wonder their techniques seemed so peculiar, as if they were aware of our strategies." A.O. Guang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is highly plausible. Furthermore, I suspect that the demon god's influence has spread throughout the world like a malignant cancer. If we do not act swiftly to halt it, the consequences could be dire. The entire world may plunge into darkness, transforming into the demon god's playground." After a moment of contemplation, A.O. Bing raised his head and inquired, "What course of action should we take? Is there any means to counteract this evil force? We cannot simply stand by and watch the demon god prevail." A.O. Guang shook his head in resignation. "At present, the details remain unclear. However, I have heard whispers of a distant western land, where a mountain shrouded in mystery rises like a celestial realm. On this mountain grows a wondrous herb known as the spirit resonance grass. This herb is extraordinary, said to possess formidable purifying abilities, akin to a sword specifically designed to vanquish the demon goddess power. Yet, this mountain is guarded by an impenetrable barrier, as sturdy as iron, and ferocious beasts akin to monsters protect the herb, making it an arduous task to acquire it." Nezha and A.O. Bing exchanged determined glances, their eyes shimmering with resolve. "No matter how difficult it may be, we must make the attempt. To safeguard the peace of the world, we cannot falter. Even if we face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we shall forge ahead," Nezha proclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, exuding an unwavering determination. A.O. Bing nodded vigorously. "Indeed, we shall set forth. We cannot allow the demon goddess' nefarious schemes to succeed. He must be eradicated completely." Thus, Nezha and A.O. Bing hastily packed their belongings and bid farewell to the citizens of Chentang Pass and the Dragon King, A.O. Guang. The townsfolk gathered to send them off, their eyes brimming with concern and reluctance. "Nezha, A.O. Bing, please take care. We await your safe return." An elderly woman grasped their hands, tears glistening in her eyes. "Do not worry, dear villagers. We shall defeat the demon god and protect you all," Nezha assured them with a thump of his chest. They embarked on their journey westward, enduring the trials of nature along the way. They traversed dense forests, verdant and vast like a sea of green, where towering trees loomed like giants, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Occasionally, peculiar creatures would emerge, some resembling flying foxes, others monkeys with 3 tails, flitting through the woods and emitting bizarre cries that sent shivers down one's spine. After navigating the forest, they arrived at a boundless desert. The sand here was searing hot, akin to red-hot coals. Stepping upon it felt as though one were treading upon a furnace. Gale-force winds howled, whipping up clouds of fine yellow sand that made it nearly impossible to see. Nezha and A.O. Bing trudged laboriously through the desert, their garments soaked with perspiration. Yet they persevered without surrender. After several days of traversing the arid expanse, they encountered a mysterious elder, clad in a tattered black robe. His white hair cascaded down, and his face was a tapestry of wrinkles. However, his gaze was profoundly penetrating, as if he could see through all facades. "Dear young friends, I see your exhaustion. Where do you intend to go?" the elder inquired with a gentle smile. Nezha and A.O. Bing recounted their arduous journey to the elder. Upon listening, the elder furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. "The linksy grass you seek indeed lies atop that enigmatic peak. However, the perils that await you there far exceed your imagination. Beyond ferocious beasts and formidable barriers, there are hidden traps lurking in the shadows, where a single misstep could lead you to irrevocable doom. Unfazed by the Elder's warning, Nezha and Ao Bing's resolve only grew stronger. Thank you for your counsel, venerable sir, but we shall not waver. To vanquish the demon god and save the world, we must obtain the Lingxi grass, Nezha declared resolutely. The Elder nodded in approval, exclaiming, excellent. Such ambition. I possess a small gift that may aid you. With that, the Elder produced a translucent orb from within his robes and presented it to Nezha. This orb is known as the Insight Pearl. It will assist you in discerning the traps and hidden dangers that surround you. In critical moments, it may prove invaluable. He elucidated. Gratefully, Nezha and Ao Bing accepted the pearl, expressing their thanks before continuing on their quest. At last, they beheld the mysterious peak from a distance. Towering into the clouds, the summit was shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial staircase to the realm of the divine. The area around the peak shimmered with an otherworldly glow, the manifestation of the barrier's power. There it is. We have finally found it, Nezha exclaimed with exuberance. They quickened their pace toward the mountain. As they approached, a formidable pressure suddenly enveloped them, akin to invisible hands barring their passage. Is this the power of the barrier? Indeed formidable, Ao Bing remarked. Nezha retrieved the Insight Pearl, which emitted a soft luminescence, rendering the surroundings clear. They discerned several traps concealed within the grass and beasts lurking in the trees. Thanks to this Insight Pearl, we could have been in dire straits, Nezha noted. They cautiously navigated around the traps, engaging in a fierce battle with the beasts. The creatures lunged at them with ferocious claws, while Nezha and Ao Bing unleashed their full prowess to contend with the onslaught. Nezha's fire-tipped spear danced through the throng of beasts like a nimble fire serpent, while Ao Bing's dual hammer struck with the force of 2 azure meteors. After an arduous struggle, they finally overcame the beast's obstruction and arrived before the barrier, which radiated a blinding light, resembling an insurmountable chasm. How shall we traverse this barrier? Nezha pondered, scratching his head in contemplation. Ao Bing pondered for a moment and remarked, perhaps we can attempt to merge our powers and see if we can breach this barrier. Nezha nodded in agreement. Very well, let us give it a try. They focused their energies, combining their strengths. Nezha's fiery essence intertwined with Ao Bing's icy prowess, coalescing into a formidable stream of energy. They directed this force toward the barrier, which began to crack under the impact of their combined might. It's working. Let us keep pushing, Nezha exclaimed. They intensified their efforts, causing the fissures in the barrier to widen until, with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. They successfully entered the mountain's interior, embarking on a quest to locate the Lingxi herb. The scenery within the mountain was breathtaking, adorned with exotic flowers and fragrant herbs that filled the air with a delightful aroma. Yet, their minds were solely focused on finding the Lingxi herb. Deep within the mountain, they finally discovered it, a vibrant green plant growing at the edge of a cliff, emitting a soft glow, with dew glistening on its leaves like stars in the night sky. At last, we have found it, Ao Bing exclaimed with excitement. They delicately harvested the Lingxi herb and placed it into a specially crafted box. Just as they were about to depart, a low rumble echoed around them. Something seems amiss. It appears we are not alone, Nezha warned, his senses heightened. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the cave. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, covered in sharp spines. With eyes that blazed like 2 fiery orbs and a mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs, emanating a foul stench. What manner of creature is this? Ao Bing inquired. Regardless of its nature, we must vanquish it to protect the Lingxi herb, Nezha declared resolutely. They swiftly assumed their fighting stances, preparing to engage the beast in battle. The creature lunged at them with ferocity, and Nezha and Ao Bing nimbly evaded its attacks, while seeking opportunities to retaliate. Nezha aimed his fire spear at the beast's eyes, while Ao Bing struck at its legs with his dual hammers. After an intense confrontation, they finally triumphed over the monster. Phew, we've finally dealt with this nuisance. Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow. They hurriedly departed the mountain, safeguarding the Lingxi herb as they journeyed back to Chentang Pass. Throughout their return, they took great care to protect the herb, fearful of any potential harm. Chapter 3. A new crisis. Just as Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chentang Pass from their arduous quest in the west, having secured the Lingxi herb, a new crisis suddenly descended upon them like a tempest. On that day, sunlight bathed the streets of Chentang Pass, where the townsfolk busily attended to their daily affairs. The calls of street vendors echoed through the alleys, and children laughed and played, creating a scene of tranquility. Nezha and Ao Bing were in the courtyard discussing how to utilize the Lingxi herb to further address the matters concerning the demon god when a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky, as if something was slicing through the air at an extraordinary speed. What is that sound? Nezha, alert, lifted his head, his gaze imbued with a hint of suspicion and vigilance. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, a swarm of shadowy figures, akin to bolts of black lightning, surged from the horizon, swiftly enveloping the skies above Chentang Pass. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized that these were a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in dark attire, their expressions cold and formidable. They moved with agility and grace, darting across rooftops and streets like phantoms. Who were these intruders, bold enough to wreak havoc in Chentang Pass? Nezha bellowed, gripping his fiery spear tightly, its tip gleaming with a chilling light, as if yearning for battle. The leader of the black-clad figures let out a derisive chuckle, his voice deep and gravelly. Humph, Nezha, Ao Bing, today marks your demise. We have come to claim your lives. With that, he vanished in a flash. Like a black whirlwind, lunging towards Nezha, his long blade slicing through the air with a menacing gust, aimed directly at Nezha's throat. Unfazed, Nezha summoned the flames of his wind-fire wheels, propelling himself forward like a darting arrow. The fiery spear clashed with the long blade in a resounding metallic resonance, sparks flying in a brilliant display. You insignificant lackeys think you can defeat me, Nezha? Such delusions are laughable, he scoffed, deftly parrying the leader's blade with a vigorous thrust of his spear. The flames of the wind-fire wheels roared to life beneath him as he hurtled towards the black-clad adversary, the spear cutting through the air with a whistling sound, aiming for the villain's throat. Seeing this, the black-clad figure remained composed, raising his curved blade to meet Nezha's fiery spear. The collision echoed once more, a sharp metallic clash reverberating through the air, sparks erupting around them. Nezha felt a tremendous force reverberate through his arm, causing a slight numbness. Quite the skill you possess, he remarked, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes as he attempted to dislodge the black-clad warrior's blade. However, the figure deftly sidestepped, evading Nezha's assault, and swiftly countered, the curved blade slicing towards Nezha's waist like a venomous serpent. Reacting with remarkable speed, Nezha leaned back, the blade narrowly grazing his nose. Ao Bing, witnessing this, swiftly joined the fray. With both hands wielding dual hammers, shimmering with azure light, he charged towards another black-clad figure, the hammers roaring through the air as they descended with mighty force. Watch as I leave you in disarray, Ao Bing shouted. The black-clad warrior, nimble and quick, effortlessly evaded Ao Bing's hammers, closing in with lightning speed, his short dagger thrusting towards Ao Bing's chest. Rapidly, Ao Bing crossed his hammers to defend, the dagger clashing against them with an ear-piercing screech. Meanwhile, the remaining black-clad figures encircled them, spreading out in a fan formation, effectively trapping Nezha and Ao Bing within their midst. Their movements were erratic and unpredictable, at times elusive like phantoms, and at others, they attacked with the ferocity of a tempest. Back to back, Nezha and Ao Bing fought valiantly against the onslaught of their foes. Nezha's fiery spear danced through the throng, each thrust unleashing a spray of crimson blossoms. His chaos silk danced in the air, resembling a crimson python that ensnared the approaching black-clad figures, flinging them aside with great force. However, as the battle unfolded, Nezha and Ao Bing gradually discerned that these adversaries possessed martial prowess far beyond their expectations, exhibiting moves that were exceedingly peculiar, as if they were intimately familiar with Nezha and Ao Bing's offensive strategies. Whenever Nezha unleashed his signature techniques, the black-clad individuals would deftly evade or parry, even seizing opportunities to counterattack, narrowly avoiding injury to Nezha on several occasions. What could be the matter with these foes? It seems they are aware of our every move, Nezha remarked, furrowing his brow while fending off the attacks, his mind brimming with confusion. Ao Bing also felt an unsettling peculiarity. Could it be that they have trained specifically to counter us? At that moment, one of the black-clad figures, taking advantage of Nezha's momentary distraction, launched a surprise attack from behind, the dagger in hand striking towards Nezha's back like a venomous serpent. Sensing the imminent danger, Nezha swiftly shifted his body, yet the blade still grazed his arm, blood gushing forth instantaneously. How dare you ambush me? Nezha bellowed in fury, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he whirled around to unleash a more ferocious assault on the black-clad assailant. His fire-point spear surged forth like a tempest, each thrust infused with Nezha's wrath and strength. Witnessing Nezha's injury, Ao Bing felt a surge of anxiety. He focused intently, invoking a more formidable ice-based spell. With hands dancing swiftly in the air, he chanted, "Ice spikes fill the sky, freezing 1,000 miles." In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows towards the black-clad figures, the air itself seeming to freeze in their wake. The adversaries scrambled to evade the icy onslaught, but several were struck and immediately encased in ice. Let us see how you remain so arrogant now." A.O. Bing exhaled a sigh of relief as he saw his attack take effect. Yet, the black-clad figures did not falter. They swiftly adjusted their tactics, initiating a relentless wheel tactic, alternating their attacks on Nezha and A.O. Bing in an attempt to exhaust their stamina. Despite their valiant resistance, Nezha and A.O. Bing gradually began to feel the strain under the incessant onslaught. "We cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to uncover their weaknesses." A.O. Bing panted, fatigue etched upon his visage. Nezha gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, we can no longer remain passive." Amidst the intense battle, Nezha suddenly observed that the movements of the black-clad figures around their waists were relatively sluggish during their attacks, and they seemed to be deliberately guarding that area. "A.O. Bing, have you noticed? Their waists appear to be a vulnerability," Nezha exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Having heeded Nezha's words, A.O. Bing scrutinized the foes closely and confirmed Nezha's observation. "Excellent. Let us target their waists," A.O. Bing replied. Thus, Nezha and A.O. Bing altered their strategy, focusing their attacks specifically on the waist of the black-clad adversaries. Whenever the dark-clad assailants launched their attacks, they seized the opportunity to strike forcefully at the waist of their adversaries. This tactic proved effective, as the dark figures began to falter, increasingly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Their assaults grew frantic, revealing vulnerabilities in their defenses. Your end is nigh," Nezha exclaimed with delight as he observed the mounting flaws in the dark figure's strategy. He and A.O. Bing synchronized their efforts more harmoniously, relentlessly targeting the weaknesses of their foes, driving them into retreat. Ultimately, the remaining dark figures, sensing imminent defeat, fled in disarray. Nezha and A.O. Bing contemplated pursuing them, but, prioritizing the safety of the citizens of Chentang Pass, resolved to remain within the city. "These individuals surely harbor ill intentions. We must ascertain their origins," Nezha declared, casting a vigilant gaze upon the retreating shadows. A.O. Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot allow them to further endanger the people of Chentang Pass." They commenced an investigation within the city, inquiring among the populace if anyone had seen these dark figures or discovered any suspicious clues. The citizens shook their heads, expressing that they had never encountered such enigmatic individuals. Just when despair began to settle in, an elder suddenly recalled something. "I believe I have spotted some suspicious characters near the abandoned warehouse outside the city. They often lurk about at night. I wonder if they are connected to those dark figures," the elder remarked. Nezha and A.O. Bing's eyes brightened at the elder's words. "Thank you for the lead, esteemed elder. We shall investigate immediately," Nezha expressed gratefully. They hastened towards the abandoned warehouse beyond the city limits, proceeding with caution and remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Upon arriving near the dilapidated structure, they indeed sensed an eerie aura permeating the air. The entrance stood tightly shut, yet fresh footprints surrounded it, indicating recent visitors. "There must be something amiss inside. Let us take a look," Nezha whispered, tightening his grip on his fiery spear. A.O. Bing nodded in agreement as they slowly pushed open the heavy door. The hinges emitted a piercing creak, echoing in the stillness of the environment. The interior of the warehouse was dark and damp, filled with a foul odor. They carefully entered, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, A.O. Bing noticed strange symbols and patterns etched upon a wall, ancient markings that appeared to be of a mysterious origin. "Nezha, look here," A.O. Bing called out. Nezha approached, scrutinizing the symbols closely. "These markings seem significant. They might be related to those dark figures," he remarked. Just as they delved deeper into their examination of the enigmatic symbols, faint footsteps echoed within the warehouse. Nezha and A.O. Bing quickly attuned to the sound, positioning themselves back to back, alertly observing their surroundings. From a shadowy corner, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. However, its towering stature suggested it was a formidable man. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The man's voice was deep and commanding. "We still have questions for you. What is your connection to the dark-clad assailants who attacked Chentang Pass?" Nezha retorted, his fiery spear aimed at the man. With a cold sneer, the man replied, "Humph, since you have discovered this place, do not expect to leave alive." With that, he suddenly vanished from sight, launching an assault on Nezha and A.O. Bing. In his hand was a black long sword, its blade shimmering with an eerie light. as if infused with formidable dark power. Nezha and Ao-Bing immediately engaged the man in combat. The man's martial prowess was exceptional, his swordplay fierce, each strike imbued with immense force. Nezha and Ao-Bing dared not underestimate him, employing all their skills in a fierce life-and-death struggle. During the battle, Nezha observed that although the man's attacks were powerful, there were subtle gaps between his moves. If they could exploit these openings, they might uncover his weaknesses. Ao-Bing, pay attention to the gaps in his technique. We must seize the opportunity to counterattack, Nezha shouted. Heeding Nezha's words, Ao-Bing scrutinized the man's onslaught, and indeed, he discerned the man's vulnerabilities. All right, I am ready, Ao-Bing responded. As the man launched another attack, Nezha and Ao-Bing seized the moment, striking simultaneously. Nezha's fiery spear darted toward the man's chest like a bolt of lightning, while Ao-Bing's twin hammers swung toward his arm. Sensing the impending danger, the man attempted to evade, but it was too late. He cried out in anguish as Nezha and Ao-Bing's assault struck true. His black longsword clattered to the ground, and his body staggered, nearly collapsing. Humph, let us see how you remain so arrogant, Nezha declared triumphantly. However, the man was not yet vanquished. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he suddenly produced a black orb from his robes, a strange light flickering upon it. Do not celebrate too soon. Today shall be your demise, he shouted madly, hurling the black orb toward Nezha and Ao-Bing. Uncertain of the orb's nature, they sensed a formidable aura of danger. They swiftly dodged, retreating to a corner just as the orb was about to explode. Boom! The black orb detonated with a deafening roar, shaking the entire warehouse. Debris was flung about by the shockwave, hurtling toward Nezha and Ao-Bing. They defended themselves with their weapons against the onslaught, seizing the chance to charge at the man. They understood that they could not afford to let him attack again. In the heat of battle, Nezha and Ao-Bing finally identified the man's critical weakness. At the back of his head was a prominent bulge, seemingly the core of his strength. Ao-Bing, strike his occiput, Nezha commanded. Following Nezha's instructions, Ao-Bing raised his hammers, channeling all his might toward the man's vulnerable spot. The man attempted to evade, but it was already too late. A heavy hammer struck the man squarely on the back of his head, eliciting a pained scream as his body lurched forward, stilling thereafter. With a sigh of relief, Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, finally having dealt with the foe. Ao-Bing, though fatigued, bore a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. Let us examine him for any clues, Ao-Bing suggested. They meticulously searched the man's body and discovered a black medallion, inscribed with a peculiar design resembling a distorted human visage. This medallion is undoubtedly linked to those cloaked figures. We must return to study it thoroughly, Nezha asserted. With the black medallion in hand, they swiftly departed the abandoned warehouse and made their way back to Chentang Pass. Upon their return, they presented the medallion to Master Tai, who scrutinized it intently, his expression turning grave. My disciples, this medallion signifies an evil organization known as the Shadow Cult. They worship dark forces and have long sought an opportunity to unleash a demonic entity in their quest for world domination. The cloaked figures are members of this cult, trained specifically to target you, Master Tai explained. Fuming at the revelation, Nezha erupted. Those vile wretches. I will ensure their complete annihilation. Ao-Bing clenched his fists in agreement. We cannot allow their nefarious schemes to succeed. We must act swiftly. Master Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Defeating them will not be a simple task. We must prepare ourselves diligently. Henceforth, we will enhance our training while seeking the Shadow Cult's stronghold to eradicate them once and for all. Filled with determination, Nezha and Ao-Bing embraced the path ahead. They understood that a more formidable battle loomed on the horizon, yet they remained undaunted, for they were the guardians of Chentang Pass, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding peace in the realm. From that moment forward, Nezha and Ao-Bing devoted themselves to rigorous training, continually enhancing their abilities while actively pursuing leads on the Shadow Cult. They recognized that only by completely vanquishing the cult could they truly protect Chentang Pass and the tranquility of the world. Inspired by their resolve, the citizens of Chentang Pass rallied together, expressing their unwavering support for Nezha and Ao-Bing in the fight against malevolent forces. Chapter 4. The Quest for the Antidote. Nezha and Ao-Bing understood that to fully liberate those under the malevolent influence of the demon, discovering the antidote had become an urgent priority. Guided by Master Tai, they embarked on a daunting journey to seek the crucial materials for the antidote. Holding a whisk, Master Tai spoke with a serious demeanor. My disciples, as I have learned, the essential materials for the antidote can be found atop a mysterious volcano known as Flame Peak. This peak is perpetually engulfed in fierce flames, with molten lava flowing freely, guarded by formidable lava beasts. Acquiring the materials will be no easy feat. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened with excitement, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Master, you can rest assured. Do not speak of the magma beasts guarding this place. Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, I, Nezha, shall boldly venture forth." Ao Bing nodded resolutely, affirming, "Indeed, to rescue those ensnared by the demonic deity. We shall not falter." With that, they hastily packed their belongings and set off with unwavering determination. As they journeyed, they braved the elements, traversing a dense forest. The trees towered like giants, their branches intertwining to obscure the sky, casting the woods in a twilight gloom, imbued with an air of mystery. Occasionally, eerie calls from strange creatures echoed through the trees, sending chills down their spines. Ao Bing, do you think there might be formidable monsters lurking in this forest? Nezha inquired with curiosity, gripping his fiery spear tightly and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. Even if there are monsters, we shall not be afraid. Ao Bing replied with a smile. Just then, a colossal spider descended from the branches above. The creature was the size of a millstone, its body covered in black bristles, eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, and green venom oozing from its mandibles, presenting a truly terrifying visage. What a monstrous creature! Nezha exclaimed, startled, but quickly regained his composure. Brandishing his fiery spear, he declared, "Watch as I strike you down." The spider lunged menacingly at Nezha, who deftly evaded its assault and seized the opportunity to thrust his spear towards the monster's abdomen. The arachnid let out a piercing scream, becoming more frenzied in its attacks. Observing this, Ao Bing immediately conjured ice magic, sending shards of ice hurtling towards the spider, freezing several of its legs in place. Now how will you move? Ao Bing chuckled. Seizing the moment, Nezha summoned all his strength and drove his spear into the beast's head. After a few convulsive struggles, the spider collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Humph, with such feeble skills, how dare you attempt to frighten anyone?" Nezha boasted triumphantly. After a strenuous journey, they finally emerged from the forest and found themselves in an expansive desert. The sandy expanse stretched endlessly, the sun blazing high in the sky, its scorching rays unimpeded, rendering the ground searing hot. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the sand into towering dunes that shifted continuously in shape. "This desert is unbearably hot. It feels as if it could roast a person alive," Nezha complained, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Ao Bing produced a water pouch and offered it to Nezha. "Have some water to replenish your strength." As they trudged through the desert, they were suddenly beset by a sandstorm. The tempest bore down with fury, the howling winds whipping sand at them like bullets. Visibility plummeted, rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. "Ao Bing, be careful," Nezha shouted, pulling Ao Bing behind a dune for shelter. The sandstorm raged for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding. They emerged from behind the dune and pressed onward. At last, in the distance, they beheld a towering volcano, its peak piercing the clouds, Flame Peak. The Flame Peak, enveloped in a deep crimson hue, relentlessly spews forth searing magma from its summit. The molten rock cascades down the mountainside, forming rivulets of red that exude an oppressive wave of heat. The surrounding air warps and distorts as if the very world is ablaze. "There it is. We have finally found it," Nezha exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Standing before the Flame Peak, Nezha and Ao Bing felt the scorching temperatures sear their skin, yet their gazes remained resolute. The peak, shrouded in its dark red visage, continued to erupt with molten rock, which flowed down its slopes, instantly melting the rocks it touched with a hissing sound, as the acrid scent of sulfur permeated the air. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the volcano's mouth, and a colossal magma beast surged forth like a tempestuous inferno. This creature, composed entirely of blazing flames, danced and writhed as if it possessed a life of its own. Its form shifted unpredictably, at times resembling a great firebird with expansive wings that darkened the sky, the heat from its flapping wings distorting the surrounding air into bizarre shapes. At other moments, it appeared as a serpentine fire dragon, claws outstretched, weaving through the flames, each movement inducing violent waves in the surrounding inferno. Its eyes blazed like twin suns, radiating a terrifying intensity as they fixated on Nezha and Ao Bing. Insignificant humans. How dare you trespass into my domain? Such audacity. The magma beast bellowed with a maniacal laugh, its voice echoing through the valley, causing the nearby rocks to tremble slightly. Loose stones tumbled down the mountain, splashing into the magma below and erupting into grand geysers of molten rock. Undaunted, Nezha gripped his fire spear tightly. Its tip aimed squarely at the magma beast, and declared, "You vile creature, hand over the antidote materials at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." His voice, filled with fury and authority, carried far amidst the heat waves, though it was somewhat muffled by the roaring flames and the flowing magma. The magma beast responded with a disdainful snort. "Materials, you say? You think you can demand anything from me? First, you must pass through my trial." With that, it opened its maw wide and unleashed a colossal pillar of flame. This fiery column surged forth like a blazing comet, imbued with the force of annihilation, hurtling towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Wherever the flames traveled, the air ignited instantly with explosive crackles, while the ground's sands and stones melted into magma, transforming the once solid terrain into a treacherous landscape as the flowing magma coalesced into a larger surge of heat. In response, Nezha swiftly wielded the cosmic silk, which unfurled like a vibrant red dragon in the air, forming a sturdy barrier. The flaming pillar collided violently with the cosmic silk, the brilliance of the silk clashing with the heat of the flames, emitting a dazzling light that rendered the surroundings awash in a fiery orange glow. The radiant light illuminated the flowing magma, rendering it even more fervent, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. Ao Bing immediately unleashed his ice spells, his hands weaving swiftly through the air as he chanted, "Ice spikes, shield of frost." Sharp icicles rapidly crystallized around them, forming a thick ice shield. The shield shimmered with a blue, cold glow, contrasting with the brilliance of the mixed celestial silk, creating an extraordinary spectacle in the sweltering environment. This ice barrier effectively repelled the onslaught of fiery columns, shielding Nezha and Ao Bing from harm. However, the intense heat caused the ice shield to emit steam continuously, and some icicles began to show signs of melting, dripping water that instantly evaporated upon hitting the ground. The magma beast, witnessing the ineffectiveness of its assault, grew increasingly enraged. It transformed its shape repeatedly, launching even fiercer attacks. It converted flames into countless fireballs, which rained down upon Nezha and Ao Bing like a torrential downpour. Each fireball, the size of a grinding wheel, howled through the air, and upon impact, would trigger a small explosion, creating deep craters in the ground, which were quickly filled with magma, forming bubbling pools that emitted steam. Nezha and Ao Bing deftly evaded the barrage of fireballs. The windfire wheel beneath Nezha's feet spun rapidly, propelling his body like lightning through the gaps between the fireballs. While dodging, he keenly observed the magma beast's movements, searching for its weakness. Ao Bing, on the other hand, utilized his ice spells to conjure swirling mist around them, disrupting the trajectories of the fireballs and causing them to veer off course. The icy fog mingled with the surrounding heat waves, creating a peculiar haze that exuded both the chill of ice and the searing warmth of flames. In the midst of their frantic evasion, Nezha suddenly noticed that the flames emanating from the magma beast's abdomen diminished during its attacks. A thought struck him, and he shouted, "Ao Bing, target its abdomen. That might be its vulnerability." Ao Bing nodded in agreement, and together they launched their assault on the magma beast's midsection. Nezha raised both the fiery spear and the Chentang circle simultaneously. The spear darted towards the beast's abdomen like a streak of lightning. As it flew, friction with the air ignited sparks, resembling a trail of a blazing meteor. Meanwhile, the Chentang circle spun rapidly around them, emitting a humming sound that amplified the force of their attack. Ao Bing maximized the power of his dual hammers, raising them high as he bellowed, "Ice hammers! Break the magic!" Waves of icy blue light surged towards the magma beast's abdomen. The intertwining of the icy brilliance and the beast's flames created a strange, yet magnificent tableau. In that fleeting moment of impact, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the flames momentarily halted, only to soon resume their tumultuous fury. The magma beast sensed impending danger and attempted to evade their assault, but it was too late. Nezha and Ao Bing's strikes simultaneously struck the beast's abdomen. With a cry of agonizing pain that reverberated through the heavens, the magma beast's roar threatened to shatter the very sky above. Its form began to waver, the once blazing flames flickering uncertainly, and the surrounding heat diminished significantly. Some flames extinguished, transforming into a plume of black smoke that mingled with the volcanic ash. "One more strike," Nezha cried. They launched their assault once more. Nezha's fire spear, imbued with newfound vigor, pierced towards the magma beast, while Ao Bing's dual hammers radiated an even more intense azure light. Under their relentless onslaught, the magma beast gradually succumbed. Cracks began to appear on its body, with flames seeping through, the fissures widening and the fire growing dimmer. Ultimately, Through the combined efforts of Nezha and Ao Bing, the magma beast dissipated into a mere wisp of flame, vanishing into the ether. Gasping for breath, Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at the spot where the beast had vanished, their eyes shimmering with the joy of triumph. "Ha! We have succeeded," Nezha exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Ao Bing beamed in response. "Next, we shall seek the antidote's ingredients." They ascended the flame peak with great caution, their hearts brimming with hope for the rescue of those ensnared by the demon's control. As they carefully climbed the fiery mountain, they searched for the antidote materials at its summit. The terrain was strewn with searing rocks and flowing magma. A single misstep could lead to a fatal plunge into the molten depths. At last, in a concealed nook, they discovered a herb radiating an extraordinary glow. This emerald plant sparkled with star-like flecks on its leaves, reminiscent of the constellations in the night sky, and exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. "This must be the material we seek," Nezha declared, brimming with excitement. They meticulously harvested the herb and placed it into a specially crafted box. Just as they prepared to depart, a low, menacing growl echoed around them. "Oh no, it seems something else is approaching," Nezha warned, alert. "What manner of creature is this?" Ao Bing inquired. "Whatever it is, we must defeat it and safeguard the antidote materials," Nezha asserted. Chapter 5. The volcanic battle. Having successfully acquired the antidote materials, Nezha and Ao Bing were ready to make a hasty exit from Flame Peak. However, as they turned, the entire volcano began to tremble violently, as if provoked by an ancient titan. "What is happening? Is this volcano trying to play tricks on us?" Nezha exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion and vigilance, instinctively tightening his grip on the fire spear. Ao Bing's expression grew grave, his gaze scanning the surroundings. "This doesn't bode well. Trouble is surely brewing." In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the volcano's mouth, with thick, black smoke billowing forth like a furious tidal wave, engulfing the sky. Following that, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, as an even more formidable fire spirit surged forth from the depths of the volcano. This fire spirit was larger than its predecessor, towering like a colossal flame-clad mountain, obscuring the sun itself. Its fiery exterior surged and leaped like tumultuous ocean waves, each fluctuation emanating an oppressive heat that caused the surrounding air to sizzle, as if it might ignite at any moment. Upon its colossal head burned a pair of eyes as radiant as the sun, fixated intently on Nezha and Ao Bing, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. "Humph! You two little brats dare to wreak havoc in my domain and audaciously attempt to seize the materials for the antidote. What sheer folly! Today, you shall meet your demise." The fire spirit opened its cavernous maw, producing a sound akin to rumbling thunder that shook the very volcano, causing rocks to tumble and plunge into the molten lava, splashing up great geysers of magma. Unfazed, Nezha was ignited by a fierce fighting spirit, exclaiming, "You foul creature, cease your senseless bluster. If you possess any skill, come at me and let us see whether you or I, Nezha, shall prevail." With that, the flames of the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet surged skyward, resembling a pair of blazing wings, propelling him toward the fire spirit like a released arrow. The fire spike spear in his grasp shimmered with a dazzling cold light, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ao Bing, equally defiant, swiftly wielded his dual hammers, the ice blue glow flickering between them like two polar stars. "We shall not be intimidated by you. We are determined to subdue you," Ao Bing bellowed, following closely behind Nezha as they charged at the fire spirit. Seeing them approach, the fire spirit erupted in a derisive laugh, its mirth steeped in contempt. It swung its massive flaming arm, igniting the air in its wake, creating a wall of roaring flames that surged toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The wall of fire loomed like a colossal orange curtain, completely obstructing their path, the heat wave rushing forth as if intent on melting them instantly. Unperturbed, Nezha deftly flicked the Hunyuan silk, which spiraled through the air like a nimble red dragon, rapidly expanding to confront the wall of flames. The Hunyuan silk collided violently with the fiery barrier, producing a tremendous sound and a brilliant flash. The radiance from the silk acted as a formidable shield, staunchly blocking the onslaught of heat, while the flames danced wildly before it, unable to advance any further. "Ha! With such meager prowess, you think to impede me?" Nezha laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing throughout the volcano. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing unleashed his ice magic, swiftly forming seals with his hands while reciting incantations. Ice spikes shatter the flames, frozen souls bind. In an instant, sharp ice spikes shot forth from his hands like arrows, imbued with a biting chill as they hurtled toward the fire spirit. Wherever the spikes landed, The air seemed to freeze instantaneously, enveloped in a veil of white mist. The fire spirit, sensing the threat of the ice spikes, quickly raised its flaming arm to defend itself. The collision of fire and ice produced a cacophony of crackling sounds. The spikes melted rapidly under the intense heat, yet they succeeded in diminishing the flame's might. You two wretches possess some skill. The fire spirit roared, its fury intensifying. It launched another assault, this time expelling countless enormous fireballs from its mouth. The fireballs, akin to blazing meteors, trailed long tails of flame as they hurtled toward Nezha and Ao Bing. Each fireball harbored immense energy. Upon impact, they would unleash a fierce explosion, reducing everything in their vicinity to ashes. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly dispersed to evade the onslaught, with the speed of his wind-fire wheels. Nezha nimbly darted between the fireballs, his figure resembling a streak of crimson lightning, dazzling to behold. Ao Bing, on the other hand, summoned a thick ice shield around himself using his ice magic, which stood like a transparent fortress, safeguarding him within. Though cracks appeared on the ice shield upon impact, it successfully withstood the force of the fireballs. Ao Bing, we cannot remain passive and simply endure this barrage. We must devise a means to strike back. Nezha shouted, determination gleaming in his eyes. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must identify its weakness. As they dodged the fireballs, Nezha suddenly observed that the fiery creature paused for a brief moment after each attack, and the surrounding flames diminished momentarily. Ao Bing, look at its head. Attacking there may yield results. Nezha exclaimed with excitement. Following Nezha's pointing finger, Ao Bing's eyes lit up. All right, let us give it a try. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to concentrate their efforts on striking the creature's head. Nezha brandished both the fire spike spear and the Chentang circle, shouting, behold my prowess. The spear shot forth like a golden bolt of lightning, imbued with formidable strength, directly aimed at the creature's head. As it soared through the air, sparks flew from the friction with the atmosphere, creating a dazzling display. Meanwhile, the Chentang circle spun rapidly around the creature's head, emitting a buzzing sound as it persistently weakened the fiery force surrounding it. Ao Bing maximized the power of his double hammers, raising them high and proclaiming, Ice Hammer, break the spirit. Waves of icy blue light surged toward the creature's head like tumultuous ocean currents. The intertwining of the icy blue radiance and the flames produced a splendidly vivid tableau. Sensing the impending danger, the fiery creature attempted to evade their assault. But it was too late. Nezha and Ao Bing's strikes simultaneously connected with its head. The creature let out a piercing, anguished cry that reverberated throughout the volcano, as though the very mountain might collapse under its wail. In an instant, the flames surrounding its head flickered weakly, and its body began to sway. The surrounding heat waves considerably abated. Ha, we struck true, Nezha exclaimed, leaping with elation, his face aglow with a victorious smile. Yet, the fiery creature was not completely vanquished. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it launched another attack. This time, it curled its entire body into a vast fireball and rolled toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The fireball resembled a blazing sun, radiating lethal heat, melting the ground beneath it into a deep chasm. Nezha and Ao Bing quickly retreated, seeking a means of escape. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Ao Bing conjured an immense wall of ice before them, resembling a towering white peak that obstructed the path of the fiery sphere. As the fireball collided with the ice wall, a thunderous roar erupted, and countless fissures appeared upon the icy surface, yet it successfully decelerated the fireball's advance. Quickly, let us strike it once more, Nezha urged. They launched another assault, with Nezha's fiery spear and Ao Bing's twin hammers crashing down upon the fireball simultaneously. Under their relentless onslaught, the fireball finally disintegrated, inflicting severe damage upon the fire spirit once more. Do not think you can defeat me. The fire spirit bellowed with frenzied rage. Though its body was marred with wounds, it refused to surrender. Nezha and Ao Bing continued to battle the fire spirit, their stamina waning, yet their eyes remained resolute. Throughout the skirmish, they diligently sought the fire spirit's vulnerabilities to exploit. After an intense confrontation, Nezha and Ao Bing at last discerned the fire spirit's critical weakness. It was revealed that the heart of the fire spirit resided at the center of its abdomen, the very core of its power. Ao Bing, let us concentrate our strength on its abdomen. That is where its heart lies, Nezha commanded. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Very well, let us strike together. They channeled all their might into their weapons, aiming for the fire spirit's central abdomen in a final assault. Nezha's fiery spear shot forth like a brilliant meteor, imbued with boundless strength, piercing towards the fire spirit's core. Ao Bing's hammers descended like two azure comets, crashing forcefully upon the same spot. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire spirit attempted to shield its abdomen with fiery arms, but it was too late. Nezha and Ao Bing's strikes simultaneously found their mark at the fire spirit's center. The fire spirit let out a despairing wail, its body convulsing violently as the surrounding flames swiftly extinguished. Gradually, its form became translucent, ultimately transforming into a faint flicker of flame that dissipated into the ether. Just as Nezha and Ao Bing exhaled in relief from their hard-won victory, the ground beneath them trembled violently once more. Cracks began to form across the surface, and molten lava surged forth from the crevices, slithering like red serpents across the ground, instantaneously melting the surrounding rocks into pools of magma. "This volcano seems poised to erupt completely," Nezha exclaimed, his earlier smile vanishing, replaced by anxiety and urgency. Ao Bing, his brow furrowed as he beheld the encroaching lava, declared, "We must hasten our departure, or we shall be engulfed by the molten tide." They raced towards the volcano's mouth, striving to escape before the imminent eruption. However, the path was fraught with peril, as boulders tumbled down the mountainside with a deafening roar. They had to evade the falling debris while navigating the searing ground beneath them. Each step was laden with danger, and a moment's inattention could lead them to plunge into a magma pool or be struck by a colossal rock. As they approached the volcano's rim, a formidable flow of lava abruptly obstructed their path. The molten river surged forth like a tumultuous torrent, roaring and emanating a stifling wave of heat that barred their passage. "What should we do? We cannot cross," Nezha exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Ao Bing surveyed the surroundings and noticed a massive boulder nearby. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Nezha, let us push that boulder into the lava flow and see if we can create a makeshift bridge." Nezha nodded eagerly, and the two of them exerted their strength to move the stone. The boulder was both large and heavy, and it took all their might to shift it. With their combined efforts, the rock slowly rolled towards the lava and ultimately plunged into it. A miracle occurred. The boulder did not dissolve immediately in the molten flow, but instead temporarily obstructed its movement, forming a rudimentary stone bridge. "Hurry!" Nezha shouted, and he and Ao Bing dashed across the makeshift bridge. However, before they could fully cross, the intense heat of the lava began to erode the stone, causing cracks to appear and widen ominously. "This is not good. The bridge is going to collapse," Ao Bing cried out, anxious and desperate. Nezha glanced at the distance remaining to the opposite bank. Suddenly, he summoned the power of the wind-fire wheels, leaping high into the air while grasping Ao Bing's hand. Striving towards the far side, in the very moment the bridge crumbled beneath them, they successfully landed on solid ground. "Phew, that was close." Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a formidable column of flame erupted from the volcano, surging skyward like a colossal fire pillar before sweeping towards them. "Here it comes again." Ao Bing tightened his grip on his twin hammers, preparing for battle once more. Nezha, observing the fiery column, had a sudden idea. "Ao Bing, let us combine the powers of ice and fire. Perhaps we can thwart this inferno." Ao Bing immediately grasped Nezha's intent and conjured a thick wall of ice before them, while Nezha infused the wall with the fiery energy of his fire spear. The flames and ice merged, creating a remarkable barrier of ice and fire. The fire pillar collided with the barrier, emanating a dazzling light. Though the shield trembled under the impact, it ultimately succeeded in blocking the inferno. After a grueling journey, they finally arrived at the base of the volcano. At that moment, the ground surrounding the volcano began to cave in, forming enormous pits. "We must leave quickly. This area is no longer safe," Nezha declared. They quickened their pace, flying towards the direction of Chentang Pass. Throughout their journey, they maintained their speed, cautious not to relax for even a moment. When they finally caught sight of the outline of Chentang Pass from a distance, relief washed over them. However, just then, a group of mysterious figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the adjacent woods, blocking their way. "Hand over the antidote materials, or you shall not pass." The leader of the black-clad figures growled menacingly. Nezha gazed at the cloaked figures, his fury igniting like a raging inferno. "It's you lot again. Heaven-T, I taught you a lesson enough last time. I shall show no mercy today." Ao Bing stood ready for battle beside him. "We will not allow you to succeed." Thus, they engaged the black-clad adversaries in a fierce confrontation. During the skirmish, Nezha and Ao Bing had the dual task of safeguarding the precious antidote ingredients while fending off the relentless assaults of their foes, which proved to be quite a challenge. Yet, through their unwavering determination and seamless cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. Nezha utilized the speed of his windfire wheels, weaving through the enemy ranks and targeting their vital points with his fiery spear. Ao Bing, meanwhile, employed his twin hammers to strike at the legs of their opponents, hampering their mobility, while conjuring shards of ice to obscure the assailant's vision. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the black-clad figures. Humph, these scoundrels are truly tenacious, Nezha exclaimed in exasperation. Ao Bing retrieved the fallen antidote materials from the ground, inspecting them carefully. Fortunately, the ingredients are unharmed. We must hasten back to Chentang Pass. Chapter 6. Acquiring the materials. Having endured an exhilarating clash with the formidable fire spirit, Nezha and Ao Bing, though physically and mentally drained, exhibited unwavering resolve in their eyes. They understood that they were but a step away from liberating those ensnared by the demon god's control, and there could be no room for complacency. Cautiously cradling the hard-won antidote materials as if they were the most precious treasures in the world, they raced towards Chentang Pass without pause. The scenery flashed by like lightning, but they were too focused on their mission to take notice, their minds solely fixated on returning swiftly to concoct the antidote. At last, the familiar walls of Chentang Pass came into view, the banners fluttering in the gentle breeze as if heralding their return. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly passed through the city gates, where the townsfolk, upon seeing them, immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with concern and anticipation. Nezha, Ao Bing, you have finally returned. We were so worried, an elderly woman exclaimed, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Indeed, did you encounter any dangers on your journey? Were you able to secure the antidote materials? A young man inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed intently on the package they carried. Nezha flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly canines, and declared, "Fear not, everyone. We successfully acquired the antidote materials. We shall proceed to prepare the antidote and soon rescue those under the demon god's influence." Ao Bing nodded in agreement, smiling as he reassured the citizens that all was well. Amidst the throng of well-wishers, they made their way to the residence of the esteemed Tai Junren, who had been waiting for their return. Upon seeing them safe and sound, the weight of worry lifted from his heart. "My disciples, you have worked hard. Quickly, let me see the materials," Tai Junren said, a glimmer of relief evident in his gaze. Nezha and Ao Bing hurriedly presented the package to Master Tai Junren, who cautiously unwrapped it, his gaze meticulously inspecting the herbs that emitted a peculiar luminescence. A satisfied expression graced his features. "Ah, splendid. This is indeed the crucial herb we need. Now, we can commence the creation of the antidote," he proclaimed. However, just as Tai Junren was poised to begin the preparation, a divergence arose between Nezha and Ao Bing. Filled with urgency, Nezha exclaimed, "Master, I believe we should utilize the Samadhi true fire within me for concocting the antidote. This will undoubtedly expedite the process, allowing those under the demon's control to be liberated sooner." Ao Bing furrowed his brow, countering, "No, Nezha. The crafting of this antidote demands precise control over the heat and the amalgamation of the herb's properties. Your Samadhi true fire is excessively fierce and could easily incinerate the herbs. It is far more prudent to adhere to Master S method and employ conventional celestial techniques." Upon hearing this, Nezha's temper flared, and he retorted, "Ao Bing, what do you know? My Samadhi true fire is immensely powerful. How could it possibly destroy the herbs? You are merely too timid to experiment with new methods." Ao Bing, refusing to yield, raised his voice. "Nezha, this is not a matter of cowardice. We are saving lives, and we cannot afford any errors. The consequences of failure would be dire." The tension escalated between the two, each steadfast in their stance. Observing this, Tai Junren swiftly intervened, "My disciples, there is no need for discord. Your intentions are noble, yet we must proceed with caution." Nezha huffed in irritation, turning his head away, while Ao Bing looked at him with a resigned expression. Tai Junren continued, "Ao Bing makes a valid point. The preparation of this antidote indeed requires precise control. Let us adhere to the traditional method. Nezha, do not be anxious. Together, we shall surely succeed in crafting the antidote." Though Nezha remained somewhat unconvinced, he ultimately acquiesced to Tai Junren's counsel. The master led Nezha and Ao Bing into the alchemy chamber, which housed an array of peculiar alchemical instruments. Ancient talismans and prescriptions adorned the walls, and a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. The preparation of this antidote demands utmost diligence. "We must follow the steps meticulously," Tai Junren instructed. "First, we must cleanse these herbs, eliminating any impurities." As he spoke, he picked up the herbs and placed them in a jade basin, carefully rinsing them with crystal-clear spring water. Nezha and Ao Bing watched intently, not daring to blink, lest they miss any detail. Once cleaned, Tai Jinren placed the herbs into a massive alchemical furnace, subsequently adding various auxiliary ingredients and materials. His movements were both skilled and deliberate, each measurement executed with precision. Next came the pivotal step, the application of celestial techniques. This requires our full concentration. As we must control the fusion of heat and medicinal properties, Tai Jinren declared gravely. Upon finishing his words, the Grandmaster Tai swiftly formed intricate hand seals in the air, reciting incantations as streams of golden light shot forth from his fingertips, infusing the alchemical furnace. Instantly, flames surged within the furnace, and the medicinal properties began to meld under the intense heat. Nezha and Ao Bing, too, did not dare to be idle, following the Grandmaster's guidance. They diligently assisted at his side. Ao Bing wielded ice magic to regulate the temperature within the furnace, ensuring a more harmonious fusion of the ingredients. Although Nezha was still somewhat reluctant, he had no choice but to harness the power within him to help control the furnace as flames, muttering under his breath, "Humph. If only they'd listened to me, we would have succeeded long ago." Through their collective efforts, the concoction within the furnace gradually thickened, exuding a rich aroma of medicinal essence. After a strenuous process of refinement, the antidote was finally complete. "Haha, we did it. We have finally created the antidote," Nezha exclaimed, leaping with joy, his face alight with elation, the earlier discontent dissipating in an instant. Ao Bing also clenched his fists in excitement, declaring, "Splendid. Those under the control of the demon god have been given hope." Observing their exuberance, the Grandmaster Tai smiled and cautioned, "My dear disciples, do not celebrate too soon. Though the antidote has been produced, it must still undergo testing to ensure its efficacy and safety." Thus, they proceeded to the location where those ensnared by the demon god were held captive. The area was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed all around to prevent any escape by the controlled individuals. The Grandmaster selected a soldier who was under the demon's influence and administered the antidote to him. The onlookers watched anxiously, their hearts silently praying for the antidote's success. After a moment, the soldier's body began to tremble violently, his face contorted in pain. His eyes were tightly shut, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "What is happening? Could there be an issue with the antidote?" Nezha asked urgently, his heart filled with dread. Ao Bing also tightened his grip on his hammers, exclaiming, "Surely not. We followed the steps precisely." The Grandmaster's expression grew serious as he keenly observed the soldier's reaction. "Do not panic. This may be the antidote breaking the demon god's hold," he reassured them. Indeed, as time passed, the soldier's trembling gradually subsided, and the agony etched upon his features slowly faded. He cautiously opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Where am I? What has happened?" the soldier inquired, his voice weak. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. "You were under the demon god's control, but we have freed you with the antidote," Nezha declared excitedly. Upon hearing this, gratitude shone in the soldier's eyes. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might never have regained my senses." The Grandmaster nodded approvingly. "Very well, you should rest and recuperate your strength." Witnessing the antidote's effectiveness, Nezha and Ao Bing immediately took the remaining doses and set out to liberate others who were under the demon god's sway, tirelessly distributing the antidote to every individual in need throughout the city. As the controlled individuals were liberated one by one, the citizens of Chentang Pass rejoiced, enveloped in an atmosphere of elation. "How wonderful! Our loved ones and friends have returned to normal," exclaimed the crowd. "Nezha, Ao Bing, you are truly our great heroes." However, amidst the jubilation, Nezha and Ao Bing remained vigilant. They understood that the seal of the demon god was weakening significantly, and their time was running short. "Ao Bing, although we have rescued these people, the threat of the demon god still looms large. We must find a way to reinforce the seal and eliminate the demon god once and for all," Nezha stated gravely. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We cannot afford to be complacent. I shall consult with the Dragon King to see if he has any solutions." With that, Ao Bing bid farewell to Nezha and Tai Jinren and made his way to the Dragon Palace. Nezha remained at Chentang Pass, continuing to enhance his training in preparation for the greater challenges that lay ahead. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing met with Dragon King Ao Guang. Upon learning that they had successfully concocted an antidote and liberated the controlled individuals, Ao Guang expressed his satisfaction. "Well done, Ao Bing. Yet, as you rightly pointed out, the threat of the demon god persists. I have discovered some references in ancient texts regarding reinforcing the seal. Perhaps we can give it a try," Ao Guang remarked. Ao Bing's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? Father, please tell me more." Ao Guang produced an ancient tome and handed it to Ao Bing. This book mentions a mysterious relic deep within the East Sea, where a powerful force is concealed that may be utilized to strengthen the seal. However, this relic is guarded by formidable barriers and numerous perilous sea creatures, making the quest for that power far from simple. Despite his concerns, Ao Bing's resolve remained steadfast. Father, no matter how daunting the challenge, I shall endeavor to seek it. To protect Chentang Pass and maintain peace in the world, I cannot falter. Ao Guang nodded. Very well. I shall dispatch some shrimp soldiers and crab generals to assist you. Exercise caution and avoid reckless actions. Ao Bing expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Father. I will be careful. After bidding farewell to Dragon King Ao Guang, Ao Bing returned to Chentang Pass to relay the news to Nezha. Nezha, the Dragon King mentioned a mysterious relic deep in the East Sea, which may possess the power to reinforce the seal. Let us embark on this journey together. Ao Bing proposed. Without hesitation, Nezha agreed. Yes, let us go. Regardless of the dangers that await, we shall forge ahead. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing prepared for their departure once more, fully aware that this mission would be formidable. Chapter 7. The turmoil of the East Sea. While the citizens of Chentang Pass reveled in the freedom of those they had rescued, the East Sea had silently begun to stir with tumultuous waves, heralding an impending and graver crisis. As Nezha and Ao Bing were poised to set out in search of ways to reinforce the seal and combat the demon god, they were caught unawares by the sudden upheaval of the East Sea. On that day, the sky was initially clear, with the sun casting its radiant light upon every inch of the land in Chentang Pass. However, in an instant, the weather turned tumultuous. Fierce winds howled as they swept in from the East Sea, causing the buildings in Chentang Pass to sway precariously, and doors and windows clattered ominously, as if an invisible giant hand was recklessly manipulating everything. The townsfolk were thrown into a panic, rushing to alert one another, their faces etched with terror. What was happening? Was another disaster about to befall them? An elderly man trembled as he spoke, his cane swaying unsteadily in the wind. We must go and see. A group of young people, faces taut with anxiety, dashed towards the seaside. Nezha and Ao Bing also sensed the anomaly at once, their hearts racing as they hurried towards the East Sea. Along the way, the fierce winds threatened to topple them, yet fueled by indomitable will and formidable powers, they pressed on valiantly. Upon reaching the shore, the sight before them rendered them speechless. The once tranquil azure waters of the East Sea had transformed into a chaotic abyss of darkness. The water churned like boiling black soup, surging violently, with towering waves reaching heights of 100 feet, resembling colossal black mountains, crashing relentlessly upon the coast. Each collision of waves was accompanied by a deafening roar, a sound akin to the howls of hell, reverberating painfully in their ears, while the very ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if it might split apart at any moment. How could the East Sea have morphed into this? Was it the work of a malevolent deity? Nezha's eyes widened in shock and fury, gripping his fiery spear tightly, its tip glimmering with a cold light, eager for battle. Ao Bing gazed at the tumultuous sea, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. This is dire. The evil deity's power is nearing the brink of its seal. We must devise a plan to halt this. At that moment, a colossal black figure emerged intermittently from the water, accompanied by a chilling, maniacal laughter that echoed clearly amidst the howling winds and crashing waves, as if it sought to penetrate the very souls of those who heard it. Ha ha ha, do you think saving those people can thwart me? Such naivety. Today marks the end of Chentang Pass, and indeed, the end of the entire world. The voice of the malevolent deity was laden with wickedness and arrogance, reverberating across the East Sea. Enraged, Nezha exploded with fury, shouting vehemently, "You vile demon, dare not flaunt your arrogance here. As long as I, Nezha, am present, you shall not prevail." With that, his wind and fire wheels ignited with fervor, resembling a pair of blazing wings, propelling him towards the dark figure of the demon. The fiery spear sliced through the air, radiating a brilliant light as it aimed directly at the malevolent entity. Ao Bing, unwavering, followed closely behind, his dual hammers whirling swiftly in his grasp, emitting a shimmering ice-blue glow, akin to two polar stars. "We shall not allow you to harm the people of Chentang Pass. You shall be sealed once more." Ao Bing bellowed, charging towards the demon. The malevolent deity, upon witnessing their advance, erupted into a more derisive laughter, the sound dripping with disdain. He swung his immense black arm with great force, causing the sea to surge violently in its wake, forming a colossal wall of water that rushed towards Nezha and Ao Bing. The water wall loomed like a vast black curtain, completely obstructing their path, the torrent threatening to pull them into an endless abyss. Unperturbed, Nezha deftly flicked the Hunyuan silk, The silk, akin to a sinuous red dragon, rapidly stretched and expanded in the air, meeting the water wall head-on. Upon collision, a tremendous roar erupted, and brilliance radiated forth. The light on the silk acted as a formidable shield, effectively absorbing the impact of the water wall, which thrashed wildly, yet could advance no further. "Is that all you've got? You think you can stop me?" Nezha laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing amidst the raging winds and waves. Seizing the moment, Bing unleashed his ice magic. He swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest, intoning, "Ice spikes break the sea, freezing souls with cold." Sharp ice spikes shot forth from his hands like arrows, imbued with a bone-chilling cold, targeting the demon god. Wherever the ice spikes traversed, the surrounding seawater froze instantaneously, creating a realm of white ice, within which the spikes darted like lightning, closing in on the demon god. Sensing the threat posed by the ice spikes, the demon god swiftly enveloped himself in black flames, which twisted around him like a writhing serpent, intercepting and melting the ice spikes one by one. "You two little insects possess some skill, but it is futile. Today, you shall both perish." The demon god roared, his fury escalating. He launched another assault, this time spewing forth countless massive black energy orbs. These orbs hurtled towards Nezha and Bing like flaming meteors, trailing long dark tails. Each orb contained immense power, and upon impact, would unleash a violent explosion, reducing everything nearby to ashes. Nezha and Bing quickly scattered to evade the onslaught of energy orbs. Nezha, utilizing the rapid mobility of his wind-fire wheels, deftly maneuvered through the barrage of orbs, his figure resembling a streak of red lightning, dazzling to behold. Bing, on the other hand, conjured a thick ice shield around himself, which stood like a transparent fortress, safeguarding him within. As the energy orbs struck the ice shield, although cracks appeared, it successfully withstood the impact. Bing, we cannot remain passive and simply endure these attacks. We must find a way to strike back," Nezha declared loudly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must identify its weakness." While dodging the energy orbs, Nezha suddenly noticed that the dark aura surrounding the demon gods had momentarily weakened after each attack. Bing, look at its head. Striking there might yield results," Nezha exclaimed with excitement. Following Nezha's gaze, Bing's eyes lit up. "All right, let us give it a try." Hence, Nezha and Bing resolved to concentrate their efforts on attacking the demon god's head. Nezha raised both the fire-tipped spear and the Chentang circle, shouting, "Witness my prowess." The fire spear, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, surged forth with tremendous force, piercing directly towards the head of the demon god. As it soared through the air, the spear tip generated a cascade of sparks through friction with the atmosphere, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The Chentang circle whirled rapidly around the demon god's head, emitting a low hum while persistently diminishing the dark power enveloping it. Bing, too, maximized the potential of his dual hammers, raising them high above his head and bellowing, "Ice hammer, shatter the spirit." Waves of icy blue light surged forth like tumultuous ocean tides, targeting the demon god's head. The icy blue beams intertwined with the dark energy surrounding the demon, crafting a vivid and enchanting tableau. Sensing the imminent threat, the demon god attempted to evade their onslaught. But it was too late. The attacks from Nezha and Bing struck simultaneously, landing squarely upon the demon god's head. A piercing scream of agony erupted from the demon, reverberating throughout the eastern sea as if it might collapse the very heavens. The dark aura enveloping its head weakened instantly, and its body began to sway, while the surrounding waters ceased their frenzied turmoil. "Huh, we struck true," Nezha exclaimed, exuberantly leaping into the air, his face aglow with the joy of triumph. Yet, the demon god was not vanquished. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it launched another attack. This time, it curled its entire form into a colossal black sphere, rolling menacingly towards Nezha and Bing. The black sphere resembled a blazing sun, exuding a lethal aura of darkness. Wherever it passed, the waters were instantly tainted black, carving a deep chasm in its wake. Nezha and Bing swiftly retreated, seeking refuge. In a moment of inspiration, Bing conjured an ice spell, erecting a massive ice wall before them. The wall stood like a white mountain, obstructing the path of the black sphere. Upon colliding with the ice wall, the sphere produced a thunderous crash, fracturing the wall with numerous cracks while successfully decelerating its momentum. "Quickly, let us strike again," Nezha urged. They launched another assault, Nezha's fire spear and Bing's dual hammers crashing down upon the black sphere simultaneously. Under their relentless barrage, the black sphere shattered, inflicting further damage upon the demon god. "You shall not defeat me." The demon god roared in madness, its body battered and bruised, yet it refused to yield. Nezha and Ao-Bing pressed on, their strength waning. Yet their gazes remained steadfast. In the midst of battle, they continuously sought the demon's vulnerabilities to exploit. Meanwhile, the citizens of Chentang Pass gathered by the shore. Their hearts heavy with fear, yet inspired by the valiant struggle of Nezha and Ao-Bing, they rallied in support. "Nezha, Ao-Bing, keep fighting. We believe you can vanquish the demon god. Protect Chentang Pass." The voices of the people echoed along the coast, invigorating Nezha and Ao-Bing immensely. They understood the grave responsibility resting upon their shoulders. To safeguard Chentang Pass and its inhabitants, there was no room for retreat. In the midst of a fierce battle, Nezha and Ao-Bing suddenly realized that their combined efforts significantly amplified the potency of their attacks. Thus, they resolved to experiment with a novel tactic. Nezha relentlessly infused his fiery powers into Ao-Bing's ice spells, while Ao-Bing harmoniously merged the icy essence with Nezha's flames, resulting in an unprecedented fusion of ice and fire. "Ao-Bing, let us unite our strengths and vanquish the demon god with this ice fire power," Nezha proclaimed. Ao-Bing nodded in agreement, and together they launched their assault upon the demon god. A radiant beam of intertwined ice and fire surged forth like a celestial rainbow, aimed directly at the demon god. Sensing the formidable energy, the demon attempted to evade, but it was too late. The ice-fire force struck true, eliciting a desperate wail from the demon god as its form began to dissolve, the surrounding darkness swiftly dissipating. "Ha ha, we have triumphed," Nezha exclaimed, leaping with exuberance, his face alight with the joy of victory. Ao-Bing also smiled. "Indeed, we have finally defeated the demon god." However, just as they believed the crisis had passed, a colossal column of black energy erupted from the depths of the sea, soaring skyward like a titanic pillar linking heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness. "This is bad. The demon god still has a trick up its sleeve," Nezha gasped. Ao-Bing, observing the energy column with a grave expression, replied, "We must find a way to halt this energy column swiftly, or the consequences will be dire." They once again charged toward the ominous energy column, bracing themselves for a new challenge. Meanwhile, the citizens of Chentang Pass anxiously watched from the shore, silently praying for their heroes. The battle against the demon god was far from over. Nezha and Ao-Bing raced toward the ominous black energy column, their eyes brimming with resolve, undeterred by fear. The brilliance emanating from their wind-fire wheels and cloud water boots shone brightly amid the enveloping darkness, reminiscent of an indomitable star of hope in the shadows. "Ao-Bing, this time we must give our all. We cannot allow the demon god's schemes to prevail," Nezha shouted, gripping his fire-tipped spear firmly, his voice unwavering even against the howling winds. Ao-Bing, with both hands tightly clutching his dual hammers, nodded emphatically, "Rest assured, Nezha, we shall fight side by side." As they approached the energy column, an overwhelming pressure surged toward them, nearly tearing at their very souls. The space around the column warped grotesquely, resembling an entrance to an endless abyss of darkness, emanating a nauseating stench. "The power of this energy column is formidable. We must proceed with caution," Ao-Bing cautioned, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. Nezha inhaled deeply, his inner flames surging with vigor, declaring, "What is there to fear? We possess the strength to overcome it." With that, Nezha was the first to launch an attack. He raised the fire spear high, reciting incantations. In an instant, the flames on the spear erupted like a roaring fire dragon, clawing and snapping as it lunged toward the energy pillar. The moment the flames made contact with the pillar, a deafening roar filled the air, sparks flying everywhere, and the surrounding seawater was instantly vaporized, forming a misty white fog. However, the energy pillar merely swayed slightly, showing little sign of disturbance. Observing this, Ao-Bing swiftly employed ice magic in conjunction. He rapidly formed hand seals before his chest, exclaiming, "Ice spikes, seal the heavens." Countless sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows toward the energy pillar, growing larger as they flew, creating a rain of icy blue projectiles. Upon striking the energy pillar, a thick layer of ice instantly formed on its surface, but soon after, the ice was shattered by the dark forces surging from within the pillar. "This is not working. We must find a way to locate the core of the energy pillar," Nezha said, his brow furrowed and a hint of urgency in his eyes. As they pondered their strategy, the energy pillar suddenly retaliated. It split into numerous black tendrils, writhing like dancing pythons. wielding powerful dark forces as they lashed out at Nezha and Ao Bing. Wherever the tendrils passed, the seawater turned black, leaving trails as if darkness were spreading through the ocean. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly evaded the tendrils' attacks. Nezha utilized the agility of his wind fire wheels, darting swiftly between the tendrils, occasionally using the fire spear to sever those that came too close. Ao Bing wielded his dual hammers against the tendrils, each strike accompanied by flashes of icy blue light, temporarily freezing the appendages. Ao Bing, keep an eye on the base of those tendrils. They must be connected to the core of the energy pillar, Nezha shouted. Heeding Nezha's advice, Ao Bing scrutinized the movements of the tendrils. Indeed, he discovered that all the tendrils extended from a single point at the base of the energy pillar. Nezha, I found it. At the bottom of the energy pillar. Ao Bing exclaimed with excitement. Good, let us concentrate our forces there. Nezha replied. They recalibrated their strategy and charged toward the base of the energy pillar. Nezha summoned the Qianquan circle, which rapidly enlarged in the air, shimmering with golden light as it descended upon the base of the energy pillar. Ao Bing unleashed the full might of his hammers, the icy blue radiance converging into a powerful beam directed at the base of the pillar. Under their combined assault, cracks began to appear at the bottom of the energy pillar, dark forces seeping through the fissures. One more push. We are nearly there, Nezha declared. Determination etched on his face. They intensified their efforts, and the cracks widened, the dark forces leaking more rapidly. Suddenly, the energy pillar emitted a deep, rumbling sound and began to shake violently. This is bad. It's going to explode, Ao Bing exclaimed. Nezha, observing the precariously swaying energy pillar, felt a surge of inspiration. Ao Bing, let us lead it to the deep sea. We cannot allow it to detonate near Chentang Pass. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, and together they summoned their strength, pushing the energy column toward the depths of the ocean. With their combined efforts, the energy column gradually advanced into the abyss. However, the force of the column was formidable. Each inch they moved required tremendous exertion. Sweat soaked their garments, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. At last, they succeeded in pushing the energy column into the deep-sea region. The moment the column reached the depths, it erupted violently. The explosion unleashed a tremendous shockwave, triggering a colossal underwater earthquake that shattered the ocean floor and raised a massive tsunami. Nezha and Ao Bing were propelled away by the force of the blast, but quickly regained their composure. Phew, it's finally resolved. Nezha sighed deeply, a weary but satisfied smile gracing his face. Ao Bing looked at Nezha and smiled in return, saying, Indeed, that was a life-and-death struggle. They slowly ascended to the surface, where the citizens of Chentang Pass rejoiced at their safe return, cheering with exuberance. Nezha, Ao Bing, you are magnificent. You have saved Chentang Pass. Thank you, our heroes. The jubilant voices of the people echoed along the shoreline. Nezha and Ao Bing, witnessing the elation of the crowd, felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet, they understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. Although the demon god had been temporarily repelled, his threat lingered ominously. They must continue to seek a definitive method to eradicate the demon god, safeguarding both Chentang Pass and the peace of the world. Chapter 8. Setbacks and the Power of Unity. Despite Nezha and Ao Bing having successfully withstood wave after wave of the demon god's assaults, temporarily protecting Chentang Pass, they both realized that this was merely the beginning of the battle. The demon gods might far exceeded their expectations, and a sense of crisis loomed over the small town like a dark cloud. Upon returning from the seashore to Chentang Pass, both Nezha and Ao Bing were utterly exhausted. Nezha's clothes were drenched in sweat, clinging to his body, while his hair was disheveled. He plopped down on a stone bench and slammed his fire-tipped spear into the ground, muttering, That wretched demon god is truly formidable. While we've driven him off this time, the next encounter will undoubtedly be even more challenging. Ao Bing was in no better condition. His complexion was pale, and as he leaned his twin hammers against the ground, he sighed helplessly. Indeed, we must quickly devise a way to enhance our strength. Otherwise, Chentang Pass will inevitably face disaster. At that moment, the citizens of Chentang Pass gathered around them. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached with trembling steps, his eyes filled with gratitude. Nezha, Ao Bing, thanks to you both, our Chentang Pass has not fallen victim to that demon god. You are our great saviors. The surrounding populace chimed in, expressing their heartfelt agreement. Exactly. Without you, what would we have done? Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at the sincere faces of the citizens. Their hearts warmed, yet they maintained a serious demeanor. Nezha rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, Please, do not say such things. It is our duty to protect Chentang Pass. The threat of the demon god has not yet been eliminated. We must not let our guard down. Before they could catch their breath, the sky suddenly darkened once more, and a howling wind swept in, blinding them with its ferocity. A sense of foreboding struck. The demon was returning. Nezha shouted, swiftly seizing his fiery spear, while the wheels of flame beneath his feet ignited with a fierce blaze. Ao Bing tightened his grip on his dual hammers, the icy blue light flickering between them. At that moment, Nezha thought, the demon has arrived too swiftly. This time, I must be more vigilant and ensure that the people of Chentang Pass remain unharmed. Meanwhile, Ao Bing contemplated. We must quickly discover the demon's weakness. We can no longer afford to be on the defensive. The demon's figure reemerged above the East Sea, enveloped in an even denser aura of darkness, resembling a black cloud that obscured the entire sky. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? You are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall raise Chentang Pass to the ground and turn you all into my sacrifices. The demon's voice resonated through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of Chentang Pass. You vile creature, are you here to meet your demise once more? Just watch as I scatter your soul. Nezha's face flushed with fury as he spun on his flaming wheels, charging towards the demon like a bolt of crimson lightning. The tip of his spear shimmered with a chilling brilliance, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, as if to rend the oppressive darkness asunder. Nezha thought grimly, do not presume I fear you. Today marks your end. Ao Bing followed suit without hesitation. We will not allow you to prevail. His hammers whirled, trailing icy blue light that cast ethereal shadows, as if two agile ice dragons were guarding his rear. In his heart, Ao Bing silently vowed, I must protect Nezha. Together, we shall vanquish the demon. The demon surveyed the approaching duo and scoffed coldly, abruptly sweeping his arms. In an instant, countless tendrils of black lightning surged forth like a horde of venomous serpents, slithering toward Nezha and Ao Bing. Wherever the lightning struck, the air was instantly ionized, releasing a sharp odor, while the ground was pockmarked with deep craters, debris flying in all directions. The lightning seemed almost sentient, twisting and coiling in the air, seeking vulnerabilities in Nezha and Ao Bing's defenses. Seeing this, Nezha quickly brandished his magical silk, which unfurled in the air like a crimson shield, attempting to block the assault of the black lightning. However, the power of the lightning was overwhelming. Each strike against the silk sent it trembling violently, forcing Nezha to stagger back, his feet carving deep furrows in the earth. The collision of light from the silk and the black lightning illuminated the sky, as if countless energies were engaged in a fierce struggle. Nezha felt a pang of anxiety. This lightning is exceedingly powerful. My magical silk can scarcely withstand it. I must devise a strategy. Meanwhile, Ao Bing swiftly conjured ice magic, enveloping them in a thick layer of ice shield. The shield glimmered with a cold blue light, temporarily fending off the lightning's onslaught. However, the black lightning continued to bombard the ice shield like relentless raindrops, and soon, fissures began to mar its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. The ice shield shattered under the onslaught of black lightning, emitting a crisp cracking sound, each fissure heralding the imminent danger. Ao Bing's heart filled with concern. This cannot continue. We must retaliate swiftly. How can this lightning be so formidable? Nezha stared wide-eyed, a foreboding sense welling up within him. Before they could regain their composure, the demon god launched a new attack. He opened his gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of fierce black flames. The flames surged forth like a roaring black river, sweeping towards them with unrelenting force. Everything in their path was instantaneously reduced to ashes. The seawater evaporated completely, leaving only a desolate seabed, wreathed in wisps of smoke. Within the black flames seemed to dwell countless vengeful souls, howling and exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Nezha and Ao Bing hurriedly evaded the assault of the black flames. Utilizing the speed of his wind-fire wheels, Nezha darted swiftly between the flames. Yet, during one evasive maneuver, he inadvertently brushed against the edge of the fire, resulting in a burn on his arm, prompting a pained cry to escape his lips. A charred mark instantly appeared on his arm, the acrid scent of scorched skin permeating the air. Frustration and urgency welled within Nezha. Damn it, this demon god is too cunning. I must find an opportunity to strike back. Nezha, are you alright? Ao Bing shouted anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Continue the fight. Nezha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he wielded his fire-spiked spear, seeking the demon goddess' weakness. His gaze intensified, and he swung the spear with greater speed and ferocity, the rush of wind from its tip howling in his ears. However, the demon god's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and they gradually felt overwhelmed. In one clash, Ao Bing was struck by a wave of black energy, his body soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he fell, a cloud of dust was kicked up, his body rolling several times before coming to rest. Ao Bing felt a pang of despondency. Could it be that we truly cannot defeat him? No, I cannot give up. Ao Bing. Nezha gasped, rushing to his side. I'm fine, Nezha. We cannot surrender like this. Ao Bing struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes still resolute. Just then, the demon god launched yet another attack, sending a massive wave of black energy surging towards them. This energy wave loomed like a towering black wall, exuding a sense of annihilation. Nezha and Ao Bing understood that, in their current state, it would be nearly impossible to withstand this blow. A sense of despair enveloped them, yet simultaneously, they sought a glimmer of hope. Just as despair threatened to overtake them, a radiant light suddenly surged from the direction of Chentang Pass. It was revealed that the citizens of Chentang Pass had gathered, brandishing an array of weapons and tools, hoes, shoulder poles, kitchen knives, and more. Though these implements seemed rudimentary, the citizens' eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Chanting fervently, faint beams of light rose from their hands, coalescing into a formidable force that surged towards Nezha and Ao Bing. The radiant light resembled a warm dawn, illuminating the hopes nestled within Nezha and Ao Bing's hearts. Nezha, Ao Bing, we have come to aid you. The common folk cried out fervently. Nezha and Ao Bing were deeply moved and astonished by the strength emanating from the people. Nezha contemplated. So, they have always been supporting us. We cannot let them down. Ao Bing silently vowed. With the people's strength behind us, we shall surely conquer the demon god. They regained their composure, merging the power of the populace with their own. Nezha sensed the flames within him surging with newfound vigor, as if boundless energy was being infused into him. Ao Bing also realized that his ice magic had grown significantly stronger, the icy blue radiance emanating from his twin hammers more resplendent than ever. Together, Ao Bing. For Chentang Pass, for the people, Nezha proclaimed. Ao Bing nodded in agreement, and they simultaneously launched their assault against the demon god. Nezha summoned both the fire-tip spear and the universe circle. The flames of the spear intertwined with the golden brilliance of the circle, coalescing into a formidable wave of attack, akin to a blazing meteor aimed at the demon god. As the fire-tip spear soared, the flames at its tip blazed even more fiercely, the surrounding air sizzling with heat. The universe circle spun rapidly, emitting a resonant hum that amplified the force of their strike. Nezha thought to himself, this time, we must succeed. Ao Bing unleashed the full might of his twin hammers, the icy blue radiance merging with Nezha's wave of attack to forge a powerful fusion of ice and fire. This elemental force intertwined, radiating an extraordinary glow and an overwhelming energy that stirred the surrounding waters into towering waves, surging toward the demon god as if to engulf him in their might. Ao Bing silently prayed, may our attack prove effective. The demon god sensed this formidable power and felt a flicker of fear, yet he attempted to resist. However, before such overwhelming force, his defenses crumbled instantaneously. Upon being struck, he let out a tortured wail, his form propelled backward to crash heavily upon the ocean's surface, sending up a colossal spray, with torrents of water cascading down upon the walls of Chentang Pass. As the demon god fell into the sea, the splashes soared to great heights, the surrounding waters tainted black, a testament to the dark aura emanating from him. Humph. Let us see if you dare to be arrogant again, Nezha declared triumphantly as he gazed upon the vanquished demon god. Though they had successfully repelled the demon this time, Nezha and Ao Bing knew they must remain vigilant. They approached the people to express their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you all. Without your assistance, we might have faced grave danger. Nezha said appreciatively. Indeed, the power of the people is boundless. As long as we unite our hearts, we shall be able to triumph over the demon god. Ao Bing added. The citizens responded in unison. Nezha, Ao Bing, you are our heroes. Safeguarding Chentang Pass is our shared responsibility. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command us. Since then, Nezha and Ao Bing have profoundly grasped the essence of unity's strength. They resolved to assemble a group in Chentang Pass, training the populace in combat skills, enabling everyone to partake in the safeguarding of their homeland. In the ensuing days, Nezha and Ao Bing continued to cultivate their powers while instructing the townsfolk. Each dawn, before the sun had fully ascended, Nezha would bellow in the plaza of Chentang Pass. Hey, everyone, rise and shine. Today we must train diligently, no slacking off. His voice resonated throughout the entire region. However, the dark shadow of the demon god still loomed over Chentang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing understood that they must swiftly discover a means to eradicate this malevolent force. For otherwise, Chentang Pass would forever remain in peril. While engaged in their training and cultivation, they tirelessly sought clues, hoping to unearth the key to vanquishing the demon god. One day, while immersed in his practice, Nezha suddenly sensed a mysterious force beckoning him. Following this enigmatic energy, he arrived at the entrance of a cave near Chentang Pass. An aura of intrigue enveloped the cave, its mouth shimmering with an otherworldly light. What secrets lay within? Nezha, filled with curiosity, resolved to venture inside. Upon entering the cave, he discovered an ancient stone tablet adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a faint glow, seemingly whispering untold secrets. What could these runes signify? They appear quite mystical. Nezha pondered aloud, meticulously examining the inscriptions in an attempt to decipher their meaning. At that moment, Ao Bing also arrived at the cave. Nezha, there you are. I noticed your absence and came searching for you. What is this place? Ao Bing inquired. I am uncertain. I was drawn here by a mysterious force. There is an ancient stone tablet inscribed with strange runes, and I am currently studying it, Nezha replied. Ao Bing approached and joined Nezha in his exploration of the runes. They soon realized that these inscriptions seemed to be connected to the origins of the demon god. Could the key to defeating the demon god be concealed within? Ao Bing exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps we must delve deeper into our studies, Nezha concurred. Thus, they began to meticulously interpret the runes, hoping to uncover vital clues to vanquish the demon god. They remained in the cave for several days, abstaining from food and drink, wholly absorbed in their research. During this time, the citizens of Chentang Pass grew increasingly anxious for their well-being. Xiao Hu and Ahua, among others, took the initiative to approach the cave, eager to ascertain whether Nezha and Ao Bing required assistance. Nezha, brother. Ao Bing, brother. Are you both well in there? Xiao Hu called out. We are fine. There is no need for concern. We are investigating something of great importance, and we shall return shortly, Nezha responded from within the cave. Though the townsfolk were somewhat apprehensive, they chose to place their trust in Nezha and Ao Bing, steadfastly guarding the cave's entrance. After days and nights of diligent effort, Nezha and Ao Bing finally deciphered a portion of the rune's meanings. They discovered that the demon god was originally a powerful deity from ancient times, who, in his relentless pursuit of boundless power, succumbed to the abyss of darkness, transforming into his present form. To utterly vanquish the demon god, it is imperative to locate a sealed artifact, imbued with the power to purify the darkness. Now I understand. We must find this artifact, Nezha exclaimed with fervor. But where shall we begin our search? Ao Bing inquired. They continued to study the runes, hoping to uncover clues regarding the artifact's location. Outside the cave, the citizens of Chentang Pass remained diligently training, prepared to confront the demon god's impending return. The battle against the demon god raged on, while Nezha and Ao Bing relentlessly sought the path to victory. After several days of arduous investigation, they finally discerned some vague hints within the runes. It appeared that the artifact was sealed atop a distant snow-capped mountain, a place fraught with peril and harsh conditions. No matter the difficulty, we must find the artifact, Nezha resolutely declared. Indeed, for the sake of Chentang Pass and its people, we shall succeed, Ao Bing responded, filled with confidence. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing exited the cave to share their findings with the citizens. Rest assured, we have discovered a lead to defeat the demon god. We shall seek an artifact that will allow us to obliterate him entirely, Nezha proclaimed. Though the citizens harbored concerns for the safety of Nezha and Ao Bing, they understood this was their only hope for saving Chentang Pass. Nezha, Ao Bing, please be cautious. We await your safe return. Little Tiger cried out. We will. And you all must continue training diligently to safeguard Chentang Pass, Ao Bing assured them. Amidst the citizens' blessings, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on their quest for the artifact. They traversed dense forests, where towering trees loomed, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to penetrate through the leaves. Strange creatures flitted through the underbrush, emitting eerie calls. On one occasion, they encountered a horde of enormous spiders, each as large as a grinding wheel, covered in black fur with eyes glinting ominously red. They spun colossal webs in an attempt to ensnare Nezha and Ao Bing. Fearless, Nezha brandished his fiery spear, slicing through the silk threads, exclaiming, "These pests dare to obstruct us." Sparks erupted as his spear severed the webs, igniting the air around him. Ao Bing then unleashed his ice magic, freezing several spiders to aid Nezha in clearing the path. With a flourish of his hands, azure light emanated from him, and the ensnared spiders instantly transformed into icy sculptures, shimmering in the sunlight. After a fierce struggle, they finally emerged from the forest. Next, they arrived at an expansive plain, lush with green grass, yet concealing hidden dangers. Suddenly, a pack of wild wolves sprang from the underbrush, their eyes glowing red and bared fangs gleaming, lunging toward Nezha and Aobing. Nezha swiftly rotated his fire wheels, weaving through the pack of wolves, targeting their vital points with his fiery spear. His figure resembled a streak of crimson lightning, darting rapidly among the wolves, causing them to fall one after another. Aobing, on the other hand, conjured an ice wall with his ice magic to thwart the wolves' advance. The ice wall rose rapidly at his command, effectively barricading the wolves outside, who roared and battered against it in vain, unable to breach the frozen barrier. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the wild wolves and continued onward. At last, they beheld the distant snow-capped mountains, towering majestically into the clouds. The peaks were blanketed in pristine white snow, shimmering under the sunlight's radiant glow. That's it. The artifact must be at the summit, Nezha exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. They quickened their pace towards the snow-capped mountains, yet new challenges awaited them. The temperatures here were frigid, and the biting winds cut through them like countless tiny daggers. Nezha shivered involuntarily, muttering to himself, "This dreadful weather is even harsher than the ocean winds of Chentang Pass. I can't afford to freeze into an ice lump. Otherwise, how will I find the artifact?" Though Aobing was a master of ice magic, he too struggled against the relentless cold, frowning as he pondered. "We must locate the artifact quickly and escape this icy wasteland. Otherwise, my condition will only deteriorate." Furthermore, fearsome snow beasts roamed the mountain, towering over them at more than twice their height, possessing immense strength and capable of hurling massive snowballs as weapons. Suddenly, a snow beast leaped from behind a colossal boulder, brandishing a snowball as large as a millstone, and hurled it ferociously at Nezha. Alarmed, Nezha swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. That was a close call, Nezha thought, his heart racing, as he tightened his grip on the fiery spear and charged towards the snow beast. Nezha and Aobing collaborated seamlessly, engaging in a fierce battle against the snow beast. Nezha aimed for its vital points, targeting the legs with a fierce thrust, thinking, "Let us see how you manage to hop around now." However, the snow beast was quick to react, swinging its robust arm to deflect Nezha's spear. Meanwhile, Aobing summoned an ice shield to protect them from the onslaught of snowballs. During the skirmish, several more snow beasts emerged from all directions, roaring ferociously as they brandished their powerful arms, appearing quite menacing. Maintaining the ice shield, Aobing contemplated, "With so many snow beasts, this won't work. We need a strategy." Observing their movements, he noted that while they possessed great strength, their agility was lacking. "Nezha, let's lure them near the ice cliff over there and use the terrain against them," Aobing shouted. Nezha immediately grasped Aobing's intent and nodded in agreement. "All right, leave it to me." Nezha deliberately dodged left and right in front of the snow beasts, inciting their anger as they chased after him. As he ran, he taunted, "Come on, you big clumsy oafs, can't catch me." Once they were near the ice cliff, Aobing swiftly unleashed a powerful ice spell, rendering the ice at the cliff's edge even more slippery. In the pursuit of Nezha, the snow monsters, propelled by their overwhelming speed, could not halt in time, one after another slipping and tumbling down the icy precipice. After enduring a grueling ascent and fierce battles, they finally reached the summit of the snow-capped mountain. At the pinnacle, they stumbled upon an ancient altar, upon which lay a resplendent box. The surface of the box was adorned with enigmatic symbols, emanating a gentle glow as if narrating its extraordinary tale. "This must be the box that seals the divine artifact," Nezha exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement and his heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming acquisition of the artifact. Eagerly, he reached out to unveil the box. "Wait, Nezha," Aobing interjected, blocking his hand with caution. "Be wary of traps. We must proceed with care." Aobing scrutinized the surroundings of the box meticulously, endeavoring to discern the correct method to unlock it. He pondered, having endured such hardships to arrive here, it would be folly to falter now due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. The duo examined the box with utmost caution and ultimately uncovered a concealed button. Nezha inhaled deeply and pressed the button, causing the box to gently creak open, revealing a divine artifact radiating a mysterious luminescence. The artifact resembled a sword, its blade intricately engraved with exquisite runes, and the hilt encrusted with a magnificent gemstone that glowed softly, seemingly harboring boundless power. As Nezha grasped the hilt, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through him, filling him with vitality, as if he could cleave the heavens and the earth asunder. Is this the power of the divine artifact? It is astonishing, Nezha exclaimed with exhilaration. Ao Bing, too, sensed the formidable strength of the artifact, his heart swelling with hope. With this divine weapon, we shall surely vanquish the demon god and protect Chentang Pass. With the artifact in hand, Nezha and Ao Bing hastily descended the mountain, racing towards Chentang Pass. They were acutely aware that the townsfolk awaited their return. While the menace of the demon god loomed large, they had to return swiftly to engage in the final confrontation. On their return journey, they encountered various challenges and perils. Yet fortified by the power of the artifact, they overcame each obstacle with success. At last, they beheld the towering walls of Chentang Pass. We have returned, Nezha proclaimed loudly, his voice infused with joy and pride. The townspeople, upon hearing Nezha's call, rushed to the city gates to greet them. Nezha, Ao Bing, you have finally returned. Did you find the artifact? The young tiger inquired eagerly. With a smile, Nezha revealed the artifact. Indeed, we have found it. With this, we can defeat the demon god. The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, for they understood that hope had been restored to Chentang Pass, and true peace was imminent. Nezha and Ao Bing, however, recognized that the ultimate battle was drawing near. They must prepare thoroughly to confront the demon god and obliterate the threat, safeguarding both Chentang Pass and the tranquility of the world. They commenced training tirelessly alongside the townspeople, enhancing their combat prowess while meticulously studying the demon god's vulnerabilities and crafting a detailed battle strategy. Every individual harbors an unwavering conviction, eagerly anticipating the ultimate confrontation with the demon god, a breathtaking battle poised to erupt. Chapter 9, The Life and Death Struggle. Nezha and Ao Bing, armed with the sacred artifact of glory, triumphantly returned to Chentang Pass, where joy and hope swiftly permeate the town. Yet, all are acutely aware that the threat of the demon god looms like the fabled sword of Damocles, heralding an imminent struggle for survival. In the days that follow, Nezha and Ao Bing remain ever vigilant, tirelessly training alongside the townsfolk, enveloping the entire settlement in an atmosphere of palpable tension and fervor. Nezha, with fervent enthusiasm, calls out, "Everyone, let us give it our all. Once we vanquish the demon god, we shall feast in celebration." The populace, ignited with passionate resolve, responds in unison, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Ao Bing patiently instructs, meticulously honing each individual's combat skills. Simultaneously, they delve into the study of the demon god's vulnerabilities, crafting a comprehensive battle strategy. With the sacred artifact in hand, Nezha exclaims with confidence, "Ao Bing, with this treasure and our united efforts, the demon god shall surely be no match for us." Ao Bing nods in agreement, yet a flicker of concern lingers in his eyes. The demon god is cunning. We must remain on our guard. At last, the day of reckoning arrives. The sky appears shrouded beneath a colossal black veil, stifling in its oppressive weight. The enormous, grotesque silhouette of the demon god emerges above the eastern sea, erupting into a chilling cacophony of laughter. "Do you believe that merely acquiring the sacred artifact will enable you to defeat me? How utterly delusional. Today marks your doom." Enraged, Nezha retaliates, his wind and fire wheels roaring beneath him as he surges forward like an arrow released from its bow. "Humph, vile fiend, cease your boasting. Witness as I deliver you a most humiliating defeat." Ao Bing follows closely, his twin hammers shimmering with an icy blue luminescence, poised for battle. The citizens of Chentang Pass rally, brandishing their weapons and cheering from the shore. Nezha strikes first, wielding the sacred artifact to unleash a brilliant beam of light that darts toward the demon god like a bolt of lightning. This radiance resembles a golden dragon, exuding an earth-shattering might as it cleaves through the darkness. The demon god, unfazed, raises an arm, unleashing a torrent of dark energy akin to a surging black tide. Colliding head-on with the luminous beam, in an instant, a deafening roar reverberates, as if the very heavens and earth are being torn asunder by this clash of forces. Light and darkness intertwine in a fierce struggle, conjuring towering waves that cause the sea to boil and churn, forming colossal whirlpools. Alarmed, Nezha realizes the demon god's power seems to have intensified. Yet, he does not waver. Instead, his determination swells. Seizing the moment, Ao Bing maneuvers behind the demon god, swiftly forming intricate hand seals while chanting incantations to unleash an ice-based spell. Instantly, a barrage of sharp icicles rains down upon the demon god like a tempest, gleaming with a frosty glow as they carve deadly arcs through the air. Sensing the attack from behind, the demon god spins around with astonishing speed, conjuring a swirling vortex of darkness. It opens its gaping maw, unleashing a stream of black flames that seem infused with endless malice and sinister energy, instantly melting the icicles into puddles of water that vanish into the abyss of the dark sea. What a formidable adversary indeed. With a thunderous cry, Nezha locked eyes with Ao Bing, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, prompting a decision to unite in their assault. Nezha wielded his divine artifact, igniting the surrounding air into a blazing inferno that spiraled into a colossal vortex of flames. Within this fiery maelstrom, flames danced like countless serpentine spirits, crackling and popping with fervor. Ao Bing infused the vortex with his icy powers, merging fire and ice to unleash a formidable energy wave. This wave, akin to an invisible force, rippled outward, causing the surrounding seawater to surge and create expansive circular ripples. Prepare to receive this, Nezha bellowed, directing the energy toward the demonic deity. Sensing the immense threat, the demon concentrated its dark powers, conjuring a formidable black shield. This shield resembled an indomitable fortress of darkness, exuding an aura that instilled dread. The collision of energy and shield triggered a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the darkened sky with a blinding brilliance. The explosion hurled seawater skyward, forming towering cascades that seemed to bridge the realms of sky and ocean. Yet, the demon was not vanquished. It erupted from the smoke, its dark energies intensified, as if seeking to engulf the entire world. Its eyes shimmered with madness, and with a fierce sweep of its hands, countless black tendrils erupted from the ocean floor, writhing like monstrous serpents toward Nezha and Ao Bing. These tendrils, imbued with immense power, churned the sea into a murky tempest wherever they struck. Nezha swung his divine artifact, its radiance slicing through the encroaching tendrils as if they were mere shadows. The severed tendrils fell into the water, dispersing into clouds of dark mist. Meanwhile, Ao Bing defended with an ice shield, which rang with sharp cracks under the relentless assault, developing fine fissures. However, the tendrils multiplied, gradually encircling them. What do we do now? Nezha thought frantically, beads of sweat forming on his brow. While he struggled to fend off the onslaught, he contemplated strategies. Ao Bing also sought an escape, keenly observing the movement of the tendrils and noting that their roots seemed interconnected. Nezha, aim for the roots of the tendrils, Ao Bing shouted. Instantly grasping the plan, Nezha and Ao Bing focused their energies on the tendril roots. Nezha unleashed the full might of his artifact, its brilliance manifesting as a golden beam directed at the roots. Simultaneously, Ao Bing cast a powerful ice spell, freezing the surrounding seawater instantaneously to create sharp ice spikes that thrust toward the roots. Under the dual assault of Nezha's potent artifact and Ao Bing's ice magic, the roots were severed, causing the black tendrils to wither like lifeless plants, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. Enraged by this turn of events, the demon roared in fury, its voice sending ripples through the surrounding waters. It launched another attack, this time growing even larger, its dark powers surging like a tidal wave. The sea was tainted a deep black by this force, transforming it into a veritable sea of death. Nezha and Ao Bing were pushed back by this overwhelming power, their feet splashing through the water as they retreated. The common folk felt an immense pressure, some even swaying unsteadily, relying on their weapons for support. Fear not. We will surely vanquish it, Nezha shouted, rallying the spirits of the crowd. He and Ao Bing charged once more towards the demon god, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Nezha wielded his divine weapon, each swing conjuring a golden whirlwind that clashed against the demon god's dark powers, emitting a dazzling radiance. Ao Bing brandished his twin hammers, their icy blue light flickering in the darkness like stars in the night sky. They exchanged blows with the demon god, neither yielding, as the battle reached a fever pitch. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Nezha gradually began to tire, his movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, the demon god lunged at Nezha with a claw that resembled a massive black scythe, exuding an aura of death. Quick as a flash, Ao Bing intercepted the attack with his hammers. The clash of metal against claw resounded with a deafening boom, the force of the impact sending Ao Bing hurtling through the air, arcing before crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, sending a spray of water into the air. Ao Bing, Nezha cried out in desperation, rushing to his side. Ao Bing coughed up blood and weakly said, Nezha, do not concern yourself with me. You must defeat the demon god. Seeing his injured companion ignited a fierce anger within Nezha. He tightened his grip on the divine weapon, channeling all his strength. Demon god, I will fight you to the end. At that moment, the collective faith of the people of Chentang Pass converged into a radiant beam. infusing Nezha with a profound sense of support and trust. Empowered by this extraordinary force, Nezha's gaze became resolute. He raised his divine weapon high and proclaimed, "For Chentang Pass. For Ao Bing, for everyone." The light emanating from the weapon intensified, and a powerful purifying force surged forth. This purifying energy illuminated the dark sea, dispelling the fear and despair brought by the demon god. Feeling threatened by this purifying power, the demon god attempted to flee, turning to escape into the depths of the dark sea. Yet, Nezha would not allow it to evade him. He leaped onto the wind-fire wheels, resembling a streak of golden lightning, swiftly closing the distance to the demon god. The wheels carved a golden trail across the ocean's surface, leaving behind a searing warmth. "Prepare to meet your end," Nezha bellowed, driving the divine weapon fiercely towards the demon god. The purifying force surged forth like a torrential flood, gradually dispelling the demon god's dark energy. The demon god let out a wretched scream, its form beginning to dissolve. Its cries echoed over the sea, a lament of its unwillingness and despair. As the demon god vanished, the surrounding dark forces receded, the waters regained their clarity, and the sky brightened once more. Chapter 10. The seal reappears just as Nezha and Ao Bing were surrounded by the crowd, basking in the euphoria of victory. An eerie black light suddenly flashed across the sky, akin to a bolt of dark lightning, shattering the joyous atmosphere in an instant. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately sensed the danger, looking up to witness the horrifying process of the demon god reassembling itself. The dark forces, once dissipated across the heavens and the earth, seemed to be summoned by an invisible hand, surging and gathering from all directions. These dark energies rolled through the sky like thick ink, swirling and emitting a chilling wail, as if countless vengeful spirits were lamenting. As the dark forces continued to coalesce, the silhouette of the demon gradually emerged from the void. First, the enormous head of the demon appeared, its two blood-red eyes slowly opening, igniting with wicked flames that instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. Following that, its robust neck emerged from the shadows, adorned with black scales that glimmered with a cold, eerie light, resembling icy blades. The demon's body rose like a black mountain from the accumulation of dark powers. Its chest was vast and imposing, engraved with mysterious and sinister runes that flickered with dark red light in rhythm with its breath, as if whispering ancient and malevolent incantations. Its arms took shape, the muscles contorted like a twisted serpent, brimming with terrifying strength. The palms gradually spread open, each finger resembling a colossal stone pillar, their tips glinting with a chilling black light, as though a mere grasp could reduce a city to ruins. The demon's lower half stood firmly upon the East Sea, its massive legs rooted in the water, which churned violently beneath its feet, creating enormous whirlpools. Its feet were like two immense black boulders, deeply embedded in the seabed, shattering rocks as they moved, sending up clouds of silt. During the demon's reformation, the surrounding environment underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The sky grew increasingly dark, thick clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. Bolts of black lightning tore through the heavens, threatening to rend the world asunder. The sea winds howled, raising towering waves that surged forth like ferocious beasts, roaring toward Chentang Pass. The citizens of Chentang Pass gazed in terror at the unfolding chaos, their hearts laden with despair. An unprecedented, chilling aura of terror spread instantly, pressing upon the air until it felt as if it had solidified. What was happening? How could this demon, like an indestructible pest, have returned? Nezha's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief, as he instinctively tightened his grip on the divine weapon in his hand, which vibrated sharply, as if warning of the impending crisis. Ao Bing's countenance darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a storm, his brow furrowed, as if it could wring water. It seems we underestimated it. This demon appears to have discovered the key to breaking its seal, and this trouble has escalated significantly. Upon completing its reformation, the demon unleashed a laugh that was even more frenzied and deafening than before, a sound that seemed to penetrate the soul, shattering human will. "Ha! Do you truly believe you can extinguish me like this? Such naivety. I shall possess eternal life, while you will all become mere ants beneath my feet," wailing in endless darkness. Nezha, furious, stamped his feet, his expression akin to one about to breathe fire. "You vile creature, dare you return? Just wait. I shall turn you to dust this time, leaving not a trace behind." As he spoke, he attempted to charge forward once more, only to be firmly restrained by Ao Bing. "Nezha, do not be hasty. This time, its power is far greater than before. We must deliberate and not act recklessly." Ao Bing's expression was grave, his tone imbued with an undeniable calmness. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair staggered out from the crowd, his body trembling violently, his voice laced with profound fear and quivering. Young heroes. I have heard tales from my ancestors that this demon god was originally sealed in a mysterious place deep beneath the sea, where the power of ancient artifacts kept it at bay. But now it has repeatedly escaped. The seal must be gravely compromised. Moreover, if the seal cannot be restored within an hour, the demon god's power will spiral out of control, plunging the entire world into an everlasting darkness. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense and fraught with peril. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Then we must hurry to examine the seal, Nezha exclaimed, urgency igniting within him as he grasped Ao Bing's hand, sprinting towards the shore. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing, bearing the hopes of the gathered crowd, swiftly re-entered the treacherous East Sea. They navigated the depths with difficulty, the surrounding waters seemingly tainted by the demon god's dark power, murky and reeking with a foul stench. At last, they arrived at the fabled site of the seal. Before them stood an immense stone door at the ocean floor, inscribed with ancient runes that appeared almost alive, emitting a faint glow that had dimmed significantly, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Surrounding the stone door, the water swirled in eerie black vortices, resembling bottomless pits, as if a formidable force was striving to breach the seal. Atop the stone door, an hourglass radiating ethereal light was rapidly pouring its sands, each grain falling like a countdown to doom. This is indeed the place. The seal has suffered severe damage. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly, Ao Bing observed intently, a rare expression of concern etched upon his face. Nezha stepped forward, seeking to utilize the artifact to restore the seal. Allow me to attempt. Perhaps the purifying power of the artifact can succeed. With that, he extended the artifact towards the stone door. However, upon contact, a formidable surge of dark energy violently rebounded, sending Nezha reeling backward, landing unceremoniously on the sandy ocean floor. Alas, it seems the seal is resisting the dark power. Nezha lamented, rubbing his aching arm, a look of distress upon his face. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the demon god pursued them, flanked by a horde of grotesque shadows formed from dark energy. These phantoms clawed and shrieked in a chilling manner. The demon god, gazing at the damaged seal, grinned malevolently, a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Ha ha. You are too late. The seal is on the brink of complete rupture, and soon the entire world will be under my dominion. Your struggles are utterly futile. With a wave of his mighty hand, the demon god unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Nezha and Ao Bing. This time, the onslaught was even more ferocious, with waves of black energy hurtling towards them like cannonballs. Upon impact with the sea, the water erupted into a boiling frenzy, billowing thick clouds of dark smoke. The smoke spread through the water like the claws of a malevolent demon, transforming the once clear sea into a viscous, inky mass, while the fish and shrimp that once thrived within it floated lifelessly to the surface. Nezha and Ao Bing fought valiantly to withstand the assault. Ao Bing quickly conjured an ice wall in front of them, its crystalline structure glowing faintly blue amidst the darkness of the water. However, the force of the black energy waves was overwhelming, causing the ice wall to crack and splinter like a spider's web, and in mere moments, it crumbled to the ground. Nezha wielded his divine weapon, its radiance clashing with the black energy, producing a dazzling brilliance and a cacophony of thunderous roars, each collision sending shockwaves through the surrounding waters. Yet, despite their efforts, they found themselves retreating, their bodies swaying with the tumultuous currents. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a means to restore the seal, while simultaneously thwarting the demon god. Ao Bing exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, only to be swiftly consumed by the surrounding dark waters. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Nezha's mind, his eyes alight with inspiration. Ao Bing, let us attempt to merge the power of the divine weapon with your ice abilities. Perhaps we can purify the dark force upon the seal. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Very well, let us give it a try. A dead horse may serve as a living horse doctor, and it just might work. Thus, Nezha lifted the divine weapon high, reciting incantations as its brilliance intensified, resembling a miniature sun, casting radiant light that illuminated the waters for several yards around. Ao Bing swiftly formed hand signs, sending streams of icy blue light from his fingertips, entwining gracefully around the divine weapon. As the ice energy flowed continuously into it, the weapon's glow intertwined with the icy essence, creating a peculiar purifying light. This radiance sparkled like resplendent stars, carrying a chill that instantly froze the surrounding waters into a thick layer of ice, the sharp, crystalline spikes shimmering with a cold gleam under the light. With this purifying light, they charged once more towards the seal's gate. As they approached, the demon god sensed their intent and commanded the shadowy figures to unleash a frenzied assault. Black lightning shot from the demon god's hands, leaving dark streaks in the water. Wherever it struck, the sea appeared to tear apart, emitting a sizzling sound. The shadowy figures surged forward like ravenous wolves, attempting to impede their progress. Everyone, lend your strength. Block the demon god and these shadows. Nezha shouted. The citizens of Chentang Pass, though terrified, gathered their courage to protect their homeland, picking up makeshift weapons to charge at the demon god and his minions. Some wielded hoes, others carried shoulder poles, and some brandished kitchen knives, though their weapons were rudimentary. Their eyes shone with unwavering determination. For the sake of Chentang Pass, charge forth. The common folk cried out, charging towards the demon and its shadow. With their meager strength, they endeavored to buy time for Nezha and Ao Bing. Little Tiger wielded a hoe, striking fiercely at a bolt of black lightning. Although the hoe was instantly hurled aside by the electric force, he successfully diverted its attack. Ahua, on the other hand, braced herself against another surge of dark energy with a carrying pole, enduring the pain of her hands splitting and blood flowing as she grit her teeth and persevered. Yet, the shadows of the demons were overwhelming, and the citizens gradually found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, with injuries and casualties mounting. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and Ao Bing infused the gate of sealing with purifying light. A fierce confrontation ensued between the purifying light and the dark forces inscribed upon the seal. The brilliance flickering as the ocean roiled violently. The purifying light resembled countless sharp blades, slicing through the darkness, while the dark forces loomed like swirling black mists, attempting to envelop the light. The purifying light continued to gleam and dance, akin to a host of nimble sprites weaving through the dark fog, each flicker banishing a fragment of shadow. The dark forces surged like relentless tides, crashing wave after wave against the purifying light, yet they could not completely engulf it. However, just as the seal was on the verge of restoration, the demon let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of even greater power that shattered the citizens' defenses and lunged towards Nezha and Ao Bing. We must stop it, Ao Bing shouted urgently. The people exerted their utmost efforts, yet they were powerless to halt the demon's advance. As the demon's colossal claws reached for Nezha, in a moment of desperation, Ao Bing dashed forward, shielding Nezha from the impending strike, a spray of blood mingling with the sea. Ao Bing, Nezha cried out in anguish. At that moment, the runes on the gate of sealing had regained much of their radiance, but the sands in the hourglass were nearly spent. A resolute power surged within Nezha. He channeled all of his and Ao Bing's strength into the divine artifact, causing the purifying light to blaze forth with unprecedented brilliance. Just as the last grain of sand fell, the purifying light completely dispelled the dark forces upon the seal, restoring the gate to its former glory. A powerful sealing force erupted from within, binding the demon tightly. The demon struggled desperately, emitting a cry of despair. No, I refuse to accept this. I shall return. Its body writhed violently, black smoke billowing forth as it sought to break free from the tightening seal. As the sealing force intensified, the demon's form gradually became ensnared behind the stone gate, its voice fading into silence. The seabed returned to tranquility, the tainted waters began to clear, and the once murky depths gradually shed their darkness, revealing transparency. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the sandy floor. Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at the resealed demon, exhaling a sigh of relief. It is finally over, Ao Bing said wearily, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Nezha looked at the citizens around him, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thanks to all of you, we have triumphed. You are the true heroes of Chentang Pass. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Nezha and Ao Bing returned to Chentang Pass, adorned with the glory of victory. With the demon god once again sealed away, this thrilling battle finally came to a close. However, Chentang Pass lay in ruins, ravaged by the flames of war. Houses had collapsed, and the streets were littered with debris and shattered bricks. The once vibrant marketplace now stood desolate, suffused with an air of decay. Observing the scene before them, Nezha and Ao Bing were engulfed by sorrow and guilt. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Nezha lamented, "It is all my fault. If I had been stronger, Chentang Pass would not have come to this." Ao Bing placed a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder and replied, "Nezha, this is not your fault. The demon god was far too formidable. Our victory over it was no small feat. What matters now is the restoration of our home, so that the people may once again live in peace. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing commenced the arduous task of rebuilding, rallying the citizens to their side. Nezha harnessed his divine powers to lift the fallen structures, exerting himself with a mighty shout to reposition the massive stones. The citizens, inspired by his determination, joined in with tools in hand, working diligently to clear the streets of debris. They encouraged one another as they toiled, their bodies weary but their eyes alight with hope. Meanwhile, Ao Bing utilized his ice magic to mend the damaged buildings. With intricate gestures, beams of icy blue light emanated from his hands, fusing the shattered walls back together. Thanks to his efforts, many homes gradually regained their former appearance. Nonetheless, the path to reconstruction was fraught with challenges. A significant shortage of supplies emerged as a pressing issue. Food, timber, and other essentials were in scarce supply, leaving the populace in dire straits. At that moment, the Dragon King Ao Guang appeared in the skies above Chentang Pass, accompanied by his dragon kin. Upon witnessing the devastation, Ao Guang felt a deep sense of compassion. He gracefully descended to the ground and addressed Nezha and Ao Bing, saying, "Children, you have worked tirelessly. In this great battle, you not only protected Chentang Pass, but also safeguarded the entire Eastern Sea. The Dragon Clan is willing to extend a helping hand to aid in the reconstruction of your home." Moved by his words, Nezha replied with a smile, "Thank you so much, Dragon King. With the assistance of the Dragon Clan, we shall surely restore Chentang Pass to its former vitality." Consequently, the Dragon Clan commenced supplying various resources to Chentang Pass. They transported vast quantities of timber, food, and daily necessities from the depths of the sea, alleviating the immediate hardships faced by the citizens. Additionally, some members of the Dragon Clan joined the reconstruction efforts, employing their powers to assist the people in repairing houses and clearing rubble. Through their collective efforts, the rebuilding of Chentang Pass progressed remarkably well. Houses rose anew, and the streets became tidy and pristine. The lively sounds of merchants calling out once more filled the marketplace, and children laughed and played in the streets. As Chentang Pass gradually regained its former liveliness, after a period of dedicated toil, Chentang Pass had undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing atop the city walls, Nezha and Ao Bing gazed upon the flourishing scene before them, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Ao Bing expressed his astonishment, remarking that it was unexpected for Chentang Pass to recover so swiftly through their collective efforts. Nezha smiled and replied, attributing this success to the unwavering teamwork of all involved and the assistance of the Dragon Clan. Without everyone's contribution, the current state of Chentang Pass would not have been possible. At that moment, the citizens of Chentang Pass gathered below the city wall, bearing flowers and gifts, their faces radiant with joy. An elder stepped forward, presenting a bouquet to Nezha and Ao Bing, and gratefully said, "Nezha, Ao Bing, thank you for everything you have done for Chentang Pass. You are our heroes, the guardians of our home." Nezha and Ao Bing accepted the flowers, their hearts profoundly moved. Nezha surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "There is no need for thanks. It is our duty to protect Chentang Pass. In the future, no matter what challenges arise, we shall face them together." The citizens erupted in cheers in response. Chapter 1. A new mission. As the final brick of Chentang Pass was set in place, and the gentle sunlight once again graced the time-worn walls, Nezha and Ao Bing stood side by side atop the city wall, gazing at their rejuvenated homeland, yet feeling no sense of relief within. Ao Bing, though this great battle has concluded, I cannot shake the feeling of unease. Do you think there are other malevolent forces lurking in the shadows? Nezha furrowed his brow, concern evident in his gaze as the fire-tipped spear traced unconscious lines in the ground. Ao Bing raised his head slightly, his eyes resolute as he gazed into the distance. Nezha, I believe there will always be such forces. The struggle between good and evil is as constant as the cycle of day and night. While we have defeated the demon god, we have merely secured a temporary peace for this land. Nezha abruptly turned, his eyes alight with fervent determination. Then we cannot simply wait. We must take the initiative, enhance our strength, and ensure that no evil dares to threaten Chentang Pass again. Ao Bing nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. I share your thoughts. From this day forth, we shall train with even greater diligence, not only for Chentang Pass, but for all living beings in this world. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to establish a training ground on the mountains behind Chentang Pass. They cleared a section of land and surrounded it with massive stones to prevent the fluctuations of their spells from disturbing the citizens. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated Chentang Pass, Nezha sprang from his bed like a startled lion, racing towards the training ground with fervor. As he ran, he muttered to himself, I must grow stronger. I will become the mightiest. Upon reaching the training ground, Nezha began to sprint wildly around the area. His arms whirling like rapidly rotating windmills, his legs seemingly equipped with springs, each stride kicking up clouds of dust and creating a gusty sound. His speed akin to a whirlwind, as if he intended to flatten the ground beneath him. After his run, Nezha arrived at the center of the training area. Gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly in both hands and taking a deep breath, resembling a warrior ready to charge into battle, he suddenly lunged forward. The blazing spear shooting forth like a flash of lightning, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery glow and producing a crackling sound reminiscent of firecrackers. As he thrust, he exclaimed, Behold my might! With this strike, all demons and monsters shall fall. At that moment, Bing arrived at the training ground with measured steps. Upon witnessing Nezha's antics, he chuckled and teased, Nezha, are you here performing a fire-breathing act or merely swatting flies? Your speed is rivaling that of the wind-fire wheels. As he spoke, he leisurely made his way to the nearby ice pool, stretching his shoulders and playfully making faces at Nezha. Nezha, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with anger. He halted his movements, placed his hands on his hips, and glared with eyes wide as saucers, declaring, Humph. Bing, cease with your mockery. Once I finish honing my spear technique, let us have a contest to see who reigns supreme. I assure you, my skills are formidable, and should you lose, do not resort to trickery. Bing chuckled as he leaped into the icy waters, shivering from the frigid touch, his teeth chattering as he responded, Bring it on. Who's afraid? I'll cool off in this ice pool and then deal with you. This pool is my secret weapon. After training here, my ice magic will undoubtedly reach new heights. Just wait, and you shall be begging for mercy. Nezha resumed his practice, leaping high into the air and executing a graceful somersault, his spear piercing the sky like a dragon emerging from the sea, as he shouted, I shall make this technique unparalleled. I, Nezha, am destined to be the strongest protector of the world. He spun swiftly, the spear creating a dazzling ring of fire. His eyes fixed intently on the spear tip, sweat soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious to it all. However, it wasn't long before Nezha encountered a mishap while attempting a new spell. Chanting incantations, he rapidly changed hand gestures, veins bulging on his forehead, and the air around him became chaotic. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a powerful force erupted, sending Nezha flying, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. His hair standing on end like a hedgehog, his face smeared with dirt, appearing quite disheveled. Bing, witnessing this scene from the ice pool, was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, nearly toppling over in the water. Between his fits of laughter, he remarked, Nezha, what on earth happened? Were you attempting to transform into a flying firework for a grand opening act? Huh. Your appearance is more grotesque than any monster I have ever seen. Nezha scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off in a flustered manner, and stormed towards the edge of the ice pool, shaking his fists and retorting, Bing, stop laughing. This was merely an accident. I will master this spell shortly, and then you shall see. Finally managing to suppress his laughter, Bing jumped out of the pool and approached Nezha, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. All right. Do not be upset. I shall refrain from laughing. To be fair, that last display had considerable power. It was just the direction that went awry. Do not rush. Practice at a leisurely pace. I have faith in your capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Nezha's expression softened somewhat. He scratched his head and inquired, Really? I always knew I could succeed. I shall give it another try. This time, I will undoubtedly prevail. I, Nezha, shall not be defeated by such trivial obstacles. Bing nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. Press on. I believe in you. I shall also practice my ice spells, and soon we shall see who has made greater progress. Let us compete to enhance our strengths and safeguard Chentang Pass. With that, Bing returned to the icy pool, forming hand seals while chanting incantations. The water within the pool began to swirl gradually, its pace quickening until it formed a series of azure whirlpools. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the whirlpools, resembling glimmering blades shooting towards the surrounding boulders. Bing focused intently on the ice spikes, exclaiming, Behold my ice spikes, unyielding and formidable. I shall transform my ice magic into an indomitable shield to protect Chentang Pass. Seeing Bing's accomplishments, Nezha felt a surge of joy and called out, Bing, your mastery of ice magic has become increasingly impressive. However, I shall not lag behind. Just wait and see. I will wield my fire spear alongside your ice spells to defend our homeland. Bing replied with a smile, Absolutely, Nezha. Let us strive together. so that the forces of evil dare not underestimate us. We are the strongest guardians of Chentang Pass. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing spent countless days and nights in the training grounds, continually enhancing their abilities. Yet, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The challenges they would face could be far more daunting than they imagined. One fateful day, as Nezha and Ao Bing were training, dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A black bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at Chentang Pass. Startled, Nezha and Ao Bing sensed a formidable malevolent presence approaching. Trouble is brewing, Nezha shouted, swiftly grasping his fire spear, while flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling him like a crimson bolt of lightning toward the source of the disturbance. Ao Bing followed closely, forming hand seals with ice blue light flickering in his hands, prepared to confront any adversary that may arise. His gaze reflected determination and resolve as he silently vowed, no matter the foe, I shall stand with Nezha to protect Chentang Pass. This is our duty, we cannot falter. Upon their arrival at Chentang Pass, they found a throng of citizens gathered at the city gate, their faces marked with terror as they gazed up at the ominous sky. Fear not, for we are here, Nezha called out, striving to soothe the populace's anxiety. His voice resonated powerfully, instilling a semblance of calm within the hearts of the people. At that moment, a colossal black figure descended slowly from the clouds. Towering over them, it emanated an intense aura of darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. Ha 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 ha, Nezha, Ao Bing. Did you think I was gone forever? I have returned. A deep, sinister voice echoed through the air, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. As Nezha and Ao Bing gazed intently, they discovered that they were confronted by the residual power of the demon they had previously vanquished. Although the demon's main body had been sealed away, this remnant force had inexplicably escaped its confinement and had grown even more formidable. You vile creature, how dare you return? Today marks your demise. Nezha shouted furiously, gripping his fiery spear tightly, the flames at its tip blazing more fiercely, as if eager to incinerate everything around them. Ao Bing, equally vigilant, regarded the demon's residual power with determination. We shall not allow you to succeed again. This time, we must eradicate you completely. You will no longer endanger the citizens of Chentang Pass. The demon's residual force erupted into maniacal laughter. You think the two of you can defeat me? Such naivety. Today, I shall demonstrate my true power. With that, the remnant force spread its arms wide and began to chant incantations. Instantly, the sky was filled with countless black lightning bolts, resembling a horde of venomous serpents, slithering towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Upon witnessing this, Nezha swiftly wielded the Hunyuan silk. The silk unfurled in midair like a crimson barrier, striving to shield against the onslaught of black lightning. However, the power of the lightning was overwhelming. Each bolt that struck the silk sent violent tremors through it, forcing Nezha to stagger backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. A resolute expression crossed his face as he thought, I cannot be defeated by this lightning. I must protect the citizens of Chentang Pass. I am Nezha. I fear nothing. Ao Bing immediately conjured an ice spell, enveloping them in a thick shield of ice. The ice shield shimmered with a blue, chilling light, temporarily fending off the lightning's assault. Yet, the relentless strikes of black lightning continued to pummel the ice shield, quickly causing cracks to form, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Ao Bing, observing the fissures, felt a surge of anxiety but resolutely maintained the shield's defense, chanting fervently, I must hold on. I cannot allow the lightning to harm Nezha or the citizens. Why is this lightning so powerful? Nezha exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Before they could regain their composure, the demon's residual force launched another attack. It extended a massive black claw towards Nezha. As the claw swept through the air, it tore apart the atmosphere, emitting a piercing howl. Nezha swiftly dodged, utilizing the speed of his wind-fire wheels to dart between the claws. His figure resembled a streak of red lightning, moving rapidly through the air, dazzling to behold. However, the ferocity of the demon's residual force intensified, and he began to struggle. Seeing Nezha in peril, Ao Bing rushed to assist. With a flourish of his hands, countless icy shards shot forth like rain towards the demon's claw. Upon striking, the claw was immediately encased in a thick layer of ice. Yet it was swiftly melted away by the demon's dark power. This won't do. We need to devise a strategy to attack its vital points. Ao Bing shouted decisively. Nezha nodded, observing the structural remnants of the demon god's power in the air, endeavoring to identify its vital weakness. Suddenly, he discerned a core pulsating with a dark radiance at the demon god's head, surmising it to be its Achilles heel. Ao Bing, strike at its head. That might be its weak point. Nezha exclaimed. Ao Bing instantly comprehended Nezha's intent, channeling the energies of his ice magic to conjure a colossal ice sphere, hurling it towards the demon god's head. The ice sphere, propelled by formidable force, soared toward its target. The demon god's remnants sensed the impending danger, attempting to shield itself with its claws. However, the ice sphere was too swift. Before its claws could intercept, the sphere struck its head. With a resounding crash, the impact caused the dark radiance to flicker momentarily before gradually dimming. The demon god's remnants emitted a wretched cry of agony, its body beginning to tremble. Haha, we have succeeded, Nezha shouted with exhilaration. Yet, just as they believed they had vanquished the demon god's remnants, it abruptly regained its composure. The dark glow of its head reignited with brilliance, and its body ceased to shake. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall not be so easily defeated. The demon god's remnants bellowed in fury. It launched a renewed assault, this time with even greater ferocity, gathering the surrounding dark energies. It formed a colossal sphere of black energy and hurled it toward Nezha and Ao Bing. The black energy sphere resembled a dark sun, radiating an aura of annihilation. Nezha and Ao Bing felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, acutely aware that being struck by this sphere would yield catastrophic consequences. Ao Bing, let us combine our strength to withstand it, Nezha shouted. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. They summoned their powers to the utmost limit and simultaneously unleashed a potent wave of energy toward the black sphere. The energy wave collided with the black sphere midair, creating a deafening explosion. The force of the collision reverberated outward, shattering everything in its vicinity. Nezha and Ao Bing were violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Nezha, Ao Bing, how are you? The anxious townsfolk cried, rushing over to assist them. We are fine. Everyone stay back. It's dangerous. Nezha struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grasped his fiery spear once more. His gaze revealed unwavering determination. He would not yield. Ao Bing also managed to stand, his complexion pale, yet his eyes resolute. We cannot give up. We must defeat it. This is our mission. At that moment, Nezha felt a mysterious force surging within him. He noticed his body emanating a golden light, which grew increasingly intense, enveloping him entirely. What is happening? Nezha asked in astonishment. Ao Bing also noticed the changes in Nezha and felt a surge of confusion within him. I do not know, but it appears that a formidable power has awakened. Encased in golden light, Nezha sensed his strength amplifying. His wounds began to heal rapidly, and his vitality was restored. Haha, I feel invigorated, Nezha exclaimed with exuberance. He charged once more at the remnants of the demon god, his fiery spear radiating golden light, akin to a streak of golden lightning. The remnants of the demon god, witnessing Nezha's sudden surge in power, were engulfed by fear. They attempted to evade Nezha's assault, but it was too late. Nezha thrust the spear into the remnant's head, and a surge of golden light flooded into the demon's essence, purifying its dark energy completely. With a piercing scream, the remnants of the demon god were ultimately vanquished, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Nezha and Ao Bing triumphed over the remnants, and the citizens of Chentang Pass erupted in joyous celebration, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Nezha, Ao Bing, you are our heroes, the guardians of Chentang Pass, an elderly man exclaimed, filled with emotion. As Nezha and Ao Bing beheld the smiling faces of the people, a profound sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. Yet, they were acutely aware that this battle was merely the beginning. They bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Chentang Pass and humanity, with more challenges yet to come. Upon returning to the training grounds, Nezha and Ao Bing began to contemplate the issues they encountered during the battle. They recognized that while their powers were steadily increasing, they still felt somewhat inadequate against more formidable foes. We must seek additional methods to enhance our strength. We cannot solely rely on our current training techniques, Nezha declared. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we could consult some esteemed elders or seek out rare cultivation resources. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing resolved to depart from Chentang Pass, embarking on a journey to discover ways to augment their strength. After bidding farewell to the citizens, they set forth on their uncertain path. During their travels, they encountered a myriad of people and events. On one occasion, they arrived at a mysterious valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the surrounding landscape. This place seems enigmatic. Perhaps there are clues to be found, Nezha remarked. They cautiously ventured into the valley when suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The sound was ethereal, captivating their senses. Who was playing the flute? Ao Bing inquired with curiosity. Following the direction of the music, they discovered an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, seated on a stone, playing the flute. The old man's countenance radiated kindness, and his eyes reflected profound wisdom. "Excuse me, venerable elder, who are you? Why are you here playing the flute?" Nezha politely asked. The elder paused his playing, gazed at them with a gentle smile, and replied, "I am a reclusive immortal residing here, known as Qingfeng. I have been honing my skills here for many years. You two little ones seem quite extraordinary. What brings you to this place?" Nezha and Ao Bing shared their experiences and intentions with the celestial master Qingfeng. Upon hearing their tale, Qingfeng nodded in understanding. "I see. Your courage and determination are truly commendable. I can offer you some assistance." With that, he retrieved an ancient tome from his robes and handed it to Nezha and Ao Bing. "This contains my insights from years of cultivation and some magical spells. Peruse it. It may prove beneficial to you." Grateful, Nezha and Ao Bing accepted the book, their hearts swelling with appreciation. "Thank you, Master Qingfeng." He smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. I hope you continue to enhance your abilities and safeguard the peace of the world." After bidding farewell to Qingfeng, Nezha and Ao Bing pressed on. They encountered numerous challenges, yet they overcame each one with their courage and intellect. During a perilous crossing of the desert, they faced a ferocious sandstorm. The storm roared like a savage beast, engulfing the entire desert and obscuring the sky. Struggling against the tempest, Nezha and Ao Bing utilized their strength to shield themselves from being swept away. "This sandstorm is too fierce. We must find a way to escape swiftly," Nezha shouted. Ao Bing nodded and conjured an ice shield to fend off the onslaught of the storm. However, the storm's might was overwhelming, and the ice shield was soon shattered. Just as despair began to creep in, they glimpsed a lush oasis ahead. The oasis, a verdant sanctuary with ample water, gleamed like a brilliant gem amidst the desolation. "There is an oasis. Let us hasten there," Nezha exclaimed, his voice laced with the joy of survival. They sprinted toward the oasis, the scorching sand beneath their feet kicking up clouds of dust with each stride, yet their singular focus remained on reaching the haven. At last, in a moment of dire urgency, just as the storm threatened to engulf them entirely, they successfully reached the oasis's edge. Upon entering, refreshing air enveloped them, and the surrounding greenery provided a soothing balm for their weary eyes. Within the oasis, they encountered a group of kind-hearted, simple villagers. Upon seeing Nezha and Ao Bing, disheveled and covered in grime, the villagers warmly approached them. "What has happened to you, young heroes?" inquired an elderly villager, his eyes filled with empathy and curiosity. Nezha wiped the dust from his face, feeling somewhat sheepish as he replied, "We encountered a sandstorm while traversing the desert and nearly didn't make it out. Thankfully, we found this oasis and escaped a grave fate." The villagers nodded in understanding. "Come, rest in our tents and enjoy some food to regain your strength," another villager graciously invited. Nezha and Ao Bing gratefully accepted their hospitality. Within the confines of the tent, the herdsman served them steaming hot food and refreshing water. Upon seeing the meal before him, Nezha's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly indulged, exclaiming through mouthfuls, "This is exquisite. I was on the verge of starvation." Ao Bing, displaying a more refined demeanor, savored the meal with equal enthusiasm. After a brief respite, Nezha and Ao Bing regained some strength. They inquired of the herdsmen if they were aware of any nearby locations that might harbor clues to enhance their abilities. An erudite herdsman pondered momentarily before responding. "Deep within this desert lies an ancient ruin, said to conceal enigmatic powers, yet fraught with peril. Few have returned alive." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a resolute glance, determination glimmering in their eyes. "Thank you for this information. We shall venture there," Ao Bing expressed earnestly. The herdsman, upon hearing this, urged them, "It is far too dangerous. You should reconsider." Undeterred, Nezha confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Fear not, for we are undaunted by danger. We must discover a means to strengthen ourselves and safeguard the peace of this world." With the herdsman's concerned gazes upon them, Nezha and Ao Bing departed from the oasis, pressing onward into the depths of the desert. Along their journey, they encountered numerous hardships: the sweltering heat, the capricious dunes, and the treacherous quicksand hidden beneath the sands. But through their indomitable will and mutual understanding, they overcame each challenge. After a protracted trek, they finally arrived at the ancient ruins spoken of by the herdsman. The entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery and antiquity. The door was inscribed with strange runes and patterns that shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if whispering tales of its former grandeur and enigma. "This place exudes a sense of significance. Perhaps it truly contains what we seek," Nezha remarked, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Ao Bing scrutinized the runes with furrowed brows, stating, "I have never encountered these symbols before. Unlocking this door may prove challenging. We must proceed with caution, for there may be perilous traps within." Nezha nodded in agreement, and they began to meticulously study the runes, endeavoring to decipher the method to unlock the door. After considerable effort, they discerned a pattern among the runes and, following a specific sequence, touched them in turn. As the final rune was activated, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and mysterious energy. They cautiously stepped into the interior of the ruins, which was dim and damp, pervaded by a foul odor. The walls were adorned with tattered scrolls and decaying weapons, while the ground was thickly coated in dust and debris. "This place feels ominous. We must tread carefully," Ao Bing cautioned. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they were suddenly met with a low, rumbling growl. "What was that sound?" Nezha queried, gripping his fiery spear with heightened alertness. Before they could react, a colossal sand beast erupted from the shadows. The sand beast's form was composed entirely of sand, towering at least twice the height of a man. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce red light, and its maw was filled with razor-sharp fangs, stirring up a cloud of dust with every movement. "Be cautious. This creature appears formidable," Ao Bing exclaimed, swiftly conjuring an icy shield before him. Undaunted, Nezha charged forward, shouting, "Behold my fire spear." With the spear in hand, it surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, engulfed in flames as it lunged at the sand beast. The creature deftly evaded Nezha's assault, swiping at him with its colossal claws. Nezha swiftly sidestepped, the claws crashing down upon the ground and sending a plume of sand into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing unleashed a barrage of ice shards, which struck the sand beast, freezing portions of its body. However, it soon broke free from the icy restraints and resumed its onslaught. "This won't do. We must discover its weakness," Nezha proclaimed. Amidst the fierce struggle, they gradually discerned that the creature's abdomen appeared to be its vulnerable spot, as it emitted anguished roars whenever they targeted that area. "Ao Bing, aim for its abdomen," Nezha urged. Ao Bing immediately concentrated the power of his ice magic, crafting a massive ice sphere and launching it towards the sand beast's midsection. The sphere collided with tremendous force, eliciting a cry of agony from the beast, which began to sway unsteadily. Nezha seized the moment, wielding his fire spear once more, and plunged it into the creature's head. The sand beast thrashed for a moment before crashing to the ground, disintegrating into a heap of loose sand. "At last, we have vanquished this monster," Nezha sighed in relief. They continued their exploration of the ruins, delving deeper until they stumbled upon a vast stone platform. Upon the platform lay a book radiating a mysterious glow and a lustrous, translucent orb. "What are these?" Nezha inquired curiously as he approached. Ao Bing examined the book and the orb meticulously, exclaiming with excitement, "I believe these may be the treasures we have long sought to enhance our abilities. This book could contain powerful spells, and the orb might harbor enigmatic forces." Nezha, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped the book and the orb, declaring, "Huzzah! We have finally found them. With these, our strength will surely be greatly augmented." Having secured the treasures, they departed from the ruins and returned to the oasis. In the oasis, they bid farewell to the shepherds, expressing their gratitude for the assistance they received. Then, they set forth once more on their journey, determined to seek out additional means and resources to bolster their strength. After a period of searching, Nezha and Ao Bing ultimately discovered a legendary sanctuary for cultivation. This sacred site was perched atop a towering peak, shrouded in mist and imbued with an air of mystery. "Is this truly the fabled sanctuary for cultivation? It appears magnificent," Nezha gasped in awe. Ao Bing, equally astonished by the sight before him, affirmed, "Indeed, this place must conceal numerous powerful resources and secrets for cultivation. Let us venture inside." They cautiously entered the sanctuary, discovering an array of ancient structures and statues within. The edifices and sculptures exude a formidable aura, enveloping one in an intangible pressure. Within a grand hall, they stumbled upon an immense stone platform, intricately inscribed with complex runes and patterns that shimmered with a mysterious luminescence. "What do these runes and patterns signify?" Nezha inquired with curiosity. Ao Bing scrutinized the inscriptions, shaking his head. "I am uncertain, yet they appear quite extraordinary. We must seek out someone to inquire." At that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Nezha and Ao Bing scanned their surroundings, yet discerned no one. "Who are you? Reveal yourself," Nezha shouted. Suddenly, a figure slowly ascended from the stone platform. It was a celestial being clad in a golden robe, his visage commanding, exuding an immense presence. I am the guardian of this place, known as the Golden Light Immortal. You have trespassed into this sacred realm without permission. What is your intent? The Golden Light Immortal questioned sternly. Nezha and Ao Bing recounted their experiences and purpose to him. Upon hearing their tale, the Golden Light Immortal's demeanor softened somewhat. I see. Your intentions are noble. However, this is a sanctuary for cultivation, not a place to enter at will. We acknowledge our mistake, Golden Light Immortal. We merely seek ways to enhance our strength to better safeguard the peace of the world. We hope you can grant us an opportunity, Ao Bing earnestly replied. The Golden Light Immortal pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well, given your sincerity. I shall offer you a chance. However, you must pass my test before you can cultivate here. What test? We will give it our all, Nezha declared resolutely. The Golden Light Immortal smiled faintly. My test is quite simple. You must endure upon this stone platform for 1 hour without employing any external force, relying solely on your willpower. If you succeed, you may cultivate here. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance and nodded. All right, we accept the challenge. They ascended the platform, sitting cross-legged, concentrating their energies in preparation for the trial. Initially, all proceeded smoothly, but as time passed, the runes and patterns on the platform began to glow, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. This force bore down upon them like a mountain, causing them to struggle for breath as their bodies trembled. Hold on, Ao Bing. We cannot give up, Nezha urged through gritted teeth. Ao Bing nodded, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. I will, Nezha. We must pass this test. Under the immense pressure, Nezha and Ao Bing, through their indomitable will, persevered for 1 hour. When the trial concluded, they were utterly exhausted. Yet their hearts brimmed with joy. You have performed admirably and passed my test, the Golden Light Immortal proclaimed with satisfaction. Thank you, Golden Light Immortal. Nezha and Ao Bing expressed their gratitude fervently. Since then, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on a rigorous journey of cultivation within the sacred grounds. Here, they were bestowed with numerous precious resources and guidance, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their powers. After a considerable period of diligent training, Nezha and Ao Bing ascended to a new realm of strength, mastering more formidable spells and martial skills, while their control over power became increasingly precise. However, they were acutely aware that their mission remained unfulfilled. They needed to persist in their efforts, continuously augmenting their abilities to better safeguard Chentang Pass and protect the mortal realm. Thus, they bid farewell to the Golden Light Immortal and departed the sacred grounds, setting forth on their journey home. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Visitor on a Radiant Morning. Dazzling to the eyes, the gates of Chentang Pass slowly swung open, reminiscent of a drowsy giant stretching from slumber. A celestial figure clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a dust whisk, gracefully strolled into the city with an air of elegance akin to a leisurely promenade. His robe billowed softly in the wind, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy, emanating an ethereal aura. A gentle smile adorned his face, warm as the sun, yet his gaze was as profound as a tranquil pool, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom that could draw one in with a mere glance. This immortal inquired about the whereabouts of Nezha and Ao Bing, resembling an ardent treasure seeker, leaving no clue unexamined. The townsfolk, captivated by his otherworldly demeanor, were irresistibly drawn to him, gathering curiously around. Pray tell, from whence do you hail? What business do you have with Nezha and Ao Bing? Asked a youthful, exuberant lad, his eyes wide as saucers, brimming with curiosity. The immortal replied with a smile, his voice as gentle as a breeze whispering through the mountains. I hail from a distant realm, as mysterious and dreamlike as a celestial paradise. I have heard of the valiant deeds of Nezha and Ao Bing, which resound like thunder, stirring tumultuous waves within my heart. My admiration for them flows ceaselessly, akin to a mighty river, hence my visit, for I wish to present them with invaluable treasures that may propel their strength to unprecedented heights. The news spread like a bird taking flight, reaching Nezha and Ao Bing with astonishing swiftness. Upon hearing this, Nezha sprang from his seat like a firecracker ignited, exclaiming with exuberance, "Wow, from the celestial mountain? They must be extraordinarily powerful. Perhaps they could make me strong enough to pierce the heavens," turning the slaying of monsters into a mere flick of a fly. In contrast, Ao Bing maintained a composed demeanor, methodically adjusting his attire, his eyes reflecting contemplation as he remarked, "Regardless, we should investigate. It may indeed offer us unforeseen opportunities, perhaps a twist of fate." With that, the two hurried towards the city gates to welcome the enigmatic visitor. As soon as Nezha laid eyes on the immortal, his gaze sparkled like radiant stars, and he eagerly inquired, Are you truly from the Celestial Mountain? Do you possess any extraordinary spells that you could teach us? For instance, the ability to transport me instantly into outer space, or to transform adversaries into minuscule, invisible microorganisms. The immortal was thoroughly amused by Nezha's innocent and expectant demeanor, laughing heartily, his laughter resonating like a mighty bell. Indeed, such powers exist, little one. I perceive that both of you possess extraordinary talents, akin to two unparalleled pearls shining in the darkness. Should you receive my guidance, your strength will undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights, akin to a rocket ascending into the heavens. A.O. Bing respectfully executed a gesture as refined as a textbook example and inquired, "Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed immortal. May I inquire about your honored name, so that we may properly address you and express our gratitude in the future?" The immortal nodded slightly, his movement as graceful as a dancing crane. "I am Lingxiu, a celestial being who has devoted many years to profound cultivation on the immortal mountains. My days have been characterized by simplicity and tranquility, immersed in the exquisite realms of magic and martial arts, unperturbed by the clamor of the mundane world. I have come to offer you my assistance, enabling you to become invincible heroes safeguarding this realm, akin to brilliant stars illuminating the dark night sky." As he spoke, Lingxiu, like a wondrous magician, conjured ancient tomes from within his robes, each appearing as if steeped in millennia of history, and presented them to Nezha and A.O. Bing. "These are the cultivation secrets I have brought, containing arcane spells as enigmatic as ancient incantations, along with the invaluable insights I have gathered over years of practice. These are the fruits of my labor. You must study them diligently. Additionally, these magical artifacts, serendipitously discovered on the immortal mountains, will greatly bolster your cultivation, perhaps endowing you with the formidable power to move mountains and fill seas." Nezha eagerly seized the tomes and artifacts with a swiftness akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he began to peruse them, exclaiming, "Wow, these look incredibly powerful. With these, we shall undoubtedly become supremely strong, soon. I shall be the unrivaled overlord of Chentang Pass, and everyone will have to heed my command." A.O. Bing cautiously accepted the texts, his eyes sparkling with astonished delight, as if he had uncovered a hidden treasure. "Thank you, esteemed Lingxiu. These tomes and artifacts are indeed rare treasures for us. It feels as if fate has opened a gateway leading to the path of the mighty, and we must seize this opportunity with unwavering resolve." Lingxiu smiled gently. No need for such formality. However, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, resembling the boundless river of stars. It demands your unwavering effort and steadfast patience. Do not succumb to laziness. I shall remain at Chentang Pass for a time, much like a guest in a tavern, diligently guiding your training, shaping you into true warriors, and allowing you to shine brightly in your quest to protect the world. In the days that followed, Lingxiu arrived punctually at the training ground, unwavering as a clock, to instruct Nezha and A.O. Bing in their cultivation. At first, he resembled a meticulous professor, meticulously elucidating the contents of the ancient tome. From the principles of the spells to the techniques of their execution, he left no detail overlooked, delivering explanations that were both profound and accessible, making it effortlessly comprehensible. On this day, the celestial sage Lingxiu held a tome in his hands. Pointing to a densely packed passage with a focused expression, he said, "Nezha, observe this segment. It describes a spell known as the Flame Dragon's Roar. To execute it, one must concentrate the raging flames within oneself into a singular, powerful force, akin to gathering scattered sparks into a blazing inferno capable of igniting the world. Then, with specific hand seals, one can summon a majestic, awe-inspiring fire dragon, wielding a power as immense as the wrath of the thunder god descending with divine lightning to obliterate all." Nezha's eyes widened in excitement, his face flushed with enthusiasm, his body trembling with anticipation like an adventurer on the brink of an epic journey. "Wow, that sounds incredible. Master, please teach me how to form the hand seals. I can hardly wait to showcase my skills. I feel as though I am on the verge of becoming a superhero destined to save the world." The celestial sage Lingxiu patiently demonstrated the hand seals, his hands dancing gracefully in the air like two elegant butterflies in flight. Nezha hurriedly attempted to follow suit, but his fingers behaved like a mischievous troop of monkeys, refusing to cooperate. One finger bent the wrong way while another failed to extend properly, resembling a novice clumsily pressing keys on a piano. "Oh dear, why is this so difficult?" Nezha exclaimed, scratching his head, his hair becoming a chaotic nest. Albing, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face as he clutched his stomach and remarked, "Nezha, your fingers look like they're in a brawl, all jumbled up. Are you planning to twist them into a pretzel to master this?" Fuming, Nezha retorted, "Humph. I am merely unpracticed. Once I perfect it, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Just wait and see. I will demonstrate my true prowess and leave you utterly convinced." The celestial sage Lingshu chuckled and reassured him, "Nezha, do not rush. Take your time. Mastering the hand seals is much like learning to ride a bicycle. Initially, one wobbles and may fall, but with persistent practice, you will master it and ride freely on the path ahead. You possess extraordinary talent, and I firmly believe you will succeed." After numerous attempts, Nezha finally succeeded in forming the correct hand seal. His exhilaration akin to winning a grand lottery as he leaped high in the air. "Haha, I did it. I must try this spell right away and see how I can summon that formidable fire dragon and shake this training ground to its core." With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating intently to summon the flames within, reciting the incantation as taught by the celestial sage, his hands swiftly forming the seals. Suddenly, a small flame flickered to life from his fingertips, wavering and fragile, like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. "Is this truly the fire dragon?" Nezha gazed at the small flame in his hand, an expression of embarrassment etched across his face, akin to a student who had flunked an exam. Ao Bing laughed heartily, nearly rolling on the ground with amusement. "Nezha, has your flame dragon not yet weaned? Is it still nestled in its mother's embrace, seeking affection?" "Haha." Undeterred, Nezha retorted, "Stop laughing. I shall try once more. I refuse to believe I cannot summon a true flame dragon. I will bring it forth today." Thus, Nezha commenced his attempts anew, time and again, yet each time the flame either extinguished or only a tiny flicker appeared. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, embodying the spirit of an indefatigable warrior. Displaying an inherent stubbornness, he persevered, akin to a climber scaling a lofty, perilous peak, vowing not to relent until he reached the summit. Meanwhile, as Ao Bing practiced his ice magic, the ethereal sage Lingshu provided meticulous guidance. Ao Bing, the essence of ice magic lies in the precise control of cold energy. Much like manipulating temperature with the most sophisticated instruments, one must swiftly condense the surrounding moisture into ice and shape it according to your will. It should transform into whatever you envision, as if you were a sculptor endowed with wondrous magic. As he spoke, the sage demonstrated, his hands gracefully dancing through the air, as if crafting an unparalleled masterpiece. Ao Bing attentively absorbed the teachings, closing his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding moisture, his hands slowly forming the necessary seals. Gradually, a thin layer of ice emerged on the ground before him, expanding into a breathtaking ice flower, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, as though sculpted from the purest crystal. "Excellent, Ao Bing. Your aptitude for ice magic is remarkable, akin to a sprite of the snowy realm. Keep up the diligence," praised Sage Lingshu, a satisfied smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a farmer witnessing the thriving growth of his laboriously tended crops. Ao Bing beamed with joy. "Thank you for your kind words, Sage. I shall strive to improve further, hoping one day to wield power like yours, safeguarding peace in the world so that all may live in tranquility." Under the guidance of Sage Lingshu, Nezha and Ao Bing made remarkable progress in their training. Akin to a ship sailing swiftly with the favoring winds, they gradually mastered new spells and techniques, their strength visibly enhanced, much like butterflies emerging from their cocoons, more beautiful and powerful than before. However, one day, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the training grounds. As Nezha and Ao Bing focused intently on their practice, the surrounding air suddenly seemed to be drained of warmth by a mysterious force, turning icy cold, as though they had plunged into a frozen chamber. A thick layer of ice rapidly formed on the ground, binding their movements as if ensnared by invisible ropes, severely restricting their actions. "What is happening?" Nezha exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers and his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a fist. Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, his fists clenched tightly, embodying a stance prepared for battle. It felt as though an unseen trickster was sabotaging their cultivation efforts, and they needed to tread carefully. Just then, a shadow darted across the sky, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star. They barely had time to discern what it was. "Pursue!" Nezha shouted, as the wheels of fire beneath him ignited into a blazing inferno, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The flames of the fire wheels burned with an intensity several times greater than usual, seemingly rallying for this chase. Unwilling to lag behind, Ao Bing swiftly conjured an ice spell, creating a path of ice beneath him, gliding along it like a skater on a rink, thereby accelerating his speed. The ice path shimmered with a mesmerizing azure glow under the sunlight, dazzling to behold, as he sped along in close pursuit of Nezha. They followed the shadow into a dense grove, where the trees were lush and abundant, forming green barriers that hindered their advance. The shadow navigated the woods with ease, akin to a nimble monkey, while they gradually slowed due to the obstruction of the foliage. "Damn it, don't run away," Nezha shouted in frustration, his voice echoing through the woods, startling a flock of birds perched in the trees. Suddenly, the shadow halted and slowly turned to face them. To their astonishment, it was a grotesque and chilling creature. Its body resembled that of a giant bat, with broad and elongated wings that stirred a sinister wind as they flapped in the dark. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, resembling two ghostly flames, while its mouth was filled with sharp fangs akin to daggers, each glinting with a cold sheen, as if capable of slicing through the air effortlessly. "You two little brats dare to chase me? Today marks your demise," the creature snarled, its voice a terrifying roar that echoed from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Nezha scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. "Humph, with a hideous creature like you, you think you can defeat us? Watch as I make you flee in terror." With that, he brandished his fiery spear and charged at the monster like an enraged lion. The creature swiftly took to the air, evading Nezha's assault, while simultaneously unleashing streams of black cold air from its mouth that flew towards Nezha like dark arrows. Nezha quickly raised his magical silk to defend himself. The silk spun rapidly before him, forming a resplendent crimson barrier that absorbed the chilling blasts. The cold air collided against the magical silk, producing a hissing sound reminiscent of ice melting over a flame. Seizing the opportunity, Bing unleashed his ice magic, forming hand seals as the surrounding trees were instantly encased in frost, their branches transforming into sharp ice spikes that shot toward the creature like a barrage of glimmering spears. The monster flapped its wings, summoning a tempest that shattered the ice spikes, which struck the nearby trees with a sharp cracking sound. "This creature is rather formidable," Bing remarked with a furrowed brow, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Nezha and Bing came to the realization that this monster was no ordinary foe, and they must summon all their strength. Nezha concentrated deeply, amplifying the fiery power within him to its peak, and with a mighty roar, he proclaimed, "Flame dragon roars to the sky." In that instant, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his hands, its fierce form adorned with blazing flames that illuminated the entire forest, transforming the night into a radiant day. The flame dragon surged towards the monster, scorching the air with a crackling sound, while the grass and trees beneath were instantly reduced to ashes. The monster, filled with dread at the sight of the fire dragon, attempted to flee, but it was too late. The dragon engulfed the creature in one swift bite, its anguished cry echoing through the air as it disintegrated into a wisp of blue smoke. "Haha, finally rid of this wretch," Nezha exclaimed, his face alight with the joy of victory. Bing exhaled with relief, acknowledging, "This was all thanks to your new spell. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge." This creature's strength was indeed formidable. Upon returning to the training ground, they relayed the event to Master Lingxiu. Upon hearing their tale, his expression turned grave. Akin to the sky before an impending storm, "It seems some malevolent forces have noticed your growth and are beginning to target you. It is as if a pack of hungry wolves has set its sights on two plump sheep. You must exercise greater caution and remain vigilant." Nezha and Bing nodded, their gazes resolute as if hewn from stone. "We understand, Master. We shall remain alert and will not allow these evil forces to prevail. We will strengthen ourselves to protect Chentang Pass and the peace of the world." Following this encounter, Nezha and Bing devoted themselves even more diligently to their cultivation, aware that only through continuous enhancement of their abilities could they face the myriad challenges that might arise in the future. Master Lingxiu, in turn, imposed stricter training regimens upon them, guiding them to consistently transcend their limits, much like a stern coach training athletes, propelling them to rapid growth on their path of refinement. In the days that followed, under Master Lingxiu's tutelage, Nezha and Bing persevered in their training. They consistently learned new spells and techniques, each advancement akin to scaling a lofty peak, as their powers steadily increased, gradually establishing themselves as the backbone of Chentang Pass's guardians. One day, Master Lingxiu decided to conduct a practical assessment, reminiscent of a final examination in school. He meticulously crafted various intricate obstacles and simulated adversaries within the training ground, aiming to test their adaptability and combat skills and observe how they would respond in the face of danger. Nezha and Bing entered the training arena brimming with confidence, akin to valiant warriors poised for battle, ready to embrace the challenge. At first, they encountered a series of puppets conjured by Master Ling Xu's spells. These puppets moved with agility, resembling skilled martial artists, and their attacks were formidable, each strike accompanied by a swift rush of wind. Nezha swiftly rode upon the wind-fire wheels, resembling a streak of crimson lightning as he charged toward the puppet. In his grasp, the fire-pointed spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, each thrust imbued with tremendous force. The spear tip clashed against the puppet, producing a crisp metallic sound, sparks flying as it was repelled time and again. Ao Bing, standing nearby, conjured ice spells, creating sturdy ice shields that glimmered with a cerulean light under the sun, safeguarding both himself and Nezha. Concurrently, he unleashed icicles targeting the puppet's vulnerabilities, each shard striking with precision, gradually slowing the puppet's movements. After passing the trial of the puppet, they encountered a vast magical array, fraught with traps and perilous spells, akin to a labyrinth of hidden mechanisms. Be cautious. This magical array is no trivial matter, Ao Bing warned, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Nezha nodded, treading carefully into the magical array. Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground, swiftly spreading and forming a sea of fire, the inferno soaring several feet high. Waves of heat rolling forth as if to consume everything in its path. Nezha hastily invoked a newly learned spell, chanting incantations as he quickly formed hand seals, summoning a tempestuous wind. The gale howled, pushing against the sea of flames, causing the fire to flicker uncertainly, akin to a candle flame in the breeze. Ao Bing, employing his ice magic, conjured a path of ice around them, the crystalline pathway standing out vividly amidst the fiery chaos. They glided along the icy route, akin to skating upon a frozen surface, successfully traversing the inferno. At the heart of the magical array, they encountered a colossal three-headed serpent, woven from pure magic. Each head was as large as a millstone, its triangular visage shimmering with a ghostly green glow, blood-red tongues flickering like lightning through the air, emitting a terrifying hiss. Its body, as thick as a stout barrel, bore scales as hard as iron, reflecting an eerie sheen in the light of the magical array, coiling and generating a swirling black tempest, tainting the air with its malevolent aura. Undeterred, Nezha shouted, "Watch how I deal with this monstrosity today." The wind-fire wheels beneath him whirled rapidly, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged toward the serpent, raising his fire-pointed spear high. The flames trailing behind created a long fiery tail, resembling a blazing meteor. He aimed for one of the serpent's heads and thrust forward, the spear tip colliding with the head, producing a deafening roar, sparks scattering as the powerful impact resonated through the air. The serpent recoiled in pain, and the other two heads swiftly turned toward Nezha, gaping their enormous jaws and unleashing torrents of black venom. The venom shot forth like a rain of dark arrows aimed at Nezha, who deftly sidestepped while wielding the magic silk. The silk unfurled in midair, acting as a soft yet resilient shield that thwarted the venom entirely. The corrosive liquid dripped to the ground, instantly creating gaping pits that emitted wisps of black smoke. Observing this, Ao Bing swiftly formed hand seals, intoning, "Icicles break the magic." In an instant, countless sharp icicles shot forth from his hand, resembling a flock of silver birds, whistling through the air as they struck the serpent's body. The icicles collided with the serpent's scales, producing a crisp sound. Though they failed to penetrate the armor, they momentarily hindered the serpent's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Nezha launched another vigorous assault. He channeled the fiery energy within him into the fire spear, causing its flames to blaze even more fiercely, illuminating the surroundings to the point of near-blinding brilliance. He executed a series of fierce thrusts, the spear tip darting like a dragon emerging from the sea, soaring around the serpent, each strike aimed precisely at its vital points. Enraged by Nezha's relentless attacks, the serpent began to thrash violently, its massive body rampaging within the magical circle, its tail whipping like a colossal lash towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Quick-witted, Ao Bing swiftly conjured a thick wall of ice before him. The ice wall trembled violently under the serpent's tail, cracking under the force, but ultimately holding firm against the onslaught. "We can't continue like this. We must devise a strategy to attack its weak point together," Ao Bing exclaimed. Nezha nodded, observing the serpent's movements from the air, noticing that each time it unleashed a venomous attack, its abdomen would momentarily expose itself. "Ao Bing, strike at its abdomen," Nezha commanded. Understanding Nezha's intent, Ao Bing concentrated his energy, forming a complex hand seal before shouting, "Ice Storm Vortex." A massive, Ice-blue vortex rapidly materialized on the ground before him, emanating a formidable chill that instantly froze the surrounding air. Bing forcefully propelled the vortex towards the serpent, its powerful suction and impact aimed directly at the exposed abdomen. At the same moment, Nezha unleashed his most potent attack, hurling the fire spear high into the air, his hands quickly forming seals as he shouted, "Flame Dragon Roaring Inferno." An even larger, more ferocious fire dragon erupted from his hands, engulfed in raging flames that distorted the very air around it. The fire dragon and the ice vortex struck the serpent's abdomen simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of ice and fire. The serpent let out a haunting wail as a colossal hole was blasted into its abdomen, black blood gushing forth like a fountain, and its body began to dissipate gradually. As the last remnants of its magical essence faded, the serpent vanished entirely from the magical array, the array's brilliance dimming in tandem. "Haha, we've finally defeated it," Nezha exclaimed, his face radiant with the joy of victory and pride. Bing exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "This time, it was our seamless cooperation that made all the difference. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge." As they stepped out of the magical array, the immortal Lingshu stood nearby, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "You have performed admirably and passed this practical assessment. When confronting formidable foes, it is essential not only to possess great strength, but also to observe and collaborate effectively. This is the key to becoming an exceptional guardian." Nezha and Bing, having heeded the counsel of the celestial sage, found themselves brimming with a sense of accomplishment and confidence. They understood that the path of safeguarding the realm was fraught with further challenges awaiting their embrace. Yet, fortified by their dedication and intellect, they were resolute in their pursuit of strength, determined to overcome every obstacle that lay before them. In the ensuing days, under the meticulous guidance of the Lingshu sage, Nezha and Bing embarked on a rigorous journey of cultivation. They relentlessly sought out new spells and techniques, perceiving each training session as an opportunity to transcend their limits. Their prowess steadily flourished amidst their daily endeavors. Chapter 3. The Path of Cultivation Under the Watchful Eye of the Lingshu Sage. Nezha and Bing commenced a laborious and exhilarating journey of cultivation, akin to traversing an adventurous path leading to a treasure of immense power. Each dawn, as the first rays of sunlight playfully danced with the clouds on the horizon, Nezha would spring from his bed like a young lion awakened by an alarm, racing fervently towards the training grounds. As he dashed, he muttered fervently, "I must grow stronger. I shall become the mightiest, and none shall dare to flaunt their arrogance before me." His demeanor suggested that the entire world awaited his salvation, with time being his most formidable adversary. Upon reaching the training grounds, Nezha began to sprint energetically around the arena, his arms swinging swiftly and his legs propelling him forward as if equipped with super springs. Each stride stirred up clouds of dust, accompanied by a gusty wind, his speed resembling that of a tempest, unsettling everything in his vicinity. After his run, he positioned himself at the center of the arena, grasping the fiery spear tightly with both hands. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned grave, reminiscent of a general preparing for battle as he commenced his spear drills. With a sudden thrust, the fiery spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, its tip igniting flames that illuminated the surroundings, producing crackling sounds akin to firecrackers, celebrating his valor. At times, he would spin rapidly, the fiery spear whirling alongside him, creating a dazzling ring of fire that reflected upon his resolute visage, his eyes radiating unwavering focus and determination, as if the world had narrowed down to just him and his weapon. Occasionally, he would leap high into the air, executing a graceful somersault, the fiery spear piercing the heavens like a dragon breaking free from the depths, as if to puncture the sky and announce his prowess to all. In contrast, Bing approached the training grounds with a measured and composed gait, embodying the essence of a sage imbued with wisdom. Upon reaching the edge of the icy pool, he paused momentarily, closing his eyes as if engaging in a silent dialogue with his surroundings. Then, he gracefully leaped into the icy waters, the frigid liquid enveloping him instantly, causing him to shudder slightly. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, betraying no hint of retreat. He began to invoke ice-based spells, his hands gliding through the water as if conducting an underwater symphony. Gradually, the water in the pool began to swirl around him, gaining momentum and forming myriad icy blue whirlpools. In the midst of the swirling vortex, sharp icicles occasionally shot forth like glistening blades, piercing the surrounding boulders. Upon striking the stones, they emitted a crisp sound of impact, causing cracks to immediately form on their surfaces. Then, with a resounding crash, the the boulders shattered into countless fragments, resembling a torrential rain of stones. During their cultivation, Nezha and Ao Bing encountered numerous challenges, akin to mischievous little monsters that would frequently leap forth to disrupt their progress. On one occasion, while Nezha was practicing a new spell with an impressively flamboyant name, Fiery Tempest, he recited incantations while swiftly altering hand gestures, veins bulging on his forehead. The air around him became tumultuous, resembling a miniature typhoon raging at his side. However, at the critical moment when power was about to coalesce, he suddenly felt a formidable force surging uncontrollably within him, akin to a group of unruly children wreaking havoc inside his body. Realizing the impending disaster, he felt a surge of panic, but it was too late. With a thunderous boom, a small explosion erupted beside him, sending Nezha hurtling through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Dazed, he saw stars dancing before his eyes and heard a persistent ringing in his ears. When he regained his composure, he discovered himself covered in dust, his hair standing on end from the force of the blast, resembling a startled hedgehog, an utterly disheveled sight. Seeing Nezha in such a state, Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Nezha, what happened to you? Are you attempting to transform yourself into a rolling firework on the ground, adding a unique flair to this training ground? Your appearance is even more grotesque than the ugliest monster I've ever seen. Huh, have you considered a career in comedy? Nezha climbed to his feet, brushing off the dust in an awkward manner, and angrily approached Ao Bing, shaking his fist. Ao Bing, stop laughing. This was merely an accident. I will master this spell in no time, and then you shall witness my true prowess. Just wait until I send you fleeing in terror, crying for your mother. With that, he immediately immersed himself back into intense training, his indomitable spirit burning like an ever-increasing flame. Similarly, Ao Bing faced a bottleneck while attempting to master the fusion of ice spells. He consistently struggled to seamlessly blend two distinct ice powers, much like two incompatible personalities perpetually quarreling, unable to coexist harmoniously. This hindered the effectiveness of his spells, causing him considerable distress. He spent his days seated at the edge of the icy pool, brow furrowed, eyes fixated on the water, muttering incantations in search of a solution. His intense focus suggested that the entire world had shrunk to just him and the icy pool before him. Observing Ao Bing's furrowed brow, Nezha approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Ao Bing, don't be disheartened. Let us brainstorm together. We will surely overcome this challenge. You are the most formidable ice spellcaster I know, and this minor obstacle is no match for your abilities. Should you relinquish your resolve, you would no longer resemble the Ao Bing I once knew. Perhaps it was the improper nourishment you partook of this morning that affected your performance. Might I procure some delectable sustenance for you? Encouraged by Nezha, Ao Bing rekindled his spirit. He began to meticulously recall every detail from his previous training sessions, leaving no potential clue overlooked, akin to a detective in search of pivotal evidence. He relentlessly experimented with various methods and techniques, repeatedly adjusting his power output and gestures, much like a devoted artisan sculpting a flawless masterpiece. After countless attempts and explorations, Ao Bing ultimately succeeded in mastering the fusion technique during one of his training sessions. With his hands forming intricate seals, a shimmering ice-blue radiance flickered within his grasp, and the surrounding air instantaneously transformed into a frigid embrace, reminiscent of the depths of winter. With a resounding cry, he flawlessly melded two icy powers, creating a colossal sphere of ice. This orb emanated a brilliant azure light, freezing the ground beneath into a thick layer of ice, adorned with glistening ice crystals, resembling a fantastical realm of snow and ice. I have succeeded. Nezha, I did it. Ao Bing exclaimed with exuberance, leaping into the air, his face alight with joy, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes, a testament to the reward of perseverance and dedication. Nezha, equally elated for Ao Bing, leaped up and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Ao Bing, I always knew you would prevail. Let us continue our efforts and grow even stronger together. When the time comes, we shall be the most formidable duo in this world, and none shall dare to defy us. Let us share this wonderful news with the immortal Lingshu. Perhaps he will reward us with some delightful treats." Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing immersed themselves in training day and night, their strength continually flourishing, akin to young saplings thriving and blossoming. Yet, they understood that the challenges they would face in safeguarding the world might be more formidable than they could imagine, akin to a towering mountain awaiting their ascent. One day, The immortal Lingshu decided to bestow upon them a unique training session, akin to an unexpected tempest that caught them off guard. The immortals set up a colossal magical labyrinth in the training ground, which loomed ominously like a mysterious beast, its gaping maw eager for their arrival. The labyrinth was fraught with various traps and riddles, like hidden little demons lurking in the shadows, poised to create mischief. As Nezha and Ao Bing gazed at the magical maze before them, their eyes sparkled with curiosity intertwined with a hint of apprehension. This seems both intriguing and daunting. Nevertheless, we shall not fear. We will surely find our way out. Nezha declared confidently, clenching his fists. Indeed, let us strive together. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. They cautiously stepped into the magical labyrinth, and as they entered, they sensed a mysterious force swirling around them, as though invisible eyes were observing their every move. On the ground, flickering runes occasionally appeared, resembling ancient codes awaiting deciphering. Nezha and Ao Bing meticulously scrutinized these symbols, endeavoring to discern their underlying patterns. Nezha scratched his head, his eyes wide with curiosity, mumbling, "What do these runes truly signify? They appear exceedingly complex, more challenging than any dilemma I've previously encountered. Could it be that the Sage of Void is deliberately putting us to the test, eager to witness our embarrassment? Humph, I shall not allow him to prevail." Conversely, Ao Bing maintained a calmer demeanor. He crouched down, gently touching the runes, closing his eyes as if to sense their power. After a moment, he opened his eyes, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "I believe I have uncovered a pattern. These runes may be linked to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Let us pursue this line of thought. If we succeed in escaping, we must certainly flaunt our prowess before the Sage of Void, demonstrating just how formidable we are." Following Ao Bing's method, they began their attempts to decipher the runes. With each step, they proceeded with utmost caution, akin to traversing a tightrope, ensuring no missteps. Suddenly, a wall of flames loomed ahead, roaring fiercely, waves of heat threatening to consume everything in its path. Nezha's eyes sparkled as he declared, "Watch me extinguish this wall of flames. It appears quite vigorous. I wonder how it would taste if roasted, haha." Focusing intently, he summoned the fire within him, chanting incantations while forming hand seals, then thrusting his hands forward. A powerful wave of fiery energy surged towards the wall, colliding with the flames and resonating with a tremendous roar. Nezha's flaming force subdued the wall's fire, gradually extinguishing it. "Haha, success!" Nezha exclaimed, leaping with joy, not forgetting to make a face at Ao Bing. "Did you see that? I am indeed impressive. This wall of flames was but a trifle for me." They pressed onward, encountering a vast ice pit. The pit appeared bottomless, emanating an oppressive chill that seemed to freeze the very air around it. Ao Bing stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to handle this ice pit. It resembles a grand ice cavern. Who knows what treasures might lie within? Once we resolve this, we shall descend and see if there are any riches." He invoked ice magic, forming hand seals and reciting incantations, then extended his hands into the pit. The ice within began to rapidly melt, forming a passage. They continued along this passage, facing numerous traps and puzzles, such as shifting walls and sudden quicksand traps. Yet they overcame each obstacle through their intelligence and bravery. Deep within the magical labyrinth, they encountered a formidable magical guardian. This guardian resembled a giant, radiating potent magic, with eyes glowing red, as if able to pierce through their thoughts. "You 2 little brats dare to intrude upon my domain. Today shall mark your demise." The guardian growled fiercely. Nezha scoffed, "Humph, with your power, you think you can defeat us? Watch as I send you crashing down. Such a hefty figure. Do you not possess much wit, daring to challenge us? Be prepared to weep once we defeat you." With that, he brandished his fiery spear and charged at the guardian. The guardian extended a colossal hand, aiming to strike down Nezha. Swiftly evading the attack, Nezha harnessed the speed of his wind-fire wheels, darting between the guardian's fingers like a nimble bird. Simultaneously, he relentlessly assaulted the guardian's arm with his spear, the tip clashing against the guardian's limb, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds and scattering sparks. Ao Bing, meanwhile, conjured ice spells at the side, creating ice shields to protect himself and Nezha, while launching icicles towards the guardian's vulnerabilities. The ice shield shattered under the guardian's blows, yet Ao Bing promptly forged new ones, resembling an unyielding perpetual motion machine. Infuriated by their onslaught, the guardian's body began to emanate a more potent magical energy, distorting the air around him. "We must devise a method to strike at his weak point together," Ao Bing shouted. Nezha nodded, observing the structure of the guardian's body from the air. He discerned a gem on the guardian's head, shimmering with light, and surmised it to be the guardian's Achilles heel. Ao Bing, Aim for the gem atop his head. That must be his weakness. If we manage to dislodge it, it could fetch a handsome price. Nezha exclaimed, instantly grasping Nezha's intent. Ao being concentrated his ice magic, crafting a colossal ice sphere directed at the Guardian's head. The ice sphere, imbued with immense force, soared towards the Guardian. Sensing the impending danger, the Guardian attempted to shield himself with his hand. However, the sphere's velocity proved too swift. Before his hand could reach, it struck the gem on his head. With a resounding crash, the gem was hit, flickering brilliantly before dimming gradually. The Guardian let out a pained howl, his body beginning to sway. "Haha, we have succeeded," Nezha shouted in exhilaration, bouncing on the spot. "This fool thought he could contend with us. He is utterly outmatched. Let us hasten to seek our reward from Master Lingshu. We have accomplished something remarkable." They pressed on, eventually exiting the magical labyrinth. Master Lingshu stood at the exit, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "You have performed admirably, successfully completing this special training. This exercise tested not only your strength, but also your wisdom and courage. In your future endeavors and battles, strive to maintain this spirit." Hearing the sage's words, Nezha and Ao Bing felt a surge of accomplishment and confidence. They understood that the path to safeguarding the world held countless challenges ahead. But with their determination and intellect, they were resolute in their ability to enhance their prowess and overcome any obstacles, ultimately becoming true guardians. In the days that followed, Nezha and Ao Bing diligently trained under Master Lingshu's guidance. They continuously learned new spells and techniques, each advancement akin to scaling a towering peak. Though arduous, they find joy in the journey. Their strength steadily increases, gradually positioning them as the beacon of hope for both Chentang Pass and the entire realm. Their tales inspire countless individuals to courageously confront adversity while pursuing justice and peace. They frequently engage in discussions about cultivation insights and experiences with the immortal Lingshu. Much like students exchanging ideas with a teacher in a classroom, the immortal Lingshu shares stories and legends related to cultivation, enriching their understanding of various methods and knowledge. Nezha and Ao Bing listen intently, drawing abundant inspiration from these narratives to apply to their own practices. On one occasion, the immortal Lingshu recounted a tale of how ancient warriors enhanced their strength through meditation. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Immortal, I too wish to try meditation. Perhaps it will accelerate my growth in power. This meditation sounds truly magical. Could it be that by merely sitting, I might transform into a super deity?" Thus, Nezha embarked on his meditation journey. He sought a tranquil spot, seated himself, and closed his eyes, attempting to quiet his racing thoughts. However, his mind was inundated with a cacophony of random notions, competitions with Ao Bing, battles against monsters, and delightful treats to savor. The more he endeavored to still his mind, the more animated those thoughts became. Alas, why is meditation so challenging? It feels as though a swarm of little insects is flitting about in my head, refusing to settle. Am I simply unsuited for meditation? Or is my intellect too sharp for my mind to find stillness? Nezha lamented. Ao Bing approached with a smile and reassured him, "Nezha, do not fret. Meditation necessitates time and patience. You must gradually relax, avoiding the urge to dwell on those thoughts. Imagine yourself as a stone, devoid of thought, simply existing in stillness." Heeding Ao Bing's advice, Nezha nodded and resumed his practice. Following Ao Bing's method, he slowly relaxed both his body and mind. After a while, he finally entered a meditative state. Within this serenity, he felt his body harmonize with the surrounding environment, sensing the flow of energy akin to an invisible river. He began to channel this energy into himself, enhancing his strength. After a period of meditative practice, Nezha discovered a notable increase in his capabilities. His flame power became purer and more potent, and his control over spells sharpened significantly. Ecstatic, he exclaimed to Ao Bing, "Ao Bing, meditation truly works. You should give it a try as well. Once we both grow stronger, we shall venture into the world, defeating those monsters and demonstrating our prowess. In due time, we shall become legendary figures in the realm." Ao Bing also began his meditation practice, quickly entering a state of focus. During his meditation, his ice spells experienced a transformation, enabling him to create more intricate and formidable icy constructs. His icy powers grew colder and sharper, marking a significant enhancement in his abilities. Through their meditation practices, Nezha and Ao Bing's abilities reached new heights. Chapter 4. The Hidden Peril of the East Sea in the Training Grounds of Chentang Pass. Nezha and Ao Bing diligently honed their skills under the guidance of the immortal Lingshu, their powers burgeoning like bamboo shoots after a rain. Nezha's fire magic became increasingly exquisite, With a single roar of the fire dragon, an entire street was enveloped in a wave of scorching heat, prompting passers-by to exclaim, "Nezha, take it easy. If you keep this up, we will all turn into roast ducks." Meanwhile, Ao Bing's ice magic was equally remarkable. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could conjure a landscape of ice and snow, leaving their companions shivering and jesting. "Ao Bing, do you intend to turn us all into ice sculptures?" One day, the immortal Lingshu called the two before him with a grave expression and solemnly stated, "Nezha, Ao Bing, your strength has significantly increased, yet pride and complacency must be avoided. I have observed the stars and detected a malevolent aura emanating from the East Sea, suggesting a looming threat. You must swiftly investigate this matter, but proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a child eager to visit an amusement park. He leaped up and exclaimed, "This is fantastic. Finally, we can venture out and showcase our skills. Who knows, we might even encounter some fascinating creatures and put my new spells to the test." Ao Bing, however, furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "Rest assured, immortal, we will act prudently and uncover the source of the danger." After bidding farewell to their mentor, Nezha soared towards the East Sea on his wind-fire wheels, while Ao Bing glided on his icy clouds, racing through the skies. As they journeyed, Nezha couldn't help but jest, "Ao Bing, do you think we might encounter any bizarre creatures during our trip to the East Sea? Perhaps a giant octopus with 3 heads and 8 legs?" Ao Bing shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "You should refrain from such fanciful thoughts and instead focus on how to confront any potential dangers." Before long, they arrived above the East Sea, where the once azure waters were now shrouded in a sinister black mist, resembling a vast, dark veil that concealed the entire expanse. The waves roared violently, crashing one after another as if attempting to overturn the very sky. Nezha frowned and remarked, "The East Sea appears off, as though it has been cursed by some wicked magic." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this mist seems to harbor a potent dark force. We must remain vigilant." Cautiously, they descended towards the ocean depths. As they entered the underwater realm, they were greeted by a flurry of shrimp soldiers and crab generals fleeing in panic, shouting, "Run! The monster is coming." Nezha seized a panting shrimp soldier and inquired, "Hey, little fellow, what is happening? What kind of monster is so fearsome that it has left you all in such a state?" Trembling with fear, the shrimp soldier stammered, "It is a colossal sea monster, emerging from the depths of the ocean. It possesses immense strength and can unleash dark magic, wreaking havoc upon the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King and his allies are battling it, but we are no match for it." Exchanging a glance with Ao Bing, Nezha wasted no time and rushed towards the direction of the Dragon Palace. Upon nearing the palace, they beheld a gigantic sea creature locked in a fierce struggle with the Dragon King and his companions. The sea monster appeared extraordinarily peculiar, its body resembling a small mountain, adorned with 5 heads, each as large as a room. From its jaws, it incessantly spewed black flames and toxic mist. The Dragon King Ao Guang, wielding a trident, bellowed, "Wretched beast, cease your arrogance. Today, I shall subdue you." Yet, the monster paid him no heed. It swung its formidable tentacles, effortlessly sending several shrimp soldiers and crab generals flying against the walls of the Dragon Palace, causing them to wail in pain. Upon witnessing this, Nezha shouted, "Ao Bing, charge! Let this creature witness our might." With that, he activated his wind-fire wheels, soaring toward the sea monster like a blazing meteor. He brandished his fiery spear, aiming for one of the creature's heads. The monster, however, reacted swiftly, blocking Nezha's attack with a tentacle. Upon impact, the spear struck the tentacle with a resounding clang, akin to steel, sending sparks flying. "Goodness, its hide is quite thick," Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Bing was not idle. He conjured an immense ice wall, propelling it toward the monster. The ice wall collided with the creature, forcing it to retreat momentarily. However, it quickly regained its composure and unleashed black flames from all 5 heads, melting the ice wall into a puddle in an instant. "This creature is rather formidable," Ao Bing remarked. Just then, the sea monster opened its gaping maw, emitting a powerful suction that drew in the surrounding seawater, causing Nezha and Ao Bing to feel themselves being uncontrollably pulled towards its mouth. "Not good," Nezha shouted, concentrating his energy to unleash the flame dragon's roar. A colossal fire dragon erupted from his hands, clashing against the monster-esque suction, allowing Nezha and Ao Bing to stabilize their positions. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing conjured countless ice spikes around the monster, resembling a hail of icy rain directed at it. The creature howled in agony as the ice spikes pierced it, yet it persevered with its immense strength. Seeing Nezha and Ao Bing join the fray, Dragon King Ao Guang rejoiced and called out, "Nezha, Ao Bing, your timing is impeccable. Let us all unite and vanquish this beast." Thus, they joined forces, launching wave after wave of attacks against the sea monster. However, the creature was astoundingly powerful, and their efforts seemed to inflict minimal damage. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, Nezha suddenly had a brilliant idea and exclaimed to Ao Bing, "Let us merge our powers. It may prove effective." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "Very well. I trust your judgment." The two swiftly drew closer, beginning to weave their spells. Nezha summoned the flames within him, while Ao Bing concentrated his ice powers. As the two forces slowly fused between them, a colossal fire ice orb was formed. This sphere radiated dazzling light, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and freeze, creating a surreal spectacle. "Go!" Nezha and Ao Bing shouted in unison, hurling the fire ice orb toward the sea monster. The orb, imbued with tremendous strength, struck the creature with astonishing force. The sea monster emitted a thunderous wail, its massive form quivering violently, and its 5 heads swayed precariously. "We did it!" Nezha exclaimed with exhilaration. Encouraged by his fervor, the onlookers launched another assault. With their collective effort, the sea creature finally succumbed, crashing to the ground and sending up a colossal splash of water. "Phew, we have finally dealt with this beast." Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. The Dragon King Ao Guang approached, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Nezha and Ao Bing. Had you not arrived in time to help vanquish this monster, our Dragon Palace would have faced dire consequences." Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, Dragon King, you are too kind. We merely passed by and lent a hand. However, how did this creature suddenly appear here?" Ao Guang sighed. "We are also uncertain. Recently, the East Sea has been plagued by strange occurrences, such as frequent volcanic eruptions and erratic currents. The appearance of this monster may be linked to these anomalies." Ao Bing pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems the hidden dangers of the East Sea have not yet been entirely resolved. We must uncover the source of these disturbances to truly address the issue." Nezha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us continue our investigation. Perhaps there are even more formidable foes awaiting us, providing the perfect opportunity for another challenge." Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing bid farewell to the Dragon King and resumed their inquiry in the East Sea. They ventured along the seabed and uncovered numerous peculiar signs. In certain areas, the water exhibited an eerie purple hue, accompanied by a noxious odor. In others, the rocks on the ocean floor were adorned with strange runes, as if they were whispering secrets. As they progressed, they arrived at a vast underwater cavern. A mysterious aura emanated from within, irresistibly drawing them inside. Upon entering the cave, they were met with a deep, rumbling growl. Nezha, gripping his fire spear tightly, warned, "Be cautious. There seems to be something lurking inside." As they delved deeper, the scene within the cavern gradually became clear. There lay a colossal octopus, its body as large as a football field, with each tentacle resembling a robust pillar. The creature's eyes glimmered with a menacing red light. "Another formidable opponent," Nezha exclaimed. "Perfect. I was just getting warmed up." The octopus, upon noticing them, immediately launched an attack, swinging its tentacles towards Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha quickly evaded while thrusting his fire spear at the creature's limbs. The tentacle was pierced, oozing green blood. Yet the octopus appeared largely unfazed, growing even more enraged. Ao Bing conjured ice spells in an attempt to freeze the beast, but it seemed enveloped in an invisible barrier, rendering the ice magic ineffective. "This octopus is rather peculiar," Ao Bing remarked. Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves locked in a stalemate with the octopus. Its ferocious assaults forced them to continuously evade, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Nezha discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He shouted to Ao Bing, "Ao Bing, let us strike at its eyes together." Ao Bing nodded in understanding. The two launched their assault simultaneously. Nezha unleashed the flame dragon's roar, while Ao Bing conjured a massive ice spear. The fiery dragon and ice spear hurtled toward the octopus's eyes. Sensing the impending danger, the octopus attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The flame dragon and ice spear struck true, eliciting a pained wail from the creature as its body began to thrash violently. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and Ao Bing intensified their assault. Under their combined onslaught, the octopus could no longer withstand the pressure and gradually collapsed. "Phew, we've managed to eliminate another one," Nezha sighed, exhausted as he slumped to the ground. Ao Bing, relieved, remarked, "It seems the threats of the East Sea are indeed formidable. We must accelerate our investigation and swiftly uncover the root of the problem." The pair continued their exploration within the cave, ultimately discovering a massive black stone deep within. The stone was inscribed with strange runes, emanating a powerful dark energy. This stone appears to be quite extraordinary, Ao Bing observed. Nezha reached out to touch the stone, and suddenly, the runes illuminated, a surge of overwhelming power sending him flying. Nezha. Ao Bing rushed over to help him up. Nezha shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. But the power of this stone is immense. I sense it is connected to the anomalies in the East Sea." Just then, the stone began to tremble violently, and a deep voice resonated from within. "Ignorant humans, how dare you intrude upon my domain? You shall pay dearly for your actions." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged a glance. Readying themselves, they understood that the true challenge was only beginning. The black stone slowly ascended, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. The brilliance of the runes intensified, gradually forming a colossal dark figure. This silhouette resembled a humanoid but exuded an aura of chilling dread. "Do you believe that by vanquishing a few minions, you can act with impunity in the East Sea?" The dark figure coldly declared. "Today, none of you shall leave alive." Unfazed, Nezha retorted boldly. "Humph, you vile creature. Do not be so arrogant. Let me show you how I will make you regret this." With that, Nezha and Ao Bing launched their attacks once more. Nezha unleashed all his might, casting fire spells one after another at the dark figure, while Ao Bing retaliated with a flurry of ice spells like a tempest. Yet, the dark figure effortlessly evaded their assaults, countering with strikes that left them reeling. "This monster is incredibly powerful," Ao Bing gasped. Nezha gritted his teeth and declared, "No matter how strong it is, we cannot falter. Ao Bing, we must devise a way to defeat it." Just as they were deep in thought, the immortal Lingshu appeared before them. "Immortal!" Nezha and Ao Bing exclaimed in delight. The immortal smiled and said, "You have done well." Showing no retreat in the face of such a formidable foe, the shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the East Sea, coalescing from dark forces that sought to disrupt the balance of the ocean and ultimately dominate it. "What shall we do?" Nezha inquired anxiously. The immortal Lingshu responded, "You must merge your own powers with the natural forces of the East Sea to prevail against it." Nezha, you are to harmonize the power of flames with that of the underwater volcano. Ao Bing, you must channel the power of ice to unite with the frigid currents of the deep sea. Upon hearing this, Nezha and Ao Bing immediately set to work. Nezha focused intently, attuning himself to the force of the underwater volcano, merging it with his own fiery essence. Ao Bing delved into the depths, communicating with the icy currents to amass his own frosty power. Through their concerted efforts, the strength of the East Sea began to coalesce around them. Flames roared around Nezha. Intermingled with the searing magma from the volcano, Ao Bing was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, through which the bone-chilling currents flowed. "Go!" they shouted in unison, hurling their combined power towards the shadowy figure. This force was immense, enveloping the dark entity in an instant. The figure emitted a desperate wail, gradually dissipating under the overwhelming strength. As it vanished, the anomalies of the East Sea began to fade, the waters returning to their once brilliant azure, and the waves calming. Nezha and Ao Bing breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles. The immortal Lingshu commended, "You have done splendidly, successfully resolving the peril of the East Sea. I hope you will continue to safeguard this ocean and uphold peace in the world." Nezha and Ao Bing nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, Immortal, we shall." Chapter 5. The Crisis of the Deep Sea. Just as Nezha and Ao Bing basked in the triumph of resolving the East Sea's great turmoil, humming a cheerful tune on their way back to Chentang Pass, a voice suddenly bellowed, "Nezha, Ao Bing, wait." Turning around, they were taken aback to see the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, hastily swimming towards them, his speed suggesting he was being pursued by a pressing matter. Gasping as if he had just completed a marathon, his face flushed with urgency, he exclaimed, "A grave situation has arisen. The depths of the sea are in chaos. With water pressure fluctuating erratically, a multitude of deep-sea creatures are behaving as if under the influence, darting about wildly and attacking anyone in sight. If this continues, the East Sea will be thrown into utter disarray." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened in excitement, nearly leaping with joy. "What? There is something this thrilling? Let us go? Let us go. We must investigate. Perhaps we might encounter a colossal monster, even more formidable than the previous sea beast and octopus combined. Just the opportunity for me to showcase my prowess." Ao Bing rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering under his breath, "I knew you would be thrilled by this, but please do not act recklessly." The trio hurriedly made their way towards the depths of the sea. As they descended, the water grew darker, and the temperature plummeted as if entering an icy abyss. Suddenly, A swarm of giant lanternfish surged towards them like a black tornado, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, mouths agape and ready to bite. Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha bellowed, "Just in time. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." As he spoke, he wielded his fiery spear with fervor, creating swirling rings of flame around him, akin to the blazing wheels of wind and fire. The flames made contact with the lanternfish, producing a sizzle as they emitted frantic cries, resembling a flock of scalded chicks flapping about in a panic. Ao Bing, undeterred, waved his hands to conjure an ice wall, effectively barricading the remaining lanternfish. The fish collided with the ice barrier, producing a series of thuds reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. "Goodness, could it be that these lanternfish have collectively lost their senses?" Nezha remarked, patting away the droplets of water that splattered onto him. Ao Guang sighed, expressing his resignation. This is all the doing of the deep-sea anomalies. Many creatures have lost their sanity. As they pressed onward, a vast expanse of coral reefs came into view. Ordinarily, these reefs would be a vibrant spectacle, yet they now exuded a sinister aura, coated with a layer of dark, slimy substance that was utterly repulsive. Cautiously approaching, they were suddenly confronted by a swarm of large crabs that burst forth from the coral. These crabs possessed pincers as formidable as door panels, adorned with sharp barbs that sent shivers down one's spine. "By heavens, what do these crabs feed on to grow so colossal? They're larger than my house," Nezha exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. The crabs, brandishing their claws, advanced menacingly towards them. Nezha, riding on his fiery wheels, nimbly darted between the pincers while shouting, "Hey, you really know how to wield those claws. Are you intending to perform a crab dance for me? Impress me, and I might just reward you." With that, he thrust his fiery spear at one of the crab's pincers, producing a loud clang and scattering sparks, leaving a small indentation on the claw. Ao Bing summoned his ice magic, freezing several crabs in place. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the ice began to melt, and the crabs fought desperately to break free from their encasement. "These creatures are quite resilient," Ao Bing noted, furrowing his brow in confusion. Nezha, chuckling to himself, teased, "Ao Bing, have you been slacking off in your ice training? You're losing your touch if they can escape so quickly. Perhaps I should teach you a few tricks that guarantee better results." Ao Bing retorted with annoyance, "If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? These crabs are empowered by dark forces, making them several times stronger than usual." Just then, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths of the ocean, its size comparable to a small submarine, with tentacles stretching several meters long, each covered in a multitude of suction cups that were quite intimidating. The octopus opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of ink, instantly darkening the surrounding waters as if they had plunged into an inkwell. "Oh dear, this ink is overwhelming. I can hardly see," Nezha shouted amidst the inky haze. Ao Guang urgently warned, "Everyone, be cautious. The ink from this octopus may be toxic." Nezha focused intently, harnessing the power of fire to conjure a ring of flames around him, dispersing the inky darkness. Taking advantage of the moment, Ao Bing conjured countless icicles around the squid, launching them like a torrential downpour. The squid, pierced by the icy projectiles, let out anguished cries and began thrashing wildly. "Huh, let us see how arrogant you can be now." Nezha laughed heartily, propelling himself towards the squid like a little rocket. However, just as Nezha was about to close in on the creature, the squid suddenly extended several tentacles, ensnaring him tightly like an octopus. Nezha struggled fiercely, but the tentacles only tightened around him, as if he were encased in a thick layer of cling film. "Ao Bing, hurry and save me. This squid's tentacles are like toffee. I can't shake them off. If you don't come soon, I'll be squished into a Nezha meat pie." Nezha shouted at the top of his lungs. Ao Bing promptly unleashed his ice magic, freezing the squid's tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha forcefully broke free from his bindings. Brandishing his fiery spear, he aimed for the squid's head. As the spear struck the squid's skull, it wobbled unsteadily like a drunken giant before gradually sinking to the ocean floor. Phew, finally dealt with that behemoth. Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. They continued their descent, ultimately reaching the depths of the ocean. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. A colossal black whirlpool spun wildly like a frenzied top, the surrounding water boiling as if it were on the verge of eruption. An eerie light flickered at the center of the whirlpool, emanating a powerful and terrifying force that made it difficult to breathe. "What on earth is that? It looks quite frightening." Ao Bing watched the whirlpool with keen vigilance, his body tense as a drawn bowstring. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the whirlpool. "Ignorant humans, how dare you trespass here? This is a forbidden domain of the deep sea, and you shall not leave alive today." Upon hearing this, Nezha felt no fear. Instead, he grew invigorated, shouting back, "Humph! Stop trying to scare us. Whatever you are, today I shall make you submit." No sooner had he spoken than a horde of bizarre creatures burst forth from the whirlpool. Some had wings, flapping about in the water like ducks unable to swim. Others resembled translucent jelly, drifting limply, and still others had multiple tails, thrashing about like octopuses. They lunged at Nezha, Ao Bing, and Ao Guang, bearing their fangs and claws. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly launched their counterattacks. Nezha unleashed a fire spell, transforming the area into a sea of flames, causing the creatures to screech in agony as if they were being slaughtered. Ao Bing, in turn, utilized his ice magic to freeze a group of these beings, trapping them as if encased in ice sculptures. Ao Guang wielded his trident, engaging in a fierce battle with the creatures. During the fray, Nezha noticed that the creatures seemed to be under the control of the whirlpool's power. If they could destroy the core of the whirlpool, the creatures would revert to normal. He called out to Ao Bing, "Ao Bing, we need to find a way to get closer to the whirlpool's core and destroy it." Ao Bing nodded in agreement. "All right, I will provide cover for you. But don't rush in like a headstrong fool. Keep an eye on your surroundings." Nezha pouted, muttering, "I know, you're more nagging than my mother. If my mother were here, she would certainly find you tedious." Ao Bing unleashed powerful ice magic, crafting a pathway of ice that extended into the heart of the whirlpool. Nezha, riding on his wind-fire wheels, swiftly advanced along the icy route. Along the way, he continuously repelled the creatures attempting to obstruct him with his fire spear, exclaiming with each thrust, "Take this shot." It was reminiscent of a video game. Just as Nezha was nearing the core of the whirlpool, a colossal sea serpent surged forth from the depths. This serpent was extraordinarily exaggerated in size, measuring dozens of meters in length and thicker than the walls of Chentang Pass. Its body cloaked in black scales, eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, resembling a monstrous entity. Goodness, what has this sea serpent been consuming to grow so large? Could it be that it feeds on whales? Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. The sea serpent opened its cavernous maw, akin to a mountain cave, and lunged at Nezha. He quickly dodged while thrusting his fire spear towards the serpent's head. The serpent, reacting swiftly, used its tail to block Nezha's assault. The collision between the tail and the fire spear produced a thunderous sound, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding waters. This serpent's hide is exceedingly thick. My fire spear cannot penetrate it. Is it made of iron? Nezha furrowed his brow, displaying a look of frustration. Observing this, Ao Bing hurried to provide assistance. He cast an ice spell, freezing the serpent's body. The serpent thrashed about, cracks appearing in the ice encasing it. "Ao Bing, this creature is formidable. Let us attack together," Nezha called out. The two launched their assault simultaneously. Nezha unleashed his flame dragon roar, sending forth a massive fire dragon from his hand, charging toward the serpent. Its fiery form fierce and wrathful. Meanwhile, Ao Bing conjured a gigantic ice pillar, hurling it at the serpent. The fire dragon and the ice pillar struck the serpent simultaneously, eliciting a deafening cry as its body plummeted like a kite severed from its string. "Phew, we have finally vanquished this sea serpent." Nezha exhaled in relief, patting his chest. They continued their advance towards the whirlpool's core. At last, they arrived at the center, where they beheld a massive black crystal. The crystal emanated an overwhelming dark power, distorting the surrounding space in a most eerie manner. "It is this crystal that has been causing the disturbances," Nezha exclaimed, just as they prepared to shatter the crystal. It suddenly emitted a blinding light, and a colossal figure emerged from within. This figure appeared humanoid, yet was enveloped in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable, resembling a great black orb. "Do you truly believe you can destroy me so easily? You are gravely mistaken," the shadowy figure intoned coldly. Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks. Nezha's fiery spells and Ao Bing's ice magic surged toward the dark figure. Yet it effortlessly evaded their onslaught and counterattacked. The shadowy figure extended a hand, unleashing a beam of black energy towards them. Nezha and Ao Bing quickly dodged, the energy beam striking a nearby rock, which was instantaneously obliterated into dust, as if struck by a bomb. "This fellow possesses formidable strength," Ao Bing gasped, his breath heavy with exertion. Nezha gritted his teeth. "No matter how powerful it may be, we cannot falter. Ao Bing, we must devise a means to vanquish it. If we fail to defeat it, how shall we navigate the world of martial arts in the future?" At that moment, the immortal Lingshu appeared as if he had activated a teleportation skill. He held a gleaming sword, radiating light, and presented it to Nezha and Ao Bing. "This sword harbors immense power. If you channel your own strength into it, perhaps you can conquer it. Nezha and Ao Bing accepted the sword and infused it with their fiery and icy energies. The sword instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance, a fusion of flames and frost, reminiscent of a realm where fire and ice coexist. Go! Nezha and Ao Bing shouted in unison, hurling the sword towards the dark figure. The sword, imbued with potent might, struck the shadow with tremendous force. The dark figure emitted a desperate scream, its form gradually dissipating like smoke scattered by the wind. As the shadow vanished, the black crystal began to shatter, ultimately turning to dust. With the crystal's destruction, the whirlpool in the deep sea slowly subsided, the waters returning to tranquility. The creatures once ensnared by its control resumed their normal states, swimming back to their habitats like children returning home from school. Ao Guang stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brave heroes, for once again saving the East Sea. Without you, I shudder to think of what might have become of it. Nezha smiled and waved his hand. Dragon King, you are too courteous. This is merely our duty. I am delighted to have been of assistance. Perhaps in the future, if anything exciting occurs in the East Sea, you will summon me. Ao Bing also smiled and added, Indeed, safeguarding peace in the world is our responsibility. The immortal Lingshu, filled with satisfaction, remarked, You have performed admirably. This experience is a valuable growth opportunity for you. I hope you will maintain this courage and sense of justice as you face future challenges. Nezha and Ao Bing nodded solemnly. Rest assured, immortal, we shall. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Nezha and Ao Bing embarked on their journey home. They recognized that greater challenges lay ahead, yet they remained undaunted. For they understood that as long as they stood shoulder to shoulder, no obstacle could impede their path. Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing immersed themselves once more in rigorous training. They were acutely aware that only through continuous enhancement of their abilities could they better safeguard the peace of the world. Their adventurous tale in the East Sea began to circulate in Chentang Pass, becoming the stuff of legend. Children, enthralled by their stories, dreamed of one day becoming brave heroes like them. As days turned into weeks, Chentang Pass remained bustling with activity. Nezha and Ao Bing occasionally strolled through the streets, engaging with the townsfolk and sharing their adventures. Whenever they recounted their thrilling encounters in the East Sea, the citizens listened in wide-eyed astonishment, their admiration for the heroes swelling. Nezha, when you were ensnared by that octopus, were you not terrified? A curious little boy inquired. Nezha gently patted the little boy's head and chuckled. Are you afraid? Not at all. I, Nezha, fear neither heaven nor earth. How could a mere squid intimidate me? I was actually contemplating how to roast it for a meal, but alas, there was no opportunity. Upon hearing this, the children erupted into joyous laughter. Chapter 6. The mysterious cave filled with the thrill of victory. Nezha and Ao Bing hummed a disjointed little tune as they made their way back to Chentang Pass to boast to the immortal Lingshu. However, midway, Nezha suddenly halted as if struck by a freezing spell, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Ao Bing, do you see what that is? He exclaimed loudly, following Nezha's finger. Ao Bing beheld a dark cave nestled between two enormous rocks, its entrance glowing faintly with a bluish light, resembling a mysterious eye from the depths of the sea. How curious! How did I not notice this cave before? Ao Bing pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Nezha, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Regardless, it must be a fascinating place. Let us venture inside and uncover its secrets. With that, he seized Ao Bing and rushed towards the cave entrance. As he was being pulled along, Ao Bing lamented, Nezha, could you not be so reckless? What if there are dangers lurking inside? Nezha turned back with a grin, dismissing his concerns. Oh, you are just too timid. What danger could possibly challenge me, Nezha? Stick with me, and I assure you will enjoy the finest delights. Who knows? We might even stumble upon some extraordinary treasure. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, a wave of damp air hit them, laced with a hint of briny sea scent. Nezha inhaled deeply and exclaimed dramatically, Wow, this aroma is reminiscent of the dried salted fish sold at the market in Chentang Pass. It's invigorating. With utmost caution, they stepped into the cave, which was enveloped in darkness, where even an outstretched hand could not be seen. Nezha snapped his fingers, igniting his fiery spear, illuminating the surroundings. The cave walls were adorned with bizarre carvings, great fish with wings and fire-breathing turtles, evoking the imagery of a fantastical underwater revelry. Ao Bing, come quickly. These patterns are utterly absurd. Could this place have once been inhabited by a band of wildly imaginative artists? Nezha exclaimed, reaching out to touch the designs. Ao Bing, frowning, scrutinized the carvings and remarked, These patterns seem intricate. They might conceal some secrets. Nezha, Be careful, and do not disturb anything that might trigger a mechanism. Yet Nezha remained unfazed, laughing. If touching them triggers a mechanism, all the better for fun. Otherwise, it would be quite dull. You are far too cautious. Sometimes, one must be bold like me. At the very moment Nezha's hand brushed against a pattern, a deep rumble echoed throughout the cave. The ground shaking violently, as if a giant were throwing a tantrum beneath the sea. What's happening? A.O. Bing shouted in alarm. Nezha, filled with exhilaration, leapt into the air. Huh, now this is thrilling. It seems we have activated some delightful mechanism. With the thunderous roar, the cave floor split open, releasing a host of peculiar little sea monsters. Behold that creature, resembling a fleshy orb, its size akin to that of a grinding stone, its surface adorned with sharp, luminescent spines. Each spine appears to be meticulously crafted, exuding a faint metallic sheen. Between the spines lie intricate patterns, reminiscent of ancient, enigmatic symbols, inscribed with secrets unknown to humankind. When it rolls forward, it resembles a spiky meteor, leaving shallow scratches upon the ground, as if narrating the tale of its formidable power. Now, observe the being with a head shaped like a trumpet, its form somewhat cumbersome, its skin exhibiting a mottled dark brown hue, akin to the weathered bark of an ancient tree, ravaged by time. Its eyes, no larger than green beans, flicker with a sinister red glow, betraying a hint of ferocity. From its trumpet-like mouth, it incessantly spews a viscous liquid, which not only emanates a pungent odor, but also swiftly corrodes anything it touches, releasing wisps of acrid smoke. On either side of its body, several pairs of short tentacles writhe as it swims, seemingly in search of a target to attack. Even more peculiar is that creature resembling a small dolphin, enveloped in a dazzling, rainbow-hued aura, which dances gracefully like a ribbon as it glides through the water. Its body is sheathed in shimmering scales that glint like exquisite gemstones, radiating enchanting colors. Its eyes, clear and bright as the depths of the ocean, suddenly unleash whirlpools towards Nezha and A.O. Bing when they approach, these vortices possessing a powerful suction, attempting to ensnare them within. Its broad, muscular tail, when swung, generates small waves. Oh my goodness, from which animated tail have these little monsters emerged? And this one, has it draped itself in a rainbow? Nezha exclaimed. In a swift moment, a round creature rolled towards Nezha with the speed of a cannonball. Nezha felt a jolt of surprise, realizing the creature's momentum was fierce. Yet his expression remained unperturbed as he muttered, "Hey, little one, do you intend to use me as a bowling pin?" He quickly activated his windfire wheels, sidestepping as the orb grazed his garment, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. A.O. Bing swiftly conjured an ice spell, his hands moving rapidly as frigid air surged from his palms, instantly erecting a solid ice wall before him. The creatures collided with the wall, producing a cacophony akin to the rhythmic beating of a broken drum. A.O. Bing, your ice wall is remarkably timely. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed by these little monsters. Nezha chuckled. Maintaining the ice wall, A.O. Bing replied, "Of course, do you not know who I am? But could you refrain from carelessly meddling next time? You consistently bring me trouble." Nezha stuck out his tongue. Understood. I shall be more cautious next time. But first, let us deal with these little creatures. At that moment, the trumpet-headed creature unleashed a viscous liquid towards Nezha. Sensing the imminent danger, he nimbly leaped backward, watching as the liquid struck the ground, instantly corroding a large pit while a noxious odor wafted through the air. Nezha wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, "Goodness gracious! Your breath is more foul than my socks that haven't been washed for days." With that, he brandished his fiery spear, its tip whistling through the air as he thrust it towards the creature. The creature, quick to react, twisted its body in an attempt to evade the attack. Unwilling to relent, Nezha's gaze sharpened, and he deftly maneuvered the spear, tracing an arc in the air that accurately pierced the creature's body. It emitted a piercing shriek and collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing was not idle. The dolphin-like creature, enveloped in a radiant rainbow aura, incessantly expelled whirlpools, striving to ensnare A.O. Bing within their grasp. Frowning, A.O. Bing understood the peril of these whirlpools and refrained from approaching recklessly. As he skillfully dodged the swirling torrents, he pondered his strategy. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a formidable ice spell, conjuring colossal ice pillars that shot towards the creature. Sensing imminent danger, the creature attempted to flee, but the ice pillars were swift and rapidly encircled it. Upon collision, the ice emitted a crisp sound, trapping the creature within their icy confines, rendering it immobile and only able to emit mournful cries. After dispatching his foe, Nezha turned to behold A.O. Bing's handiwork and shouted in approval, Ao Bing, splendid job. Look how these little monsters no longer dare to be arrogant. The two engaged in fervent combat with the small creatures. Nezha wielded his fiery spear, sending a monster flying with each thrust. Growing bolder, he shouted, "Come on. Who's next?" Meanwhile, Ao Bing manipulated the ice shards, launching them like arrows towards the small creatures. His hands danced swiftly, unleashing a barrage of ice shards that rained down upon them, causing the little monsters to stagger and fall. "Haha, let us see if you dare to be arrogant now," Nezha bellowed. After an intense skirmish, the small creatures were thoroughly defeated, fleeing in disarray. Nezha and Ao Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those little monsters were quite troublesome, yet rather amusing, Nezha remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ao Bing shot him an exasperated glance. "Amusing? You were nearly overwhelmed by them, and you still find it entertaining? You must be more cautious next time." Nezha chuckled, "Fear not, I am well aware. Let us proceed and see what other delights await us." The two continued deeper into the cave, and soon they encountered a narrow passage. The walls of the passage were encrusted with shimmering gems, resembling stars scattered across the night sky. "Wow, these gems are stunning. If we bring some back, the folks at Chentang Pass will be utterly envious," Nezha exclaimed, reaching out to pluck a gem. Ao Bing quickly restrained him. "Do not act impulsively, Nezha. This place is riddled with traps. These gems may be perilous." Nezha scoffed, "You're just being overly cautious. What could possibly be wrong?" Just then, a gem suddenly emitted a laser beam, and Nezha reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. "Oh no, you were right. These gems are concealed weapons," Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Bing sighed in resignation. "I told you not to meddle. Let us proceed with caution and traverse this passage slowly." The two individuals navigated the corridor with utmost care and ultimately arrived at the depths of the cave. There, they beheld a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a gleaming treasure chest. "Marvelous, a treasure chest. It must conceal precious artifacts," exclaimed Nezha, rushing toward the chest with exuberance. Just as Ao Bing intended to intervene, it was already too late. As Nezha approached the chest, a ring of flames suddenly erupted around it, ensnaring him within. "Nezha, are you all right?" Ao Bing inquired anxiously. Nezha, leaping amidst the flames, called out, "I'm fine. It's just a bit toasty, akin to a warm bath." Focusing intently, Ao Bing conjured an icy spell, endeavoring to extinguish the blaze. After considerable effort, the flames were finally quelled. "Phew, I'm out at last. This treasure chest is quite formidable," Nezha declared as he emerged from the fire. The duo scrutinized the chest, discovering it adorned with peculiar runes. After a brief contemplation, Ao Bing remarked, "These runes appear to be an ancient seal. To unlock the chest, we must decipher the method to break the seal." Nezha, exasperated, retorted, "Oh, what a hassle. Can't we just smash it open?" With that, Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear, ready to strike the chest. Just then, the chest emitted a radiant glow, and a voice resonated from within, "Ignorant mortals, to unlock me, you must answer my riddles." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Listen closely. What has 5 heads yet is not perceived as strange by humans?" the voice queried. Nezha scratched his head, pondering for a while, before suddenly slapping his forehead. "I know. It's hands and feet." "Correct," the voice responded. "Next question." Xiao Wang brushes his teeth while leisurely whistling. "How does he manage that?" After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing replied, "He is using dentures." "Correct," the voice affirmed. "Now, for the final question. If a chicken and a goose are placed in the refrigerator simultaneously, why does the chicken die while the goose remains unharmed?" Both Nezha and Ao Bing furrowed their brows, unable to deduce the answer after much thought. "Haha, you don't know? Because the goose is a penguin." The voice laughed heartily. Enlightenment dawned upon Nezha and Ao Bing. "Congratulations, you have answered correctly. You may now open the treasure chest," the voice declared. The two approached and gradually opened the chest. A dazzling light emanated from within, revealing a resplendent tome and an exquisite sword. Nezha picked up the sword, brandishing it excitedly. "Wow, this sword is magnificent. It shall be my new weapon henceforth." Ao Bing, on the other hand, examined the book intently. The pages were filled with various ancient spells and incantations, alongside secrets of the underwater realm. "Nezha, this book contains numerous powerful spells. We should delve into its contents," Ao Bing suggested. Nezha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with this book and sword, our prowess shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In the future, should I encounter those monsters again, I shall not hesitate to make them flee in terror." At that moment, an alarming siren echoed through the cave. The ground trembled violently, and the gems adorning the walls began to emit ominous glimmers. "This is bad," The cave is about to collapse. Ao Bing exclaimed. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily dashed towards the cave's entrance. Along the way, stones plummeted from above, and they dodged left and right, ultimately escaping just as the cave began to cave in. Phew, that was close. I almost got buried inside, Nezha gasped. Ao Bing looked at the book in his hands and Nezha's sword, remarking, "This adventure has yielded significant rewards, but we must remain vigilant. The secrets within this book may bring us further troubles." Nezha nodded. "I understand, but I am unafraid. No matter the challenges we face, we can overcome them together. With me, Nezha, no trouble is insurmountable." The two shared a knowing smile and set off on their journey back to Chentang Pass. They were aware that this adventure was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited them in the future, yet they felt no fear. For they were steadfast companions and heroes safeguarding the world. Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Nezha and Ao Bing eagerly sought out the immortal Lingshu, excited to recount their thrilling adventure. After hearing their tale, Lingshu smiled with satisfaction, saying, "You have done well. This experience is a valuable growth opportunity for you both. This sword and book harbor immense power. You must wield them wisely to protect the peace of the world." Nezha and Ao Bing nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, immortal. We will certainly do so." Chapter 7. The Secret of the Altar. Thus, Nezha and Ao Bing emerged from the enigmatic cave, holding the sword and spellbook from the treasure chest, humming a joyful yet off-key tune as they strolled toward Chentang Pass, eager to boast to Lingshu about their wondrous adventure. However, upon entering Chentang Pass, they found themselves frozen in place, their smiles abruptly faltering. The usually bustling Chentang Pass was eerily quiet, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. Nezha scratched his head, perplexed, his expression akin to one who has just discovered their candied hawthorn has been pilfered. "Ao Bing, why does Chentang Pass seem bewitched? Where has everyone gone? Off to visit relatives, perhaps?" Ao Bing furrowed his brow in confusion. "Let us find someone to inquire about this situation." The two, akin to headless flies, scoured the streets and alleys several times, until they finally spotted a child, trembling in a corner like a frightened bunny. Nezha's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, crouching down to project what he believed to be a warm smile, though it resembled more the grin of a wolf attempting to charm Little Red Riding Hood. "Little one, why are you here all alone? Where have the others gone? Why didn't they bring you along?" The child raised his head, his eyes filled with fear, resembling a startled fawn, and stammered, "Big brother, something terrible has happened. A monstrous creature has appeared by the seaside, and it looks frightful enough to scare everyone away." "What? A monstrous creature?" Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes instantly sparkled like two little light bulbs, and he was so excited that he nearly leaped up. "Come on, Ao Bing. Let us confront this brazen creature and ascertain its true capabilities." Ao Bing shook his head in resignation, contemplating how fearless Nezha truly was. Yet he hurriedly followed in Nezha's footsteps, muttering, "You are always so impulsive. What if this monster proves to be formidable? We must not risk our lives." Nezha patted his chest confidently and declared, "What is there to fear? With me, Nezha, present, all monsters must obey. Besides, we have you as my capable assistant. Together, we shall stride with confidence." The two sprinted to the seaside, where they beheld a colossal shadow thrashing about in the water, churning the sea like a boiling cauldron, with waves crashing ferociously. As they approached, they were astounded by the creature's bizarre appearance, which exceeded their wildest imaginations. Its body resembled a small mountain, rotund and imposing, while its head was akin to that of a giant crab, with enormous pincers that dwarfed Nezha's fiery spear. Its scales resembled rusted iron plates, exuding a revolting stench that almost caused Nezha and Ao Bing to regurgitate their last meal. Nezha, covering his nose, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you hideous creature, from which foul sewer did you crawl out? Dare to wreak havoc in Chentang Pass? Do you have a death wish?" The monster opened its cavernous mouth and let out a cacophonous, eerie laugh, the sound reminiscent of rusty saws cutting through wood. "Ha ha! I am the guardian of the deep-sea altar, sent by my master to seek worthy souls to unveil the secrets of the altar. You two little brats should vacate promptly, lest you become an impediment." "Secrets of the altar? What secrets?" Ao Bing interjected sternly, his gaze piercing enough to see through the monster's intentions. "First, release the people of Chentang Pass, and then we shall sit down and discuss this matter." The monster scoffed dismissively, exhaling 2 gusts of hot air. "Release them? Not so easily. Unless you can pass my trial, the people of Chentang Pass shall accompany me to their doom." Fuming with rage, Nezha jumped up like a lit firecracker. "You foul beast, cease your intimidation. I am not swayed by your tricks. A trial, you say? Bring it on. I fear you not." Ao Bing quickly tugged at Nezha's sleeve, lowering his voice. Nezha, do not be rash. Let us first discern what this monster desires. Knowledge of oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Nezha impatiently shrugged off Ao Bing's hand. What is there to fear? I see it as nothing more than a paper tiger, all bluster and no substance. Infuriated by Nezha's arrogance, the monster erupted in fury, akin to a maddened bull, swinging its massive pincers down upon Nezha with great force. Nezha reacted swiftly, skillfully maneuvering on his wind-fire wheels, evading the onslaught like a nimble monkey. He raised his fiery spear, thrusting it toward the creature's head with blinding speed. However, the monster tilted its head, effortlessly dodging the strike, and then unleashed a jet of black venom from its mouth, resembling a dark serpent as it lunged at Nezha. Caught off guard, Nezha could only raise his hand in defense, resulting in his arm being swiftly corroded by the toxic substance, causing him to grimace in pain like an injured beast. Nezha, are you all right? Ao Bing exclaimed with urgency, quickly conjuring ice magic. His hands moved rapidly, and frosty air surged from his palms, erecting a formidable ice wall between the monster and Nezha, temporarily halting the creature's assault. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Nezha sweat profusely, yet he persevered, stating, I'm fine. This monster indeed possesses some skill. Ao Bing, let us join forces and show it our might. Ao Bing nodded, his gaze resolute. All right. You draw its attention from the front while I attack from the side. We'll execute a pincer maneuver. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Fully understanding each other's intentions, Ao Bing manipulated the ice shards, unleashing them like a barrage of bullets toward the monster, while Nezha stealthily circled behind, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Sensing movement behind it, the creature abruptly turned, its speed akin to a whirlwind, and clamped down on Nezha's fiery spear with its pincers. Nezha pulled with all his might, but felt as if ensnared by iron claws, unable to free himself. In that instant, the monster violently flung him away, sending Nezha crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ao Bing rushed over. Anxiety etched on his face as he helped Nezha to his feet. Nezha, how are you? Are you badly hurt? Nezha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile as he feigned nonchalance. I'm not done for yet. This monster certainly has strength. It seems we cannot confront it head-on. We must employ some strategy. Furrowing his brow, Ao Bing pondered for a moment. Indeed, we must not act impulsively. This monster mentioned seeking a fated individual to unveil the secrets of the altar. Perhaps if we pass its trial, we can not only save the people of Chentang Pass, but also uncover the true nature of this altar's mystery. Nezha's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. That makes sense, but this trial is bound to be challenging. We must proceed with caution. Yet, I refuse to believe that with our abilities, we cannot conquer this trial. Seated on the ground, the duo racked their brains in deep contemplation. Suddenly, Nezha's eyes widened in excitement as he slapped his thigh. Ao Bing, you mentioned this monster is searching for a fated individual to unlock the altar's secrets, right? If we pass the test, we could save Chentang Pass and uncover the altar's mystery. Ao Bing nodded, adjusting his non-existent glasses with a serious demeanor. That is a valid point. However, we must approach this trial with care. Let us start with the riddle of the altar that the monster spoke of and see if we can find a clue. Rising to their feet and brushing off the dust from their clothes, the two faced the monster once again. Nezha took a deep breath and exclaimed loudly, Hey, you hideous creature, we have resolved to accept your challenge. However, you must first reveal the nature of this test. Do not keep us in suspense. The monster, seeing their audacity to challenge him, let out a derisive laugh, a grimace more ghastly than a cry of despair. Humph, I suppose you possess a modicum of courage. Your trial is to unravel the enigma upon the altar within the span of an hour and discover the key that unlocks it. Should you fail, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chentang Pass shall be lost. With that, the monster waved his hand, and with a thunderous boom, a colossal altar rose from the depths of the sea. The altar was inscribed with bizarre runes and intricate patterns, resembling serpents writhing and abstract paintings that left one dizzy and perplexed. Nezha scratched his head in frustration, as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, pacing in circles. What in the world is this? It's more challenging than reciting my lessons, and my head is spinning. Surely, this monster is not deliberately making things difficult for us. Ao Bing, however, remained composed. He closed his eyes, striving to recall the ancient patterns he had observed in the mysterious cave, his mind whirring like a high-speed machine. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he opened his eyes with excitement. Nezha, I believe I may have grasped something. These runes appear to have a connection to the patterns we encountered in the cave. Look, the shape of this rune resembles that of the winged fish etched upon the cave wall. I surmise we must activate these runes in a specific sequence. Nezha leaned closer, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is that so? Pray tell, I am on the edge of my seat. If we truly manage to solve this riddle, I shall treat you to the finest candied hawthorn in Chentang Pass. As Ao Bing gestured and explained, he reiterated, see. The shape of this rune bears a resemblance to the winged fish pattern on the cave wall. Perhaps we should approach this from a systematic perspective, considering the order. The two of them meticulously traced the runes upon the altar according to Ao Bing's hypothesis. Indeed, as they moved their hands, the runes began to shimmer with light, twinkling like stars, and gradually, a concealed mechanism revealed itself before them. Nezha, unable to contain his eagerness, activated the mechanism, and within it lay a tattered parchment made of sheepskin. Nezha opened the scroll with the zeal of a treasure hunter, revealing strange inscriptions and a map. The characters were crooked and chaotic, resembling a horde of inebriated ants scuttling about. What does this say? I cannot decipher a single word. Could it be an alien script? Nezha handed the scroll to Ao Bing, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Ao Bing scrutinized the scroll, his countenance growing grave, akin to a sky darkened by ominous clouds. It states here that a formidable power is concealed within the altar, one capable of saving the masses, yet it may also herald destruction. Only the truly fated can wield this power. The location marked on the map should indicate where the key resides. This power is exceedingly potent. We must approach it with caution. Regardless of the potential for destruction, our priority is to locate the key and rescue the people of Chentang Pass, Nezha asserted resolutely. At worst, we shall adapt to the circumstances when the time comes, Nezha declared as he prepared to follow the map's instructions in search of the key. Ao Bing, with a serious expression, urgently grasped Nezha's arm and advised, Nezha, it is prudent to exercise caution. This power is exceedingly formidable. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must deliberate carefully and avoid acting impulsively. Nezha patted Ao Bing's hand, his confidence unwavering. Do not worry. With the two of us together, such misfortunes shall not come to pass. Besides, we are destined to become heroes. What is a trifling obstacle to us? At that moment, a monstrous figure suddenly materialized behind them like a specter, swiftly snatching the parchment scroll with the speed of a tempest. Huh, did you truly believe it would be so easy to find the key? It is now in my possession, and should you desire it, you must first contend with me. It became evident that the creature had been lurking in the shadows, observing their every move, waiting for them to uncover the scroll, ready to ensnare them like a mantis stalking its prey. Enraged, Nezha erupted like a lit powder keg, shouting, You despicable wretch, return the scroll at once. Otherwise, I shall have you rolling in agony. Ao Bing, equally indignant, added, You are nothing but a deceitful guardian. An utter rogue. However, the creature paid them no heed, fixated on the scroll, muttering to itself, Humph, after years of searching, I have finally discovered the method to unlock the altar. Once I acquire that power, let us see who dares to underestimate me. I shall command the entire underwater realm to bow before me. With that, the creature began to follow the instructions written on the scroll to seek the key. Observing this, Ao Bing swiftly cast an ice spell, freezing the creature's feet in place. The ice is unyielding as steel. The creature struggled, yet could not break free, resembling a trapped beast. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha charged forward, intent on reclaiming the scroll. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the creature exerted all its strength to shatter the icy bonds, then unleashed a torrent of water towards Nezha and Ao Bing, the force akin to a colossal water dragon, overwhelming them and leaving them drenched like two sodden chickens. Wiping the water from his face, Nezha grimaced, This creature is exceedingly cunning. Ao Bing, we must devise a superior strategy. We cannot allow it to prevail. Ao Bing regarded the monster, contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his eyes. We can divert its attention. I will launch a frontal assault with my magic, while you find an opportunity to circle behind it and reclaim the scroll. This time, we must exercise utmost caution and leave no openings for it to exploit. Nezha nodded with determination in his gaze. Very well, let us proceed. Watch how I deal with this fiend. Just as the two parties remained locked in a stalemate, the skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, as black as the bottom of a cauldron, with flashes of lightning weaving through the heavens like dragons. A bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderous crack, directly hitting the scroll in the creature's grasp. In an instant, the parchment ignited, turning to ash and scattering with the wind. The creature, witnessing this, let out a despairing roar, its voice echoing through the heavens. No, My chance is lost. You two little rascals, I shall not spare you. Nezha and Ao Bing were momentarily taken aback, their bewilderment rendering them akin to two bewildered geese in the face of this abrupt turn of events. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated in their ears, as if emanating from all directions, yet also echoing within their very hearts. True kindred spirits do not rely on force and violence, but on courage, wisdom, and kindness. You have passed the trial. The key lies within your hearts. Exchanging puzzled glances, Nezha and Ao Bing were at a loss as to the meaning of this voice. Suddenly, Nezha felt a warmth radiating from his chest, akin to carrying a small furnace within. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the sword acquired from the enigmatic cave, which emanated a resplendent glow, pulsating with an arcane energy. Ao Bing, too, noticed that the spell book in his hands blazed with brilliance, each beam of light resembling strands of wisdom illuminating their innermost selves. As comprehension dawned upon them, they placed the sword and the spell book upon the altar. In an instant, the altar radiated a blinding light, as brilliant as the sun, revealing a golden key before them. Intricate, strange runes adorned the key's surface, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. Nezha grasped the key with exhilaration, exclaiming, "So this is the key to unlock the altar. It appears we are indeed the destined ones." Ao Bing regarded the key thoughtfully, remarking, "It seems this was all predestined. Only we could claim this key. It is both our mission and our responsibility." Just then, the monster abruptly regained consciousness, akin to a frenzied wild boar, charging at them once more. "Hand over the key. I must obtain that power. No one shall obstruct me." Nezha and Ao Bing clutched the key tightly, engaging in a final confrontation with the beast. Nezha wielded the fire-tipped spear, its tip glimmering with a chilling light, darting towards the monster like a serpentine silver streak. Meanwhile, Ao Bing commanded the ice shards, launching them from multiple angles like sharp daggers aimed at the creature. The monster evaded left and right, yet still fell victim to Nezha's spear and was grazed by Ao Bing's icy projectiles. After an intense struggle, the two finally vanquished the beast. As it collapsed, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving only a gust of wind in its wake, as if recounting the ferocity of the battle. Nezha and Ao Bing, with the key in hand, unlocked the grand door of the altar. A formidable power surged forth from within, crashing over them like a tumultuous wave, nearly unbalancing them. Is this the power that can save all beings? Nezha pondered, his eyes filled with curiosity and reverence as he gazed upon the radiant orb, which resembled a mysterious vortex, drawing him in. Ao Bing nodded solemnly, stating, "It must be, yet we must wield it with caution to prevent disaster. This power is a double-edged sword, and we must handle it wisely." Approaching the radiant orb with trepidation, the light suddenly transformed into a gentle beam, splitting into two parts, akin to graceful ribbons intertwining, merging into Nezha and Ao Bing's bodies. Nezha felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless vigor, his muscles taut and poised for action. Ao Bing felt the potency of his ice magic intensifying, as if he could sense the very air around him growing colder, granting him dominion over an entire realm of snow and ice. At that moment, the townsfolk by the seaside witnessed the disappearance of the monster and flocked towards them like a jubilant swarm of birds. Upon seeing Nezha and Ao Bing unscathed, they erupted into cheers, their voices cascading like waves upon the shore. "Nezha and Ao Bing are our heroes. They have saved us at Chentang Pass." The jubilant cries echoed, and Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged joyful glances, their smiles radiant as sunlight. From that day forth, Nezha and Ao Bing devoted themselves to their training with renewed fervor, harnessing the power bestowed upon them by the altar to safeguard Chentang Pass and uphold peace in the world. Their names resonated like a resounding trumpet, reverberating through every corner and elevating them to legendary status in the hearts of the people. As days passed, Chentang Pass regained its former vibrancy, transforming into a lively stage brimming with vitality. Occasionally, Nezha and Ao Bing would stroll along the beach, reminiscing about their battle with the monster and the unraveling of the altar's secrets. They could not help but share knowing smiles, filled with trust in one another and anticipation for the future. "Ao Bing, do you think we would have become so formidable without that adventure?" Nezha mumbled while savoring a candied hawthorn, its glistening red hue reminiscent of a string of rubies under the sun. Ao Bing smiled gently, his demeanor as soothing as a spring breeze. "I believe it is precisely because we have faced so much together that we have grown to this day. Those trials and tribulations serve as the stepping stones of our development. Indeed, we shall face even greater challenges together, protecting Chentang Pass and everyone in it." Anyone who dares to bully us shall find themselves on the receiving end of a fierce retaliation, Nezha declared, brandishing his candied hawthorn as if it were a spear, his gaze resolute as steel, ready to charge into the unknown. Albing looked at Nezha, his eyes filled with unwavering trust and determination. Akin to twinkling stars in the deep night sky. Yes, together. No matter the obstacles we encounter, we shall stand side by side and never retreat. As time flowed gently onward, life at Chentang Pass resembled a tranquil lake, yet beneath their guardianship, it rippled with the happiness of their shared moments. However, Nezha and Albing were acutely aware that beneath this veneer of peace, new challenges might lurk. One day, as Nezha was pulling Albing through the marketplace, their eyes darted from trinket to trinket, captivated by a myriad of delights. Suddenly, Nezha seemed frozen in place. His gaze fixated on a storytelling booth at the edge of the street, surrounded by an eager crowd, enthralled by the tale being spun. Nezha tugged Albing through the throng, and they listened intently as the storyteller animatedly recounted. It is said that at the bottom of the Eastern Sea lies a treasure trove of mystical artifacts and powerful relics, shrouded in peril, and as of yet, no one has dared to seek them. Nezha's eyes widened with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "How difficult can it be? Albing and I shall venture forth and undoubtedly retrieve the treasures." As those around them heard the commotion, they turned their gazes towards the two. Some recognized Nezha and chuckled. "Little hero, this is no trifling matter. It is said that deep within the Eastern Sea, not only are there fierce sea beasts, but also various strange formations. Once you venture there, you may find it a journey with no return." Ao Bing quickly tugged at Nezha, whispering, "Nezha, do not act impulsively. The truth of these rumors is uncertain, and to proceed recklessly could be perilous." However, Nezha remained undeterred, thumping his chest and declaring, "What is there to fear? We have already vanquished the monsters at the altar. What danger could the Eastern Sea hold for us? Perhaps this is another opportunity to become stronger and better protect Chentang Pass." Ao Bing sighed in resignation, aware that once Nezha set his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, seeing Nezha's excited and resolute gaze, he eventually nodded, "Very well. But we must proceed with caution and not act recklessly." Thus, the two returned to their dwelling, packed their belongings, and prepared to embark on this uncertain treasure-seeking journey to the Eastern Sea. Nezha excitedly toyed with his fiery spear, muttering, "Perhaps this time we shall discover some formidable treasures that will astonish those who have underestimated us." Meanwhile, Ao Bing meticulously examined his spellbook, contemplating strategies to confront various dangers, stating, "No matter what we encounter, we must remain calm and not be overly ambitious." Upon arriving at the seashore, they gazed at the tumultuous waves, and Nezha took a deep breath, shouting, "Let us set forth." The two transformed into beams of light and plunged into the sea. As they submerged, the surrounding light dimmed instantly. The water pressed against their bodies like an unseen giant. Various peculiar fish swam past them, some shimmering with iridescent colors, while others bore bizarre shapes akin to extraterrestrial beings. Nezha, intrigued, reached out to touch a glowing fish, but Ao Bing swiftly stopped him. "Be careful. The ocean is home to many unknown creatures. Do not provoke them lightly." As they ventured deeper, the water pressure intensified, causing even Nezha to furrow his brow. Suddenly, a group of sea beasts resembling sharks, yet adorned with 6 tentacles, emerged before them, swimming towards them with gaping mouths. Nezha exclaimed with delight, "What a perfect opportunity. Let us test my newfound powers." With that, the fiery spear ignited in a blaze, illuminating the surrounding waters. He dashed forward like a crimson lightning bolt, charging at the group of sea beasts. Ao Bing, meanwhile, conjured ice spells, launching shards of ice towards the creatures in an attempt to disrupt their formation. The sea beasts, undaunted, swung their tentacles. Some were as hard as iron, able to withstand Nezha's fiery spear, while others spewed forth black, viscous liquid, trying to ensnare them. Nezha agilely maneuvered between the sea beasts, evading the sticky substance while striking at their vital points with his spear. Ao Bing, from a distance, continuously altered his spells, erecting ice walls to block the beasts' assaults and firing ice arrows at their eyes. Amidst the fierce battle, Nezha suddenly noticed a scale on one of the sea beasts' bellies that was a different hue from the others, seemingly a weak point. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, forcefully thrusting his fiery spear into that vulnerable scale. The sea beast let out a mournful howl, struggling to turn over, causing a ripple of panic among the other creatures of the deep. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing unleashed a formidable ice spell. instantly freezing the surrounding waters and ensnaring the majority of the sea beasts within blocks of ice. The remaining few, sensing impending doom, turned to flee. However, Nezha was relentless, pursuing them on his wind-fire wheels and swiftly dispatching them. Once the sea beasts were dealt with, the duo continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at an immense coral reef, where the formations were as diverse as they were fantastical, some resembling colossal flowers, others akin to sinuous dragons. Yet, Ao Bing sensed an oddity and grasped Nezha's arm, cautioning him, "Be wary. There seems to be an aura of a formation here." Nezha examined the surroundings closely but could discern nothing amiss. "There is no formation. Stop scaring yourself," he retorted, intent on moving forward. The moment Nezha stepped into the coral reef, the corals emitted an eerie glow, and beams of energy erupted from them, hurtling toward them. Nezha and Ao Bing hastily conjured spells to defend themselves, and in an instant, the air crackled with light and the sound of magical clashes. As Ao Bing fended off the energy beams, he shouted, "Nezha, we cannot resist blindly. We must find the flaw in the formation. Do you remember the runic knowledge we learned at the altar? Perhaps we can uncover a clue here." Dodging the energy beams, Nezha strained to recall. "I seem to have a vague impression, but the runes here are too intricate. I can't untangle them at the moment." Just as they were becoming increasingly flustered, Nezha suddenly perceived a pattern in the firing of the energy beams, reminiscent of a specific arrangement of runes he had seen at the altar. "Ao Bing, I believe I have discerned a pattern. Look at the sequence of these energy beams. Doesn't it resemble a combination of runes from the altar?" After a careful observation, Ao Bing exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, perhaps we can reverse the formation's mechanism according to this pattern." Following their hypothesis, they began to search for the corresponding runes among the corals, triggering them in a specific order. As they executed their plan, the energy beams firing became increasingly chaotic until they ultimately ceased their assault. The radiant glow of the coral reef gradually faded, revealing a hidden passage before them. Exchanging glances filled with exhilaration and anticipation, they ventured down the passage. Time seemed to stretch as they walked, until they encountered a massive stone door adorned with ancient runes and patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. What challenges awaited them this time? What treasures and secrets lay hidden behind the stone door? Taking a deep breath, Nezha and Ao Bing prepared to embrace the unknown. Chapter 9. The collection of fragments. It is said that Nezha and Ao Bing, while in the marketplace of Chentang Pass, listened intently as a storyteller recounted tales of countless mysterious treasures and powerful artifacts concealed beneath the East Sea, albeit surrounded by perilous dangers. Upon hearing this, Nezha's excitement was akin to discovering a room full of candied hawthorns, and he immediately clamored for Ao Bing to accompany him on this quest for exploration. Surrounded by concerned voices warning him that this was no trivial matter, Nezha was undeterred. They cautioned him about the ferocious sea beasts lurking in the depths of the East Sea, as well as the various enigmatic formations that could lead to doom. Yet, with unwavering confidence, Nezha thumped his chest and declared, "What is there to fear? We have already vanquished the creature at the altar. How can we be daunted by the dangers of the East Sea? Perhaps this adventure will serve as a splendid opportunity for us to grow stronger and better protect Chentang Pass." Though Ao Bing felt a twinge of apprehension, he could not resist the fervor reflected in Nezha's excited and resolute gaze. With a resigned sigh, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. But we must proceed with caution and avoid recklessness. The East Sea is not to be trifled with." Thus, the two swiftly returned to their abode, gathering their belongings in preparation for their venture into the uncharted waters of the East Sea. Nezha, brimming with enthusiasm like a child eagerly anticipating a spring outing, twirled his fire-pointed spear while exclaiming, "This time, we might uncover some extraordinary treasure that will astonish those who have underestimated us." Meanwhile, Ao Bing remained serious, meticulously reviewing his spellbook and contemplating strategies to confront potential dangers, all the while reminding Nezha, "Regardless of what we encounter, we must remain calm and not succumb to greed." With everything set, the duo strode confidently to the shoreline. Gazing at the tumultuous waves, Nezha took a deep breath and shouted, "Let us embark." In an instant, they transformed into two beams of light, plunging into the sea. As they submerged, the surrounding light dimmed abruptly, and the water enveloped them like an invisible hand, exerting immense pressure on their bodies. Strange and wondrous fish swam past them, some shimmering with vibrant colors like moving neon lights, while others appeared bizarre, as if they had descended from outer space. Nezha, ever the curious one, was drawn to a glowing fish and instinctively reached out to touch it. Ao Bing, quick to react, halted him with urgency. "Be cautious. The sea is home to countless unknown creatures. Do not provoke them recklessly. They continued their descent into the abyss, the water pressure intensifying, causing even the fearless Nezha to furrow his brow. Suddenly, a horde of terrifying sea beasts emerged ahead, resembling sharks but with 6 robust tentacles. Their gaping maws poised menacingly as they advanced like a pack of ravenous wolves. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is perfect. It's the ideal moment to test the extent of my newfound powers." No sooner had he spoken than his fire-pointed spear ignited in a blaze, illuminating the surrounding waters in crimson. He surged forward like a streak of red lightning, charging at the swarm of sea beasts. Ao Bing was equally resolute, immediately conjuring ice spells beside him. Sharp icicles shot forth like arrows, aiming to disrupt the formation of the sea beasts. Undeterred, the creatures swung their tentacles in response. Some were as hard as iron, managing to withstand Nezha's fiery onslaught, while others expelled viscous black liquid, forming traps to ensnare them. Nezha adeptly maneuvered through the throng of beasts, evading the sticky projectiles while seizing the opportune moment to strike at their vital points with his fire-pointed spear. In the distance, Ao Bing continuously altered his spells, at times conjuring ice walls to thwart the onslaught of the sea beasts, and at others, launching ice arrows aimed directly at their eyes. The battle raged with fervor until Nezha suddenly noticed a scale on the abdomen of one sea beast, its hue distinctly different, resembling a weakness. His eyes sparkled with realization as he seized the moment, dashing forward with a fierce shout, plunging his fiery spear into that vulnerable scale. The sea beast emitted a heart-wrenching roar, thrashing about in a frenzy. The other sea creatures, witnessing this, exhibited clear signs of panic. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing unleashed a formidable ice spell, instantly freezing the surrounding seawater and ensnaring the majority of the beasts in blocks of ice. The remaining few, sensing their peril, attempted to flee. Nezha, unwilling to let them escape, pursued them on his windfire wheel, swiftly dispatching them. Once the sea beasts were dealt with, the two continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at a colossal coral reef. The shapes of the corals were astonishingly diverse, some resembling blooming flowers, while others twisted like massive dragons. However, Ao Bing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He grasped Nezha's arm, cautioning him, "Be wary. There seems to be an aura of formation here." Nezha, glancing about dismissively, replied, "What formation? Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily." With that, he stepped forward. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as Nezha entered the coral reef, the corals erupted with eerie luminescence, and beams of energy shot forth from the corals like a barrage of bullets. Startled, Nezha and Ao Bing hastily conjured spells to defend themselves. In an instant, sparks flew, and the sounds of colliding spells echoed like firecrackers during a festival. While fending off the energy beams, Ao Bing shouted, "Nezha, we cannot withstand this. We must find a flaw in the formation. Do you recall the runic knowledge we learned at the altar? Perhaps we can glean some clues from here." Nezha, scrambling to evade the energy beams, strained to remember. "I have a vague recollection, but these runes are too intricate. I can't discern anything immediately." Just as the two were becoming increasingly flustered, Nezha suddenly noticed a pattern in the emissions of the energy beams, reminiscent of a particular arrangement of runes he had observed at the altar. His eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, "Ao Bing, I believe I've discerned a pattern. Look at the sequence of these energy beams. Doesn't it resemble a combination of runes from the altar?" Ao Bing scrutinized the situation, his eyes alight with understanding. "Indeed. Perhaps we can reverse engineer the formation based on this pattern." They quickly set about searching the coral reef for the corresponding runes, triggering them in the specific sequence they had deduced. As they executed their plan, the emission of energy beams gradually became chaotic, ultimately ceasing its assault. The radiant glow of the coral reef diminished, revealing a hidden passage before them. Exchanging a glance filled with exhilaration and anticipation, the two continued onward through the passage. After an indeterminate period of time traversing the path, a colossal stone gate emerged before them, adorned with ancient runes and intricate patterns that exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. As if narrating tales of yore, guided by the enigmatic stone gate, Nezha and Ao Bing, having deciphered the array amidst the coral reefs, arrived at the imposing entrance inscribed with archaic symbols. Nezha, scratching his head in puzzlement, remarked, "What on earth are these inscriptions? They appear far more cryptic than the celestial scriptures I memorized before." Ao Bing stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized the runes and designs. "Though I have never encountered these symbols, it seems this pattern tells a story concerning fragments. Perhaps the treasure we seek is intricately linked to these shards." At that moment, the runes on the gate suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and an ethereal figure of an elder materialized before them. The elder, with a kind yet authoritative gaze, addressed the two. "Dear young friends, the power concealed behind this door can only be mastered by gathering 5 fragments. These shards are scattered throughout the Eastern Sea, guarded by formidable beasts. Should you successfully collect them, the treasure beyond this gate shall be yours. However, those with nefarious intentions shall face dire consequences." With that, the elder's image vanished. Nezha, scratching his head once more, chuckled and turned to Ao Bing. "It seems this treasure hunt will be quite the winding journey. But collecting fragments sounds intriguing, akin to embarking on a grand adventure. Do you think we can successfully acquire all the shards?" Ao Bing smiled faintly, his eyes resolute. "Having come this far, we shall give it our utmost effort. However, these guardian beasts are likely to be exceedingly powerful, and we must proceed with caution, never underestimating them." The fierce battle in the underwater forest commenced as they followed the elusive clues from the stone gate, arriving first at a mysterious underwater forest. The trees here were composed of a peculiar crystal, emitting a gentle glow. Deep within the forest, a low, rumbling growl could be faintly heard. Nezha, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. "It seems the fragments are nearby, and the guardian beast is likely close as well. Let us go, Ao Bing, and confront it. Perhaps this guardian beast will not pose much of a challenge for us." Ao Bing chuckled wryly, cautioning, "Do not underestimate it. Judging by that sound, this guardian beast is formidable. We should tread carefully. I will support you from behind while you probe ahead." With utmost care, they advanced toward the source of the growl. Suddenly, a gigantic sea turtle appeared before them, its shell impenetrable and adorned with sharp spikes, its eyes glowing like 2 red lanterns, emanating a fierce presence. It opened its maw and let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding crystal trees to tremble violently. Nezha shouted boldly, "Hey, giant turtle, if you know what's good for you, hand over the fragments. Otherwise, I won't hold back." The turtle, however, showed no inclination to comply, swinging its massive claws towards them. Nezha swiftly charged forward, wielding his fiery spear to strike at the turtle's head, exclaiming, "Ao Bing, watch as I give it a taste of its own medicine." Ao Bing, standing nearby, conjured ice spells in an attempt to immobilize the turtle's movements, responding, "Nezha, watch out for its claws. Do not let it catch you." The turtle's claws were remarkably agile, effortlessly evading Nezha's assaults, while its tail lashed out, shattering all of Ao Bing's ice shards. Although its speed was not remarkable, its strength was formidable, with each strike delivering tremendous impact. In the midst of battle, Nezha discerned a relative weakness in the turtle's underbelly. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly maneuvered beneath the turtle and thrust his fiery spear into its vulnerable abdomen. The turtle roared in pain, twisting violently and flinging Nezha away. Observing this, Ao Bing immediately called out, "Nezha, are you all right?" He then unleashed a more powerful ice spell, partially encasing the turtle in ice. Nezha quickly rose, exclaiming, "I'm fine." Ao Bing, continue to restrain it. I shall strike again. This time, he successfully carved a gash in the turtle's abdomen with his fiery spear, retrieving a shard that emanated a blue glow from within. With the shard in hand, the turtle's body gradually calmed and slowly sank to the ocean floor. Ecstatic, Nezha raised the shard high, his eyes sparkling with delight as he remarked to Ao Bing, "Huh, the first shard is mine. It appears it wasn't so difficult after all. Your ice spells were immensely helpful. Without them, I would not have succeeded so easily." Ao Bing chuckled and shook his head, cautioning, "Do not let your guard down. There are 4 more shards to find, and the guardians that follow may prove even more formidable. We must remain vigilant. Each subsequent battle requires greater caution." The crisis of the undersea volcano. The duo continued their quest for the next shard. Following the clues, they arrived near an underwater volcano, where the water temperature was exceedingly high, enveloped in dense mist. At the volcano's mouth, a colossal fireball blazed, and the shards seemed to reside within its fiery embrace. Just as they prepared to approach, a Chilin, engulfed in flames, leaped from the volcano. The Chilin blazed like a moving volcano, its eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Nezha, observing the Chilin with excitement, rubbed his hands in anticipation. This creature seems formidable, perfect for me to test out my newly learned spells. Ao Bing, wait for the opportune moment and unleash your ice upon it to see if it can maintain its arrogance. With that, Nezha cast a spell, intensifying the flames of his fiery spear as he charged towards the Chilin. The Chilin opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped Nezha. Ao Bing quickly cast his ice spells in an effort to cool down the inferno, shouting, "Nezha, hold on. I'll help you cool down. Find a way to counterattack." Nezha, engulfed in flames, shouted back, Albing, don't concern yourself with me. I can manage. Focusing all his strength, he merged the flames of his spear with the fire emitted by the Qilin, then forcefully swung it back, redirecting the flames towards the Qilin. Caught off guard by Nezha's counter, the Qilin staggered as it was struck by its own flames. Seizing the moment, Albing conjured a thick layer of ice beneath the Qilin's feet, attempting to make it slip, while calling out, "Nezha, now is your chance. Attack while it's unsteady." The Qilin sensed the shifting beneath its feet and sprang into action, deftly avoiding the icy surface while charging toward Aobing. Noticing the precarious situation, Nezha immediately summoned his windfire wheels to pursue, exclaiming, "Aobing, I'm here to assist you." As he spoke, he thrust his fire spear towards the Qilin's back. Aware of the impending attack, the Qilin pivoted, using its claws to grasp the spear. Nezha pulled with all his might, but found it firmly lodged. At that moment, Aobing anxiously called out, "Nezha, allow me to help." He unleashed an ice spell that encased the Qilin's claws in frost. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha reclaimed his fire spear, and together with Aobing, they launched a coordinated assault on the Qilin. Under the relentless onslaught of the two, the Qilin began to falter. Ultimately, Nezha, with impeccable timing, pierced the Qilin's vital point with his spear. The creature erupted into flames and vanished, leaving Nezha to retrieve the second fragment from the fireball, a shard that radiated an intense orange glow, exuding immense heat. Elated, Nezha held the fragment aloft and declared to Aobing, "Our synergy is becoming increasingly harmonious. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I would have found this fiery Qilin quite challenging." Aobing smiled and nodded. "Indeed, let us persevere. 3 fragments remain, and the treasure lies ahead. However, the challenges that await us will undoubtedly be more formidable. We must remain ever vigilant." In the abyssal desert of the sea, having acquired 2 fragments, the duo pressed onward in search of their next target. They arrived at a mysterious underwater desert where golden sands shimmered in the water. At the center stood a colossal pyramid, the source of the fragment's aura emanating from within. As they entered, a swarm of scorpion-like monsters surged forth. Though small in stature, they were swift and numerous, brandishing pincers as they lunged at Nezha and Aobing. Nezha shouted, "Such a multitude of nuisances. Watch how I deal with you." With that, he cast a spell, conjuring a ring of flames that incinerated the approaching scorpion creatures. Meanwhile, Aobing employed his ice magic to freeze the distant foes, remarking, "Nezha, there are far too many of these creatures. We cannot sustain this approach. We must devise an alternative strategy." However, the scorpion monsters continued to pour in, and the two began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, Nezha noticed peculiar patterns etched into the walls of the pyramid, seemingly hinting at a mechanism. While fending off the scorpions, he called to Aobing, "Aobing, observe these patterns. They might reveal a way to disable the mechanism and halt the emergence of these creatures. You have a broad range of control with your spells. Hold them off while I investigate." Aobing nodded in agreement. "Very well, hurry. I shall do my utmost to hold the line." He intensified his ice magic, freezing even more of the scorpion monsters. Nezha scrutinized the patterns closely and discerned a sequence, swiftly following the instructions indicated. He searched the pyramid's walls for the corresponding mechanism. After a thorough exploration, he finally located the device and successfully sealed the passage of the scorpion monsters. They ventured deeper into the pyramid and, at its innermost recesses, discovered the 3rd fragment. The fragment emanates a verdant glow, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Nezha picked up the shard and let out a long sigh. "Phew, I'm relieved to have discovered this mechanism. Otherwise, I would have been battling those scorpions indefinitely." Aobing, "Your ice spell was nothing short of miraculous, freezing so many of them." Aobing replied with a smile, "It was your keen eye that uncovered the mechanism. With this 3rd fragment in hand, we have drawn closer to the treasure. However, acquiring the remaining 2 fragments will undoubtedly prove more arduous." The crisis of the underwater garden with 3 fragments secured, Nezha and Aobing brimmed with confidence. Following the clues, they arrived at a mysterious underwater garden, teeming with an array of exotic flowers, each exuding an alluring fragrance. At the heart of the garden stood a colossal crystal orb, within which lay the fragment. Just as they prepared to approach the orb, a massive butterfly appeared before them. Its wings were a riot of colors, breathtakingly beautiful, yet its gaze was tinged with wariness. The butterfly flapped its wings, conjuring a powerful whirlwind that sent Nezha and Aobing reeling. Steadying himself, Nezha shouted, "This butterfly may look exquisite, but its temperament is quite fierce. Aobing, we must devise a strategy to confront it." Aobing cautioned, "Do not be deceived by its appearance. We must be wary of its assaults. Let us first observe its attack patterns. The two conjured spells, attempting to close the distance to the butterfly. It incessantly flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of assaults. One moment a tempest, the next, a flurry of pollen projectiles. Nezha, dodging the onslaught, called out, "Ao Bing. This butterfly is too agile, and its attacks are so varied. It's proving quite the challenge. Do you have any ideas?" After a moment of scrutiny, Ao Bing responded. "Nezha, I've noticed that its antennae appear quite sensitive. Each time they sway, its attacks intensify. We should focus on targeting its antennae to disrupt its rhythm." Nezha's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Excellent idea. I'll divert its attention while you seize the opportunity to strike its antennae." With that, Nezha leapt onto his wind fire wheel and charged towards the butterfly, thrusting his fire spear at it. The butterfly immediately redirected its focus to Nezha, launching a fierce assault in his direction. Seizing the moment, Ao Bing unleashed an ice spell, directing icicles towards the butterfly's antennae. The butterfly sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but Ao Bing's icicles flew with remarkable speed, successfully striking one of its antennae. The butterfly emitted a pained cry, its fury escalating. Nezha shouted, "Ao Bing, I can hardly withstand this. Unleash a few more strikes." Without hesitation, Ao Bing intensified his magical barrage, hitting the butterfly's other antenna. Nezha, seizing the opportune moment, charged once more at the butterfly, this time successfully piercing its vital point with his fire spear. The butterfly transformed into a radiant light and vanished, allowing them to retrieve the fourth fragment from the crystal orb. This shard radiated a purple luminescence, seemingly imbued with a mysterious power. Nezha exclaimed with excitement, "Ao Bing, thanks to your astute observation, we managed to overcome that butterfly. Now, we are merely one fragment away from our goal." Ao Bing nodded, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Indeed, the final fragment will undoubtedly be the most arduous to procure. We must remain vigilant. The ultimate confrontation within the underwater palace awaited them, with only the last piece missing. Following the clues, they arrived at the entrance of a mysterious submerged palace, its grand doors firmly shut, surrounded by an overwhelming force. Just as they prepared to seek a way inside, a voice resonated in their ears. "To gain entry to the palace, you must pass my trial." Nezha shouted defiantly, "What trial? Bring it on." In an instant, the waters before the palace morphed into a labyrinth, ensnaring both Nezha and Ao Bing within its confines. The walls of the maze, composed of water yet remarkably solid, were impervious to destruction. As they searched desperately for an exit, they discovered the maze was in a constant state of flux. Nezha, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Why does this labyrinth keep changing? At this rate, when will we ever escape?" Ao Bing, think of something. Ao Bing, observing the walls intently, replied, "Calm down, Nezha. I've noticed faint runes etched into the walls. They seem to be guiding us. If we follow their indications, we should be able to find our way out." Nezha leaned closer to examine the runes. "There are indeed runes. All right, I'll trust your judgment. You lead the way, and I'll keep an eye out for any traps." Cautiously, they navigated through the maze, guided by the runes. At long last, they discovered the exit and entered the palace. Within the innermost chamber, a colossal throne awaited, upon which rested the final fragment. Just as they were about to retrieve it, a massive figure arose from behind the throne. It was a dragon-like creature, adorned with wings and antlers, exuding an aura of immense power. The dragon-like being gazed at them and spoke in a deep voice, "Your arrival here is commendable, but to claim the fragment, you must contend with the weapon I wield." With that, the creature brandished a gigantic battle axe and lunged toward them. Nezha and Ao Bing swiftly cast their spells in defense, igniting a fierce battle within the palace. The creature's strength was extraordinary, each strike delivering a force akin to a landslide. Nezha and Ao Bing fought valiantly, employing their fiery spear and ice spells to counter the beast. Amidst the chaos, Nezha shouted, "Ao Bing, this colossal creature is far too powerful for a direct confrontation. We must identify its weakness. Keep a keen eye while I divert its attention." "Understood, but be cautious. I will watch for any openings," Ao Bing responded. Nezha evaded the dragon-like creature's attacks while targeting its vulnerable spots with the fiery spear. Ao Bing, meanwhile, sought an opportunity to land a decisive blow. Suddenly, Nezha noticed that the creature's wings revealed a flaw during its movements. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself toward the dragon-like being atop his wind-fire wheels, exclaiming, "Ao Bing, I found its weakness. Watch me." With that, he thrust his fiery spear toward the exposed vulnerability in its wings. The dragon-like creature roared in pain, flinging Nezha away with a sweep of its wings. Ao Bing seized the opportunity to unleash his most formidable ice spell, freezing a portion of the dragon-like creature's body. Nezha quickly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Albing, continue to freeze it. I shall strike once more." This time, he successfully pierced the creature's vital point with his fiery spear. The dragon-like entity collapsed, transforming into a radiant beam of light that vanished into the ether. At long last, Nezha and Albing had secured the final shard. As the 5 shards came together, they emitted a dazzling brilliance, merging into the form of a key. The duo, clutching the key, returned to the colossal stone door. Upon inserting the key into the lock, the door creaked open slowly. What treasures lay hidden within? What transformations awaited them? With hearts brimming with anticipation, Nezha and Albing exchanged knowing smiles before stepping through the stone portal. Chapter 10. Unexpected allies. Upon successfully gathering the 5 shards and unveiling the mysterious stone door, Nezha and Albing stepped inside with eager hearts, expecting to be greeted by legendary artifacts or boundless riches. However, the scene that unfolded beyond the door was far from what they had envisioned. The interior revealed a vast expanse, illuminated by peculiar lights resembling countless stars ensnared in an abyss. At the center, a crystal orb radiated a gentle blue glow, encircled by a group of peculiar beings. These creatures were diminutive in stature, yet their heads were disproportionately large, with eyes glimmering like copper bells, exuding a vigilant aura. Their skin bore an unusual pale green hue, reminiscent of ancient jade steeped in seawater for millennia. The moment Nezha beheld these beings, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, Albing, look at these oddities. They resemble a bunch of little green-headed monsters." Albing furrowed his brow and cautioned softly, "Nezha, do not underestimate them. Their demeanor suggests hostility, and their presence here indicates they are not to be trifled with." Nezha, however, waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to fear? I could easily send these little ones fleeing in terror, making them aware of our prowess." No sooner had he spoken than a slightly larger creature emerged from the throng of green beings. It brandished a small wooden stick crackling with electricity and shrieked, "Intruders! This is a forbidden zone. You shall not leave here alive." Upon hearing this, Nezha burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. With hands on his hips, he laughed heartily. "You think you can hold us back? Look at your tiny frames. You must be dreaming." Enraged by Nezha's taunts, the creature struck the ground forcefully with its stick, prompting the surrounding monsters to raise their weapons, some resembling sharp-boned spikes, others emanating flames. They charged toward Nezha and Albing in a frenzied assault. "Come at me," Nezha shouted, as his fiery spear ignited in a blaze. Like a flash of crimson lightning, he plunged into the fray. The spear danced in his grasp, and wherever it struck, the creatures were engulfed in flames, their anguished cries echoing through the chamber. Ao Bing stood to the side, conjuring ice magic as his hands danced rapidly. Jagged shards of ice shot forth from his palms, striking with precision the monsters that attempted to ambush Nezha from the flanks. In that moment, fire and ice intertwined and clashed within this enigmatic realm, illuminating the surroundings with a flickering brilliance. However, although these creatures were individually weak, their sheer numbers and reckless ferocity overwhelmed the 2 young heroes. Nezha and Ao Bing found themselves increasingly besieged. At that pivotal moment, Nezha felt a sudden chill creep up his spine, a foreboding sense of danger. Realizing the imminent threat, he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Just as calamity loomed, Ao Bing, quick-witted and agile, erected a formidable wall of ice behind Nezha. With a sharp crack, the bone spike wielded by the ambushing monster struck the ice wall, fracturing it with a series of fissures. Yet it managed to thwart the lethal assault. Grateful, Nezha cast a glance of appreciation at Ao Bing. "Thank you, Ao Bing. That was close. These creatures are quite troublesome. We must devise a swift solution." Continuing to wield his magic, Ao Bing replied, "Nezha, observe the one wielding the electric staff. It appears to be their leader. If we eliminate it, the other monsters may retreat." Following Ao Bing's gaze, Nezha nodded in agreement. "All right, I will distract the other monsters while you seize the opportunity to deal with the leader." With that, he unleashed his full prowess, the flames of his fire-tipped spear roaring with intensity, forcing the surrounding monsters to retreat in disarray. Seizing the moment, Ao Bing stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the monster leader. Just as he prepared to strike, the leader seemed to sense impending danger, abruptly turning and swinging the electric staff towards Ao Bing with ferocity. Caught off guard, Ao Bing was struck by the electric current, leaving him momentarily paralyzed and nearly toppling to the ground. Witnessing this, Nezha, filled with urgency, shouted, "Ao Bing." Without hesitation, he charged towards the monster leader, aiming his fire-tipped spear directly at its throat. The leader hastily swung its staff to defend, resulting in a stalemate between the two. In the midst of this tension, a mysterious light suddenly pierced through the shadows of the space, striking the electric staff with unerring accuracy. The staff was instantly dislodged from the leader's grip, causing it to stagger backward from the force. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the horde of small monsters were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. All eyes drawn to the source of the light. From the darkness emerged a figure clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a silver mask, revealing only a pair of deep, enigmatic eyes that emanated an elusive aura. The mysterious figure spoke slowly, their voice deep and resonant. "Cease your conflict. These small monsters are guardians of this realm. They act under orders." Nezha furrowed his brow, regarding the stranger with suspicion. "Who are you? Why are you aiding us? And how do you know the origins of these creatures?" The enigmatic figure smiled faintly, responding with deliberate calm. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that we share a common objective. I, too, am in search of something, a matter that may be intricately linked to your quest. As for these spirit beings, I have previously interacted with them and possess a deep understanding of their nature." Ao Bing inquired. "A common goal? What exactly are you seeking?" The enigmatic figure gazed at the crystal orb suspended in the center and spoke slowly. "Within this orb lies a force capable of altering the fate of the Eastern Sea. I have been searching for it to avert an impending catastrophe. And you, since you have arrived here, it cannot be mere coincidence." Nezha scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Change the fate of the Eastern Sea? What disaster? Spare us your cryptic words." The mysterious figure sighed and replied, "To be frank, a malevolent power is awakening deep within the Eastern Sea. It seeks to break free from its seal, with intentions to annihilate the entire Eastern Sea and even threaten the land. Only by harnessing the power within this orb can we prevent this calamity. I had intended to seek it alone, but it now appears that our collaboration may yield a greater chance of success." At that moment, the monster leader, who had been struck away by a wooden stick, suddenly shouted, "Do not heed his deceitful words. He once attempted to seize the orb, and we spirit beings fought valiantly to protect it, driving him back. He is a fraud." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to believe. The mysterious figure hastily clarified, "Indeed, I once sought the orb, but at that time, I was unaware of the true purpose of its power. Through my recent studies, I have realized that only by utilizing it can we save the Eastern Sea. I swear by the heavens, my words hold no falsehood." Ao Bing pondered for a moment and said, "Nezha, although we cannot ascertain the truth of his claims, it seems we have no better options at present. Moreover, if a disaster is truly on the horizon, we cannot remain idle." Nezha contemplated and nodded. "Very well, I shall trust you for now. But should you attempt any trickery, I will not spare you." The mysterious figure smiled faintly. "Rest assured, our objectives align. I shall not act foolishly. Now, we must first address these spirit beings." Upon realizing their apparent alliance, the monster leader bellowed, "Spirit beings, heed my command. We must not allow them to seize the orb, even at the cost of our lives. We shall protect it to the end." The lesser monsters raised their weapons once more and charged towards them. This time, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the mysterious figure stood back to back, united against their foes. The mysterious figure waved his hands, releasing a multitude of shimmering runes from his sleeves. These runes danced through the air before cascading down like raindrops, striking the oncoming lesser monsters. Those hit by the runes found their bodies immobilized, rendered incapable of movement. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha unleashed his spell, intensifying the flames of his fiery spear, and proclaimed, "Behold my 3 heads and 6 arms." In an instant, Nezha manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a fiery spear, creating walls of flames that repelled the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, Ao Bing summoned an even more potent ice spell. Placing his hands upon the ground, a thick layer of ice rapidly spread from his center, freezing the lower halves of most monsters in place. The trio worked in perfect harmony, momentarily staving off the onslaught of the spirit creatures. However, the spirit beings remained resolute in their defense, showing no signs of retreat. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Nezha suddenly noticed that the spirits seemed to move around the crystal orb in a specific pattern. A thought struck him, and he called out to Ao Bing and the mysterious figure, "Look, their movements appear to follow a certain order. Perhaps this is the key to breaking their defenses." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing and the enigmatic figure began to observe closely. After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious figure spoke, "I understand now. This is an ancient protective formation. We must identify its flaw to decisively defeat them." The trio continued to fend off the spirit beings while simultaneously searching for weaknesses in the formation. At that moment, Ao Bing discovered a tiny rune beneath the crystal orb, which flickered each time the spirits moved to a specific location. Pointing to the rune, Ao Bing exclaimed, "Look, this rune may be the key. If we can find a way to destroy it, we might dismantle the formation." Without hesitation, Nezha leapt onto his windfire wheels and charged toward the rune. However, the spirit beings seemed to sense his intent and quickly surrounded him to block his path. Seeing this, the mysterious figure conjured a powerful whirlwind, sending the spirits tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha reached the base of the crystal orb, raised his fire-tipped spear, and thrust it forcefully toward the rune. With a resounding crash, the rune shattered, and the surrounding spirits collapsed to the ground as if their source of strength had been severed. The monster leader, gazing at the broken rune, cried out in despair, "No, the guardianship has failed." Nezha stepped forward and addressed the monster leader, "We do not wish to harm you. We merely seek to prevent a calamity. Once this is resolved, we will handle the power of the crystal orb with care." The monster leader looked at Nezha, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed, "I hope what you say is true, otherwise, even if it costs the entirety of our spirit race, we will not spare you. But be cautious. While the power of this crystal orb can combat evil, it also harbors unknown variables. There have been those who fell into an abyss from which there was no return due to it." This seemingly casual warning rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sowing the seeds of potential peril for the unfolding narrative. Just then, the crystal orb emitted a brilliant light, within which a spectral figure gradually materialized. The figure was a beautiful woman, radiating a gentle glow, her eyes reflecting both compassion and concern. She gazed at the gathered individuals and spoke softly. "Your arrival here and your ability to unravel the spirit race as protective formation suggest a fated connection. The power within the crystal orb can indeed save the Eastern Sea, but it is fraught with danger. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, the consequences would be dire. You must ensure that it is used to protect the Eastern Sea and not for selfish desires." Nezha patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured. Our purpose is to safeguard the Eastern Sea and protect Chentang Pass. Should anyone dare to disrupt this peace, I shall be the first to confront them." Ao Bing and the mysterious figure nodded in agreement, signifying their commitment to uphold the promise. The woman smiled faintly and said, "Very well, since it is so, I shall bestow this power upon you. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility." Upon finishing her words, the crystal orb transformed into a radiant beam of light, dividing into 3 streams that seamlessly integrated into the bodies of Nezha, Ao Bing, and the mysterious figure. Instantly, the 3 felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through them, as if they were now one with the essence of the East Sea. The mysterious figure, sensing this newfound power, momentarily revealed a flicker of unusual light in his eyes, which vanished as swiftly as it appeared. He proclaimed, "Now, we possess sufficient power to thwart that malevolent force. However, we must devise a detailed plan. This dark power is concealed deep within the East Sea, surrounded by perilous dangers." Nezha, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Who cares about the dangers? United, the 3 of us need not fear it. Let us hasten to formulate a plan. I can hardly wait to embark on this grand endeavor." Ao Bing nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must thoroughly understand our adversary's situation before proceeding. Mysterious one, what is your knowledge of this dark force?" After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious figure replied, "This malevolent force appears to be birthed from an ancient dark magic, gradually awakening within a hidden cave deep in the East Sea. The cave is fraught with treacherous traps and formidable guardian beasts. We must tread carefully and avoid rash actions. As far as I know, this dark power is linked to a mysterious relic in the East Sea, which conceals the key clues to unraveling this crisis. However, it is fraught with danger, and those who have ventured there rarely return alive. The emergence of this enigmatic relic undoubtedly added layers of mystery and unknown challenges to their impending adventure." Thus, the trio commenced their deliberations on a comprehensive plan. They resolved to first gather more intelligence regarding the malevolent force before seeking a means to access the hidden cave. Throughout the discussion, Nezha occasionally proposed audacious ideas, while Ao Bing was tasked with analyzing the feasibility of the plans. The mysterious figure, drawing from his experience, offered many invaluable suggestions. Nevertheless, during the discourse on how to allocate responsibilities for their forthcoming actions, a minor disagreement arose between Nezha and the mysterious figure. Nezha advocated for a direct assault to swiftly eliminate the enemy, whereas the mysterious figure urged a more cautious approach, suggesting they first discern the enemy's weaknesses. Although Ao Bing managed to mediate, temporarily achieving consensus, this slight divergence was akin to a seed quietly sown, potentially taking root in future adversities and sparking greater discord. After a vigorous exchange of ideas, they finally established a preliminary plan. However, unbeknownst to them, deep within the East Sea, the dark force seemed to have sensed their movements, and a more significant crisis was silently looming. Chapter 11. Fusion of power within the enigmatic space. Nezha, Ao Bing, and the mysterious figure successfully harnessed the power endowed by the crystal orb. Yet, this power surged through them like a wild stallion, creating a tumultuous force within that left the three momentarily overwhelmed. Nezha felt as if his body were being engulfed by countless firecrackers, incessantly exploding with a cacophony of sounds, as if his very meridians were on the verge of bursting from the intensity of this force. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, what is this wretched power? It feels akin to consuming chili peppers without a drop of water, leaving me utterly tormented." Ao Bing was not faring much better. His once gentle demeanor had turned crimson, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he withstood the discomfort and said, "Nezha, though this power is formidable, it is far too unruly. We must devise a means to tame it." The enigmatic figure, with eyes tightly shut, appeared even more inscrutable as the peculiar light illuminated his mask. He swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to guide the tumultuous energy within, while advising, "Do not rush. First calm your mind and feel the flow of this power, directing it along its pathways." Nezha, hearing this, pouted and muttered, "Easier said than done. But since you insist, I shall give it a try." With that, he took a deep breath, striving to pacify his restless heart, and endeavored to sense the energy's movement as instructed by the mysterious figure. However, the force behaved like a mischievous child, utterly unmanageable. Just as Nezha attempted to steer it in one direction, it darted off in another, causing him to involuntarily curse, "Ah, you little rascal, just wait until I get my hands on you." Ao Bing, on the other hand, was making more progress. Drawing upon his solid foundation in magic, he gradually stabilized a portion of the power. Observing Nezha's frantic struggle, he could not help but advise, "Nezha, do not rush. Take your time. Haste makes waste." To which Nezha retorted, "You make it sound so simple. Shall we swap places?" Despite his words, he did not give up, continuing to wrestle with the energy within him. Just as Nezha was on the brink of exhaustion, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the method of concentration his master had taught him during their training of the fire spear technique. Focusing all his mental faculties, he concentrated on the tumultuous energy, attempting to communicate with it through sheer willpower. This approach bore fruit. The energy seemed to sense Nezha's determination and gradually ceased its frenzied antics, becoming somewhat more docile. Elated by this development, Nezha seized the opportunity to guide the energy to flow gently through his meridians. After considerable effort, Nezha successfully tamed a portion of the internal power. Opening his eyes in exhilaration and shouting to Ao Bing and the mysterious figure, "Hey, look, I did it." It feels akin to taming a wild stallion, absolutely exhilarating. Both Ao Bing and the mysterious figure opened their eyes, gazing at Nezha with expressions of approval. The mysterious figure remarked, "Well done, Nezha. It appears you possess a certain aptitude. Now, let us attempt to integrate this power into our spells, thus unlocking its fullest potential." Nezha patted his chest confidently, declaring, "No problem, just watch me." As he spoke, he grasped the fire spear, infusing it with the newly tamed power within him. Instantly, the spear radiated a brilliant light, its flames intensifying to an even more fervent blaze, subtly infused with a mysterious azure glow. Nezha, in a fit of excitement, brandished the fire spear and thrust it fiercely toward the open ground. A formidable wave of fiery energy erupted, creating a massive crater upon impact. Observing his handiwork, Nezha chuckled with pride, exclaiming, "Haha, now my fire spear is truly formidable. Who would dare to underestimate me now?" Ao Bing, refusing to be outdone, danced with his hands, merging the power within him with ice magic. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and crystalline snowflakes materialized, swirling gently around him. These were no ordinary snowflakes. Each harbored immense power, as if poised to transform into lethal projectiles at any moment. With a gentle wave of his hand, the snowflakes took flight like a flock of white birds, soaring toward the distant wall. Upon impact, they exploded with tremendous force, leaving behind deep impressions in the wall and scattering shards of ice. The mysterious figure observed with a serious demeanor, his gaze shifting between the exuberant Nezha and the composed Ao Bing. He spoke solemnly, "The upcoming fusion of power is of paramount importance. Any lapse in concentration could yield catastrophic consequences. I will initiate the energy fusion first. Once you sense the pull, you must inject your own power steadily and precisely, maintaining a clear mind throughout the process. No distractions allowed. Nezha scratched his head nonchalantly, though a hint of nervousness lingered beneath his facade. He forced a grin and replied, Got it. It's just about merging our powers together, right? I've seen my share of storms. You can count on me. A.O. Bing, with a serious expression, nodded gently and affirmed, I am fully prepared and will give my utmost effort. The three of them formed a triangle, standing several paces apart. The mysterious figure instructed, Soon. I will guide the fusion of power. Once you feel my energy, follow my lead and gradually infuse your own. Remember to maintain mental stability, no distractions whatsoever. With no further ado, the mysterious figure began to move his hands with swift, ethereal grace, forming a series of intricate seals as complex as a mysterious labyrinth. Simultaneously, he chanted an incantation, its words obscure and resonating as if echoing from the depths of ancient abysses, imbued with a profound and majestic force that reverberated throughout the space. As the incantation flowed from his lips, a soft yet imposing light enveloped him, resembling a dynamic and resilient ribbon that gracefully yet resolutely extended towards Nezha and A.O. Bing. Nezha's eyes widened in awe, fixated on the beam of light, his expression filled with curiosity and anticipation. The moment the light touched him, a gentle yet potent force coursed through his meridians, like a tender seeker exploring the pathways of his inner strength. Following the guidance, Nezha carefully channeled the fragment of power he had painstakingly tamed, gently pushing it forth along the light's urging. As the formidable powers of Nezha were on the verge of merging with that of the mysterious figure, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. The force within him, which had previously resisted integration, surged forth like an enraged primordial beast, erupting into a frenzy once more. This tumultuous energy rampaged within him, scorching his meridians as if subjected to searing flames, causing excruciating pain. Nezha's face turned as pale as parchment, veins bulging on his forehead, while beads of sweat cascaded down like rain. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter through clenched jaws, Oh no, this bothersome entity is causing chaos again. It has no intention of merging with your powers. Upon hearing this, A.O. Bing's heart tightened, and he shouted urgently, Nezha, hold steady. Do not panic. He was acutely aware of the critical nature of the situation and, without a moment to lose, summoned all his strength to cast his most potent ice spells. With swift movements of his hands resembling a whirling pinwheel, the surrounding seawater instantly crystallized into countless translucent ice shards. These shards then transformed into a gentle, cooling force, swiftly penetrating Nezha's body like agile ice serpents, seeking to calm the raging resistance within. The mysterious figure, too, did not dare to slacken his efforts. He increased the intensity of his power output, causing the once gentle light to blaze brilliantly, nearly blinding to the eyes, while he called out, Nezha, focus. Subdue it with your will. We stand beside you. Nezha felt as though he were amidst a brutal battlefield, his body caught in a fierce struggle between two opposing forces. He trembled uncontrollably, every muscle racked with immense agony. Yet, he steadfastly held on to the safety of the people of Chentang Pass and the memories of fighting alongside A.O. Bing. In this tense moment, A.O. Bing maintained the spell and remarked, Nezha, you mustn't falter at this crucial juncture. I am counting on your prowess. Nezha retorted through gritted teeth. Just watch. How could I possibly be thwarted by such a trivial force? You, on the other hand, should hope you don't succumb first. A.O. Bing smiled faintly. Rest assured, I am not as reckless as you. I remain steady. Nezha scoffed. Once I have subdued this force, just wait and see how I will assert my dominance against the forces of evil. However, at the moment when Nezha and the resistant force within him were at an impasse, the guiding power of the mysterious figure suddenly wavered. As if pulled by an invisible hand, its radiance flickering erratically. The mysterious figure's expression changed drastically, and he inwardly cursed. What is happening? Is there another hidden force at play? He exerted all his effort to stabilize the guiding power, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. A.O. Bing sensed the anomaly as well, and, while striving to maintain his ice spells, called out anxiously, Mysterious one, this situation feels off. What should we do? The mysterious figure gritted his teeth. Forget about that for now. Focus on helping Nezha suppress the power within him. We cannot let this fusion fail. At this moment, Nezha felt his consciousness beginning to blur, the onslaught of resistance crashing over him like surging waves, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, just when he was about to succumb, he suddenly recalled his childhood in Chentang Pass, where, despite being misunderstood and feared, He had always yearned for acceptance. Now, endowed with the power to protect the multitude, how could he easily relinquish it? This conviction shone like a beacon of dawn amidst darkness, reigniting Nezha's fighting spirit. With the last vestige of his strength, Nezha fervently proclaimed within his heart, "I shall prevail, at long last." With the cool essence of Ao Bing and the unwavering assistance of the enigmatic figure, Nezha, fueled by indomitable will, successfully subdued the opposing force. As this power gradually succumbed, Nezha's strength harmoniously intertwined with that of the mysterious individual. Observing Nezha triumph over adversity, Ao Bing exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Splendid, Nezha." He then took a deep breath to steady his emotions and began to channel the potent combination of his ice magic through the radiant guidance of the enigmatic figure, continuously infusing it into their collective power. Ao Bing's energy resembled a tranquil and profound glacier, steady and formidable, merging seamlessly with Nezha's and the mysterious one's forces. Yet, just as the trio's powers began to coalesce, a bizarre wind suddenly howled through the mystical space, slicing through the air like a razor and stinging their faces. This wind carried with it eerie tendrils of black mist, seemingly alive, desperately attempting to infiltrate the merging forces and disrupt their hard-won unity. Nezha's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "What are these meddlesome things doing here?" With that, he endeavored to maintain the stability of his power while fiercely thrusting his fiery spear towards the encroaching mist. However, the mist, akin to a cunning loach, dispersed upon contact, only to quickly regroup once the spear was withdrawn. Ao Bing, furrowing his brow, remarked, "This mist is peculiar. We must tread carefully." With that, he released a portion of his icy power, forming a protective ice shield around the trio, warding off some of the mist's assault. The enigmatic figure, while contending with the disruptive energy, urged, "Steady yourselves. This may be the malevolent force sensing our fusion and deliberately causing chaos. We must not allow it to succeed." The three gritted their teeth, resisting external interference while persisting in their power amalgamation. As their fusion deepened, an unprecedented surge of strength gradually took shape, its brilliance intensifying, illuminating the entire mystical realm as if it were day. Within this radiance, various mysterious runes flickered and danced, as though performing an enigmatic ballet. The entire space resonated with a humming vibration, celebrating this arduous fusion. Just as their power was on the cusp of complete integration, Nezha was suddenly struck by a jarring pain in his head, akin to a heavy hammer pounding within. It was revealed that the opposing force was attempting a desperate counterattack at this critical juncture. The pain brought tears to Nezha's eyes as he shouted, "Is this wretched power never ending?" He concentrated once more, engaging in a renewed struggle against the force. Ao Bing, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency and intensified the output of his icy power to alleviate Nezha's suffering. The mysterious figure also urged, "Nezha, hold on. We are on the verge of success." At this precarious moment, Ao Bing suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual glimmer beneath the enigmatic figure's mask. His heart raced, but with the situation dire, he could not afford to ponder further. Nezha gritted his teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength, and finally subdued the resisting force once more. With a resounding roar, the powers of the three individuals successfully merged, unleashing a formidable force that surged between them, powerful enough to induce tremors. The mysterious figure exclaimed with excitement, "We have succeeded. Our powers are finally fused. Now, we possess the strength to combat the forces of evil." Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. This was no easy feat. However, with this power, I wonder how that vile force can continue to act so arrogantly. Ao Bing nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Now we can proceed with our plan to thwart that evil force." Unbeknownst to them, deep in the East Sea, the malevolent force seemed to sense the commotion caused by their fusion of strength, heralding an even more terrifying crisis. The leader of the evil forces, feeling the threat posed by Nezha and his companions, scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Humph, do you think you can stop me? It won't be that simple. I shall see just how much chaos you misguided fools can stir." With that, he began to rally his minions, preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Nezha, Ao Bing, and the mysterious figure remained grounded, not allowing their recent success to cloud their judgment. They understood that the path ahead was still fraught with challenges and dangers. The mysterious figure remarked, "Although we have successfully fused our powers, that malevolent force has been entrenched in the depths of the East Sea for a long time and will not sit idly by. We must quickly devise a detailed battle plan while continuing to enhance our abilities." Nezha nodded. "Indeed, we cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. However, we must carefully consider our battle strategy." After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing suggested. According to what the mysterious figure mentioned earlier, the evil force is concealed within a mysterious cave in the depths of the East Sea, surrounded by perilous traps and powerful guardian beasts. We should begin by understanding these traps and guardians to formulate appropriate countermeasures. The mysterious figure concurred. Ao Bing is correct. Furthermore, the ancient ruins I previously mentioned may provide us with crucial clues. However, those ruins are equally treacherous. We must proceed with caution. Nezha scratched his head and said, "Whatever danger lies ahead, we have come this far. What is there to fear? But do tell us the secrets of these mysterious ruins without holding back." The mysterious figure smiled slightly and replied, "These ancient ruins are said to conceal an archaic formation that can amplify our strength and even breach some of the defenses of the evil force. However, locating and activating this formation is no simple task. Then let us first explore the mysterious ruins," Ao Bing declared. "On our way to the ruins, we can also gather intelligence about the evil force." After finalizing their plans, the three resolved to set off immediately. They departed from the enigmatic space, heading towards the direction of the mysterious ruins. Along the way, they proceeded with utmost caution, vigilantly observing their surroundings for any signs of danger. However, the depths of the East China Sea are perpetually fraught with unknown dangers. Just as they were about to approach the mysterious ruins, a horde of peculiar creatures suddenly surged forth from all directions. These beings resembled octopuses, yet their bodies were as unyielding as stone, brandishing long tentacles as they launched an assault against Nezha and his companions. Nezha shouted in exhilaration, "This is perfect. It is time to test the power of our fusion." With that, he raised his fiery spear and charged headlong into the throng of creatures. Ao Bing and the enigmatic figure followed suit, refusing to be outdone, each unleashing their respective spells. Thus commenced a fierce battle, with Nezha's fiery spear dancing wildly among the monsters, each strike sending several creatures flying. Ao Bing's ice spells froze the surrounding seawater, ensnaring many of the beasts and hindering their movements. The mysterious figure conjured arcane runes, which erupted with formidable force upon striking the creatures. Under the combined assault of the trio, the horde of monsters gradually faltered, beginning to retreat. Yet at that moment, a colossal octopus creature emerged from the depths of the ocean. Its body was as massive as a small mountain, its eyes gleaming with a vicious light as it spewed forth a stream of black venom towards Nezha and his companions. Observing this, Nezha cried out, "Everyone, be cautious." He swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a fiery shield to block the venomous onslaught. However, the corrosive nature of the venom proved formidable upon contact. The flame shield hissed and began to dissipate rapidly. In a rush, Ao Bing and the mysterious figure unleashed more potent spells to assist Nezha in withstanding the venom. The enigmatic figure remarked, "This octopus creature is not to be trifled with. We must find a way to discover its weakness." Nezha's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he exclaimed, "I have a plan. Ao Bing, use your ice spells to freeze its tentacles, and I will seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes. Mysterious one, you shall interfere with its movements using your runes." Ao Bing and the mysterious figure nodded in agreement. Consequently, Ao Bing unleashed a powerful ice spell, successfully freezing several of the octopus creature's tentacles. Nezha, riding upon the wind-fire wheel, surged forth like a crimson lightning bolt towards the creature's eyes. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure continuously cast runic spells, bombarding the octopus with runes that impeded its movements. Just as Nezha was nearing the creature's eyes, the octopus seemed to sense the imminent threat. It forcefully broke free from its frozen tentacles and swung another tentacle viciously toward Nezha. Caught off guard, Nezha was struck and sent flying like a kite with its string severed. Ao Bing and the mysterious figure, filled with urgency, sprang into action. Ao Bing swiftly cast a spell to catch Nezha, while the mysterious figure intensified the output of runic spells, attempting to divert the octopus's attention. Once caught, Nezha quickly regained his composure, a determined glint flashing in his eyes as he declared, "I am unharmed. Let us try again. This time, I shall succeed." With that, Nezha charged once more toward the octopus creature, this time with heightened caution, skillfully evading its attacks. As he approached the eye of the octopus monster once more, he seized the moment and forcefully plunged the fiery spear deep within. A wail of agony erupted from the creature, its body writhing violently, churning the surrounding waters into a tumultuous frenzy. Taking advantage of this distraction, Nezha withdrew the fiery spear, and alongside Ao Bing and the enigmatic figure, they launched a final assault on the octopus monster. Under the combined might of the trio, the creature ultimately succumbed, collapsing onto the ocean floor. Although Nezha and his companions successfully repelled this monstrous threat, they were acutely aware that this skirmish was merely a prelude to the perils that loomed ahead on their journey to the mysterious ruins. After a brief respite, they continued their advance toward the enigmatic site. What challenges awaited them within this mystic domain? Would they successfully uncover the ancient formation to enhance their powers? And what new schemes would that malevolent force concoct? All remained uncertain, yet they pressed onward, fortified by unwavering conviction. Chapter 12. Self-upgrade. Upon successfully merging their powers within the ethereal realm, Nezha, Bing, and the mysterious figure found themselves enveloped in a radiant light that seemed capable of illuminating the entire universe. The luminescence crackled and sparkled, akin to an exuberant drummer passionately beating a lively rhythm, dancing joyously around them, as if hosting the grandest celebration in existence. Nezha, exhilarated like an explorer uncovering a new world, leaped amidst the brilliance, exclaiming with fervor, "Wow, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. I feel as though I am possessed by a super scion, capable of obliterating the Dragon King of the East's lair with a single kick," while simultaneously orchestrating a monumental transformation. Bing endeavored to maintain his usual composure, yet the spark of excitement in his eyes resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Unable to contain his amusement, he jested, "Nezha, don't get lost in daydreams just yet. The true potency of this power remains to be tested. It would be quite the spectacle if your grandiose claims fell flat upon actual use." At this, Nezha bristled, hands on his hips, tilting his head defiantly as he retorted, Bing, don't be so sour. When have I ever faltered? Soon enough, you shall witness what it truly means to turn the tide. Perhaps, by the end, you'll be begging me to teach you how to wield this power and become as formidable as I. Raising an eyebrow, Bing smirked slightly. You? Formidable? I see you more as a glorified fish, flailing about in a pot of stew, all noise and no substance. Fuming, Nezha prepared to fire back, but the mysterious figure chuckled and interjected, all right, enough of your banter. This newly fused power is indeed remarkable, yet mastering it will require diligent exploration." As the radiant glow gradually faded, the trio examined themselves, discovering their attire transformed into shimmering gold, emanating an aura of mystique. As if draped in the supreme garments of the celestial realm, Nezha glanced down at himself, pride swelling within as he twirled around, striking what he believed to be the most dashing pose, proclaiming, "Behold, is there another in the East Sea who can rival my style and charisma? To claim that I am the most handsome man of the East Sea would be an exercise in modesty." Bing could not help but let out a chuckle, teasingly remarking, "The most handsome man? I would say you're more akin to the greatest jester. Your pose is so peculiar that anyone unaware might think you've been struck by lightning and are now convulsing." Nezha, cheeks puffed in indignation, retorted, Bing, you rascal. All you do is mock me. Just wait until I showcase my prowess. You will soon recognize my might. The mysterious figure smiled and interjected, "Enough, Nezha. It is time to put your words into action and demonstrate the power of your newfound abilities." Upon hearing this, Nezha instantly perked up, seizing his fiery spear and striking a flamboyant pose. He bellowed, "Behold my invincible fiery spear." With a vigorous thrust towards the open ground, a vibrant conflagration erupted from the spear, far more formidable than before, crackling with the sounds of electricity, resembling a colossal dragon in its ferocity. With a thunderous explosion, it created a gaping crater in the earth, the surrounding ground roiling like boiling porridge. Proudly surveying his handiwork, Nezha exclaimed, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? If this were to strike those nefarious forces, it would scatter them like fireworks, bursting into a myriad of colors as they ascend into the heavens." Bing smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it possesses a certain power, but do not become overly arrogant. Witness my eye space technique." With that, Bing gracefully gestured with his hands, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater surged toward him as if enchanted, coalescing above his head into a colossal sphere. This was no ordinary sphere. It was filled with countless ice shards swirling at remarkable speed, resembling a massive blender capable of obliterating all in its path. With a commanding shout, he hurled the water sphere into the distance, distorting the very fabric of space as it traveled. With a resounding crash, the sphere collided with a distant wall, which crumbled like paper, creating a vast breach through which water and ice surged forth like a torrent unleashed. The mysterious figure observed their displays with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Well done. You both have managed to wield this new power quite adeptly. However, this is merely the initial application. The foes we shall confront will not be so easily vanquished. Just then, the mysterious realm began to tremble violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. The three exchanged glances, each recognizing the wariness mirrored in the other's eyes. The mysterious figure frowned, stating, "This is not good. Our merging of powers may have attracted a formidable adversary." Indeed, moments later, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the space. This creature was an oddity. With a body resembling that of a giant turtle, yet its head was that of a lion, and it sported bat-like wings on its back. It continuously exhaled black smoke, which emitted a foul stench reminiscent of socks that had not seen cleanliness for a millennium, evoking a visceral urge to retch. Nezha, pinching his nose, exclaimed, "Oh dear! What is this abomination? It is 100 times uglier than I had imagined, and it reeks terribly. Did it crawl out from the foul sewers of the 18th layer of hell? With such a visage, it could frighten the very ghosts at night." Upon hearing Nezha's words, the monster let out an enraged roar, a sound reminiscent of thunder that resonated painfully in one's ears. It unfurled its wings and soared towards the trio with the speed of a whirlwind. Nezha brandished his fiery spear, charging forth, shouting, "Come on, you ugly fiend. Taste the might of this master. You shall know why the flowers bloom so brilliantly." As he spoke, he infused new power into his spear, causing the flames to blaze more fiercely, imbued with a mysterious energy. Nezha lunged at the monster, yet it remained unfazed, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of black flames that clashed with Nezha's fire. The black flames seemed almost sentient, attempting to devour Nezha's flames. Noticing this, Nezha furrowed his brow, remarking, "Ah, you hideous creature possess some skill after all. Watch as I diminish your arrogant spirit. Today, I shall roast you into a delectable monster barbecue." He intensified his energy output, and the multicolored flames surged forth, overpowering the black flames and advancing towards the monster's mouth. The monster howled in pain, swiftly closing its mouth and flapping its wings, generating a fierce gust aimed at Nezha. The force nearly toppled Nezha, but just in time. Ao Bing arrived, conjuring a massive ice shield before him to block the wind. Ao Bing shouted, "Nezha, do not act recklessly on your own. We must coordinate our efforts. Your solo endeavors may lead to your downfall." Nezha, regaining his balance, retorted, "This is merely a show of strength to let it know we are not to be trifled with. Besides, when have I ever shied away from hardship? You arrived just in time. Let us together make this ugly beast tremble in fear." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure observed for the monster's weakness, noticing that its eyes flickered when it attacked, indicating a potential vulnerability. The figure called out, "Nezha, Ao Bing, aim for its eyes. That may be its Achilles heel." Upon hearing this, the two immediately adjusted their strategy. Nezha, riding on his wind fire wheels, circled the monster rapidly, taunting, "Come, you grotesque creature. See if you can catch me, you foolish beast." This maneuver successfully diverted the monster's attention, inciting it to attack Nezha relentlessly. As the monster prepared to unleash another blast of black flames, Ao Bing seized the moment and hurled a massive ice chunk towards the monster's eyes. Sensing the imminent danger, the monster attempted to evade but was too late. The ice flew straight toward its eye. Just as the ice was about to strike, the monster suddenly flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that deflected the ice off course. The ice shard grazed the monster's eye, leaving only a shallow wound on its eyelid. The creature roared in fury, appearing utterly enraged as the dark smoke enveloping its form thickened, shrouding the entire space. Within the haze, the silhouette of the monster flickered, rendering its next move inscrutable. Nezha shouted through the mist, "This grotesque being is quite formidable. Ao Bing, mysterious one, where are you? The smoke is suffocating. I can barely keep my eyes open." Ao Bing replied, "I am here. The smoke is too dense. We must devise a way to disperse it." Nezha, stop your incessant shouting and think of a solution." "I am thinking." Nezha retorted, "Your urging is muddling my thoughts." The mysterious one interjected, "Everyone, remain calm and heed my command. Nezha, utilize your fire-based spells to attack upwards, generating heat to elevate the smoke. Ao Bing, employ your ice magic beneath to lower the temperature, causing the smoke to condense. I will seek an opportunity to strike at the monster's eye." Following the mysterious one's instructions, the trio sprang into action. Nezha raised his fiery spear and unleashed a torrent of flames upward, instantly scorching the smoke and causing it to rise rapidly. Meanwhile, Ao Bing cast a powerful ice spell from below, swiftly coating the ground in a thick layer of ice. As the temperature plummeted, the ascending smoke met the cold air and began to condense into droplets, cascading downwards. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the monster's form re-emerged before them. The mysterious one seized the moment, conjuring a radiant runic sword, and in a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, aiming for the creature's eye. The monster, sensing the impending attack, attempted to evade, only to find its movements hampered by the spells of Nezha and Ao Bing, rendering it sluggish. The sword in the mysterious one's hand blazed with brilliance and, with a piercing sound, accurately struck the monster's eye. The creature let out a bone-chilling wail, its body convulsing violently as it flailed its wings, thrashing through the air in a desperate bid to escape the agony. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha and Ao Bing launched their attacks. Nezha's fiery spear and Ao Bing's ice shards rained down upon the beast. Under the combined force of their assault, the monster could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing with a thunderous crash and disintegrating into a cloud of black dust, vanishing without a trace. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Nezha gasped. Goodness, that creature was truly difficult to contend with. We nearly met our demise. Fortunately, our teamwork prevailed, otherwise we would have struggled to subdue it. Ao Bing chuckled, yet we succeeded. It seems this newfound power is quite effective. Nezha, had I not intervened just in time, that monster might have swallowed you whole, turning you, the most handsome man of the East Sea, into a mere beauty within its belly. Nezha shot Ao Bing a glare, retorting, spare me your sarcastic remarks. Had I not diverted its attention, you would never have had the chance to strike. Besides, that hideous creature could never consume me. A single breath of fire would reduce it to ashes. The mysterious figure chuckled and shook his head, saying, All right, enough of your bickering. This battle has granted us a deeper understanding of the new powers at our disposal. Yet, we must not let our guard down. The malevolent forces we are about to confront are far more formidable than this creature. After a brief respite, the three resumed their discussion on the forthcoming strategy. The mysterious figure continued. According to my prior investigations, the stronghold of the dark forces lies in the depths of the East Sea, where a clandestine cave is ensconced, surrounded by treacherous traps and formidable guardian beasts. We must proceed with caution and devise a meticulous plan. Nezha scratched his head and retorted, What do we care for traps and guardian beasts? With our newfound strength, we need not fear them. Let us charge in and annihilate the malevolent forces. They shall soon realize that crossing me, Nezha, and my companions is the gravest mistake of their lives. Ao Bing shot Nezha a disapproving glance, saying, You are reckless. We must employ strategy. We must first ascertain the circumstances within before devising a response, for that will yield greater results. Do you think merely flailing about like you do in a brawl will resolve the issue? Nezha, indignant, replied, What I do is called valor, do you not understand? However, since you have a plan, I am willing to hear your thoughts and see what clever strategy you can devise. At that moment, the previously silent, mysterious figure interjected. I believe Ao Bing is correct. We can start by exploring the surrounding waters to gather intelligence regarding the dark forces, seeking out alternative entrances or clues that may aid us. We might even discover allies willing to join us in this resistance. Nezha widened his eyes and asked, Allies? Where would we find allies? The creatures of the East Sea have either feared me or avoided me. Who would come to our aid? The mysterious figure smiled, replying, You are unaware. The East Sea is vast and filled with wonders. Some reclusive masters may be inclined to assist us. Furthermore, we could seek out sea tribes oppressed by the dark forces, who might also yearn for rebellion. Ao Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed, uniting all possible forces will enhance our chances of success. Nezha, do not underestimate these potential allies. Nezha pouted. All right, I will defer to you both. But should we fail to find allies, it will ultimately fall upon me to rely on my own skills. The mysterious figure continued. We can also divide our tasks. I possess considerable knowledge of the East Sea's mysteries and will seek out potential hidden locations for allies. Ao Bing, your strength lies in communication. If we encounter any sea tribes, you shall persuade them to join our cause. As for Nezha quickly interjected. I will take on the role of the vanguard, vanquishing any obstacles in our path, correct? The mysterious figure and Ao Bing exchanged amused glances. Ao Bing replied, Close enough. But do exercise caution. We cannot attract the dark forces before we have secured allies. Nezha patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I am well aware. After finalizing their plans, the trio resolved to leave the mysterious space and embark toward the depths of the East Sea. As they journeyed forth, they treaded cautiously, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Upon entering a mysterious maritime expanse, they were struck by the eerie sight of the sea, which shimmered with an unsettling hue of purple. Bubbles periodically emerged from the surface, and upon bursting, released a pungent aroma. Nezha, pinching his nose, remarked, What an abhorrent place this is. The stench here is more unbearable than the foul breath of that creature we encountered earlier. This odor could very well suffocate me. A.O. Bing, with a furrowed brow, cautioned. The air here is peculiar. We must proceed with caution, for danger may lurk ahead. Nezha, refrain from being so boisterous. We wouldn't want to rouse anything formidable. Nezha muttered under his breath. When have I ever been boisterous? I'm merely alerting you. Besides, am I afraid? I shall see what formidable beings reside here. The enigmatic figure surveyed the surroundings attentively, declaring, stay close to me. This place may be fraught with traps set by malevolent forces. At that moment, a swarm of creatures resembling octopuses surged forth from the depths. Their bodies were as large as millstones, with long, thick tentacles adorned with sharp spines. The octopus monsters gaped wide, hurling a viscous black liquid towards the trio, which emitted a nauseating stench reminiscent of decayed refuse aged a millennium. Nezha shouted, excellent. Let me show you how to deal with such minions. I shall transform you into delightful octopus balls. With that, he brandished his fire spear, intensifying the flames, and charged at the octopus monsters. The flames met the black liquid with a sizzling sound, instantly vaporizing it. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing unleashed his ice spells, freezing the surrounding seawater and forming massive icebergs that crashed down upon the octopus creatures. The mysterious figure wielded a rune sword that glimmered with light, swiftly darting into the midst of the octopus monsters. With rapid strokes, he unleashed a barrage of runes that struck the creatures, forcing them to retreat. Yet, the octopus monsters seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. Growing impatient, Nezha exclaimed, why are there so many of these creatures? It feels as though they are being mass-produced from an octopus mother. A.O. Bing replied, this approach is futile. We must identify their weakness and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Nezha, stop merely bantering and think of a strategy. Nezha, while engaged in battle, shouted, I am indeed contemplating. Stop urging me. I've noticed that their movements are particularly sluggish when they spray the liquid. We should strike during that moment. The enigmatic figure, while continuing to fight, observed the actions of the octopus monsters and noted that whenever they expelled the black liquid, their underbellies briefly became exposed, suggesting that this might be their weak point. He called out, aim for their underbellies. That could be their vulnerability. Upon hearing this, Nezha and A.O. Bing promptly adjusted their attack strategy. Nezha, seizing the opportune moment when a monstrous octopus unleashed its jets of liquid, swiftly propelled himself forward on his fiery wheels, plunging his spear deep into the creature's abdomen. The octopus let out a wretched cry, convulsed a few times, and then sank into the depths of the sea. After an arduous battle, the trio pressed onward, oblivious to the myriad dangers that lay in wait within the profound abyss of the East Sea, unaware of the formidable evil force they were about to confront. Yet, fortified by their newly merged powers and unwavering conviction, they bravely ventured toward the unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 13. The mysterious organization having successfully amalgamated their strengths, Nezha, A.O. Bing, and the enigmatic figure set forth into the depths of the East Sea, hearts brimming with ambition and valor. In this submerged realm, the waters appeared as if stained by ink, dark and profound, shimmering with ethereal glimmers, reminiscent of countless eyes lurking in the shadows, casting an eerie atmosphere. Nezha surveyed the foreboding surroundings, a twinge of apprehension creeping into his heart, yet he could not allow his bravado to falter. Behold, the depths of the East Sea may seem daunting, but I shall not be cowed. If those nefarious forces possess any sense, they would surrender forthwith. Otherwise, once I track them down, I shall leave them trembling and weeping. A.O. Bing shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, spare us your bravado. Should we encounter peril, do not expect me to be the first to rush to your aid. Should you find yourself quaking in fear, I would prefer not to witness such a disgrace. The mysterious figure chuckled softly, shaking his head in exasperation. You too, cease your bickering. We must remain vigilant along this journey, attentive to every clue. One never knows when we might uncover the trail of our elusive ally. We cannot afford to be complacent. The trio continued their cautious advance until suddenly, a vast expanse of fog loomed ahead. The mist was as impenetrable as thick porridge, dark and ominous, emanating an unsettling aura of mystery. Nezha furrowed his brow, muttering, what is this? It appears rather sinister. Could it be the lair of some malevolent creature? The mysterious figure's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the fog, advising, this mist is no trifling matter. Be on high alert, stay close to me, and do not stray. Should we become lost here, it would spell grave trouble. As they slowly stepped into the fog, a profound silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sound of their own heartbeats, thundering as if they might leap from their throats. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from all directions, a sound akin to nails scraping against glass, grating and spine-chilling. Nezha shuddered in fear, yet feigned composure, gripping his spear tightly and calling out, "Who dares? Show yourself if you possess the courage, rather than lurking in the shadows like a cowardly turtle." The laughter abruptly ceased, and a shadow flickered into view from the mist. The figure was tall, draped in a long black robe, resembling a moving pillar of darkness. A black mask concealed the individual's face, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie light, akin to two spectral flames. Nezha scrutinized him from head to toe and inquired loudly, "Who are you? What are your clandestine intentions? Could it be that an assassin sent by the forces of evil has arrived?" The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling laugh, reminiscent of the sound emerging from an icy cavern. "Humph, you reckless fools dare to trespass into this forbidden territory. This is not a place for your antics. Those who are wise should swiftly retreat." The mysterious individual stepped forward courteously, stating, "We have come here to combat the forces of evil and to save the East Sea. If you harbor no ill intent, I kindly ask you to allow us passage." The black-cloaked figure scrutinized the three of them from head to toe, as if evaluating a collection of goods. After a considerable pause, he leisurely remarked, "You think you can confront the forces of evil just by bravado? This endeavor is far more challenging than it appears. However, given your commendable courage, I shall grant you an opportunity." Upon hearing this, Nezha, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, "What opportunity? Speak quickly and stop dawdling like an old crone." With a wave of his hand, the black-cloaked figure summoned the surrounding mist, which coalesced into three enormous beasts. These creatures resembled tigers but sported 8 additional tails, making a total of 9, which they flicked menacingly, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, instilling fear beyond measure. The black-cloaked figure continued in a leisurely tone, "If you can defeat these 3 nine-tailed tigers, you shall pass the test. If not, retreat quietly and spare yourselves a grim fate." Nezha, exhilarated, rubbed his hands together and declared loudly, "Is that all? This is mere child's play. Watch as I send them fleeing in terror, reduced to a heap of quivering shrimp." With that, he brandished his fiery spear and charged forth like the wind. One of the 9-tailed tigers let out a mighty roar, its 9 tails lashing towards Nezha like lightning. Nezha deftly maneuvered on his wind-fire wheel, dodging left and right, while simultaneously aiming his fiery spear at the tiger's eyes. The tiger tilted its head and easily evaded, then swept its tail, sending Nezha sprawling far away, raising a cloud of dust as he hit the ground. Seeing this, Bing hastily unleashed his ice spells, launching shards of ice like arrows towards the 9-tailed tiger. In an instant, the tiger was encased in ice, but with a powerful shake, it shattered the frozen prison into countless fragments. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure observed intently, searching for the tiger's weakness. He noticed that each time the tiger attacked, its abdomen briefly exposed itself, suggesting it was a vulnerable spot. Thus, he shouted, "Aim for their abdomen. That may be their weak point. Everyone, be cautious and coordinate." Nezha and Bing exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other without words. Nezha surged forward once more, shouting, "Come here, you big foolish tiger. Let us see if you can catch me," successfully diverting the tiger's attention. Bing seized the opportunity to conjure a massive ice block beneath the 9-tailed tiger, launching it high into the air. Nezha seized the moment, leaping with precision, and plunged his fiery spear deep into the tiger's abdomen. The creature let out a pitiful scream, crashing to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The remaining 2 nine-tailed tigers, witnessing this, became even more ferocious, roaring in unison as they lunged towards them. One entity launched a frontal assault, while another circled behind for a stealthy strike, their coordination remarkably harmonious. Bing hastily erected an ice shield to fend off the frontal attack. But with a series of cracking noises, fissures began to mar the shield's surface. Meanwhile, Nezha pivoted to confront the ambush from behind, his fire-tipped spear swirling with fierce momentum. A mysterious figure also joined the fray, wielding a rune-encrusted sword that shimmered with radiance. Streams of runes shot forth like meteors towards the 9-tailed tiger, causing it to howl in distress as its strength waned considerably. Through their united efforts, the 3 managed to vanquish the remaining 2 nine-tailed tigers. The figure in the black robe observed them, a glint of approval flickering in his eyes as he nodded and remarked, "Impressive. You possess considerable skill. Having passed the test, I shall divulge to you the clues regarding the mysterious organization. Beneath the waves ahead lies an ancient coral palace. The entrance is inscribed with peculiar runes. You must decipher their secrets to gain entry. Within the palace resides a guardian who will impart information about the organization. However, I must caution you. The path ahead is fraught with peril, so tread carefully. Nezha, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us haste." I can hardly contain my excitement to unveil the mysteries of the organization. Following the black-robed figure's guidance, the trio pressed onward, ultimately discovering the ancient coral palace beneath the sea. The palace was a breathtaking sight, adorned with coral in vibrant hues, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Yet, the grand entrance was etched with an array of strange runes that pulsated with a mystical rhythm. Nezha gazed at the runes, scratching his head in bewilderment. What on earth are these? I cannot comprehend a single one. Could they be extraterrestrial script? A.O. Bing scrutinized the runes closely, furrowing his brow in thought before declaring. These runes appear to form an ancient script. I have encountered similar inscriptions in the Dragon Clan's ancient tomes. Let me ponder. After a thorough examination, A.O. Bing ultimately unraveled the secret of the runes. He touched them in a specific sequence, and with a series of creaking sounds, the grand door began to yield. The trio stepped into the palace, where a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. At the heart of the palace stood a massive crystal pedestal, upon which an elderly man draped in a flowing white robe awaited them. His hair was as white as snow, and the creases on his face resembled the bark of ancient trees, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to blades, capable of piercing through one's innermost thoughts. The elder regarded them with a smile, saying, "At long last, you have arrived. I have been awaiting those destined for this path." Curiously, Nezha inquired, "Are you the guardian? Do you know the whereabouts of the mysterious organization? Please, tell us." The elder nodded and replied, "Indeed, I possess that knowledge. However, before I share it with you, I must first recount the background of the organization." With a deliberate tone, the elder began, "The origins of the mysterious organization trace back to ancient times. In those days, the East Sea was a realm of tranquility, where various marine tribes coexisted in harmony. Yet, suddenly, a malevolent force descended, shattering this peace. This evil power brought chaos and calamity, subjecting many marine tribes to persecution. In a valiant effort to combat malevolent forces and safeguard the tranquility of the East Sea, a formidable alliance of marine beings and humans, endowed with profound magical prowess and noble aspirations, established a clandestine organization. This group meticulously gathered an array of ancient spells and arcane powers, seeking methods to counter the encroaching evil. Through countless epochs of relentless endeavor, the mysterious organization flourished, evolving into a potent and enigmatic force concealed within the depths of the East Sea. Their mission was clear: to protect the East Sea, utterly vanquish the sinister presence, and restore the region's erstwhile serenity. Within the organization, a stringent hierarchy and division of responsibilities were maintained. Beneath the leader, various departments were formed, including the Shadow Division, tasked with intelligence gathering, stealthily traversing the East Sea to monitor the movements of the malevolent entities. The Spirit Division, specializing in the study and cultivation of spells, dedicated itself to uncovering and enhancing the magical abilities of its members, while also seeking new incantations to subdue the dark forces. Additionally, the Dragon Guards, composed of the organization's elite with formidable combat capabilities, were responsible for ensuring the organization's security and executing specialized missions. The organization's operations were shrouded in secrecy, fully aware of the strength and cunning of the evil forces. Thus, they remained hidden in the shadows, silently protecting the East Sea. They seldom engaged with the outside world, intervening only when significant threats from the malevolent powers were detected. The influence of the mysterious organization in the East Sea was profound, yet concealed. Many marine beings, despite never having witnessed the members of the organization, had heard tales of their legendary exploits and held them in reverence. Conversely, certain factions allied with the dark forces regarded the organization with trepidation, perceiving it as a formidable adversary. The elder paused momentarily, then continued, "The mysterious organization resides upon a hidden island in the East Sea, cloaked by a formidable barrier that permits entry only to those possessing a specific token. This token symbolizes and certifies the fight against the evil forces." The enigmatic individual inquired, "Where can this token be found?" The elder gestured towards a crystal platform, stating, "The token lies within this crystal pedestal. However, to extract it, the three of you must collectively harness your powers in unison." Nezha, A.O. Bing, and the mysterious figure exchanged glances before approaching the crystal pedestal, each channeling their respective energies. The three forces intertwined, resembling three majestic dragons of vibrant hues spiraling through the air, converging upon the crystal pedestal. The pedestal radiated with luminous brilliance, and suddenly, A jade pendant emanating a kaleidoscope of colors ascended gracefully. The elder seized the pendant and presented it to them, saying, "This is the token for entry into the mysterious organization. Carry it as you journey southeast across the East Sea. When you encounter a stretch of violet waters, you shall be near the island. But be forewarned, the path ahead is fraught with peril. Tread carefully. Should misfortune befall you, do not blame me for the warning unheeded." The trio expressed their gratitude to the elder and departed from the Coral Palace, embarking towards the southeast of the East Sea. Upon reaching the expanse of violet waters, the surrounding sea grew chillingly frigid, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Suddenly, a horde of colossal sea serpents erupted from the depths, their bodies as thick as barrels. Mouths agape with menacing fangs glistening, hissing ominously as they lunged forth, instilling great fear. Nezha exclaimed, "These sea serpents have arrived just in time. Watch as I roast them into skewers, seasoned with cumin. Surely they will be delectable." With that, he infused the flame spear with his fiery power and lunged at the serpents. The serpents nimbly evaded his strike, simultaneously spewing forth a stream of black venom that splattered upon the sea, rising in a cloud of dark smoke. Ao Bing swiftly conjured an ice spell, forming a protective shield of ice around the trio. With a hissing sound, the venom struck the ice shield, creating small punctures upon its surface. The mysterious figure wielded a runic sword against the serpents, inflicting wounds as they writhed and shrieked in response. However, the serpents multiplied, swarming like a dark ocean, relentlessly attacking. Nezha, feeling a sense of urgency, called out, "This cannot continue. There are far too many serpents, akin to chives, being cut down time and again. We must devise a plan to eliminate them all at once." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Ao Bing declared, "I have a solution. Nezha, use your fire spells to heat the surrounding sea water, and I will then employ ice magic to instantaneously cool it. This will freeze the serpents in their tracks. A fitting retribution using their own methods against them." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. Watch me." He unleashed his fiery essence to its fullest extent, causing the surrounding sea to bubble and boil with fervor. Ao Bing quickly followed with his ice magic, and with a series of cracking sounds, the water rapidly cooled into massive ice blocks, entombing the sea serpents within. Those serpents were rendered immobile, like exquisite artworks encased in ice. The trio continued their journey and eventually beheld an island shrouded in a mystical barrier. Nezha, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "This must be the place. Let us hurry inside. I can hardly wait to uncover the nature of this mysterious organization." He retrieved a jade pendant and approached the barrier. The barrier shimmered with radiant light, slowly parting to reveal a passage. As they traversed the corridor into the island, they were greeted by lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and birds chirping melodiously in the branches, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden paradise. While they explored, a group of oddly dressed individuals suddenly emerged from all directions. Surrounding them, at the forefront stood a towering figure, a burly man with a face full of rough features, exuding an intimidating aura. He scrutinized the trio and, with a wary tone, inquired, "Who are you? How did you gain entry to this island? Where did you acquire that token?" The mysterious figure stepped forward to explain, "We come seeking assistance to combat an evil force and save the Eastern Sea. This token was bestowed upon us by the guardian of the Coral Palace. We harbor no ill intentions, truly." The burly man examined them cautiously, suspicion evident in his gaze. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Follow me. Our leader wishes to meet you. You'd best not attempt any tricks, or you shall regret it." The trio followed the man to a grand edifice. Upon entering, they encountered a woman of exceptional poise, the leader of the mysterious organization. She possessed striking features and an air of determination in her eyes, compelling respect and attention. The leader gazed at them solemnly and remarked, "I have heard of your intentions. Confronting the forces of evil is no trivial matter. It is akin to gnawing on a tough bone. What leads you to believe you are capable of such a feat? Do not find yourselves in a predicament where you lose more than you gain." Nezha eagerly interjected, "We possess a newly fused formidable power, along with unwavering determination and resilience. We fear no hardships. Even if it means traversing mountains of daggers and seas of fire, we are prepared to take the plunge." The leader smiled faintly and replied, "I admire your courage and resolve. Our enigmatic organization has always been committed to combating evil forces. Perhaps we can join forces. However, before that, you must pass the final trial set by our organization. This test is not an easy one, and should you fail, do not hold it against me for lacking compassion." Nezha, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What is this trial? Bring it on." "I, Nezha, fear nothing. Even in the midst of a dragon's lair or tiger's den, I will navigate my way through. The leader continued, our organization possesses a mysterious training ground, filled with various simulated perilous scenarios. You must complete the training ground within a specified time to prove you possess the requisite strength to collaborate with us. Time is of the essence. You must act swiftly. The trio readily agreed without hesitation. They were escorted to the training ground, the grand entrance slowly opening to reveal an atmosphere steeped in mystery. Nezha rubbed his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, "Come on, let me see what this training ground has in store. I am certain I can breeze through it. I am Nezha, unafraid of heaven or earth." A.O. Bing and the enigmatic figure prepared themselves as well, and together the trio stepped into the training ground, ready to embark on a new challenge. Chapter 14. The organization's conspiracy. Nezha, A.O. Bing, and the mysterious figure, having braved countless trials and tribulations, finally emerged victorious from the training ground, reminiscent of the gates of Hades. The moment they stepped out, their faces radiated the joy of triumph, tinged with a sense of relief from having survived. The leader of the mysterious organization stood at the threshold, her silhouette reminiscent of a flickering specter in the dark night. Draped in a flowing black robe that resembled liquid ink, perfectly accentuating her elusive and enchanting figure. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, appeared casually draped over her shoulders. Yet each strand seemed imbued with a mystical essence, shimmering with an ethereal glow under the dim light, as if concealing endless secrets. Her visage resembled a pearl shrouded in the mist of the deep sea, her porcelain skin exuding a chilling luminescence, as if emanating an aura from another realm. Under the gentle caress of sunlight, the faint halo surrounding her became even more enigmatic, as though it could dissipate into the brilliance at any moment. Her eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, reflected dark ripples that surged within, at times deep and mysterious like ancient stars, drawing one into an endless void. At other times, they sparkled with a piercing brilliance, capable of cutting through the heart, inducing a chill. Her nose, elegantly straight, stood proud like a peak on a mysterious continent, bestowing her countenance with an air of nobility and icy allure. Her lips, reminiscent of delicate rose petals, curved slightly upward, exuding a hint of an elusive smile. This expression seemed to serve as a prelude to a mysterious incantation, instilling a sense of gentleness, while simultaneously hinting at concealed machinations lurking beneath the surface. It was as if each smile concealed countless enigmas awaiting revelation. As she gazed at the three individuals before her, she pondered silently. These little ones indeed possess considerable skill, having successfully navigated such a rigorous trial. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with my intentions. Their strength will be the key to unlocking the arcane seal. Once I harness that formidable malevolent power, the entire Eastern Sea shall tremble beneath my feet. She spoke. Indeed, you little ones have proven quite capable, successfully passing the test. Henceforth, you shall be official members of our clandestine organization. To celebrate, a banquet will be held tonight, and we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Nezha, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped into the air, thumping his chest as he declared, "Of course. Just take a look at who we are. Now, we can join forces to decisively deal with those nefarious entities." A feast sounds splendid. It has been far too long since I've indulged in a hearty meal. However, the astute and enigmatic leader sensed an underlying disquiet, though she could not articulate the reason and remained on high alert. To recount the origins of the leader of this mysterious organization, one must journey back to a time long past. She was once an ordinary fisherman's daughter named Ling Ji, hailing from a small fishing village by the Eastern Sea. From a young age, Ling Ji was renowned for her extraordinary beauty, captivating all in her village. Her eyes sparkled like clear lake waters, and her smile had the power to dispel all gloom, leaving onlookers spellbound. In those days, she was kind-hearted and vibrant, living a tranquil life fishing by the sea with her family, often accompanying her father on his fishing expeditions. Her agile figure harmoniously danced upon the shimmering surface of the ocean. Her melodious voice echoed like the calls of sea birds, resonating along the shoreline. Though their lives were modest, they were filled with serenity and joy, and the village companions adored this beautiful and benevolent girl. Yet, an unforeseen calamity shattered this tranquility. Malevolent forces besieged the Eastern Sea, unleashing a catastrophic tsunami. On that fateful day, the previously calm waters transformed into a tumultuous maelstrom, with monstrous black waves crashing down upon the small village like ferocious beasts. In an instant, the village was submerged, and Ling Ji's family perished in the ensuing chaos. She witnessed her parents being mercilessly swept away by the raging waters in a desperate attempt to protect her, and in that moment, her world crumbled. Having witnessed the death of her loved ones and the annihilation of her home, Lingji's heart was consumed by anguish and hatred. Among the ruins, she vowed to discover a means to combat the malevolent forces, avenge her family, and restore tranquility to the Eastern Sea. In her quest for vengeance, Lingji diligently sought ways to counteract the dark powers. Undeterred by peril, she embarked on a treacherous journey alone. Throughout her travels, she encountered innumerable challenges and dangers. Yet with unwavering resolve and remarkable intellect, she repeatedly turned adversity into opportunity. By chance, she learned of the existence of a mysterious organization. A clandestine organization has long been devoted to safeguarding the East Sea, standing resolutely against malevolent forces. Without hesitation, Lingji joined their ranks. Initially, she was merely an ordinary member, yet through her remarkable intellect, unwavering determination, and relentless spirit, she swiftly distinguished herself. Throughout the various training sessions and missions, Lingji consistently exhibited exceptional prowess. Fearless and undaunted, she never faltered in the face of evil, pouring her heart and soul into every battle. Her beauty and wisdom garnered her considerable admiration within the organization, earning her the respect of many members. Thus, she ascended from an ordinary member to ultimately become the leader. As she delved deeper into the organization, Lingji uncovered profound secrets hidden within. It became apparent that deep within the East Sea lay a mysterious seal, confining an immensely powerful and malevolent force. Legends spoke of this force, which, if unleashed, would plunge the entire East Sea and the world into irreversible despair. The organization's ancestors had once engaged in a fierce battle against this evil power, making tremendous sacrifices to seal it away. However, as time passed, the strength of the seal began to wane, and the malevolent force stirred restlessly. The organization had always sought clandestine methods to reinforce the seal, while preventing external evil forces from discovering and exploiting this power. Upon becoming the leader, Lingji stumbled upon obscure clues within the organization's ancient texts and secret hideouts, hinting at ways to control this dark power for her own purposes. Gradually, her heart became consumed by a desire for vengeance and a thirst for power. She began to believe that only by mastering this formidable evil force could she truly control the situation and achieve her goals of revenge and dominion over the East Sea. From that point onward, Lingji outwardly maintained the facade of combating evil, while secretly colluding with the malevolent force, orchestrating a grand conspiracy. She grew increasingly ruthless, her hatred and desires blinding her once kind nature. That night, the mysterious organization hosted a lavish banquet. Tables laden with exquisite food and wine were filled with laughter and merriment among the members. The leader warmly welcomed Nezha and his companions, personally pouring them drinks. Here's to you three heroes. May we join forces to eradicate the evil once and for all, the leader proclaimed with a smile, though a barely perceptible glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Nezha, ever the free spirit, raised his cup and downed it in one go. Although Ao Bing and the enigmatic figure harbored doubts, they too drank to avoid arousing suspicion. As the wine flowed, Nezha suddenly felt a dizzying wave wash over him, and the world before him began to blur. What's in this wine? He barely managed to utter before collapsing onto the table. Ao Bing and the mysterious figure experienced a similar disorientation, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a dark, damp cavern, filled with a nauseating odor, and the walls flickered with eerie luminescence. Nezha rubbed his head and cursed, "Damn it! That woman dared to drug us. Once I escape, I will make her pay." Ao Bing surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "It appears we have been outmaneuvered by the leader. This must be the clandestine place where we are held captive. We must devise a means of escape." The enigmatic figure groped about the cave, seeking an exit or any useful clue. Suddenly, he stumbled upon some peculiar symbols in the corner of the cave, seemingly concealing a hidden message. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The trio quickly concealed themselves in the shadows, attentively watching the entrance. Before long, the leader entered, accompanied by several subordinates. "Ah, you little rascals, do you still wish to challenge me? Remain here obediently. Once I harness your powers to unlock the mysterious seal, you shall no longer have the opportunity to cause trouble," the leader sneered. "Why do you persist in this malevolence? Have you forgotten your own oath? Have you forgotten those who perished at the hands of evil forces?" Nezha shouted in fury. The leader's expression shifted, a flicker of anguish flashing in her eyes. But it was swiftly replaced by indifference. "Of course, I have not forgotten. My parents fell victim to the malevolent powers, and I vowed to exact vengeance. Yet, through years of battling these dark forces, I have come to realize that only by commanding even greater malevolence can one truly gain control of the situation and ensure that those who harm my family and ravage my homeland pay the price. You do not understand. Once I rule the Eastern Sea, everything will be different. Such a notion is madness. Relying on evil forces will only plunge you deeper into despair and cause further suffering for many. Ao Bing declared vehemently. The leader scoffed dismissively. Such words are futile. You shall remain here until I successfully unlock the seal, at which point your demise will be imminent. With that, she departed the cave, leaving Nezha and his companions shrouded in darkness. We cannot simply await our fate. Nezha clenched his fists, gazing at the peculiar symbols, lost in contemplation. Ao Bing and the mysterious figure approached, and together they scrutinized the symbols. After considerable effort, they discerned that these symbols seemed to hold the key to activating the cave's mechanisms. Perhaps if we trigger the mechanisms in this sequence, we can unveil an escape route, the mysterious figure suggested. Following the guidance of the symbols, the trio felt along the walls of the cave. At last, they identified the trigger point. With a series of clicks, a door slowly creaked open on one side of the cave. Quickly, let us go, Nezha exclaimed, leading the charge. They emerged into a labyrinthine passage, where strange sounds echoed intermittently, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. The three advanced cautiously, when suddenly, a swarm of dark figures sprang forth from all directions. It was the guards dispatched by the leader. These agile sentinels bore sharp blades and lunged toward them. Excellent. Just the opportunity one need to release my pent-up frustration, Nezha shouted, brandishing his fiery spear as he engaged the guards in fierce combat. Ao Bing unleashed his ice-based spells, sending shards of ice hurtling toward the adversaries. The mysterious figure wielded a runic sword, its inscriptions glowing as he clashed with the foes. In the narrow passage, the battle raged intensely. Through their seamless cooperation, Nezha and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the guards. However, before they could catch their breath, the furious voice of their leader echoed through the corridor. Do you think you can escape? Today marks your demise. Immediately, the ground of the passage began to tremble violently, and countless sharp arrows shot forth from the walls on either side. Nezha and his companions quickly conjured spells to defend themselves, all the while searching for an escape route. This won't do. We must find an exit quickly to evade the leader's pursuit, the mysterious figure urged. Ao Bing observed the surroundings and noticed a vent at the top of the corridor. Perhaps we can escape through there, he suggested, pointing at the vent. Nezha nodded, casting a spell that allowed him, Ao Bing, and the mysterious figure to ascend to the vent. The trio crawled through the ventilation shaft, the echoes of the leader's furious roars and the footsteps of pursuers trailing behind them. At last, they discovered the exit of the ventilation system and emerged into an unfamiliar place. It appeared to be a secret base of a mysterious organization, filled with peculiar instruments and enigmatic runes. No matter where this is, we must swiftly find a way to leave while exposing the leader's sinister plot, Nezha declared. Just then, they stumbled upon an ancient tome resting on a table, detailing the mysterious seals and providing evidence of the leader's collusion with dark forces. With this, we can reveal the true nature of the leader to everyone, Ao Bing remarked. However, before they could make their escape, the leader arrived with a throng of henchmen. So, you are indeed here. Hand over the tome, and I might spare your lives, the leader hissed menacingly. In your dreams, you traitor, we will not allow you to succeed, Nezha retorted, clutching the tome tightly against his chest. A final confrontation was imminent. Would Nezha and his companions manage to escape, unveil the leader's conspiracy, and save the East Sea? The outcome remained uncertain, and their adventure continued. Chapter 15. Treacherous Traps. Nezha held the tome, containing evidence of the leader's treachery, as if it were a rare treasure, forming a triangular stance with Ao Bing and the mysterious figure, fiercely confronting the advancing leader and her multitude of minions. The leader's gaze was fiery, and she spat venomously. You foolish little brats, today marks your end. Hand over the tome, and I might grant you a swift death. Nezha, unwilling to show weakness, shot back. Oh, you venomous old witch, dreaming of the impossible. Do you think you can seize the tome? You should first inquire whether my fiery spear agrees with your intentions. It has long been sharpening its tip for a wicked creature like you. With that, he wielded the spear with great vigor, its tip glimmering coldly, deliberately flaunting it before the leader, as he taunted. See this? This spear has been yearning to have a go at you for quite some time. The leader's face turned an ominous shade of green as he clenched his teeth and snarled. Humph, you little brat, stop your prattling here. Once I deal with you, you shall have cause to weep. Nezha disdainfully curled his lip, retorting, "You? I suggest you worry about yourself first. Just look at your face. As puffed up as a pufferfish. If you continue in this manner, you might just inflate and soar into the skies." Meanwhile, Ao Bing leaned closer to the mysterious figure. Speaking in hushed tones, "We must devise a plan to break free and expose her conspiracy. Engaging them head-on here is futile. They outnumber us significantly." The enigmatic figure nodded slightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights, intent on identifying an escape route. In truth, the schemes of the secret organization were far more intricate than one might presume. The mysterious seal contained within it an ancient malevolent force known as the Chaos Wyvern, a creature of unbridled savagery capable of wreaking destruction on a cosmic scale, plunging the world into endless darkness and turmoil. In ancient times, several deities exhausted their divine powers to imprison this beast deep within the Eastern Sea. Over the ages, the secret organization fortuitously unearthed an ancient tome detailing the Chaos Wyvern. According to the text, if one were to gather 3 keys imbued with unique powers at specific moments and combine them with the organization's nefarious array, the seal could be broken, liberating the Wyvern, which could then be controlled temporarily through a mysterious pact. Driven by the ambition to dominate not only the Eastern Sea but the entire world, the leader resolved to execute this audacious plan. She clandestinely dispatched her subordinates to scour the Eastern Sea for the 3 keys. One key lay sealed within a mysterious underwater ruin, surrounded by lethal traps and guardian beasts. Another was held by an ancient, secretive family that had protected the key for generations to prevent it from falling into malevolent hands. The last was said to be hidden beneath a cursed island, fraught with peril and bizarre phenomena. After years of plotting and searching, the leader finally acquired 2 of the 3 keys. The remaining key, however, was concealed within an exceedingly secretive location within the organization, guarded by intricate mechanisms. To ensure the plan's success, the leader also colluded with the Dark Sea Demon clan residing in the Northern Sea. The Sea Demons had long coveted the vast territories of the Eastern Sea and promised the leader that when she released the Chaos Wyvern, they would lead their elite forces to assist the organization against any potential resistance. Just as tensions escalated between the factions, the leader gestured grandly, and her followers surged forward like a frenzied tide. Each one bore a fierce countenance, their weapons glinting menacingly, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Nezha shouted, "Come forth. It's time for you to witness my prowess. Do try not to soil yourselves in fright." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he propelled himself into the fray like a cannonball. His fiery spear danced through the air, each swing accompanied by a rush of wind, and wherever its tip pointed, the enemies scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. Yet the foes were overwhelming in number. Just as one wave was repelled, another surged forth, quickly encircling Nezha. Upon observing the dire situation, Ao Bing swiftly formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations. "Behold the might of my ice magic. Let you experience what true chill feels like." In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and the ground cracked as a thick layer of ice rapidly formed. Some sluggish enemies, caught off guard, slipped and fell with a resounding thud, their disarray evident. Ao Bing then commanded the ice shards, launching them like arrows towards the adversaries, while teasingly quipped, "Hey, sample my specially crafted ice arrows, complimentary delivery, and guaranteed to learn." This alleviated some of Nezha's burden. The mysterious figure was no less formidable, wielding a rune sword that shimmered with radiant light. Seizing the opportune moment, he darted into the enemy ranks, and wherever the rune sword struck, the enemy's weapons were magically sent flying. As he fought, he edged closer to Nezha and Ao Bing, exclaiming, "Step back, and witness the might of my rune sword as I perform a grand relocation of your weapons." Gradually, the trio stood back to back. However, the leader, observing their struggle, wore a sinister smirk. Secretly, she began to chant a spell, causing the ground to tremble violently as thick, long spikes erupted from below. These spikes, sharp enough to pierce the heavens, glimmered ominously in the dim light, resembling a horde of monstrous claws. "Beware!" Nezha shouted, swiftly leaping onto the wind-fire wheels and soaring into the air, while taunting the leader. "Oh, old hag, are you planning to plant cacti in the earth?" Ao Bing and the mysterious figure hastily cast their spells, evading the sudden onslaught of spikes. Yet, some unfortunate enemies were unable to escape, pierced by the spikes with wails akin to anguished cries. The leader, delighting in the chaos, laughed heartily. "Huh? This is merely an appetizer. None of you shall leave here alive today." Nezha, stabilizing himself midair, furiously pointed at the leader and exclaimed, "You insidious woman, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Have the audacity to face me in a fair fight. Stop hiding like a coward and engaging in petty schemes. The leader disdainfully retorted, engaging in direct confrontation with you? Only a fool would do such a thing. To achieve my objectives, I care not for the means. Once I acquire the ancient tome and unlock the mysterious seal, you will all serve as mere stepping stones in my dominion over the East Sea. The mysterious figure remained surprisingly calm. Swiftly analyzing the situation, this trap must have been set by the leader in advance. We can no longer afford to be passive. We must devise a strategy to break through their encirclement and find our escape. A.O. Bing nodded in agreement, his eyes darting with inspiration. I have an idea. Nezha, you unleash your fire magic to create chaos, and I shall carve a path with my ice spells. Mysterious One, you provide us with cover from behind. Nezha grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. All right then, watch me. I will throw them a fiery extravaganza. With that, he summoned all his strength and thrust his fire-tipped spear into the ground. In an instant, a colossal pillar of fire erupted skyward, flames dancing wildly and sending the surrounding foes into a panic, forcing them to retreat. Nezha taunted them, come join the flame dance. It's free. Once this village is gone, so is the shop. Seizing the opportunity, A.O. Bing swung his arms rapidly like a windmill, causing numerous ice blocks to form with a crackling sound, creating an icy path between the fire pillar and their enemies. Quickly, A.O. Bing shouted, and the trio dashed down the ice path. The leader, witnessing their attempt to escape, gritted her teeth in frustration. Trying to flee? Not so easily. You think you can slip from my grasp? What a foolish dream. She immediately bellowed commands to her subordinates to continue the pursuit while casting spells to destroy the icy pathway. Under the leader's magical assault, the ice path began to crack, teetering on the brink of collapse. The mysterious individual swiftly turned, wielding a runic sword that emitted a flurry of runes, weaving a barrier in the air that temporarily blocked the leader's attacks. He shouted, "Hey, your spells tickle me. Can't you conjure something more formidable?" Just when they believed they were nearing safety, a vast, murky river unexpectedly loomed ahead. The water was as black as ink, exuding a nauseating stench, with dark bubbles surfacing ominously, as if some lurking monster awaited to strike. What now? Nezha frowned at the river, his expression twisting in concern. A.O. Bing crouched to examine the water closely. This river appears corrosive. Jumping across would likely leave us nothing but bones. The Mysterious One scanned the surroundings for an alternative route, but found themselves completely surrounded by the leader's minions, with no escape in sight. Just then, the leader and her followers caught up. Huh, why have you stopped running? Let us see where you can flee now. She gloated, her arrogance soaring to new heights. Nezha glared at the leader, his anger igniting. Humph, even this foul water cannot stop us. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the bitter end. Don't celebrate too soon, you old hag. Suddenly, the Mysterious One had a revelation. Perhaps we can utilize the nearby stones to construct a temporary bridge. Upon hearing this, the trio sprang into action. They employed their magic to transport massive stones piece by piece into the river. Just as the stone bridge was nearing completion, the leader commanded his subordinates to launch a fierce assault on it. The stones were shattered, and the bridge collapsed with a resounding crash. Infuriated, Nezha stamped his feet, muttering, "That old hag is thwarting my efforts. Just wait and see how I deal with you." As despair loomed over them, A.O. Bing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to the riverbank, exclaiming, "I have an idea. Look, there are some enormous vines over there. We can twist them into ropes and swing across." Without hesitation, the trio swiftly gathered the vines and skillfully fashioned a robust rope. Nezha volunteered, seizing the rope and swinging across like an agile monkey, successfully reaching the opposite bank. He called back, "Watch closely, I'll scout the way for you." It's as simple as swinging on a swing. A.O. Bing and the mysterious figure followed suit and also made it across. The leader, witnessing their unexpected escape, was furious, his face darker than a pot's bottom. Pursue them. Capture them at all costs. As Nezha and his companions reached the riverbank, barely catching their breath, they spotted a colossal stone door ahead. The door was adorned with peculiar runes that shimmered with an eerie glow, as if narrating a mysterious tale. The mysterious figure approached, scrutinizing the runes, and remarked, "These runes seem to be a cipher for a mechanism. Only by deciphering it can we open the door." Just as he delved into unraveling the rune's secrets, the leader's minions charged at them menacingly. "Hurry, we don't have time," Nezha shouted, wielding his fiery spear to fend off the attackers while anxiously urging, "You pesky followers. Are you so captivated by my prowess that you can't look away?" Sweat beaded on the mysterious figure's forehead, falling like large droplets as he focused intently on the runes, murmuring incantations. Ultimately, just as the enemy was about to close in, he successfully cracked the cipher. The stone door rumbled open, and the three of them dashed inside like startled rabbits. The moment they entered, the door slammed shut with a thunderous bang. Behind it lay a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person, filled with a noxious smoke that made one feel dizzy. Cough, cough. What is this foul substance? Nezha exclaimed, tears streaming from his eyes as he coughed uncontrollably. He jested, is this the old hag's aromatic smoke she prepared for us? But this scent is overwhelmingly potent. The mysterious figure covered his mouth and nose, his voice muffled as he said, this smoke is likely toxic. We must leave here quickly. The trio hastily ran down the passage, when suddenly, numerous small holes appeared on the walls, from which countless poisoned arrows shot forth. Be careful, Ao Bing shouted, and the three quickly cast their spells to shield themselves from the arrows. The poisonous arrows seemed to rain down without end, and they were beginning to feel overwhelmed. In this critical moment, Nezha, with his keen eyes, noticed a hidden compartment at the top of the passage. Inspired, he swiftly employed his magic, soaring to the top, where he uncovered a mechanism within the compartment. With a determined press, the incessant barrage of arrows ceased abruptly. He triumphantly exclaimed, "Ha! I knew there was something amiss here. Watch as I dismantle this mechanism." The trio continued onward until they reached the end of the passage, which opened into a vast circular chamber. At the heart of this room stood an imposing crystal ball, radiating an eerie yet gentle light. This crystal ball appears extraordinary. Perhaps it is linked to the mysterious seal, Ao Bing suggested. As they cautiously approached the crystal, it suddenly emitted a flurry of beams, intertwining to form an immense shield that ensnared them within its confines. What sort of performance is this? Nezha exclaimed, pounding against the shield, which was as unyielding as iron. He shouted at the crystal, "Why have you succumbed to isolation? Release us at once." The mysterious figure scrutinized the shield and discerned faint runes, as subtle as ants' trails. He conjectured, this shield may be rune-driven. We must discover a way to unravel these runes. While the three pondered their escape, the leader and her subordinates finally discovered a means to enter the chamber. Observing the trio trapped within the shield, the leader laughed triumphantly. "Ha! You have ultimately failed to escape my grasp. Once I obtain the ancient tome, I shall relish in dealing with you insolent wretches." Nezha glared at the leader, his voice booming with anger. "Do not celebrate too soon. We will escape, and you shall be the one to regret underestimating us." The leader, uninterested in their taunts, began frantically searching the chamber for clues to unlock the mysterious seal. Meanwhile, Nezha and his companions were racing against time to decipher the runes. Drawing upon his knowledge, the mysterious figure furrowed his brow, fixated on the runes, gradually uncovering vital insights. After an arduous struggle, he finally unraveled the runes, and with a resounding crack, the shield vanished. "Quickly, we must not allow her to succeed," Nezha shouted, and the three surged toward the leader like arrows released from a bow. Initially startled by their sudden escape, the leader quickly regained her composure, declaring, "Do you really think this will thwart me? It is too late." With a flourish, she produced a black key seemingly from thin air and inserted it into a slot in the wall. Instantly, the chamber trembled violently, and a colossal portal erupted before them. "This is the gateway to the mysterious seal. Once I enter, you will never have another chance." The leader laughed maniacally, eagerly preparing to step into the portal. However, Nezha would not allow her to succeed. Gathering all his strength, he hurled the fiery spear towards her with a swift motion. The leader reacted with remarkable agility, sidestepping just in time as the spear whizzed past her, embedding itself into the wall beside the portal with a resounding thud. Ao Bing and the mysterious figure seized the opportunity to launch their assault, unleashing a barrage of icicles and runes that rained down upon the leader. While she cast spells to defend herself, she keenly awaited her moment. Despite the pain inflicted by the ice shards and runes, she charged toward the portal with fervor. Just as Nezha and his companions thought they could subdue her, the leader produced a smoke bomb from seemingly nowhere and hurled it to the ground with force. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. "This is bad," she asked, trying to escape. Nezha shouted, recklessly dashing toward the portal. As the smoke began to dissipate, they caught sight of the leader's figure, half immersed in the portal. Nezha, frantic, reached out to grasp her foot, but only managed to seize a corner of her garment. The leader turned back, her expression a blend of triumph and malice. "Ha ha, you little brats, just wait. Once I unleash the chaos WYRM, the entire world will tremble beneath my feet." With that, she broke free, vanishing into the portal. The portal's light began to dim, threatening to close. "We must leave immediately. This place is about to collapse," the mysterious figure shouted, with hearts heavy with reluctance. The trio sprinted toward the exit. Just as they burst out of the room, the portal slammed shut with a deafening crash, and the entire chamber began to tremble violently as if it were about to disintegrate. They raced down the corridor, the sound of crumbling debris echoing in their ears, feeling as though death was nipping at their heels. At last, they successfully escaped the perilous location. Nezha, clenching the ancient tome in his hands, gritted his teeth and declared, "That old hag must not be allowed to prevail." His grip on the tome was so tight that his knuckles turned white, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Ao Bing, with a furrowed brow and a grave expression, remarked, "Now that she has entered the portal, it is likely that she is merely a step away from releasing the Chaos WIRM. We must hasten to thwart her." The mysterious figure wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and calmly assessed, according to the ancient text, to unlock the mysterious seal. One must not only gather 3 keys, but also conduct a malevolent ritual at a specific location. While we lack knowledge of the exact site, it is certain she will begin preparations shortly. We must locate that place as soon as possible. The trio swiftly vacated the collapsing area and reached a relatively secure spot. They commenced a meticulous study of the ancient tome, seeking clues regarding the ritual's location. After considerable searching, they discovered a hazy map within the tome, marking a mysterious island alongside some obscure inscriptions. The enigmatic figure, through a profound understanding of ancient scripts, finally deciphered the meaning of the inscriptions. This island is the pivotal location for the malevolent ritual, concealed within a mysterious expanse of the East Sea, surrounded by perilous currents and whirlpools. "It seems we must journey to this enigmatic island to thwart her," Nezha resolutely declared. However, just as they were poised to embark, a chilling laughter echoed from a distance. A cadre of dark sea demons encircled them from all directions, led by a colossal creature exuding a nauseating stench, with 8 massive tentacles thrashing behind it, each adorned with sharp barbs. "Huh, do you think you can escape? We have been waiting here at our leader's command for quite some time. Today shall be your demise." The voice of the gigantic sea demon reverberated like thunder. Nezha scoffed, "You pitiful minions, do you really believe you can hinder us? Such delusions." Yet, deep down, Nezha understood the multitude and formidable strength of these dark sea demons, particularly the imposing leader emanating an overwhelming aura. Ao Bing whispered to Nezha and the mysterious figure, "We cannot afford to linger. We must break through swiftly and head to the enigmatic island." The trio quickly arranged themselves, preparing for battle. Nezha brandished his fire spear and charged into the throng of sea demons, the spear tip radiating a blinding light that forced the demons to evade. Meanwhile, Ao Bing conjured ice spells from the rear, erecting walls of ice to obstruct the demons' advance, while directing icicles toward them to provide support for Nezha. The mysterious figure wielded a runic sword, chanting incantations as the sword glowed brilliantly, plunging into the fray to engage the sea demons in close combat. The battle raged fiercely, with sea demons relentlessly surging forth, attempting to engulf them. The enormous sea demon joined the fray, swinging its tentacles like massive mace, aimed at Nezha and his companions. Nezha adeptly maneuvered on the wind-fire wheels, dodging while thrusting his spear at the tentacles, but they proved resilient, leaving only shallow marks upon impact. Observing this, Ao Bing concentrated his full power, unleashing a formidable ice spell. Dark clouds gathered overhead, the temperature plummeted, and numerous ice blocks rapidly formed, crashing down upon the colossal sea demon. Struck by the ice, the massive creature let out a furious roar, shattering the blocks with its barbed defenses, yet buying precious time for Nezha and the mysterious figure. Seizing the opportunity, the mysterious figure executed the most potent strike of the runic sword, a brilliant beam of runic light darting towards the gigantic sea demon. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature opened its gaping maw and expelled a stream of black venom, which collided with the runic radiance, erupting in a blinding flash. As the light flickered, Nezha and his companions swiftly broke free, racing towards the direction of the enigmatic island. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence. With each passing second, the likelihood of their leader unleashing the chaotic dragon grew ever greater. En route to the mysterious island, they faced a myriad of treacherous currents and whirlpools. The ocean currents resembled colossal hands, striving to drag them into the depths. The whirlpools appeared as terrifying maws, poised to devour them at any moment. Nevertheless, Nezha and his companions, armed with indomitable will and their unique spells, repeatedly transformed peril into safety. At long last, they beheld the enigmatic island ahead, shrouded in a veil of mysterious fog that emanated a palpable aura of malevolence. This was the place. We must thwart the leader's sinister plot. Nezha gazed at the island, his eyes brimming with resolve. Cautiously, The trio set foot upon the island, only to be met with a formidable resistance as they landed. Suddenly, numerous robust vines surged forth from the ground, ensnaring them with alarming speed. Nezha wielded his fire spear to sever the vines, yet they rapidly regrew as soon as they were cut. The vines possessed an uncanny nature, seemingly controlled by a nefarious force. A.O. Bing, while evading the tendrils, remarked on their peculiar behavior. The mysterious figure, observing the environment, endeavored to discern the vine's weakness. He discovered that at the roots of the vines, there flickered runes glowing with an ominous black light. Perhaps, if these runes were destroyed, the vines could be halted in their growth. Upon hearing this, Nezha and A.O. Bing immediately rushed toward the direction of the runes. They unleashed their respective spells, assaulting the runes with fervor. After a strenuous effort, they successfully obliterated the runes, causing the vines to cease their growth. The trio continued deeper into the island, encountering an array of strange traps and monsters along their path. Yet, through their mutual understanding and unwavering tenacity, they overcame each obstacle. Upon reaching the heart of the island, they discovered a colossal black formation pulsating with a disquieting aura of evil. The leader stood at the center of the formation, clutching two keys and murmuring incantations. Surrounding her were henchmen from a mysterious organization, assisting in the preparations for the ritual. Chapter 16. The eve of the final battle at last, you have arrived. But it is too late. The leader's face broke into a triumphant smile upon seeing Nezha and his companions, a smile that bloomed like an insidious flower. It is not over yet. Old hag, today marks your doom. Nezha bellowed, brandishing his fire spear and charging towards the leader like a cannonball, intent on piercing her with unrelenting force. Yet, the leader remained unperturbed, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of her mouth as she taunted. Do you truly believe this inexperienced little brat can thwart my grand designs? You are still too green. As she spoke, the radiance of the two keys in her hands intensified, resonating with the vast black formation beneath her. The evil aura emanating from the formation thickened, as if the very air had been tainted black. Nezha was not swayed by her bravado. As he pressed forward, he retorted, You old hag, spare us your grandiloquence. Once I have dealt with you, we shall see how smug you remain. The fire spear danced in his grasp, its glimmering tip akin to stars in the heavens, illuminating the surrounding area engulfed in darkness. The mysterious figure observed as Nezha charged forward and urgently addressed A.O. Bing. We cannot allow Nezha to face this alone. We must devise a strategy to disrupt this formation. If the leader completes the ritual and unleashes the chaotic dragon, it will spell great trouble for us. A.O. Bing, his brow furrowed and concern evident in his eyes, nodded in agreement. Indeed, this formation appears exceedingly intricate. We must identify its vulnerabilities. With that, the two swiftly raced towards the periphery of the formation, keenly observing its intricate patterns as they ran. The mysterious figure, well-versed in ancient runes, quickly discerned a clue. A.O. Bing, look. The frequency of the runes at several critical nodes differs from the others. Perhaps this is our point of breach. Following the direction of the mysterious figure's finger, A.O. Bing contemplated for a moment before stating, Then let us concentrate our efforts on attacking these nodes to disrupt the operation of the formation. Just as they prepared to strike, the leader's minions intervened, rushing towards A.O. Bing and the mysterious figure like a pack of ravenous wolves. You shall not breach the formation without passing through us, bellowed a burly henchman, brandishing a massive axe. The mysterious figure scoffed. You think you are worthy to obstruct us? He brandished his rune sword, illuminating the air with a flash as a surge of rune energy propelled forth, sending the axe-wielding man staggering back several paces. A.O. Bing was equally resolute. He swiftly formed hand seals and chanted, Behold as I encase you, minions, in ice. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, ensnaring the slower henchmen like comical ice sculptures. However, their numbers were overwhelming, with wave after wave charging forth. Just as they dispatched one group, another would surge forward, leaving the mysterious figure and A.O. Bing momentarily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Nezha's battle with the leader was equally fierce. The key in the leader's grasp not only controlled the formation, but also unleashed formidable dark energy. With a flick of her wrist, a wave of black energy surged towards Nezha. He swiftly sidestepped, the energy grazing past him and colliding with a nearby boulder, which shattered into countless fragments. Is this all you've got, old hag? Not even enough to fill my gaps. Nezha taunted while evading, his bravado unwavering. The leader, her face contorted with rage, hissed, You insolent wretch, I'll show you my true power. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing behind Nezha, her key transforming into two sharp blades aimed at his back. Nezha reacted swiftly, The wind fire wheel beneath him spun violently, propelling him like a top while his fire spear whirled, creating a defensive barrier that thwarted the leader's assault. Huh? You think you can ambush me, old hag? Is this your grand strategy? Nezha's laughter resonated, cutting through the tension of the battle. Just as Nezha and the leader engaged in their intense struggle, the mysterious figure and Ao Bing found themselves facing difficulties of their own. A subordinate adept at manipulating toxins unleashed a vast expanse of poisonous mist towards them. The mist, a deep shade of green, exuded a pungent aroma, causing Flora to wither instantaneously in its wake. This mist is toxic, Ao Bing shouted, hastily conjuring an ice spell to erect a formidable wall of ice before the two, temporarily shielding them from the noxious fumes. The mysterious individual furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "This is not a viable solution. We must take the initiative and break through their blockade." Ao Bing nodded in agreement, and together they channeled their energy, causing the ice wall to shatter violently, with countless shards of ice hurtling towards the assailants like bullets. Concurrently, the mysterious figure unleashed the ultimate ability of the runic sword, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings as a colossal wave of runic energy surged forth to cleave through the enemy ranks. This barrage of attacks instantaneously tore a significant rift in the adversary's encirclement, allowing the mysterious figure and Ao Bing to dash towards the pivotal node of the formation. At that moment, the leader realized the intentions of the mysterious figure and Ao Bing, her heart racing with anxiety. While contending with Nezha, she diverted a portion of her malevolent power to thwart their advance. From the formation, several black tendrils emerged, coiling towards the mysterious figure and Ao Bing like constricting serpents. "Be cautious, these tendrils are no ordinary threat," Ao Bing warned. He and the mysterious figure swiftly cast their spells, engaging in a fierce struggle against the tendrils. The mysterious figure severed one tendril with the runic sword, only for it to regenerate almost instantaneously. Ao Bing attempted to pierce the tendrils with icy spikes, seeking to immobilize them, yet their strength was overwhelming, with the spikes merely slowing their movement temporarily. "This cannot continue. We need a definitive strategy to eradicate these tendrils," the mysterious figure exclaimed. At that moment, Nezha observed the predicament faced by the mysterious figure and Ao Bing. Seizing an opening in the leader's defenses, he lunged forward with his fire-tipped spear. The leader narrowly evaded, allowing Nezha to break free from her grasp and rush towards the mysterious figure and Ao Bing. "Step aside. Let me deal with these loathsome tendrils," Nezha shouted, channeling all his might into the fire-tipped spear before sweeping it towards the tendrils. A magnificent wave of fiery energy surged forth, incinerating the tendrils with a crackling sound, reducing them to ashes in an instant. "Well done, Nezha," Ao Bing and the mysterious figure exclaimed in unison. The trio seized the opportunity to advance towards the critical node of the formation. The mysterious figure scrutinized the runes closely, stating, "The arrangement of these runes is peculiar. We must attack in a specific sequence to dismantle the formation." He then directed Nezha and Ao Bing, and the three unleashed their spells in the prescribed order: Nezha's flames, Ao Bing's ice fragments, and the mysterious figure's runic power, simultaneously striking the runes. Under the assault of these three formidable forces, the runes flickered erratically, and the formation began to tremble violently. "No, you wretched imbeciles dare to disrupt my formation," the leader, witnessing this scene, erupted in fury, recklessly charging towards Nezha and the others, her ki radiating malevolent energy in a frenzied display. "Humph, old hag, your end is nigh." Nezha, undaunted, brandished his fiery spear as he charged towards the leader. Ao Bing and the enigmatic figure swiftly adjusted their stances, bracing themselves for the impending final confrontation. Just as both sides were poised to clash once more, a deep, ominous rumble echoed through the sky. The previously shrouded heavens revealed a colossal rift, emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. "This is dire. It is the Chaos Dragon," the mysterious figure exclaimed, his face paling. Everyone looked up to behold a pair of enormous, crimson eyes flickering ominously from within the rift, as if surveying the world below, poised to break free and unleash devastation upon it. "We must hasten." Immense crimson eyes flickered with a predatory gleam, as if surveying the world below, ready to unleash havoc at any moment. "We must hasten our efforts and dismantle the formation before the Chaos Serpent escapes," Nezha declared resolutely, his gaze betraying no fear. At that moment, the leader erupted into laughter. "Huh, you are too late. Once the Chaos Serpent is unleashed, you shall all perish. The entire world will be under my dominion." Ao Bing, unflinching, retorted coldly, "You are deluded if you think we will allow that to happen." The mysterious figure swiftly assessed the dire situation. Nezha, Ao Bing. We can no longer afford to be entangled with the leader. We must concentrate our strength and charge directly toward the core of the formation to dismantle its critical nexus. Seeing this, the leader hastily unleashed all his malevolent energy in an attempt to hinder them. In an instant, waves of dark energy surged towards Nezha and his companions. Charge! Nezha shouted, plunging first into the torrent of energy. Flames blazed around him, as if to disperse the encroaching darkness. Ao Bing followed closely, wielding ice magic to carve a path through the energy tide. The mysterious figure remained behind, employing his rune sword to safeguard their advance against any lurking threats. Conjuring ice magic to carve a path through the onslaught. The mysterious figure trailed behind, wielding his runic sword to shield them from any lurking threats. The trio battled through the oppressive onslaught of malevolent energy, each step requiring immense effort. Yet, before them stood a massive black crystal, pulsating with dark power, the very linchpin sustaining the array's function. This is the place. Let us strike together, the mysterious figure commanded. There stood a massive black crystal, brimming with potent evil energy, the very linchpin sustaining the formation's power. This is it. Let us strike together, the mysterious figure urged. Ao Bing concentrated his ice energy into a colossal ice sword and swung it at the crystal, declaring, perish. The enigmatic figure unleashed the mightiest blow of his rune sword, its radiant glyphs enveloping the entire crystal. Under the onslaught of their formidable attacks, cracks began to spread across the black crystal. The fissures widened until, with a resounding crash, the crystal shattered completely. As the crystal broke, the entire array collapsed in an instant, a powerful backlash sending the leader and her minions flying away. The leader fell heavily to the ground, his eyes brimming with resentment and despair. No, my plan. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, at that moment, a powerful backlash sent the leader and her minions hurtling away. The leader fell heavily to the ground, his eyes brimming with resentment and despair. No, my plan. The chaotic malevolent dragon still endeavored to break free from its seal. What should we do? The chaotic malevolent dragon is still intent on emerging. Ao Bing exclaimed anxiously. Despite our efforts to dismantle the formation, the chaotic malevolent dragon still endeavored to break free from its seal. What should we do? We must seek alternative methods to seal it once more. Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear and resolutely declared, regardless of the means, we must re-imprison this malevolent dragon. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Just as they pondered their strategy, Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear and resolutely declared, regardless of the means, we must re-imprison this malevolent dragon. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Just as they pondered their strategy, the ground of the island began to tremble violently. A hint of madness flickering across his face. Haha. Do you truly believe that dismantling the formation can thwart the chaotic malevolent dragon? Such naivety. Once it emerges, it will first rend you to pieces. Nezha shot a glare at the leader and retorted, Old witch, spare us your taunts. Once we have sealed the chaotic malevolent dragon, we shall deal with you.